Can it be that even the covert agency behind you cannot help you? Originally Hong Kong was also within our sphere of operations, but after the handover all of us withdrew. Wang Lei took out a tissue and gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, teasing lightly. Then how do you want me to help you? What I hope is that you will hide nothing from me anymore. Zhu Li nodded slightly. At first she had not wanted Wang Lei to be drawn into this matter, but now that her identity had been exposed, there was no longer any meaning in continuing the disguise. My entire family belongs to the gentleman organization. My grandfather is even one of its elders. Unlike some national institutions, we do not serve any single power. We maintain world order and prevent certain man-made catastrophes. If he had not known what kind of company Boeing was, Wang Lei might actually have believed her. A shareholder of the second-largest arms dealer in the beautiful country, claiming that the organization she founded existed to safeguard world peace. Seeing the clear disdain on Wang Lei's face, Zhu Li explained. Under my grandfather's efforts, Boeing has already changed a great deal. If Boeing truly wished to run the arms business in earnest, it would never settle for merely being second. Wang Lei merely smiled non-committally. In any case, he did not believe the gentleman organization was as pure as she imagined. Perhaps in Zhu Li's understanding it was incomparably righteous, but in Wang Lei's eyes as an outsider it certainly was not. Better tell me how your father disappeared. My dad was the organization's ace agent. He was responsible for gathering evidence on the Tokyo Geely Group's human trafficking operation. He pursued them from Hong Kong all the way to New York, and in the end the organization lost all contact with him. Why didn't our father start the investigation directly in Tokyo? Tokyo is their turf. From what my grandfather said, my dad suspected that local gangs had long been trading with the Geely Group, selling people who were trying to be smuggled abroad to them. The gangs in Hong Kong had long been smuggling appliances between Sakura Country, Hong Kong Island, and the mainland. But as mainland laws grew ever more complete, the profit from smuggling appliances dwindled. Those smugglers then transformed into snakeheads specializing in illegal immigration. The profit from helping people sneak across borders far surpassed that of smuggling appliances. Yet there are always a few with truly black hearts who strive to maximize their gains. Not only did they take money for smuggling people across borders, they even sold these undocumented laborers to criminal syndicates dealing exclusively in human trafficking. Wang Lei's sense of justice flared up instantly. In this life, the people he loathed most were human traffickers. Now that someone dared commit such crimes right under his nose, how could he possibly turn a blind eye? Zhu Li, your problem is my problem. Give me 7 days and I will definitely find out who is behind this. All right, don't be in a hurry to thank me yet. I want to see with my own eyes the legendary B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. Zhu Li asked curiously. Do you really just want to see the B-2 with your own eyes? She suspected that Wang Lei had ulterior motives. No normal person would have such an odd request. If you try anything reckless, it will be very hard for me to get you out of trouble when the time comes. Relax. I'm just a rather fanatical military enthusiast. I happen to know your family is in the arms business, so I wanted to ask you for a favor. All right. I happen to have received a visiting invitation from Grumman. The B-2 Spirit bomber has always been their centerpiece exhibit. You can admire it up close, but photography is strictly forbidden inside. No electronic devices are allowed in. Wang Lei was overjoyed when he heard this. He had known Zhu Li would have a way to get him into the Grumman company. By the way, how did you get an invitation from Grumman? Raising an eyebrow, Zhu Li said. One of the Grumman young masters is pursuing me. Wang Lei could not help tugging at the corner of his mouth. He very much wanted to see which short-sighted fool dared set his sights on his woman. When the time comes, you must keep calm. That will definitely be their turf. If you go there wanting to break someone's leg again, even I won't be able to protect you. Those words are what you should be saying to him in advance. In the early hours of the next morning, Zhu Li thought of the madness of the previous night and kept silently reminding herself, this is the last time, this absolutely has to be the last time. Zhu Li, you are not some wanton woman. Hearing the chime in his mind, Wang Lei, utterly content, pulled the smooth-skinned Zhu Li back into his arms under the quilt. Don't move around, Zhu Li. Sleep a little longer. Zhu Li did not resist, nor did she pull away from the man's embrace. The office of United Elite's president. Zhang Renyong, dressed in an elegant high-end suit, with a tie and sporting black-rimmed glasses, exuded the air of a successful businessman. Inside the office, the walls were adorned with the group's social honors and a variety of donation certificates. Had it not been for the accidental glimpse of his tattoo, no one would have guessed that this man was the leader of a syndicate commanding tens of thousands. It could be said that Zhang Renyong's rebranding of United Elite Group was a resounding success. Since Wang Lei's arrival, not one vulgar street thug had been seen. All were office workers in suits and ties. No one could have imagined that just 2 years ago this company was nothing more than a group that only knew how to wield machetes and engage in brutal brawls. Mr. Wang, I have completely ousted those old hands. They were smart enough to know that continuing their reckless behavior would inevitably lead to ruin. Here is our company's revenue for the past year. Please have a look. Although the finance department usually reported directly to him, Wang Lei still reached out and accepted the ledger. You have done exceptionally well. The casino in Aoqing has achieved an annual net profit of $800 million, and along with Gongqing's financial lending and various entertainment ventures, the total profit has reached $1.5 billion. This proves that my initial investment was indeed the right decision. Wang Lei was truly pleased with his thrifty father-in-law. Zhang Renyong's greatest virtues being his obedience, pragmatism, and ability to control his ambition without extremes. In addition to the regular dividends, I am willing to allocate $30 million as a performance bonus for the group, with $10 million of that as my reward to you. Zhang Renyong displayed a smile of surprise, for with his 5% stake in the company and the extra reward of $10 million, his dividends for this year had already soared to 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Considering that just 2 years ago, when he was merely a proxy manager, he could not earn even 1 million Hong Kong dollars in an entire year, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation in such a short time. Mr. Wang, there are promising leads regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. Even though United Elite has successfully rebranded itself and transformed into a legitimate large company, its essence remains unchanged. It is still a highly profitable syndicate that sustains its operations through violence. An underground overlord feared by both old and new gangs in Gangcheng. Who is it that dares to conduct such sordid transactions right before our eyes? It is a newly emerged gang led by a man of half Sakura descent, a war criminal orphan, by the name of He Riguang. Originally they were merely a small faction, but after venturing into human smuggling, they have expanded at a rapid pace. Its members were all desperados. Insiders informed me that they frequently hosted guests from Sakura Nation, whose bodies bore the distinctive tattoos of the Geely Group. Exactly, without the support of the Geely Group, this gang could never have grown so quickly. In this era, merely relying on brute force and reckless daring is no longer enough to succeed. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei snorted heavily and declared, "There is nothing I despise more than complacency and traitors. Now that our compatriots are being harmed, we cannot stand idly by. Sir, shall I send someone?" Then Zhang Renyong made a vicious gesture, mimicking a strangulation. "Ha, do not forget that we are respectable citizens now. We cannot resort to murder." Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, Zhang Renyong devised a new plan and said, "Perhaps we could hand them over to the police, playing the part of good citizens. That proposal sounds good, but no one can guarantee that there are no infiltrators within their ranks. I fear that alerting them might cause them to flee, complicating our plans." Zhang Renyong did not deny it, for he had more than just 1 or 2 informants within his ranks. With that in mind, Wang Lei dialed a number. "Deputy Director Sher, I need to report something to you." "Mr. Wang, please proceed. As long as it is within the bounds of the law, I will extend every possible facilitation to you." Deputy Director Sher, a man of strong character, was even more admiring after witnessing Wang Lei's victory over the Foreign Record Alliance. In the realm of worldly affairs, connections matter. Having risen to his position, Deputy Director Sher was far from naive and was very willing to build a good rapport with Wang Lei. "It isn't a major matter, but I wish to expose a heinous criminal activity that has gravely endangered the personal safety of the citizens in Shenzhen." Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Sher's expression turned grave. After a brief explanation from Wang Lei, his anger was unmistakable. "Mr. Wang, you were right to contact me. I will dispatch a colleague to assist you, and I will request support from the station troops to ensure that these lawless criminals are rounded up once and for all." "Director Sher, since we have rendered such significant help, might it be possible to award United Elite Company a Good Citizen Award?" Deputy Director Sher replied with a laugh. "If you dare to claim it, then I dare to issue it. Moreover, this qualifies as a first-level whistleblower reward amounting to 5 of the seized fines." Both Wang Lei and Zhang Renyong were taken aback, surprised that acting as exemplary citizens could bring such handsome rewards. "How wonderful! Henceforth, whenever I dislike someone, I'll report them. We must restore lasting peace to society." Having now secured his position, Zhang Renyong harbored mischievous thoughts of recklessly celebrating his newfound fortune. Someone on the cargo ship waved a flashlight towards the port. 2 long and 1 short beams of light systematically shot from the shore. "The patrol personnel have all been reassigned. We will dock to receive the pigs. Prepare the tranquilizer." With a command from He Riguang, more than a dozen henchmen armed with automatic rifles responded affirmatively. However, as they approached the shore, He Riguang experienced in counter-surveillance, sensed something was amiss. The surroundings were too quiet, not even a frog croaked. "Something's wrong, forget about the pigs, retreat, quickly retreat." In the next moment, several speedboats surged from the darkness. Multiple strong beams of light illuminated the cargo ship, making the entire sea surface as bright as day. A resolute-looking female officer shouted through a megaphone, "He Riguang, abandon your futile resistance. You are surrounded by the Dragon Nation Navy. Surrendering is your only path to survival." Wang Lei, watching from a height, found this behavior incomprehensible. After all, they were up against a group of ruthless criminals. Wasn't this warning a bit redundant? Sure enough, in the next moment gunfire erupted on the transport ship, bullets flying from the chambers. It wasn't until Heir Guang was shot and fell to the ground that this intense gunfight finally came to an end. The mobile forces of the port city arrived late. However, after the leading female officer produced a document, the commanding officer who had rushed over quickly left, clearly influenced by the document. Just as Wang Lei was lost in thought, the female officer waved at him, who had been merely watching. "Mr. Wang, could you come over here for a moment?" Wang Lei then saw the officer's face clearly. It was a mix of resolve and the delicate charm typical of southern women. Her short, sharp haircut gave her a striking presence. "Officer Bai, how can I assist you? I need to go interrogate Heir Guang tonight. My superior's order is that you need to be present as a witness, and I need you to accompany me." This was a condition Wang Lei had negotiated with Deputy Director Shi, so he naturally would not refuse. However, Bai Lianyu was greatly surprised, curious as to why Deputy Director Shi would give such an order. In her perception, Wang Lei was merely a relatively patriotic businessman. According to Deputy Director Shi, the upcoming tasks would revolve around Wang Lei's ideas. "All right, I'll accompany Officer Bai." The military doctor gave a simple bandaging to a group of criminals, then transported them into the military camp in a thick armored vehicle. Heir Guang and his companions clearly intended to resist stubbornly. However, this Officer Bai was not easy to deal with. After some inhumane treatment, Heir Guang's gaze became dazed, clearly on the brink of mental and physical collapse. Wang Lei couldn't help but smirk at this Officer Bai. Looked like a quiet little girl, yet her methods were so ruthless. He couldn't help but use his fiery eyes on her. Bai Lianyu's attributes immediately appeared before his eyes. Character Bai Lianyu level golden legend. Talent perfect aim. After activation, the host achieves perfect accuracy within effective shooting range for 10 minutes. Descendant of the War God promotion chance. Within the system, 30 or descendants will inherit this attribute. 100. Martial arts expert combat ability exceeds that of ordinary people. Taking on 5 opponents is not a problem. Favorability 20. Relationship normal. Wow, quite impressive. Fortunately, she had behaved somewhat submissively earlier and didn't offend the other party with her words. Looking at Julai's attributes, her title of rookie agent seemed confirmed. Bai Lianyu glanced back at Wang Lei. At that moment, she felt as if this man had seen through her. However, seeing Wang Lei's composed expression, she immediately thought she was being overly sensitive. "Officer Bai, is there something you need? I have already obtained the information I wanted. If you have any questions for him, feel free to ask. I'm going out to get some fresh air and will be back shortly." Wang Lei nodded. Once Bai Lianyu left, he turned to the dazed Heir Guang and asked, "Recently, was there an outstandingly dressed old gentleman who found you? Where is he now? He beat us up and injured several of my subordinates. According to what the head of the Geely group said, they needed robust materials, so we tricked him into New York. Do you know what has happened to him now, and what do you mean by materials? I've said all I need to say, just give me a clean end." Wang Lei had a bad premonition in his heart. Julai's gentlemanly father had become a test subject, and she would likely be heartbroken for a long time. Letting you die now would be too lenient. The law will give you the most solemn judgment. After saying this, Wang Lei left the temporary interrogation room without looking back. Seeing Wang Lei's grave expression, Bai Lianyu handed him a cigarette. "I didn't expect Officer Bai to smoke as well. I have no choice. The police station is full of old smokers, and when meetings start it's engulfed in smoke. I smoke for self-protection." "Haha." Wang Lei awkwardly laughed in response. "By the way, Mr. Wang, this matter is not yet concluded. According to Heir Guang's confession, the Geely Group seems to have established a laboratory in New York for human experimentation. I hope you can provide some assistance in the beautiful country." Wang Lei couldn't help but look at Bai Lianyu with admiration. "Officer Bai, are you really going to infiltrate the enemy camp alone?" "Yes, only by finding more substantial evidence in New York can we have grounds to request cooperation from the police in the beautiful country to launch an investigation. It is my duty." "What is this?" Upon seeing a beauty like Julie, Bai Lianyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and shot an odd glance at Wang Lei. Just as Julie was about to speak, Wang Lei preemptively introduced her, saying, "This is my assistant Julie. I have some business in New York this time." After saying that, he arrogantly ordered Julie, "Julie, you have no business here. Go on the plane and make 2 cups of coffee for me and Officer Bai." He really treated Julie like a little assistant. Julie was taken aback and rolled her eyes in annoyance, but her role as an assistant wouldn't raise unnecessary suspicions from Bai Lianyu. Bai Lianyu couldn't help but click his tongue, gazing at Julai's long legs in high heels. "Mr. Wang, you have good taste. If such a beauty were placed in our agency, the thresholds of the office would probably be worn down. Officer Bai, your conditions aren't bad either. I'm sure there are quite a few people pursuing you," Bai Lianyu said with a faint smile, not addressing the question. "Mr. Wang, we should hurry. Your little assistant is probably getting anxious," they said as the plane landed at New York Airport. George, who had received prior notice, parked the car to the side and came to pick them up with several tall men. Amusingly, they were surrounded by airport security personnel who were gazing at them warily. George, what's going on? I've shown them the credentials from the National Security Department, yet they still look as if they are facing a formidable enemy. Officer Bai scrutinized the group, a hint of wariness appearing in his eyes. Mr. Wang, you aren't collaborating with the military of the beautiful country, are you? Officer Bai, don't misunderstand, they are all retired soldiers. You can think of them as my private armed company, though they do have some collaboration with the military and security departments of the beautiful country. George smiled as he spoke in refined Chinese. You can understand us as their outsourcing company. With this identity, we can do many things in the beautiful country that surpass privileges, such as carrying weapons legally and so on. Bai Lianyu nodded, realizing that George Group would be her greatest asset for this trip. She could tell that these retired soldiers respected Wang Lei greatly. She was very familiar with that kind of gaze akin to how certain soldiers looked at her grandfather. Officer, by now that we are in New York, how do you plan to investigate the Geely Group? According to He Riguang, their trading location with the Geely Group is always at a nightclub on Century Avenue. We can start our investigation from there. It turned out that the intelligence from the gentleman's organization was correct. That nightclub had significant issues. What do you plan to do? Disguise yourself and infiltrate to test the waters. At this point, Wang Lei couldn't help but laugh. If he hadn't arrived in time, wouldn't Julie have been at a disadvantage against the Geely Group? He didn't mind picking up Bai Lianyu again. Julie could tell that Wang Lei was mocking her and shot a murderous glare at his back. Little did she know that, Bai Lianyu disdainfully said, I wouldn't be that foolish. Once women enter such places, it's probably very difficult for them to leave on their own. Julie was speechless. She had actually been looked down upon by a woman younger than herself. Wang Lei couldn't help but laugh in agreement, saying, that's right, Mr. Wang, I'd like to hear your opinion. Bai Lianyu recalled Director Shi's instructions. Though she initially didn't take them seriously, it seemed that leveraging Wang Lei's strength was the quickest shortcut to achieving her goal. Wang Lei considered and asked George, who was driving, George, why did you switch to National Security Bureau credentials again? Did you take on their job recently? Yes, boss. Recently, the beautiful country is holding a global conference, and due to past experiences, they have assigned certain security issues to us. However, the people at the Security Bureau are too stingy. Their compensation is less than what the military offers. If it weren't for wanting to pave the road a bit wider, I wouldn't want to deal with them at all. A bold idea began to take shape in Wang Lei's mind as he pressed on. If a major public security incident occurs, such as a violent group conducting human experiments and carrying large-scale heavy weapons, would that fall under your jurisdiction? Of course, as long as it threatens the personal safety of politicians, it falls within my jurisdiction. I also have temporary credentials from Fobril, giving me full reason to intervene in this matter. At this moment, everyone understood Wang Lei's intentions. Even Bai Lianyu couldn't help but ask in astonishment. You mean to directly use your credentials to enter the Geely Group's stronghold for investigation? No, Officer Bai, you misunderstood. George, tell them what you would do if you encountered a nightclub full of thugs. George scoffed, saying, of course we would charge in with weapons, empty the magazine before anything else. We wouldn't be foolish enough to give the other party a chance to act in desperation. No matter the circumstances, they would first blast them to pieces. The remaining survivors would naturally confess everything. The veterans' hardcore investigation method opened the eyes of the two women. With new insights, the problem that had troubled many was swiftly resolved. George, gather two teams. As soon as the other side draws their weapons, you are to begin the operation. All right, boss, but I hope you and the two ladies stay in the command vehicle. Give me a few minutes and I will bring what you want right to you. Of course, Wang Lei did not want to join the fray, but the two women wanted to say something. However, realizing this was not their domain, they refrained from speaking further. Half an hour later, a truck bearing the Security Bureau's insignia stopped in front of the nightclub. A group of agile men jumped out of the vehicle, quickly shot open the door lock and rushed inside. Through the camera on George's head, those in the command vehicle saw a group of little rascals charging out. Upon seeing the soldiers' attire, they immediately launched a fierce attack. What puzzled Wang Lei was that the little rascals' attack was somewhat rash. Before George had finished his routine speech, this group had drawn AK-47s and began to unleash a furious barrage on the action team. Fortunately, the veterans were equipped with riot shields and bullets. Hitting the shields produced a series of crisp sounds. George was a bit dazed, feeling a bit ashamed as he was pinned down by the firepower. He had just boasted in front of the boss, and while he did not mind embarrassing himself, he was worried about the boss losing face in front of the two beauties. Give them something fierce. With a command, a smoke bomb and 2 stun grenades were thrown in. The little rascals, dazed from the explosions, still stubbornly resisted, recklessly attempting to halt the advance of George and the others. Seeing this scene, Wang Lei stroked his chin. George, there must be something fishy going on internally. Don't let them hinder your progress. Continue pushing inside. Mr. Wang, what are you thinking? If I'm not mistaken, their laboratory should be located inside the nightclub. The Geely group was quite bold to set up their laboratory in such a bustling area of New York, which indeed came as a surprise. Bai Lianyu expressed his agreement. They are likely sabotaging the laboratory. Mr. Wang, we need to act quickly. Saying this, he grabbed the handgun from the table and charged into the nightclub. Seeing Bai Lianyu rush in, Julie followed closely behind, leaving Wang Lei and Zhang Zhao feeling a bit uncomfortable alone in the vehicle. Boss, should we also what? Have someone protect them? Just ensure they are not put in any danger. Wang Lei never denied his fear of death. With so much money, dying before spending it would be a waste of his efforts. Upon hearing the boss urging the veterans charged in risking being taken down. Boss, we found an elevator. They actually have a basement. I've already had the hacker unlock the elevator's code, and am leading the team to the underground level. Got it, be careful. Before George could respond, as the elevator opened, a group of rampaging thugs wielding machetes surged in, all sporting shaved heads and looking fearless. George shouted loudly, and the team member in front with the shield lifted it and charged forward. The opposition aimed to catch them off guard, but the veterans were experienced. Those behind the shield pulled out batons and struck at their bald heads. After a fierce battle, the camera on George's head was stained red with blood. Wang Lei, concerned, asked, George, are you all right? We are fine. Fortunately, we wore an extra stab-proof vest today. Everyone is in good condition. The agents from the Bureau of Beautiful Country and Fabul rushed to the scene. Seeing the scene filled with corpses, the commander of Fabul was cursing at FAQ. Mr. Wang, what the hell are you doing? Is George crazy? It's currently the international summit and you're causing such a huge ruckus. Are you trying to get us killed? Seeing two familiar faces again, Wang Lei felt a bit embarrassed. However, he already had a countermeasure ready. Gentlemen, after looking at this document, you will not blame me but rather be grateful. Human trafficking suspected biological weapons research located on Century Avenue. They exchanged glances, realizing the seriousness of the issue. The little rascals were perverse. If the laboratory leaked, it would endanger all of New York. You can report back that you were invited by Officer Bai from the Dragon Country to conduct a joint investigation into this matter. However, due to the little rascals' fierce resistance attempting to destroy evidence. But under your brilliant command, the conspiracy of the Geely group was swiftly thwarted, capturing all the criminals and obtaining substantial evidence. The expressions of the two men changed instantly. This feeling was familiar, as if they had achieved merit in exactly the same way last time. Good, very good. Charge in and cooperate with Officer Bai and the temporary workers. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out abruptly. George, what's happening? Boss, I have one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which would you like first? George still had the composure to joke. Meaning the bad news couldn't be all that dire. Wang Lei turned his head aside and asked softly. I'd like to hear the bad news first. The bad news is that Dr. Davis, the ringleader, committed suicide. Before dying, he erased all research data from their computers and executed every Japanese expert on site. Before Wang Lei could press further, George continued. The good news is that our hackers infiltrated their servers just moments earlier and secured a complete copy of the research data. A surge of delight rose in Wang Lei's chest. Whatever Dr. Davis had been researching, the findings represented an invaluable asset. So long as this intelligence did not fall into the hands of the U.S. government, it was undeniably momentous news. Yet he feigned irritation and swore under his breath. Fuck, that doctor killed every researcher before him and wiped every shred of data from their systems. At this, the director of the FBI and the director of the NSA both furrowed their brows. But upon reviewing the on-site footage, their expressions shifted to wary apprehension. These individuals appear utterly unafraid of death and possess extraordinary explosive strength that gave Davis the narrow window he needed to carry out his actions. They then turned to console Wang Lei. Lee, your temporary operatives performed with exceptional bravery today. The Federation will never forget their outstanding contribution. At this, the tone of his voice shifted. There's no further role for your personnel at the scene. Please instruct them to take nothing with them. Disinfect the area thoroughly, then withdraw immediately. Wang Lei refused to comply, replying firmly. That won't do. There's a group of our compatriots, trafficked here against their will, who must be secured and evacuated with us. I won't leave until they're safe. Only after pressing for details did the two directors grasp the full sequence of events. They conferred briefly in hushed tones before nodding in agreement. Given that law enforcement officers from Longwa have now intervened in this case, might we transfer the victims, after brief preliminary statements, to the Longwa embassy? Agreed. But you must guarantee their physical well-being and ensure no secondary harm occurs. Absolutely. My friend, it's only right we do so. Thereafter the two directors proceeded to lavish praise upon themselves before the media. This operation successfully rescued 20 victims. We extended humanitarian aid to those from Longwa, and may God grant them swift recovery. Meanwhile, Julie knelt before an elderly man, tears streaming down her face. Though subjected to inhuman torment, the middle-aged gentleman retained impeccable composure and courtesy. Mr. Wang, thank you for rescuing me. Should you ever find yourself near my estate, please do visit. Wang Lei felt slightly awkward, wondering whether the gentleman would remain so courteous were he to learn how thoroughly Wang Lei had teased his daughter. I need to escort my father back to headquarters for medical care. Once I've settled him, I'll return to you. What I promised. You have my word. I will not break. Julie made a single phone call, and within moments a team arrived with official documents to escort her and her father away. Only Wang Lei and Bai Lianyu remained exchanging silent, bemused glances. Officer Bai, what's your take on this? U.S. authorities have sealed off the site and barred me from continuing the investigation. I've already notified the embassy. They'll assume responsibility for all victims. Many of them face outstanding charges, so I'm afraid I'll be tied up in New York for the foreseeable future. Wang Lei nodded. Bai Lianyu hadn't returned empty-handed. She dismantled a human trafficking ring and personally apprehended over a dozen fugitives wanted on federal warrants. With strong backing, such achievements could easily warrant 2 consecutive promotions. Mr. Wang, I have a small favor to ask. At this, even the usually poised and unflappable Bai Lianyu grew hesitant and bashful. It's rare for me to travel to New York on official funds. Would it be possible to show me around Manhattan's Times Square? I'd love to buy some clothes and perhaps get my hair straightened. She finished with an uncommonly pleading glance. Of course. I'm free for the day. Let's go explore together. Wang Lei checked in on several veteran operatives who'd sustained minor injuries during the operation, then instructed Zhang Zhao to drive the security firm's Rolls-Royce for a leisurely tour. Bai Lianyu, visiting New York for the first time, gazed up at the soaring skyscrapers. Though typically calm and mature, she couldn't suppress soft exclamations of wonder. When the twin towers of the World Trade Center loomed into view, she suddenly turned to Wang Lei with unusual solemnity and asked, Mr. Wang, I've heard you're erecting skyscrapers in Modu. Will yours surpass theirs in height once completed? Without question. In time, Modu's bund will eclipse even the skyline in splendor and vitality. Hearing this, Bai Lianyu broke into a gentle, girlish smile, her eyes shimmering with quiet admiration. Guided by Wang Lei's recommendations, she purchased 2 outfits, reflecting the latest street fashion in New York, and treated herself to a professional hair straightening and smoothing treatment. Clad in a flowing dress and a stylish hat, Bai Lianyu spun joyfully in place, revealing to Wang Lei for the first time the tender, graceful side beneath her steely resolve as a law enforcer. Perhaps the love of beauty is simply innate in every young woman. After a brief outing, Bai Lianyu put away her clothes and donned her green uniform again, immersing herself in her work. Meanwhile, Wang Lei finally received a message from Julie. Come to Grumman's headquarters. I'm on my way there. Okay, hold on. I'm very close to this area. The 2 convoys arrived almost simultaneously. What caught Wang Lei's eye was that Julie was wearing a black evening gown today, looking extremely formal. Her attire alone could outshine all the faux socialites in the future. In contrast, Wang Lei looked a bit shabby, dressed in casual attire. You're coming to visit the renowned arms group dressed like that? Julie was a bit speechless. After all, she represented Boeing, and Wang Lei's outfit would probably prevent him from even entering. Why don't you change into my bodyguard's clothes? The bodyguard being referred to helplessly removed his suit, tie, and shoes. Seeing Wang Lei's appearance, Julie couldn't help but chuckle. This actually works quite well. I can go in under the guise of my bodyguard. Remember not to take off the sunglasses to avoid unnecessary trouble. Is it really impossible for me, the richest person from the East Continent, to tour Grumman? That's hard to say. They have always been cautious of people from the East Continent. You managed to create a nuclear submarine with just a toy model. What if you wandered into their backyard? It wouldn't be impossible to replicate AB2. Wang Lei couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Could it be that Julie had figured out his intentions? He shook his head, inwardly thinking it was impossible unless Julie had mind-reading abilities. Even if she had guessed, it didn't matter. He could sense that Julie was still on his side. Not long after, a helicopter slowly descended. A handsome man in an expensive suit stepped out of the helicopter, marked by the distinctive features of an eagle country, noble blue eyes, and a hawk-like nose. Miss Julie. He greeted her with a bright smile, arms outstretched. Wang Lei suddenly remembered that old friends from Eagle Country liked to embrace and kiss on the cheek when they met. Regardless of the circumstances, this was something he could not accept. Just as he was about to speak, Julie extended her right hand, using her left hand to block him from leaning forward. Edward, we're not that familiar. Haha, Julie, there's no need to be so distant with me. You accepted my invitation, didn't you? Then let me formally inform you that I'm here solely to visit the Grumman Arms Depot, not for a date with you. Julie's cold words caused Edward's expression to change dramatically. However, he suppressed his urge to explode and reluctantly said, all right, only you would dare talk to me like that. Since you want to visit, I'll show you around. We are indeed superior to your Boeing company in weapon research. As he spoke, he signaled the staff to carry out security checks. Bodyguard, you can't go in. Edward, he is my bodyguard and must accompany me inside. Edward grumpily said, do you feel so insecure being with me that you need a bodyguard? Seeing Julie insist, he could only helplessly say, make sure to check them thoroughly for any electronic devices. There must not be any secret filming. After repeatedly searching Wang Lei's entire body, they were allowed to proceed. Once inside Grumman's research base, Wang Lei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The security measures here were indeed very strict, making it virtually impossible for any secret filming. Even though they were allowed into the base, there were cameras watching them from every angle, leaving no room for any covert actions. Although this Grumman heir looked like a playboy, he was well-versed in all the specifications of his family's products. If it were any other girl, she would have likely been enamored by his knowledgeable side. However, this tactic clearly had no effect on Julie. She merely smiled politely. This is our Grumman family's proudest masterpiece, the only strategic stealth bomber of its kind in the world. As the veil of secrecy was slowly lifted from the B-2 spirit, Wang Lei couldn't help but get goosebumps. It was said that the B-2 would only be detected by the enemy once it dropped its bombs on the target. If not shot down immediately, it would vanish without a trace. This very bomber would go on to bomb the Dragon Country embassy half a year later. In a world where weak countries have no diplomacy, Wang Lei was acutely aware of his mission to replicate it, find its weaknesses, and then surpass it. Scanning of B-2 stealth bomber completed. Would you like to use the replication card? Yes. Your bodyguard seems mesmerized. Look at how inexperienced he is, haha. Julie, he looks like a dog. Julie inwardly cursed her luck. Wang Lei's English was quite good. If he found out someone insulted him like a dog with his bad temper, he would surely start a confrontation. Returning to his senses, Wang Lei shot a cold glance at Edward. Even through the sunglasses, Edward could feel a violent aura. What are you staring at? Julie, your bodyguard really doesn't know any manners, Wang Lei sneered. Master Edward, I'm in a good mood today, so I can forgive your barking, but if you spew more filth. Barking and spewing filth. Such is the profound richness of dragon language, causing Edward's face to alternate between white and purple. He had never endured such crude insults before. You can't be serious. He turned away, resembling a wronged child seeking comfort from Julie. Julie, I considered you a friend, yet you used your bodyguard to humiliate me. Do you really think I, Edward, have a good temper? He grabbed Julie's wrist, speaking excitedly. You must give me an explanation today or I won't let you leave. Julie felt somewhat at a loss, desperately trying to shake off Edward's grasp. However, he seemed intent on pushing further. If it weren't for that foolish dragon-descended bodyguard's insulting words, he wouldn't have found such an opportunity to provoke her. If Julie's family were to pursue this matter, he would entirely blame the foolish bodyguard and turn the tables. You're asking for trouble. Wang Lei directly yanked Edward by the collar and delivered a heavy punch. Edward was stunned. This was his territory, and this kid was truly asking for death. The head of security in the monitoring room also noticed that their young master was under attack and instructed nearby guards via radio to control the situation. You're dead. No one can save you. Edward had learned Taekwondo, but unfortunately it was merely showy moves. He couldn't escape Wang Lei's grasp. Hearing his threat, Wang Lei landed another heavy punch to his stomach. The blow caused Edward to double over in pain, nearly vomiting. It's over. Julie watched as Wang Lei mercilessly beat Edward, her heart sinking. She was certain that Wang Lei had just gotten himself into big trouble. This wasn't Dongzhou. It was the Grumman RD base. It would be easy for Edward to make Wang Lei disappear without a trace. She even had to provide Edward with an explanation, and the outcome was hard to imagine. Just as Edward was about to shout for security to capture Wang Lei, the kid grabbed his hair and mocked him in his ear. Master Edward, you wouldn't want your brother to find out about your illegal arms dealings, would you? And what about your little escapades with your young stepmother? Edward trembled. Was this kid the devil? How could he know about his arms dealing? If his brother found out, he would surely lose one of the few powers he held in the group. His standing in the family would plummet as well. What unsettled him the most was how this guy knew about his affair with his young stepmother. This was something she dared not speak of, and he had never flaunted it. Edward realized that this dragon-descended bodyguard was not simple. He seemed to hold his life in his hands. Young master, are you all right? Several security personnel rushed over intending to subdue Wang Lei. This was a good opportunity to impress the young master, and they would not show Wang Lei any mercy. Just as they were about to act, Edward, still being held by the hair, shouted at them, "Don't be rude to my esteemed guest, all of you, step back." The security personnel were somewhat at a loss, frozen in place. The head of security hurried over, coldly asking, "What's going on? Quickly capture him and hand him over to the young master for punishment." "Sir, I'm fine. I requested this gentleman to hit me. There's nothing wrong here." The security chief referred to as Sir had a hint of confusion on his otherwise calm face, and he pressed on, "Are you sure, young master?" "I'm sure. This is none of your business. I jokingly asked him to teach me some Dragon Country martial arts, but I didn't expect Taekwondo to be so ineffective. My black belt might as well be worthless." This point was acknowledged by the chief, who replied, "Young master, I've told you before not to practice flashy yet impractical things. If you really want to become strong, you could learn a few techniques from me. There's no need to consult an outsider." As he spoke, he cast a deep glance at Wang Lei. He didn't believe Edward was genuinely seeking advice from Wang Lei, but he knew it was unnecessary to stir up trouble for a small paycheck. Since Edward had no objections, why should a mere security chief meddle? Who knew if this was a new hobby of Master Edward? He merely wanted to warn Wang Lei not to go too far. If the boss found out, he would inevitably receive a scolding. Seeing Edward display a flattering smile akin to a sycophant, Wang Lei's anger dissipated significantly. He released his grip on Edward's hair. As the security personnel dispersed, they returned to their respective posts. Julai's eyes were filled with shock. She wondered what Wang Lei had said to Edward that made the originally furious Edward start to beg and flatter someone who had humiliated and beaten him. Before she could ask, Edward proactively inquired, "How did you know about this?" Of course, it all relied on the fiery eyes. With just a glance at Edward, his attributes were laid bare before Wang Lei. Character: Edward. Level: Green, excellent. Talent: a wealthy second-generation Aang. Once activated, gold diggers will be unable to move, allowing him to do as he pleases. Mature: Green Hat King likes to put green hats on others, especially those close to him. Secret arms dealer enjoys controlling wars in small countries to line his own pockets. Affection degree: 20. Relationship deteriorated. As for how he guessed Edward was having an affair with his stepmother, it was purely a guess. He didn't expect the kid to actually do it, not even sparing his stepmother. Wang Lei did not answer Edward's question but mocked him instead. "You don't think the little things you've done are flawless, do you? Quickly apologize to our young lady or our family will not let you off easily." Both Julie and Edward felt a jolt in their hearts. Julie gritted her teeth. This guy was stirring trouble, using their family as a scapegoat. Or rather, he was using the gentleman's organization as a scapegoat. Even if Edward had the guts of a lion, he wouldn't dare to take revenge on the mysterious and ancient gentleman's organization. Edward anxiously turned to Julie, saying, "Julie, I was wrong before. Please forgive my rudeness. I will definitely come to apologize to you in a while." This was the first time Julie had heard Edward's cowardly tone. She truly despised such trash, but hearing his apology made her feel a little lightheaded. Naturally, she would not diminish the lofty image Wang Lei had created for her. She coldly said, "Edward, remember this lesson: we won't provoke you, so don't come to provoke us. Otherwise, you should be clear about the consequences." After saying this, Julie walked away towards the tour bus without looking back. Wang Lei closely followed, leaving Edward to digest Julai's words. He planned to secretly investigate Julai's family, as they seemed to be more than just major shareholders of Boeing. Of course, the investigation had to be conducted discreetly. He did not want to provoke Julie again and invite her revenge. Whatever matter was exposed would be unbearable for him. Ding, all technology replication of the B-2 stealth bomber is complete. The system will deliver it to the host via an absolutely encrypted email. Driving the sightseeing car, Wang Lei felt immensely pleased. The technological value of the B-2 reached over $10 billion. Having acquired such high-tech for free, while also beating Edward, made his mood absolutely wonderful. However, Julie was looking at him with unfamiliar eyes. "Wang Lei, who exactly are you to have caught Edward's weakness?" She recalled that last time Wang Lei had also forced her identity out of her. She felt that her man was even more mysterious than she was. "Haha, what can I be? I am the richest merchant in Dongzhou, with a whole bunch of people serving me, including retired special forces and top hackers in the world, even maintaining good relations with the authorities. Tell me, what secrets can this world have from me?" Although Wang Lei's answer did not satisfy Julie, it was indeed flawless. Matters that can be resolved with money are not matters at all. "If there's nothing else, I'm going back to the Eagle Nation. The experiment has greatly harmed my father, aging him visibly by over a decade. He needs me very much." Aging over a decade in an instant. Could this be a side effect of the Geely experimental reagent? He recalled that his mysterious hacker had copied all the research results, and the brutal appearance of the bald man in the Geely group remained vividly in his mind. If truly deployed on the battlefield, it could unleash immense potential in human bodies in a short time, making people fearless, even deciding the outcome of a battle. He pondered whether he could find someone to further upgrade it, completely eliminating or alleviating its side effects, thus saving many lives in critical moments. Thinking of this, he smiled and replied to Julie, Julie, please send my regards to your father. Let him take good care of himself. There are still many days ahead, and we need to work harder, so he can hold his grandchildren and enjoy his old age. Julie blushed, giving Wang Lei a glare. She still didn't know how to explain her relationship with Wang Lei to her family. You must know that she was born into a prestigious family, and to maintain pure bloodlines, marrying within close relatives was also a common occurrence. Thinking of this made her feel a headache. After parting ways with Julie, Wang Lei contacted by Lian Yu by phone. I have a project worth over 10 billion. I wonder if Miss Bai is interested. Over 10 billion. The precocious Bai Lian Yu immediately misinterpreted it. Mr. Wang, I am extremely grateful for your assistance all this time. I consider myself progressive in thought, but if any of my actions lead you to believe that I am rather open-minded, then you would be gravely mistaken. I do not wish to lose a friend like you. Please do not make such jokes. Wang Lei felt a headache coming on realizing that he had indeed expressed himself unclearly. He hurriedly said, Officer, Bai, you misunderstood. My hacker friend has obtained a particularly important technology, and I hope to make a deal worth billions of dollars through your assistance. Technology? A deal worth billions? The person speaking was a billionaire, and Bai Lian Yu immediately recognized that he was not joking. He genuinely wanted her help to facilitate this transaction. She fell into an awkward silence for a few seconds, realizing that she had been overly sentimental. It is inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Please, come to the embassy to meet me. Alright, hold on. A few dozen minutes later, the two met at the Dragon Kingdom Embassy. The astute Bai Lian Yu, eager to avoid the earlier awkwardness, took the initiative to ask. Mr. Wang, the high-tech technology you mentioned, is it the purple reagent that was seized by the Security Bureau? She was equally impressed by the effects of this reagent, as the combat power exhibited by the members of the Geely group was quite striking. This was merely the effect after use by ordinary people. If used for military or civilian purposes, it could yield immense commercial value. However, it was still far from reaching the billion-dollar mark. Wang Lei smiled and said, I can only say you guessed half right. The reagent formula is merely a side note. My friend hacked into Grumman's encrypted server and stole a highly valuable weapon design blueprint, including all the necessary technological branches. Strictly speaking, Bai Lian Yu was not a saint, nor was she a woman overflowing with a sense of justice. Upon hearing that a hacker had broken into Grumman, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Lian Yu not only refrained from criticizing Wang Lei, instead she first thought of the safety of that red hacker. Where is your friend? Is he safe? I can apply for protective measures for him right now. Rest assured he is very safe. Let's discuss the transaction instead. Bai Lian Yu nodded, as she could tell that Wang Lei was not eager to hand over the red hacker. May I ask, what weapons technological chain did he acquire? Wang Lei emphasized the B-2 stealth strategic bomber. The famous B-2 Spirit bomber. Bai Lian Yu gasped in surprise, but deep down she felt a bit skeptical, as this was the only large bomber in the world capable of stealth. Could something so crucial from Grumman be so easily stolen? I am very confident that what was obtained is the complete B-2 stealth bomber technology chain. I can provide part of it to the relevant national departments for verification. Bai Lian Yu, well versed in criminal interrogation psychology, was very certain that Wang Lei was not joking. If the B-2 technology chain in his possession was genuine, her role in facilitating this would surely be a significant contribution. Even if Grumman were to produce counterfeit goods, it would not matter. The fakes would still hold significant research value and might even lead to valuable discoveries. With that in mind, she said seriously, Mr. Wang, would you be willing to accompany me back right now? I need to report this matter in person, and I hope that the materials you obtained will remain confidential until we reach Kyoto. You don't want to take credit for your achievements. That's a wanted fugitive on the run. Bai Lian Yu said assertively. This is my accomplishment, Bai Lian Yu's, and not something anyone can seize. My team members are already on their way, and I'll leave the final details to them. I see, then let's return to our country immediately. Seeing Bai Lian Yu's high spirits, Wang Lei couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. This female officer's background seems to be more complicated than he had imagined. Typically a scion of an illustrious family would not have access to such levels, yet Bai Lian Yu appeared quite assured. With that thought, Wang Lei shook his head. In any case, the more substantial Bai Lian Yu's family background was, the more advantageous it would be for his plans. Officer Bai, here are some design blueprints of the B-2, as well as part of the formula for the purple reagent. It was only after the two secretly returned to Kyoto and disembarked from the plane that Wang Lei handed the two sealed envelopes to Bai Lian Yu. Mr. Wang, rest assured I will submit this to the Military Science Institute for verification. If it is genuine, I will contact you immediately. Bai Lian Yu turned away from Wang Lei and the others, making a phone call. Before long, a red flag car with military plates picked her up. Inside the car, an elderly man received the sealed bag and asked with a smile. Lian Yu, was that Mr. Wang Lei you just met? Yes, Grandpa, haven't you always disliked merchants? The old man shook his head. He's different. Everything he does is for the greater good. I despise treacherous merchants who harm the country, but he has done some substantial work earning money from the beautiful nation and using it to build the mainland. It's rare for us old folks to meet someone so aligned with our tastes. You admire him so much, why didn't you meet him just now? Regardless, I am still a soldier. It's best to keep my distance from merchants. We will naturally meet in a different setting in the future. As he spoke, the old man put on his reading glasses and carefully examined the B2 blueprint. After just a glance, Bai Lao was instantly captivated, exclaiming in surprise. So the engine is hidden here. No wonder, no wonder. Can you still understand the blueprints for a bomber, Grandpa? Hearing his granddaughters teasing, his old face flushed and he cleared his throat, saying, You wouldn't understand, our generation had to know a bit about everything. The design of this blueprint is intricate. Even just one corner contains technological content far beyond what the Hong 6 could achieve. Note the timing, please don't criticize me for being pro-American. The old man's eyes seemed to burn with fire. If this is indeed the design of the B2 stealth bomber, then the Dragon Kingdom with a complete technology chain will soon complete self-research and even achieve a leapfrog development in this field in the future. Most crucially, the experts from the Military Science Institute can find the B2 stealth bomber's fatal weaknesses in the shortest time possible. It may not be impossible to shoot down one or two in the future. Before the old man could analyze the situation further, the red flag car stopped in front of a secret agency. Seeing the elderly man's vehicle, the guards saluted and allowed them to pass. Bai Lianyu was surprised that a single phone call from him could cause such a big reaction. At this time, the playground was filled with various specialized vehicles, and a group of elderly experts with white hair was already waiting expectantly. Upon seeing Bai Lao's arrival, everyone rushed to surround him. Bai Lao, let me take a look. Bai Lao. If it weren't for Bai Lao's guards holding them back, this group of elderly men might have started arguing. It wasn't until they entered the conference room that the experts finally quieted down. Everyone, you are all experts in the field of bombers. The reason we urgently gathered you all here is to verify the authenticity of these materials and to estimate their value. Bai Lao, stop withholding it, distribute it so we can circulate it. Seeing the eagerness of the group of elderly experts and doctors, Bai Lao could understand their urgency. Given the importance of the matter, he began to contact people as soon as he received the news and even personally went to pick up Bai Lianyu. The situation even drew the attention of Long Nanhai, as many were waiting for the assessment results here. The attention this matter attracted far exceeded the imaginations of Bai Lianyu and Wang Lei. Even Zhang Zhao, who was heading to the courtyard in Kyoto, noticed the unusual happenings along the way. Boss, we have several military vehicles following us. Should we shake them off? Wang Lei leaned out to check, and indeed found several military vehicles maintaining a safe distance behind them. The leading soldier in uniform even saluted after Wang Lei peered out. It's fine, they are here to protect us. Let them follow. According to plan, we will still return to the courtyard to wait for news. He had bought several courtyards and had the people from the Huanyu branch renovate them to his liking. This was his first time staying there. The courtyard is located in the second ring, very close to the agency compound. Meanwhile, in the conference room, after circulating the B2 stealth bomber blueprints, several experts became engrossed, even forgetting to pass them around as agreed. The attitude of the old experts made Bai Lao's heart beat faster. Could there be a problem with the design blueprints? Until the first expert murmured, Wonderful, simply wonderful. So that's how the power system is resolved. No wonder the endurance is so long. Unfortunately, there are no detailed blueprints for the B2 engine here, otherwise the engine problems that have been troubling us would be easily solved. The load system, the stealth system, everyone gave this blueprint extremely high praise. Just the things represented on the blueprint provided them with great inspiration. Lunvel's toy replicated the internal structure of the parrot, and a toy worth $1.95 inspired many ideas for our nuclear submarine design. They excitedly said, Bai Lao, where did this design blueprint come from? Can we see more of it? Facing the questions thrown by the crowd, Old Bai burst into laughter. This young lad has truly obtained the technology chain of the B2 stealth bomber. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. The significance of this was so great that he temporarily forgot there were others present until the noise from the experts pulled him back to reality. Old Bai, are you all right? I'm fine as long as it's true. Academicians, the origin of the design blueprints must remain confidential, so I cannot explain their intricacies to all of you. As for the remaining parts, Old Bai, don't keep us in suspense. Listening to the complaints from the academicians, Old Bai chuckled. Rest assured, I will propose the establishment of a top-secret research department. All of you will surely be invited. At that time you might find yourselves in a situation where you can't return home even. In the past we persevered through much harsher conditions. Even if I die on this project, I would consider it worth it. If we can develop our own stealth bomber, I wouldn't mind not going home for the rest of my life. Hearing the old academicians' flushed faces and firm resolve, Old Bai nodded. He knew that his next task was to persuade the higher-ups. He must complete this deal with the young Wang. After calming down the academicians, he dialed Long Nanhai's number. "How's it going?" On the other end, the voice eagerly inquired as soon as the call connected. "The experts have confirmed it, it's real." Good, very good. This young Wang is indeed a blessing for our dragon country. He has truly obtained the technology chain of the B-2 stealth bomber. Listening to the elder's praises, Old Bai felt a bit shy all of a sudden. Should I represent the authority and talk to the young Wang? There was silence on the other end, as if they were discussing among themselves. After a long while, a voice finally came back through the receiver. "Old Bai, you are not the suitable negotiator. We also aren't fit to go. Xiao Wang might have his own thoughts. We cannot take advantage of him. It is already a great achievement that he is willing to sell us the technology in a packaged deal." "So what do you mean? Xiao Wang and Xiao Linyu are friends. You are his elder. You should stand by his side during the negotiation. As for the negotiation, let the 4 major military companies handle it. That is indeed their responsibility. Whichever company can negotiate it, the project will belong to them. Do we really have to feed them the answers on a silver platter?" After saying that, Old Bai also burst into laughter. It was indeed the case. He had been a bit too concerned and had taken on too much. "Rest assured, with me protecting Xiao Wang, no one dares to act recklessly. The 4 major military companies are the Dragon Country Weapon Industry Company, Dragon Country Aerospace Technology Group, Dragon Country Aviation Industry, and Dragon Country Northern Industry." Upon receiving the confidential news, the chairmen of the 4 major groups were all stunned. After multiple confirmations of the information's accuracy, they immediately formed a negotiation team determined to secure this historic and monumental task. Mr. Wang at the High Sea Courtyard. Upon hearing this location, the chairmen were taken aback in unison. High Sea Courtyard adjacent to the Nan study spans over 3,000 square meters. Even in this era, it holds significant value. They all realized that Mr. Wang was not short of money. Not to mention, in Dragon Country, even globally, he is one of the wealthiest individuals. Although they had become wealthy in recent years, trying to conquer Mr. Wang with money was still a very challenging endeavor. Moreover, the value of this technology chain is hard to estimate. Just one B-2 Phantom costs as much as $2 billion. The value of a complete technology chain could multiply by hundreds. After finding Mr. Wang's location, they rushed towards High Sea Courtyard at the fastest speed. "We must arrive at High Sea Courtyard before the other companies." Meanwhile, the protected Wang Lei was also contemplating how to maximize benefits. The balance here was quite difficult to grasp. He simply asked Zhang Zhao. "Zhang Zhao, if you obtained a very remarkable technology that you wanted to sell to the country, what do you think would be the best way to exchange for it? Talking about money is too vulgar, and discussing shares is something that belongs to state property which cannot be touched by individuals." Zhang Zhao suddenly understood. No wonder so many military officers were stationed outside. It turned out the boss was doing business with the state. Facing the question posed by the boss, Zhang Zhao casually replied, "That's not difficult at all. Just let the technology company grant you the right to sell after developing the product. Won't that work?" This statement immediately opened Wang Lei's mind. Indeed, whichever company is responsible for production, he would just need to obtain the selling rights from that company. As far as he knew, the only company capable of being an arms broker was the Poly Group, a state-owned enterprise. At that moment, a loud commotion came from the entrance. "Zhang Zhao, let's go see what's going on." Upon opening the gate of the courtyard, several gentlemen in suits were seen grappling with the guards. The middle-aged man at the forefront kept muttering, "We have an approval from our superiors. It was Bai Lao who sent us. Let us in to meet General Wang, young soldier." The officer in charge bluntly responded, "The order we received is that without Mr. Wang's personal permission, not even a fly can be allowed into this courtyard, not even with an approval from above." Wang Lei was momentarily taken aback. When did he rise to such a high status to have guards? Judging by the scale of the personnel, it was just about a full squad of guards. "Comrade, let them in." The officer nodded at this and said to the middle-aged man, "You may enter, but the others will wait outside." This undoubtedly served as a warning to the chairman, but he, being experienced, naturally understood this was the intention of certain individuals from above. Maintaining his expression, he instructed the others to wait outside. He took the bag and smiled, extending his right hand towards Wang Lei to introduce himself. "I am Wu Chuanqing, chairman of the Longhua Aerospace Technology Group." "Chairman Wu, please come in." As the two sat down, another uproar emerged from outside. Wang Lei realized someone else had been stopped at the door, so he called Zhang Zhao over, and without avoiding Wu Chuanqing said with a smile, "Go see who the officer is stopping. Oh, bring in anyone with an approval." Though Wang Lei did not elaborate, Zhang Zhao immediately understood his intention. Just as the words suggested, all the big shots wanting to enter had to go through this process. Wu Chunsheng couldn't help but chuckle. General Wang knew how to leverage situations. He could see that Wang Lei wanted to convey that he was a very fair person. Indeed, he brought up the topic of the transaction and quickly stated the conditions that Longhua Aerospace Technology Group could offer. However, Wang Lei seemed to ignore him, appearing deep in thought. General Wang, our Aerospace Technology Group is your best partner. We have made significant achievements in the satellite field. If you hand over the technology of the B2 Spirit to us, our satellites can engage in deep cooperation with your invested company Long Wei. Old Wu, you are really talking nonsense. When it comes to the most suitable cooperation, it must be our aerospace industry. We have rich experience in producing the H6 series. I can give you the designs for the B2. Zhang Zhao brought in 3 chairmen at once. As soon as they entered, they scrambled to introduce themselves to Wang Lei. The chairman challenging Wu Chunsheng was Tan Yanrui from the aerospace industry. He had an air of determination to secure the B2 Spirit. Indeed, the aerospace industry had the richest experience in this bomber aspect. However, the development work for the B2 Spirit was directly handled by a special research team established by the higher-ups, and all the experts nationwide would participate. As for who would produce it, a new production line would definitely need to be built, and it was not simply a matter of who had more experience that would sway the decision. The 4 chairmen were all clever individuals. The conditions they proposed all avoided the topic of money, and focused more on interests tied together. The wealthiest, the Northern Industrial Group, was even willing to offer Wang Lei royalty fees. For every self-developed stealth bomber produced, a hefty royalty would need to be paid. This condition was undoubtedly direct and domineering, offering Wang Lei and his successors a long-term income stream. Even if only 1 or 2 were produced each year, it would yield higher returns than the M family's trust. By the end, all 4 chairmen were parched, but they found that General Wang seemed not very interested in the conditions they proposed. Wu Chunsheng took the initiative to say, "General Wang, do you have any thoughts? Feel free to bring them up and discuss with us." "Yes, General Wang, if you have ideas, say them out loud. Perhaps we will agree to them," Tan Yanrui reminded him. "But there are some fundamental issues, General Wang. Please do not test the waters, otherwise we will have difficulties too. I have a preliminary understanding of the flagship products produced by each of you. To be frank, the arms industry is highly profitable. I want to become your arms transporter." "Arms transporter?" "Yes, while our Wang Group cannot produce arms, I hope to acquire the sales rights, of course, the kind where we sell after getting an approval first." The chairman of the 4 groups fell into deep thought. There is only a 1-word difference between arms companies and military trade companies, but their functions are completely different. "General Wang, I ask, if we could assist you in securing the sales rights, which group would you prefer to cooperate with?" "Of course, I choose all of them." The little boy, faced with a multiple-choice question, naturally wanted them all. The 4 of them were taken aback, immediately understanding Mr. Wang's intention. This man knows how to conduct business, though I must admit it is a clever strategy. Securing the rights to sell weaponry for Wang Lei's private company is no simple task, or any new venture in this area is bound to encounter significant resistance. However, if all 4 companies join forces, it would be different. They would surely obtain approval from the higher authorities. Moreover, it would not be easy for others to follow suit, as not everyone can bring home the entire technological chain of the B2 Spirit. The technological chain of the B2 Spirit is like a vast treasure trove capable of unlocking a series of weaponry. The investment required is substantial, but if everyone shares the research and development costs, the pressure would diminish significantly. Mr. Wang is a patriotic individual. In the future, he might help facilitate some businesses that they cannot openly engage in. Their thoughts were suddenly enlightened, feeling that this would be a win-win business. "You can await our good news. We will report your suggestions right away." Just as Wang Lei was seeing the 4 of them out, a figure with a look of urgency appeared at the door. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Lei asked in surprise, "Hao Ming, what are you doing here?" "Boss, I finally found you. I called the president's office and they said you were in Beijing, so I came here." The 4 chairmen could not help but stop and listen. Even if they wanted to leave, they had to wait, as the road in front of the High Sea Courtyard was completely blocked by their business vehicles. The roads in Old Kyoto are not wide to begin with, and Hao Ming's car completely obstructed their way. What on earth is going on? Seeing that there were guests present, Hao Ming leaned close to Wang Lei's ear and whispered, "We encountered a problem at the newly constructed square in the 3rd ring of Kyoto. There are inspections at the construction site almost every few days. Either there are fire safety issues or waste disposal problems. Just as we resolved those issues today, they said there are problems with the temporary labor sheds nearby." Although Hao Ming tried hard to control his anger, his voice still grew louder. "Haven't the official relations been handled properly?" Wang Lei understood the importance of interpersonal relationships in business. Managing all aspects is a fundamental lesson for a professional manager from the Wang family. Don't talk about doing business without connections. That's just for the public. Every large company has a department for official relations. Of course not. We have spent a lot of money on this, but the crux lies with a 3rd-generation individual. Wang Lei's expression darkened instantly as he said in a cold voice, "What does he want?" Hao Ming hesitated for a moment and replied softly, She wants 10 storefronts in the core area of the commercial street. 10 storefronts in the core area. Wang Lei's volume unexpectedly rose, for these storefronts, once rented out, would yield at least $1 million in annual rent. This third-generation individual has quite the appetite, even more extravagant than directly asking for a small goal. It's equivalent to Huanyu Real Estate Group directly gifting her half a commercial street. She certainly has a clever plan. We are building a square and a commercial street aimed at the high-end market. The brands that will settle in the future are all international luxury brands. Her vision is truly sharp. Through the door, the four chairmen listened to the ins and outs of the situation. They exchanged glances, reaching a mutual understanding. "Young soldier, could you please communicate with that gentleman and ask him to move his car?" The young soldier nodded and approached Hao Ming to relay Wu Chunsheng's message. Only then did the anxious Hao Ming realize that his car was parked in the corridor at the entrance, and he hurriedly replied, "All right, boss, I'll go move the car first." Wang Lei fell into deep thought. There is a saying that the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. High-ranking officials tend not to make things difficult for large companies like Huanyu Real Estate. They often rush to curry favor instead, as the quickest way to achieve results is to attract major companies to settle down. However, third-generation individuals can be even more troublesome than little ghosts. Although they may not be in the official structure, their power is considerable, and dealing with an ordinary person can often be a matter of a single word. This world is never short of little ghosts who view them as a ladder to climb. Wang Lei's first thought was by Lian Yu. She is also a third-generation individual, and perhaps she would have some way to deal with the situation. He would not give up those 10 stores under any circumstances. Just as Wang Lei was pondering how to approach Bai Lian Yu, the four chairmen had already arrived at Longnan High. The influential figures, including Old Bai, had long been eagerly awaiting their arrival. So which company did he choose to collaborate with? In response to Old Bai's question, the four shook their heads in unison, their faces reflecting bitterness. What happened? Did Wang Xiaozi ask for too much? Wu Chunsheng quickly responded, "No, it's just that Mr. Wang disapproves of our proposed conditions. He has put forth a unique plan." The several influential figures immediately became interested, smiling as they asked, "What makes it so unique?" "He hopes that our four groups can all participate and work together to promote the dismantling and research of the entire B2 spirit technology chain, achieving results in our respective fields." The big shots' eyes lit up. They were all thinking about developing their own stealth bombers, forgetting that it was an entire technology chain, a culmination of countless cutting-edge military achievements from the beautiful country. If dismantled, many fields could advance several generations. His idea is excellent. It was just that our thinking was momentarily trapped, focused solely on developing stealth bombers. In this way, the value of this B2 spirit technology chain seems even more immeasurable. You all need to show more sincerity. Wu Chunsheng nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what we were thinking, but President Wang only made one request of us. Is this request not simple? To put it simply, it's not a difficult matter. All he wants are weapons sales agency rights. Weapons sales rights. The elders immediately began to murmur quietly. However, Bai Lao was delighted, thinking to himself that Wang is quite capable. With the weapons equipment sales rights of the four major groups, he could serve as a second-hand trader, easily earning several small targets each year. Moreover, this would be the first of its kind in Longhua, unlike foreign arms dealers who are so rampant. With the sales rights, Wang Lei could also facilitate many transactions that the official channels find inconvenient to handle. This kid has broadened his path. From what I know of the elders, they wouldn't reject such a win-win deal. We can give him a letter of approval for this matter, allowing him to establish the company early. A porter should look like a porter. The company should ideally be located in the Cayman Islands. Once established, you can support him a bit, especially those with cooperative intentions. Wu Chunsheng seemed hesitant, nudging Tan Yenrui beside him. "Old Tan, why don't you say it?" Tan Yenrui was a bit dumbfounded. "Wasn't it agreed that you would say it?" The big shots all looked at him, and Tan Yenrui had no choice but to brace himself and say, "It seems that President Wang has encountered a small problem with the San Juan Square project." The Huanyu Square project is also known to the elders. It involves significant investment and has layouts in first and second-tier cities. This was a project they had approved. How could there be any problems? Seeing the four of them looking constipated, Bai Lao said irritably, "What exactly is the problem? Is it a lack of funds or what?" "It's the daughter of a deputy district chief who wants an entire street at Huanyu Square." Due to Yu Haoming's varying voice volume, the four didn't hear it too clearly, but vaguely caught something about 10 storefronts on some street. Excessive. If she doesn't get an entire street, she will make things difficult for Wang's project. This is truly despicable. If every Hong Kong businessman investing in the mainland encounters such matters, what will our compatriots in Hong Kong say about us? Severe punishment is necessary. I can't stand such dirty dealings, especially since Wang is close to my heart. Although he hasn't said a word, everyone can see the killing intent in his eyes. If the god of war gets angry, it could lead to 1,000,000 corpses and rivers of blood. Old by this matter is entrusted to you. Take our approval letter and catch the entire family of the old and the young, investigate if there are any similar cases. The big shots were genuinely angry. They encountered such a malignant incident at a crucial moment in negotiations with Wang. They were very sure that Wang was patriotic or otherwise. He could have sold the entire technology chain to the big goose, possibly exchanging it for numerous oil fields and natural gas mines. Now Wang Lei only asks for the trivial weapon sales rights. His awareness and perspective are beyond what ordinary people possess. How could they allow a sensible child to suffer grievances? A typical case should be established. No matter how high the previous achievements were, one cannot indulge and spoil one's descendants. Even before Wang Lei made the call, Bai Lao's phone had already called him. I am General Bai. Hello Bai Lao. I came to Beijing in a hurry, and haven't had the chance to visit you yet. No need, no need. I know you've suffered grievances. As your elder, I must stand up for you. Are you saying you want to be my backing? Wang Lei regretted saying this right after the surprise coming too, suddenly causing him to be somewhat at a loss for words. Bai Lao didn't mind. He preferred straightforward talk. Too much scheming was what he loathed the most. No, your backing is not me but the entire country. From today on, the entire country will be your strongest support. No matter what problems you encounter in the future, just a phone call, and we will stand resolutely behind you. To investigate the issue of power abuse will take some time, but rest assured we will give you a satisfactory explanation. After Bai Lao hung up the phone, Wang Lei felt more assured. However, the official departments always like to hold a few meetings first, and then slowly gather evidence, as if capturing Zhao Ruilong were akin to shooting a drama spanning dozens of episodes. He tapped the table with his fingers, summoning Yu Haoming. What was that person's name again? Gao Huyen. Arrange a meeting with her in your name. Just say we plan to meet her conditions, and wish to take this opportunity to befriend her for future profits. Yu Haoming was taken aback for a moment, but upon seeing Wang Lei's cheerful demeanor, he quickly understood. Remember to have someone prepare the filming equipment to capture evidence. After all, we are just good citizens with good intentions. All right, I'll get ready right away. After Yu Haoming left to make arrangements, Wang Lei felt that this matter lacked a bit of excitement. Such an interesting event couldn't do without an audience. He immediately thought of Bai Lianyu and dialed her number. Mr. Wang, thank you for the first-class merit and 2 second-class merits you've sent. He could tell that Bai Lianyu was genuinely happy. The usually stern-faced woman was laughing continuously over the phone. What's going on? You probably don't know yet, but I led a team to dismantle a human trafficking gang and apprehended a group of wanted criminals, earning a collective second-class merit and a personal second-class merit. Thanks to your support, I actively connected the dots, and the organization is currently applying for a first-class merit on my behalf. As expected of the third generation, achieving merit is as easy as drinking water. The deal hasn't even been officially completed yet, and the merit has already been applied for in advance. You have to treat me to a meal, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Lianyu immediately responded, Sure, I'll treat you, as a token of gratitude for your care during my time in the beautiful country. I heard the chef at the Kyoto International Hotel is quite good. How about we go there? I can have someone reserve a private room. Huh? Is it inappropriate to go there? I don't know if the food is good, but it's really expensive. Even when Wang Lei wasn't in front of Bai Lianyu, he could guess her pained expression. Without any special income, Bai Lianyu's salary truly couldn't bear such high expenses. Then let's change places. No changing, just this place. I'm going to check on the bonuses. Wait for me. Wang Lei, honestly, the consumption in the private room won't be too high, right? Bai Lianyu's timid demeanor was utterly at odds with Wang Lei's first impression of her. Even a tough female cop is afraid of treating others. How could that be? I'm not afraid of fierce criminals. Would I be afraid of treating others? The waitress leading the way couldn't help but smile as she listened to their conversation. Miss Rest assured the private room was reserved long ago by Huanyu Group, and their manager Yu has instructed that all expenses will be billed to their company. Bai Lianyu couldn't help but glance at Wang Lei. Wasn't it agreed that I would treat? Do you look down on my financial capacity? That's not it, to be honest, I'm having you come to see a good show today. A show? Bai Lianyu stopped in her tracks. What are you plotting? Speak clearly. I can't compromise on principal issues. Wang Lei simply pulled her aside and whispered in her ear. The private room reserved by Huanyu is a large one. I've had someone set up a screen in the middle. I want you to witness a good show with me. Seeing his mysterious demeanor, Bai Lianyu instantly became intrigued. All right, I want to see what could warrant such a grand arrangement on your part. Once we go in, make sure to speak softly. Just shortly after they sat down, voices came from the other side of the screen. What dishes are good here, Manager Yu? Let me tell you, authentic private dishes are those served in courtyard-style restaurants. There's also a newly opened clubhouse next door, though it does lag behind the night scene in the harbor city. Bai Lianyu felt that the oily voice sounded somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall who it was. Wang Lei was puzzled too. Didn't you Haoming say that Gao Huyen was a woman? Why did it sound like a man's voice? I apologize for any offense as a newcomer. Since you two have graced us with your presence, I will take the liberty of drinking 3 cups to compensate for my rudeness. At that moment a cool female voice spoke up. Just drinking 3 cups won't suffice. If manager you truly wishes to befriend us, you might as well hand over the management of the other half of the street to us. Jing Tai's father works in the transportation department. Securing a road construction contract for you in Huanyu would be a piece of cake. Wang Lei sneered. At this time, it seemed there were additional gains not only reeling in Gao Huyen, but also involving Jing Tai. Bai Lianyu shivered a bit. She recognized the woman as soon as she spoke. They had grown up in the same compound and had often clashed as children. The other person she also knew, Zhong Jing Tai from the adjacent compound. She didn't expect them to be mixing together. Who would have thought that the protagonists of this drama would be these two? She whispered in Wang Lei's ear. The Gao family's grandfather has passed away, and Gao Huyen's family is not what it used to be. However, dealing with Zhong Jing Tai won't be easy. Wang Lei nodded slightly. This young woman had no idea that his grandfather was already sharpening his blade, preparing to unleash a merciless purge. While the two remained composed, several soldiers standing like statues behind Wang Lei could not suppress their rising fury. Perhaps subjecting them to this performance was itself a form of torment. Their long-held beliefs now grievously defiled. Very well. The commercial district shall serve as my letter of allegiance. As for the road construction project, our Huanyu group finds it profoundly compelling. Since it was all an act, Yu Haoming delivered his lines effortlessly, his expression lewd and sycophantic. Exactly as one would expect from a despicable, obsequious merchant. Seeing Yu Haoming's apparent compliance, Zhong Jing Tai, now gifted half a commercial district, burst into delighted laughter and clapped his hands. Mister, you what a man of decisive action. I'll call my family immediately to arrange this matter. You have my word you'll find the value far exceeds your expectations. Yu Haoming thumped his chest in solemn assurance. Tomorrow I'll dispatch staff to handle the property transfer formalities. From here on my business ventures rest entirely in your capable hands. Witnessing such unhesitating cooperation, Gao Huyen and Zhong Jing Tai exchanged gleaming glances. They had assumed Huanyu property, a corporate giant, would be difficult to negotiate with. Instead it had acquiesced without hesitation. After all, Huanyu property held exceptional credentials. If these two families secretly opened doors for it, securing major infrastructure contracts would be effortless. They could already envision wealth flowing in as easily as drinking water. To our partnership, cheers. Let's toast twice more. Then we must take our leave and report this development to our elders at once. Yu Haoming escorted them all the way to the gate. Only after they had vanished into the distance did he push aside the folding screen and sit beside Wang Lei. Was everything recorded? Yes, sir. What are your orders next? Wang Lei chewed his food listlessly. Burn it onto CDs and deliver them directly to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Wang Lei, don't be reckless. Aren't you afraid they're cut from the same cloth? Bai Lianyu suddenly felt uncertain. Her upbringing had been strict, demanding self-reliance and relentless striving. Yet others believed that having served the nation tirelessly for decades, their children deserved a life of ease. Ha! Bai Lianyu. That's where your understanding falls short. I simply wish to observe how the relevant authorities will respond. Aren't you afraid of retaliation once they discover what you've done? What is there to fear? Behind me stands the motherland itself. His words caused the young soldiers behind him to snap upright, and the officer declared with unwavering resolve. Mr. Wang, rest assured. We swear to protect your safety with our lives. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Lianyu's affection for him had quietly surged to remarkable heights. Elder Bai. Young Wang. You truly outdid yourself. That CD cost old Zhong his lifelong reputation. Wang Lei countered. Elder Bai. You disapprove of my actions. Not at all. In fact, you acted magnificently. These old vultures deserved precisely this fate. Truth be told, we detained Zhong's entire family and the Gao household as soon as night fell. Your CD has accelerated our operations significantly. I pledge a thorough investigation, and I will see it through to completion. Watch closely, the official findings will be announced publicly before long. You've made quite an entrance in the capital, uprooting so many corrupt figures at once. Though Elder Bai praised him, Wang Lei detected a subtle undercurrent of resentment in his tone. Elder Bai, you still believe I erred? Not error, but recklessness. Consider who you are and who they are. You are a great entrepreneur serving nation and people. They are corrupt officials preying upon the populace. You should never have risked your life gathering evidence. From those words, Wang Lei sensed genuine concern and felt a quiet warmth stir within his heart. Understood. I won't place myself in peril again. That's the spirit. Now, back to business. Senior officials, appalled by the scale of involvement, resolved not to accept your contribution without recompense. They've authorized a modest patent fee. An earnest gesture from above. You must not decline. And the violet reagent. We're still evaluating experimental outcomes. Should it prove effective on test organisms, the leadership proposes co-founding a biotech enterprise with you to develop civilian-grade supplements. Excellent. I await your favorable news. Unbeknownst to Wang Lei, no secret endured within the capital's elite compound news of Zhong's and Gao's families being taken into custody spread like wildfire. Every scion of the compound was sternly warned by their elders never provoke Huanyu Group or any venture associated with Wang Lei. On January 1, 1999, New Year's Day, Huanyu officially announced its establishment of Huanyu Equipment Technology Company, making its foray into the military trade and biomedicine industries. This news stirred up a tempest in both military and political circles. Though there had been attempts in military trade before, it is a red line that no one dares to cross without dire consequences. The only entity with the right to operate arms might be the Poly Group, but it is a state-owned enterprise. In contrast, the Huanyu fully controlled by Wang Lei is a genuine private company. Many were envious and restless, but the tragic fates of the Zhong and Gao families tempered their eagerness. Both families had been illustrious, with Old Master Zhong once wielding great power. However, the higher-ups were determined to annihilate their 10 clans, and all of Old Master Zhong's former students and officials were implicated. The heinous deeds of the Zhong family were all brought to light. The amount of embezzlement is enormous, showing disloyalty to the country. Such a severe indictment sent chills down people's spines. They discovered that the root of the issue stemmed from the Zhong and Gao family schemes to seize Huanyu's newly developed commercial street. Now the authorities had opened a backdoor for Wang Lei in the arms trade, leading people to speculate about his true background. Many recalled by Lao, who had contributed significantly to this matter, noting that his family had a close relationship with Wang Lei. However, internal news soon surfaced that this batch of orders came from Long Nanhai, bearing the collective signatures of the bigwigs. This fueled even more speculation. Congratulations, General Manager Wang. While busy hosting guests, Wang Lei looked up to see Director Run from Long Wei. Director Run, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please come in. General Manager Wang, besides congratulating you today, I also wanted to personally share some good news. Seeing Director Ren so cheerful, Wang Lei thought it must be about Long Wei's progress in GSM development. Yet he heard Director Ren mysteriously say, "We have completed the core algorithm for switching from 2G to 3G at the Research Institute of Day. Furthermore, we have already begun transitioning from the formulas of the 3G network to model simulations and key technology validations." Upon hearing this, Wang Lei was equally taken aback. It was indeed too sudden, arriving much earlier than the historical development timeline. It is known that the 3G standard will be confirmed in May 2000. This meant that if the pace quickened, Long Wei could become a leader in the 3G standard. Director Run, this is truly great news, akin to floating on air. We must celebrate properly, said Su Wanwei, the wireless general manager, beside him with a smile. General Manager Wang, you might not know yet, but we have also made significant breakthroughs in the GSM project. Our market share in second and third-tier cities has officially surpassed that of Europe and America, breaking their absolute monopoly in the domestic market. The Longwa people not only had their own GSM but also managed to survive and thrive against the tremendous pressure of Western suppliers cutting costs by 80. Wang Lei hurriedly smiled and replied, "I seem to be a bit remiss as a director of Long Wei. I was unaware of such a significant matter and will punish myself with 3 cups of liquor." A hearty laughter erupted from the men in the office. "Haoming, go arrange a banquet. I want to have a good talk with these two. One way, you should also help Haoming with the arrangements." Knowing the two needed to discuss business, Yu Haoming and Su Wanwei turned and left together. Director Run, we have completed the first step of our plan. We need to deliberate carefully on how to proceed next. Indeed, we must think it through. There are many voices within Long Wei regarding this, and even I feel quite confused, fearing a wrong decision. After speaking, Director Ren glanced at Wang Lei. This was the true purpose of his visit. In terms of strategic planning and foresight, no one in this world compared to Wang, the wealthy magnate before him. Wang Lei did not wish to hide anything from Director Ren. A Long Wei was also one of his investments, and he hoped to minimize their detours. Director Ren, to achieve commercialization, we must validate the 3G theoretical algorithm and bring it to practical implementation. I hope that Long Wei can launch all 8 new devices, including terminals, base stations, and controllers for the 3G network, striving to complete the establishment of the WCDMA network in first-tier cities in the first half of 2000, with as many base stations as possible. Are you suggesting I will have how to develop the first WCDMA chip within 2 years, and a Longo-made 3G phone within 4 years? Currently, the mobile phone market is dominated by giants like Nokia, Motorola, and Ericsson. Wang Lei's words were deafening, showcasing his determination to compete with foreign entities in the 3G era. The next day, Wang Lei was awakened by a phone call from Yu Haoming. "Haoming, what's the matter? Why are you up so early?" Last night Yu Haoming had also drunk quite a bit, feeling somewhat speechless. Boss, you really don't treat me like a person just focusing on me alone. I want to rest a bit longer, but I really can't manage it. What exactly is going on here? Is your name listed under the business manager section of the Huanyu Equipment Technology Company? Hearing the complaints of the worker, Wang Lei couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. The company was newly established, and with Yu Haoming right in front of him, the position of acting general manager temporarily fell to Yu Haoming. What left Yu Haoming speechless was that he was doing several jobs but only receiving one salary. Early in the morning, a security company called Old Soldiers Home contacted me saying they wanted to make a large purchase of equipment and asked us for a list. I then sent them the list from the 4 major groups, and guess what? They actually made a bulk purchase of weapons and equipment worth tens of millions of dollars. It turned out to be Old Soldiers Home, which made everything reasonable. It was definitely George who saw the news and immediately sent an order to Huanyu. Only then did he remember that after Old Soldiers Home bought an island, they began rapid expansion, actively recruiting excellent mercenaries. Making large purchases was naturally a logical step. Haoming, stop complaining. Can't I give you a commission? Let's offer them a grand opening promotion with an 88% discount on all purchases, and you can take a 5 profit commission. Upon hearing about the 5 profit commission, Yu Haoming, still suffering from a hangover, began to wake up. His eyes darted around. Boss, our weapons are cheap and practical. It's already good that we didn't raise the prices. Why offer a discount? What if I told you that Old Soldiers Home Security Company is my business? Yu Haoming's smile froze and he quickly replied, oh, it turns out it's your company, so an 88% discount is justified. Even with the discount, Huanyu would still profit a bit. After all, locally produced weapons and equipment in Longhua are of high quality at low prices, which leaves a significant profit margin. The current price was still after Wang Lei had doubled it. He felt this business was promising. If Old Soldiers Home used Huanyu's equipment and gained a reputation internationally, Wang Lei wouldn't have to worry about sales. This matter also made Wang Lei realize an issue. Huanyu currently had vast business prospects, but its talent reserves were insufficient. He needed to find a good business manager. Ideally, this person should have their own sales network and a certain level of connections in the industry. Thinking of this, Wang Lei couldn't help but ponder, such a person would undoubtedly be working for a major group in Meili country, and they would certainly be a regional business manager valued by the company. How could they possibly be interested in his small establishment? Wang Lei was just about to call George, who had broad connections, to ask for any good recommendations. But he heard a notification sound. Ding, successfully made Julie pregnant. This is the host's 4th child, and you can choose one of the following rewards. At the same time, Julie looked at the pregnancy test in disbelief. The 2 lines left her stunned. She was actually pregnant with Wang Lei's child. They had clearly taken precautions. Why did it still happen? Just as she was contemplating whether to keep the child, a wave of nausea surged. Ugh! Wang Lei, who received the notification, also felt a bit dazed as this late notification disrupted his rhythm. He was actually going to be a father again. He thought to himself that Julie must be feeling very troubled at this moment, because their relationship had not yet been made public, and whether her family would accept Wang Lei was still unknown. Wang Lei simply decided to throw these worries aside, and began to check the 3 reward options. $1 billion worth of international arms orders. B. 10 Boeing civilian aircraft. C. Arms King summon card. With $1 billion worth of international arms orders, Wang Lei could earn at least $300 million in net profit, and even as a mover he would still enjoy that high profit. As for the 10 Boeing aircraft, Wang Lei could easily sell them to Longhua Airlines, which was forming a new flight, making a substantial profit. But he ultimately chose the last option, the Arms King summon card. Ding, successfully used the Arms King summon card. According to the system's usual pattern, someone should be calling his phone or knocking on his door soon, right? However, after looking around in front of the courtyard for a long time, he didn't see a single shadow. Neither the phone nor the home landline showed any signs of activity. Mr. Wang, is there something you need? A soldier on guard at the entrance noticed Wang Lei looking around and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. If someone wants to see me, please let me know. All right, we will keep an eye out. No one has really called me. Wang Lei waited for a long time, but no one came to him. He didn't even receive a call from a stranger. Could it be that the system has taken my rewards? Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in the beautiful country, a middle-aged man cursed as he threw his folder away, sending papers flying everywhere. Bullshit, it's all bullshit. They say I've been targeted by the CIA and placed on the Interpol blacklist, so I will never be hired again. They just treated me as a pawn, using me up and discarding me. Nicolas' eyes were red. His wife had betrayed him, and all his assets had been seized. He only dealt in weapons, but now companies like Grumman had closed their doors to him. At that moment, he noticed that the dark web, usually quiet, had suddenly become active. There was a pinned post on the forum. Do people from the Dragon Country want a piece of the arms market? After clicking in, Nicholas finally understood the whole story. A company called Universal had obtained the arms operating rights from the 4 major arms companies in the Dragon Country and began engaging in military trade. People mocked that it might be a bit late for the Dragon Country to catch on, as this kind of private delivery business had long been done by other major countries and the market was already theirs. As a former king of arms, Nicholas saw an opportunity. The other party was just entering the arms industry and must be in desperate need of experienced personnel. However, he was not a casual person. He conducted a simple investigation into the company's background through his network. Only then did he discover that this Universal Equipment Technology Company was owned by the richest man in the East Continent, and according to the latest report from the Wall Street Journal, Wang Lei's wealth was rapidly increasing alongside Microsoft's stock price. Universal's main business involved real estate technology and finance, and now they were venturing into military trade and the biotech industry. Nicholas understood very well that to thrive in these 3 industries, Universal had a profound background that ordinary arms companies could not compare to. Having spent most of his life in the arms industry, the convergence of the two was like meeting with a strategist. He was certain he could rise again. Thinking of this, Nicholas chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm a person blacklisted by Interpol. Whether or not they will use me is still uncertain. The series of setbacks left him feeling utterly hopeless. One thing he was sure of now was that the major arms companies in the beautiful country dared not employ him. Just as he hesitated whether to contact Universal to have a chat, the doorbell rang. Looking through the peephole, he saw a group of men in federal court uniforms blocking the entrance. Mr. Yuri, we know you are at home. This is a federal seizure order. We are here to legally seal your residence. Please cooperate. Nicholas heard the sound of a shotgun being loaded. In the beautiful country, guns are strictly controlled and properties are seized. To avoid unnecessary conflict, they are naturally fully armed. That sound made Nicholas' hair stand on end, realizing he had lost even his last escape route. This was his final property. After it was seized, he would be homeless. All right, I've raised my hands. You can come in. With a bang, the group broke through the door. A crowd rushed in. Put your hands up. Nicholas had no chance to pack his belongings. He was thrust out of the apartment at gunpoint. Take your briefcase along with this thing. Nicholas barely caught the briefcase containing his notebook, but the neatly organized papers fell all over the ground again. It would be a lie to say he wasn't furious, but at that moment he didn't even have the courage to curse. He found a phone booth and called Universal Group's office in the beautiful country. Upon hearing that someone wanted to apply, and had nearly 20 years of industry experience, Universal Group immediately reported this matter to Yu Haoming. Yu Haoming, who was about to fall asleep, sprang up. Finally, someone was coming to replace him. After these 2 days of trials, he confirmed one thing. He really wasn't very skilled in military trade. The awkward English names of weapons were giving him a headache. Now that an experienced industry veteran was willing to take over and relieve him from his suffering, he naturally welcomed him with open arms. Mr. Yu, there is one thing you need to be aware of. We conducted a detailed background check on him and this person. What's wrong? He is on Interpol's blacklist and has been blackballed by arms companies in the beautiful country. Yu Haoming roughly understood Nicholas' background. He was indeed a talent, but had also done many unbelievable things. If it weren't for him working for some people in the beautiful country, his crimes would have been enough to lock him away for life. Nicholas Yuri meticulously arranged his hairstyle in the cramped, foul-smelling public restroom. He shaved his beard with utmost seriousness until the razor left a cut on his chin. Fuck! It felt as if everything was conspiring against him. This was already the 3rd day since he moved into the relief center, yet he had not received an interview invitation from the Universe Group. The lack of news tormented him. After finally tending to his wound, Nicholas instinctively began reading today's newspaper. Just then, the noisy relief center fell silent and the area above him grew dark. When he lowered the newspaper, he saw several tall, muscular men in uniform surrounding him. Who are you? Nicholas lacked the courage to escape. He was certain that if these burly men meant harm, escaping or yelling would be futile. These men could easily snap his neck like breaking a chick or shatter his jaw with a single punch. Are you Nicholas, the former king of arms? The tone of their words carried a hint of disdain, as if implying that the king of arms was nothing more than a homeless man living off relief. The title of king of arms struck a chord within Nicholas, and he puffed out his chest proudly, saying, Yes, I am Nicholas Yuri, known as the king of arms among my peers. Good, this is interesting. Our boss wants to see you, please come with us. Without giving him a chance to respond, they grabbed him, intending to take him and his luggage away. Wait, who is your boss? Good question. Our boss is the renowned Mr. Wang Lei. Wang Lei, the owner of the Universe Group. Nicholas no longer struggled and even jogged to the car willingly. Although these hulking figures seemed fierce, their grand display to fetch him indicated that he had caught Wang Lei's attention. The armored vehicle sped through the bustling streets, quickly leaving the city and heading towards the airport. Mr. Yuri, please disembark. Where are we going? It's not we, but you will go alone to meet our boss in Longwa. My visa. Don't worry, someone will assist you with a landing visa. You just need to get on the plane. Nicholas realized Wang Lei's vast connections. Getting a visa for Longwa was not a simple matter, let alone a landing visa. Upon seeing the Boeing 747 VIP, he couldn't help but emit a squeal of excitement. The flight attendant on the plane smiled and informed him, "You can use the outermost washroom. Mr. Wang's assistant has prepared a suite for you, and we will serve Chinese lunch and various beverages on the plane." To be honest, Nicholas hadn't experienced such meticulous service in a long time. The feeling was simply wonderful, bringing him back to reality. "Mr. Yuri." "Oh, thank you, miss. Please bring me an iced Americano and just a simple Chinese lunch." To his surprise, the flight attendants lined up and served him plate after plate of home-style dishes. Nicholas was astonished. "Is this what you call a simple meal?" "Yes, this is our home-style food from Longwa. If you find it unpalatable, we can offer you a steak instead." "No, I love Chinese food." As soon as they landed, Nicholas was brought before Wang Lei. Wang Lei had managed to gather all of Nicholas' past within just one day. This was thanks to the assistance of the National Security Bureau. Although Wang Lei's relationship with the White House had soured, he had gained significant credit through the help of the Bureau. Yu Haoming briefly recounted Nicholas' past, including some undisclosed secrets. Nicholas realized that Wang Lei was testing him. This big boss indeed had a lot of clout. His secrets were out of reach for anyone below a certain level. Just then Wang Lei, who had been sipping tea, finally spoke. "Nicholas, my deputy, has a very low opinion of you. He thinks you are someone without principles who might betray me at any moment." Yu Haoming cast a resentful glance at his boss, wishing that Nicholas could start working immediately, but his concerns lay with his boss himself. "Sir, I must clarify that I have never betrayed my former bosses. Although they abandoned me, I have kept their affairs confidential. As for my principles, I do have them. Those who lack principles are the ones who create wars and conflicts. You don't expect a porter like me to have the capability to incite war, do you?" Regarding these 2 points, Wang Lei agreed. Nicholas wasn't bad enough, which perhaps explained the reason for his bankruptcy and imprisonment. "All right then, let's discuss the next issue. If you want to join us, you must accomplish 2 tasks. Nicholas' heart sank. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This Dragon Country boss likely had some secrets from his previous employer. Although he wasn't a strictly good person, he was very resistant to betraying his former employer. Just as he was contemplating how to deflect the conversation, Wang Lei said to him, "I will never acknowledge the relationship between us, nor can you use the Huanyu name to conduct business outside." Nicholas understood this. Almost all arms companies operated like this, and he had considerable experience in this regard. "That's fine. I promise to keep things very quiet. Even if they know it's from Huanyu, they won't find any substantial evidence. The second point is you must leave all your assets in Dragon Country and spend the rest of your life here. Is it really that simple?" Nicholas appeared quite surprised, but he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The other party wanted him to become a true citizen of Dragon Country. Not just a beautiful country worker in Dragon Country or a former goose person. Yes, it's quite simple. Nicholas took out a stack of identification from his suitcase, including passports from the beautiful country, the goose, the EU, and even some small countries whose names he couldn't even recall. "I am willing to give these up in exchange for Dragon Country's identification." Nicholas knew he had no other choice. Without this job, he would be more miserable than death. After handing over these identifications, he felt surprisingly at ease. Dragon Country was a military powerhouse, and here he could showcase his talents. "Your choice is wise, but without these identities as a cover, your work will be quite difficult to carry out." Seeing the other party return his passport and identifications, Nicholas was a bit confused. "You will enjoy it here. The girls in Dragon Country love foreigners like you the most." Yu Haoming nudged him with his elbow and asked, "Brother, we've prepared a hot pot feast for you in Kyoto." Nicholas asked in surprise, "Am I hired?" "Yes, although you can't fully take over my job, having you around will relieve me of many worries." Nicholas' mind was buzzing. In his stereotype, the people of Dragon Country were very dogmatic. He imagined the interview would be in a tall building with a row of interviewers throwing tricky questions at him. To persuade these rigid people of Dragon Country, he thought he'd have to pull out all the stops. But none of that happened. His boss didn't even ask about his beliefs. As a result, he found himself with no place to use the prepared remarks. "Brother, what's wrong with you? I seem to have forgotten to ask the boss about the salary." "Oh, that is indeed a problem. They'll privately ask the boss for you. Remember to ask for a bit more. Although our boss is very rich, he can be quite stingy at times." Wang Lei took off his MP3 headphones and said irately, "Yu Haoming, I was just listening to music, not deaf." Yu Haoming smiled awkwardly. "As for you, Nicholas, your salary will be based on the position of sales general manager, approximately every month. Boss, actually, I don't care about that. I'm willing to forgo a base salary and just take a commission on each transaction. Wang Lei nodded in satisfaction. This new employee's awareness was quite impressive. He shot Yu Haoming a glare, signaling him to learn from the new employee. What boss wouldn't like an employee who didn't want a base salary? Brother, you don't need to put me in such a tough spot. Nicholas' awkward demeanor during the hot pot meal drew laughter. After the meal, Wang Lei kept Nicholas behind. Nicholas, I have a task for you now. What is the task, boss? Seeing Wang Lei unusually serious, Nicholas couldn't help but put away his smile. Promote the SAM air defense missile to the South Union AI plan to clear up the inventory for the aviation industry. This was also the last effort Wang Lei made to avoid tragedy. Faced with the bombings led by the beautiful country, the South Union also put up a resistance, but their air defense weapons were outdated and the number of fighter jets was scarce. They were outnumbered. Wang Lei's goal was simple: to indirectly provide the South Union with a batch of obsolete air defense weapons through Nicholas. However, since the war had not yet started, making this deal would still be somewhat challenging. Upon hearing this, Nicholas became excited and patted his chest, saying, I still have connections in the South Union, you can rest assured. I guarantee they will be very willing to buy all our inventory of SAM air defense missiles. As for clearing inventory, Wu Chunsheng of the aviation industry naturally wholeheartedly agreed, especially since the South Union was a neutral country. Soon the staff of the aviation industry provided Wang Lei with a list. Seeing the total inventory amount on it, he was still taken aback. They had all been told to use it sparingly, but he didn't expect there to be so much left. We used quite a bit in the counterstrike against Annam, but previously we were quite poor in this regard, so we had a bit too much in reserve. Now that we have our own developed Hongqi series, these naturally remain. As for the price, since they're just sitting there, I'll take the lead and offer them to you at half the procurement price. Wang Lei calculated the price. This way this batch of SAM missiles would have a price advantage and the profit margin would be larger. Mr. Wang, why did you suddenly decide to sell air defense missiles to the South Union? Facing Wu Chunsheng's question, Wang Lei chuckled and said mysteriously, a friend of mine in the beautiful country told me that they are likely to make big moves in the coming months. Wu Chunsheng was startled. He wouldn't doubt Wang Lei's intelligence sources. After all, the other party could obtain the technology chain for the B-2 stealth bomber, so perhaps they could also gather some intelligence on the movements of the beautiful country's military. This is just a guess, old Wu, don't take it too seriously. Of course. Although he said of course, Wu Chunsheng immediately turned around and reported this matter to Old Bai. Old Bai fell into deep thought in his office. Bombing the South Union is entirely possible. Based on his understanding of the beautiful country, Old Bai was very certain that such a heartless act would not burden them psychologically. So-called human rights only matter in relation to their allies. This is just a guess, but to be on the safe side, we must be prepared to evacuate our citizens at any time. Thinking of this, he decided to personally probe Wang Lei's thoughts. A few minutes later, in Wang Lei's office. Wang Lei, you've achieved another accomplishment. Our experts in biological sciences say that the effects of this reagent are quite remarkable. They hope I can discuss collaboration with you. Wang Lei only provided a somewhat immature version and thought for a moment before saying, I'm willing to collaborate with the Biological Research Institute to develop specific commercial products. As for profit distribution, how about a 5,050 split? Great, I'll promise them. But what about the research costs? Wang Lei couldn't help but show a troubled expression. The research costs for this were not insignificant, and the Geely Group even resorted to human trafficking for research funding. Old Bai immediately responded, of course the state will cover this. This thing can save many soldiers' lives during crucial moments. Compared to life, what do those side effects matter? Moreover, I believe in our experts. They will quickly develop a new generation of products to eliminate the side effects. By then, this batch of reagents will truly be put to use. At this point, Old Bai suddenly asked, how confident are you in your guess about the movements of the beautiful country? Old Bai, I cannot guarantee this, but I believe it is better to trust it exists than to not trust it at all. The Southern Alliance is now a thorn in the eye of the beautiful nation, though everyone still harbors a glimmer of hope. They thought these countries would not be so shameless. You are right, we should issue a warning to the Southern Alliance. The Southern Alliance soon received a warning from the Dragon Nation. They immediately took it seriously as the international situation was very unfavorable for them. The battle with the rebellious province was their internal affair, yet the alliance led by the beautiful nation demanded a ceasefire in the name of human rights, and sent troops to the Southern Alliance to stabilize the bilateral situation. This made them extremely indignant. The military alliance of the beautiful nation was not a peacekeeping force or the United Nations. What right did they have to interfere in their internal affairs? Therefore, they adopted a very tough stance, vowing not to sign any agreement, expressing that they could not simply watch the military alliance of the beautiful nation divide their country. They were well aware that this had definitely angered the military alliance led by the beautiful nation. At this moment, knowing how shameless these countries could be, they felt that it was only natural for the opponent to launch bombings. They were grateful for the warning brought by the ambassador from the Dragon Nation. They began frantically constructing air defense works underground, and in addition they moved important facilities underground. The Southern Alliance's major actions caused complete chaos within NATO's intelligence organizations, who leaked the information that allowed the Southern Alliance to be prepared in advance. Only a few high-ranking officials in the organization knew about this matter, and discussions were ongoing about how the news reached the higher-ups of the Southern Alliance. They hurriedly reported the discovery back to their respective countries. Meanwhile, Nicholas, wearing a cap, landed at the airport in Kowloon. Under the pretense of a goose business, he contacted acquaintances from his time in the Southern Alliance. To his surprise, the other party had already risen to high levels in the military. "Nicholas, you truly have a keen sense. You arrived just in time." Nicholas was quite surprised. He also noticed that Kowloon was under martial law. Had the situation worsened, but the official army had not been at a disadvantage in the battle with the rebellious province. Before he could ask, the other party took the initiative to say, "We currently need a large number of air defense weapons. The price is negotiable." Nicholas felt a jolt in his heart as all the prepared talking points and tactics were rendered useless. He became even more suspicious. Just as his boss had sent him to the Southern Alliance to sell SAM missiles, the other party already had a large procurement demand. With his decades of industry experience, he sensed a familiar smell. "What's wrong, brother? Is there any difficulty with air defense weapons?" "Of course not. Here is my storage list. Take a look and see what you can use, and I will prioritize getting it to you." The other party glanced at the list and sighed. "Nicholas, where did you get your goods? It wouldn't be surplus from some country, would it?" The list almost encompassed the entire series of SAM missiles, inevitably leading to speculation. The other party immediately envisioned several fictitious countries, but never considered it could come from the Dragon Nation. The biggest suspect was the goose. "You don't need to ask too much about that. Although the goods are a bit old, the quantity is large, and I will procure more for you." This was originally one of his sales pitches. Who would complain about having too few weapons when a great war was about to break out? Most countries that are often at war would have a fear of insufficient firepower. What surprised him was that the other party waved their hand and said, "Good, we want all of these, but you must." Nicholas thought he must have misheard. What was this? He hadn't exerted any effort at all, and had already secured a deal worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Seeing the other party waiting for his reply, he hurriedly nodded. "We are old friends. You don't need to say it. I will give you a discounted price. How about $880 million at an 80% discount? A very fair price." The other party's eyes also sparkled with a hint of surprise. Air defense missiles were not cheap. Infrared-guided missiles cost at least several $1,000s each, while radar-guided ones could be much more expensive. Selling for over $1 million during wartime was quite normal. Nicholas was indeed offering various series of SAM air defense missiles at a price considerably lower than the regular procurement rate. "Rest assured, I, Nicholas, would never sell inferior goods. We can inspect the goods first and then pay." His words completely dispelled the other party's doubts, and the two began to drink vodka enthusiastically. The Southern Alliance was astonished by Nicholas' efficiency in action. On the second day after the trading intention was reached, 10 large Boeing transport planes landed in the Southern Alliance. The planes were of course rented for money, and the crew members were temporary workers hired by Nicholas who had no idea what they were transporting. After receiving the goods, the military of the Southern Alliance conducted a thorough inspection of the air defense missiles. "Brother, your missiles are very well maintained, and my leaders are very satisfied with this transaction, and hope our cooperation can last long." Nicholas, who was as shrewd as a fox, naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Until the funds arrived, he still had an unreal feeling of this money was too easy to earn, as if everything was so logical. "Brother, may I ask one more question? Why are you procuring so many air defense missiles? This is actually no longer a secret among us. Our intelligence organization suspects that the Northern Military Organization may launch an airstrike against us." Upon hearing this, Nicholas maintained a smiling face, but turbulent waves surged within him. The intelligence capabilities of the new boss were somewhat terrifying, and what frightened this arms dealer even more was that the boss immediately identified the business opportunity and took action. At first he looked down on the young Wang Lei, thinking he was a new player in military trade and would surely not provide much assistance. Now it seemed that he had underestimated the youth. Apart from him being present to lead the deal, he seemingly played no crucial role. After boarding the plane, he immediately reported the completed transaction to Wang Lei via radio. "Very good, as agreed, you can take 5 of the profits, $20 million. "No, boss, I can settle for $200,000 in commission. To be honest, I have never done such an easy business, and I really feel embarrassed to take so much. I have bought a courtyard in Kyoto for quite some time. Aside from the $200,000 commission, I will gift you a house." "Humph. Who leaked this?" Clinton immediately convened an emergency meeting with the Northern Alliance's top leadership. Silence instantly fell over the vast office. none dared meet his gaze. The bombing of the Southern Alliance had been the unresolved agenda item from their last meeting, and now everyone was wondering how the Southern Alliance had learned of it. Clinton, now is not the time for blame. We must act decisively, intervene in the war, and protect the massacred Albanian people. The hawkish leader's words jolted Clinton awake. They could launch a full-scale bombardment against the Southern Alliance under the banner of humanitarian intervention, for refusing to cease hostilities. So what if the operation had been compromised? The Northern Alliance possessed overwhelming military might, enough to silence every dissenting voice. Failure to act would render the Northern Alliance a laughingstock, its declarations dismissed as hollow wind by nations worldwide. If even a minor entity like the Southern Alliance could defy its edicts, what would its subordinate states think? Bomb them immediately, force them to sign the ceasefire agreement. Their ultimate aim was to dismantle Yugoslavia, shatter Serbia, seize Kosovo and Metohija, and thereby pave NATO's path into the Balkans. Occupying those two regions would grant swift access to the Middle East, bring the Mediterranean within easy reach, and beyond it the African continent. Once Clinton issued the order, the Northern Alliance's satellite states surged forward with fervent anticipation. Across the Southern Alliance, civilians were jolted awake by wailing air raid sirens. Countless missiles rained down like falling eggs. The Northern Alliance's bombardment had begun. Those trained in civil defense rushed swiftly into pre-dug shelters. Yet the Northern Alliance deployed notoriously brutal cluster munitions and depleted uranium ordnance. Bodies lay strewn in pools of blood, torn limb from limb. Infants' cries and agonized wails mingled with unceasing explosions, transforming once prosperous cities into hells on earth. From above, Northern Alliance bomber crews gazed upon the blazing metropolises below, eyes alight with manic fervor. They reveled in such one-sided slaughter. Unbound by the rules of war, unrestrained, they found it intoxicatingly liberating. Seeking refuge in shelters offered no true safety, the Northern Alliance had saturated the area with depleted uranium munitions, guaranteeing either death or irreversible agonizing contamination for survivors. Shelters echoed with ceaseless cries of anguish. Enraged, the Southern Alliance's military launched a counteroffensive, dragging concealed surface-to-air missiles from their underground caches. Descend into hell, you inhuman devils! Infrared-guided SAM missiles struck visible airborne platforms overhead with lethal precision. The Southern Alliance's resilient regular forces mounted a fierce counterattack. Within moments, bombers filled the skies, stricken one after another. The Northern Alliance subjected the Southern Alliance to relentless bombardment for an entire month. They dropped over 10,000 bombs, including 15 tons of depleted uranium ordnance and vast quantities of cluster munitions, rivaling nuclear weapons in destructive power. Yet world leaders reviewing the battle damage reports furrowed their brows. Though the Southern Alliance lay in ruins, their own losses were staggering. During the campaign, we lost 180 aircraft, 70 drones, and 15 helicopters. Clinton winced inwardly. The operation was meant to be a bloodless victory. Having secured total air superiority and deploying more than 1200 aircraft, such heavy casualties were utterly unforeseen. What does intelligence say? Their air defense capability clearly exceeded all projections. Preliminary investigations reveal the Southern Alliance received a massive consignment of surface-to-air missiles just before the bombardment. The SAM systems responsible for our heaviest losses are Soviet-era models. Though these SAM systems were relics of the former Soviet era, so too were most of the Northern Alliance's frontline bombers, products of the Cold War. Presence versus absence made all the difference, and in ambush, even obsolete systems could yield devastating results. Where did they get Soviet SAMs? To Clinton, everything had unraveled since the moment he sought to coerce the Southern Alliance into submission. A foe he'd expected to crush beneath his heel now dared resist him. He had planned a meticulously prepared punitive strike. Yet the enemy was ready while his own forces launched in haste. He had envisioned reducing them to rubble, yet suffered catastrophic attrition. All these anomalies felt orchestrated by an unseen hand maneuvering behind the scenes. Is this all intelligence has uncovered? Faced with sharp criticism, the intelligence chief hastened to respond. We have every reason to believe the bear is supplying both intelligence and military aid to the Southern Alliance. A truism. Everyone present already knew precisely who that shadowy hand belonged to. That despicable Yeltsin. He had appeared spineless before them, yet now schemed treacherously behind their backs. Yet even knowing the bear's covert support for the Southern Alliance's armed forces, the Northern Alliance lacked any viable response. The United Nations refused to recognize the campaign as legitimate, and journalists from numerous countries were broadcasting its inhumane conduct worldwide. Global opinion condemned them outright. Only collective defiance, 13 nations weathering the storm together, prevented immediate capitulation. Set aside the bear for now. Though our losses exceed expectations, they remain within acceptable limits. Continue the relentless bombardment. Force the Southern Alliance's government to its knees without delay. Meanwhile, Nicholas received an urgent encrypted dispatch from the Southern Alliance's official military command. My dear brother Nicholas, we urgently require additional surface-to-air munitions. I would gladly trade with you, but the Northern Alliance has blockaded all air and sea routes. Moreover, I understand your financial reserves have been exhausted. Nicholas hoped this would dissuade them. His inventory was already depleted. Risking everything for mere profit held no appeal. Brother, we know it's difficult, but we offer something far more valuable. We've downed several advanced aircraft, including Black Hawks. We'll exchange wreckage and flight data for your missiles, advanced fighters, and Black Hawk helicopters. Nicholas's eyes gleamed. He had yet to impress his new employer, but now opportunity had arrived. As a former citizen of the Bear, he knew exactly where to procure SAMs, and evading the Northern Alliance's blockade posed no insurmountable challenge. Should he succeed, his employer would surely regard him with profound favor. After conceiving this idea, Nicholas immediately contacted his nominal superior, General Yu Haoming. Seeing Nicholas hesitate and stammer, Yu Haoming's heart leapt into his throat. Had the man grown dissatisfied with the commission rate and decided to walk away? Brother, whatever it is, we can discuss it calmly. No need to rush. Race the situation. Nicholas outlined the Southern Alliance's official military requirements, and then shared his proposal. Relief washed over Yu Haoming the moment he heard it. This was no resignation. Finding a seasoned, trustworthy manager was no easy feat. Brother, you're aiming higher. That's commendable. I've already weighed it carefully, and it's entirely feasible. Our boss will surely be delighted upon hearing the news. Most Han Chinese held deep disdain for the Northern Military Alliance, a brazen, aggressive conglomerate of marauders. Any opportunity to vex them was met with quiet jubilation. Yu Haoming knew their boss well enough to imagine him applauding with glee. Shall we deliver him a pleasant surprise? That precisely was Nicholas's deepest intent. He had been with the company for some time now. When he'd hit rock bottom, boss Wang Lei had taken him in with genuine kindness. Yet Nicholas had yet to deliver a single tangible achievement, leaving him deeply indebted. Haha. I too look forward to seeing our boss's expression when the time comes. The two reached instant consensus. That very night, Nicholas boarded a flight to Dai, where he met his uncle. His uncle, overjoyed to see Nicholas rising once more, listened intently to his purpose, and without hesitation thumped his chest with solemn assurance. Yeltsin, a spineless coward, brutal at home, shelling the White House, boasting he crushed a rebellion. Leave this to me. Though retired, my roots within the military run deep, and I'm certain they'll be more than willing to lend you this small favor. As for what follows, Uncle, rest assured, your share won't be overlooked. Haha. Nicholas, you remain as thoughtful as ever. Let us build this enterprise together, until the accursed Northern Military Alliance is cast straight into hell. Though his uncle appeared drunk and boastful, like an old wine-soaked raconteur, he acted with remarkable efficiency. By the next day, Nicholas stood inside a remote suburban military base, descending into an underground bunker where rows of ammunition crates stretched endlessly into the gloom. Brother, we've long heard your name. It's our honor to partner with the King of Arms. The young officer's eyes gleamed with reverence. He belonged to the DE military's most radical faction. The Northern Military Alliance's brutal aggression against the Southern Alliance had long fanned their fury to a white-hot rage. Now that Nicholas offered advanced air defense missiles, they were eager, almost desperate, to seal the deal. Still humbled by his recent fall from grace, Nicholas quickly smiled and replied, "Those were past glories. I now dedicate myself solely to righteous endeavors." Sir, how many SA-7 missiles would you require? Our stockpiles are vast, and maintaining them incurs considerable expense. How many do you have? Or rather, how many could you actually sell? Enraged by fresh hostilities, the Southern Alliance's official military had just increased its air defense procurement budget, giving Nicholas unshakable confidence as he spoke. The young officer was stunned. This was no ordinary buyer. Was he planning to clear their entire inventory? We can mobilize over 1,000 SA-7 surface-to-air missiles, and tens of thousands of SA-14 man-portable systems. Nicholas showed little interest in the SA-7. Its susceptibility to infrared jamming made it tactically vulnerable, and once deployed, its launch site became dangerously exposed. But the SA-14 and SA-18 were different. They had already proven devastatingly effective in Southern Alliance hands. After the Northern Military Alliance launched relentless aerial bombardments, a Southern Alliance soldier, consumed by fury, shouldered an SA-18 and fired at a streaking F-117A stealth fighter high above. The jet soared at Mach 1.5, flying at several thousand meters. But the missile closed the distance in seconds, tearing the aircraft apart in a blinding detonation. The Southern Alliance swiftly issued the SA-18 across all units, inflicting catastrophic losses on the Northern Military Alliance's air fleet. Lightweight and highly mobile, the SA-18 could be concealed almost anywhere, fired rapidly, and allowed its operator to vanish just as quickly. Moreover, the SA-18 featured an early warning system whenever enemy aircraft approached their onboard radar, and radio altimeters emitted telltale frequencies. The system instantly alerted the gunner. An aircraft is approaching. Though the Northern Military Alliance swiftly heightened countermeasures, the SA-18's kill probability remained stubbornly high. Nearly 30% overall and still 28% even against aircraft equipped with infrared jammers. In other words, for every 3 SA-18s launched, 1 Northern Military Alliance aircraft fell from the sky. The Southern Alliance lacked neither courage nor resolve. They urgently needed far more man-portable air defense systems. Each SA-18 costs approximately 60000. But since this transaction must remain off the books, how about 10000 per unit? Nicholas's eyes lit up. The U.S. developed Stinger missile sold for 36000 apiece. By comparison, he'd just secured an extraordinary bargain. Reselling to the Southern Alliance would yield profits several times over. A mere 100% margin could drive men mad. This deal was staggeringly lucrative. I'll take all you have. Yu Haoming immediately requested overseas funds from Zhang Renyong, an exclusive privilege granted to him as General Manager of Equipment Technology Corporation. Zhang Renyong, having amassed enormous wealth running casinos in AO City, nevertheless recoiled at the figure. 100 million in liquidity left even him momentarily breathless. Director Yu, what on earth are you planning? Though the betting group isn't short of cash, this withdrawal is unusually large. Director Zhang, ours is an arms technology firm. Keep your curiosity in check. Transfer the funds immediately. I've already wired both principal and handling fees to your account. Hearing Yu Haoming's playful tone, Zhang Renyong instantly grasped that Equipment Technology Corporation had landed a monumental deal. Though burning with questions, he restrained his urge to pry. Very well. I'll wire the money to you at once. Soon after, Dai's young officers received confirmation that payment had cleared. It has been an absolute pleasure doing business with you. Please don't hesitate to reach out for future needs. Nicholas promptly chartered over a dozen Boeing 747 VIP cargo jets. As soldiers loaded crate after crate of camouflaged munitions, the pilots finally realized, beneath the innocuous packaging, exactly what they were transporting. They couldn't back out. Not when Nicholas paid so extravagantly. Most had formerly served as Dai Air Force pilots and accepted the reality without protest. Nicholas no longer felt the need to conceal anything. The operation bore no traceable link to Huanyu Group. Boss, are we likely to run into any danger on this trip? The former honorary pilot of the Great Goose asked Nicholas with a cheerful smile, clearly holding the Northern Alliance forces in utter contempt. As he spoke, he pulled out a flask from his pocket and took a long swig. We won't be landing in Servija. Rest easy. I value my life more than anyone else does. Seeing their boss so relaxed, the others instinctively breathed easier. Unlike the old man, they lacked such unflappable composure. All right, old wolf bear, put that flask away. You're flying dangerously. Boss, this is my elixir of life. And there's no breathalyzer patrol up here in the sky. The veteran grumbled. Damn it. I'm aboard your plane. Don't drag me down with you when you die. Laughter erupted over the radio channel. Yet inside the cockpit, Nicholas drank deeply and steadily. His heart heavy with grim certainty, this delivery mission would prove far more perilous than it appeared. The entire Southern Alliance had been sealed off by the Northern Alliance forces. The Servijan military had hastily constructed an airfield along the border, making safe return flight fraught with the ever-present risk of being shot down. Arms trading was undeniably lucrative, but it was also a dance upon the edge of a blade. Yet what struck Nicholas as deeply unsettling was the eerie silence over today's combat zone below. Servija lay utterly still, like a city already dead. A fleet of aircraft descended onto the ad hoc airfield erected by the official military. Scarcely had the wheels touched down when a blinding spotlight pierced the fuselage. Old Wolf Bear remained composed, but Nicholas's heart hammered fiercely. No matter how many times he'd faced such moments, tension coiled tight within him each time. Brother Yuli. Here. I'm right here. A familiar voice answered from the other side, followed by an exuberant embrace. Nicholas frowned, puzzled. Why no bombing today? Humph. Tonight is their Christmas Eve. At last, one day of quiet. Only then did Nicholas recall it was Christmas Eve. The eve of the West's most sacred holiday, Christmas. He'd lost track of time amid the urgency of the deal. Look what I've brought you. As the cargo bay doors slowly yawned open, crates of SA-18 missiles filled the official military's view. 10,000 SA-18 missiles in total. Please inspect them. Also included are the aircraft wreckage and data you promised as part of the payment. The quartermaster let out a low whistle. From the shadows of the cave, figures peeled away their camouflage and surged forward, emerging like specters from darkness. Staring at the dense throng of heads, Nicholas recoiled in shock. Half the city, it seemed, had turned out for the unloading. Nicholas, we trust you won't deceive us. 400 million U.S. Dollars is every cent we can access. Cursed Northern Alliance forces have frozen all our accounts under the pretext of illicit funds. We hope these aircraft remains will offset the shortfall in funds. Once the last anti-aircraft missile had been hauled away, another group swiftly loaded dark, unmarked objects into the cargo hold. Nicholas knew precisely what those wrecks meant to Longwa. Returning NATO Alliance aircraft debris and its embedded data would accelerate Longwa's indigenous fighter jet program by years. Brother, you've given us more than enough. May fortune favor you always. Rest assured, we shall never yield easily. With these SA-18s, we'll make the Northern Alliance pay in blood for their crimes. Hatred burned like molten fire in the quartermaster's eyes. In recent days, relentless NATO bombardment had decimated Southern Alliance soldiers and civilians alike. Even those who survived the blasts would spend lifetimes racked by agony, poisoned by depleted uranium munitions. Once prosperous cities now lay in absolute ruin. The very humanitarian intervention, loudly proclaimed by the Northern Military Alliance. Nicholas understood the anguish of losing loved ones. He gripped the quartermaster's shoulder firmly. Stay alive, brother. You too, Mr. Yuli. In moments the crowd dissolved beyond sight, arriving as swiftly as they'd vanished as if nothing at all had transpired. Old Wolfbear grinned broadly. Hit them hard. The damn beasts all belong in hell. Old Wolfbear, we must depart immediately. At his command, every aircraft lifted off, skirting wide around Northern Alliance operational zones, and returned safely. Only upon landing securely on Longwa soil did Nicholas feel his legs tremble. Not from fatigue but from delayed adrenaline. Unbeknownst to him, under cover of night, the official military, armed only with rudimentary weapons, had launched a surprise assault on a Northern Alliance encampment. Provoked and enraged by the shattered holiday calm, the Northern Alliance renewed its bombardment of the Southern Alliance. Only to discover this time they'd met true resistance. Almost simultaneously, countless fighter jets were struck by SA-18 missiles, erupting midair in brilliant incandescent bursts. Against the velvet black of night, falling aircraft resembled a meteor shower, brilliant, terrible, and brief. The commanding officer instantly grasped the truth. They'd walked straight into a Servigen ambush, a meticulously orchestrated military operation. The next morning, in the Northern Alliance leadership's war room, Clinton stared at the overnight fighter loss report. His face ashen, his expression terrifyingly dark. This was the single greatest aircraft loss since the Northern Alliance began its war against the Southern Alliance. We lost over 100 aircraft in one night. Someone tell me, what the hell happened on the front line last night? The Servigens played dirty. They ruined our Christmas Eve. While our bombers were taking off, Servigen troops, hidden in darkness, fired SA-18 shoulder-launched missiles at our ascending fighters. Silence fell across the chamber. Did you mount no counterattack? Do our aircraft possess no defensive systems? Our fighters learned from past mistakes, carrying massive loads of infrared decoy flares. Yet the enemy's firepower was overwhelming. According to preliminary estimates, they fired over 1,000 SA-18s in a single night. 1,000. The assembled leaders exchanged grave glances. Their intelligence had insisted the official military stockpile of surface-to-air missiles had long been exhausted. Had they known the official military had just acquired 10,000 fresh SA-18s, their dismay would have deepened into dread. But at this moment, suspicion inevitably fell upon the Great Goose. Everyone assumed it was their covert hand behind the curtain. A furious Clinton roared, "Call Yeltsin, that spineless weakling, and demand to know exactly what he thinks he's doing." Yeltsin, receiving the accusatory call, felt a sharp pang of exhaustion. He excelled at internal power struggles, but confronting such overt high-stakes pressure left him profoundly unmoored. He knew full well certain rogue elements within his own military had secretly supplied anti-aircraft missiles to the Southern Alliance. Yet Russia's economic crisis was worsening by the day. Public anger mounted as citizens accused him of enabling domestic oligarchs, and with each passing hour his resolve to step down grew stronger, irrevocable, inevitable. Boss, here are the revenue statements for our equipment technology company over the past 2 months. Wang Lei, preoccupied with an ongoing meeting, was startled upon receiving the invoice in his inbox. Something felt amiss. How could it possibly be 1.3 billion? Haoming, did you make a mistake? At the other end of the line, Yu Haoming and Nicholas exchanged mischievous grins. Yu Haoming feigned solemnity. No mistake at all. It is indeed 1.3 billion in revenue. Haoming, don't fabricate accounts. Success must be built step by step. Hearing his boss's unusually grave tone, Yu Haoming hurried to explain. It was Nicholas who wanted to surprise you. He recently... Nicholas fixed him with wide, incredulous eyes. Brother, that's hardly fair. We devised this plan together. Why does it sound like my idea alone? He sensed the quiet intensity of the Longwa office. So the Southern Alliance is using our supplied air defense missiles to deliver crushing blows against the Northern Alliance forces. Yes, boss. Is there an issue? Brilliant work. Tell Nicholas he's done exceptionally well. I can almost hear the deafening crash of an F-117A stealth fighter plummeting from the sky. This elated me far more than earning several $100 million. Nicholas performed superbly, and since he spearheaded this initiative, I insist he receive a full 100 bonus 15 million if my calculations are correct. Hearing this, Nicholas, equipped with a real-time voice translator, beamed so brightly he nearly kissed Yu Haoming on both cheeks, realizing his senior colleague had genuinely credited him with all the credit without hidden agendas. Yu Haoming hastily interjected. Boss, your accounting is off. What do you mean? Do you think the amount is too generous? Nicholas glanced at Yu Haoming, puzzled. What new twist is this fellow brewing now? No. It's not too generous, it's too little. What he brought back isn't merely nearly 300 million in profit, but also the wreckage of 10 cargo holds worth of downed Northern Alliance aircraft plus comprehensive flight data across multiple fighter models. As he spoke, Yu Haoming's voice trembled with unrestrained excitement. This was the true climax of his report. Had Nicholas returned only cash, Yu Haoming would never have reacted with such fervor. These were cutting-edge fourth-generation fighters under active development in Longwa, including the very F-117A stealth fighter that had been shot down. Even the Black Hawk helicopters represented the world's most advanced combat aircraft. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's eyes lit up. He realized Nicholas had just delivered an extraordinary contribution. Long ago, the Longwa embassy in the Southern Alliance had been bombed, a subject shrouded in speculation. The most credible theory held that in gratitude for Longwa's aid and diplomatic advocacy, the Southern Alliance had secretly provided the embassy with wreckage from downed enemy fighters, prompting the reckless deployment of a B-21 stealth bomber to prevent Longwa from reverse engineering any breakthrough technology. At that thought, Wang Lei fell silent, deeply impressed by Nicholas's remarkable achievement. He's shown true foresight. Here's my decision: award Nicholas 30 million to traditional Sihiyuan courtyard residences, and tell him emphatically not to sell them. He'll thank me for it one day. Flattered by his boss's praise and the generous bonus, Nicholas chuckled gleefully beside him. After Wang Lei ended the call, Nicholas couldn't resist asking, "Are Sihiyuan really that valuable? I've been meaning to ask since boss mentioned them last time." Absolutely. They were once exclusive residences of imperial officials and bona fide nobility. Only those of genuine rank and influence were permitted within the inner city. Hearing that only the wealthy and powerful dwelled in Sihiyuan, Nicholas instantly felt affirmed, convinced these two residences carried infinitely greater weight than any monetary reward. Meanwhile, at the conference table, Elder Bai couldn't help but ask Wang Lei, "Young Wang, what joyful news has you smiling so broadly?" All the senior leaders present turned their attention toward him in unison. Wang Lei suddenly remembered he was in Longhainan. His laughter had been wholly inappropriate for the setting. He quickly clarified, "We sold a batch of SA-3 surface-to-air missiles to the Southern Alliance's official military, and recently one of their units shot down an F-117A stealth fighter." At this, the assembled leaders broke into warm smiles. "We've heard about that. We know the F-117A shoot-down is old news. According to our latest intelligence, the Southern Alliance's official military recently launched a massive ambush against the Northern Alliance, destroying over 100 enemy fighters in a single night." At this, one leader paused, casting a sharp, searching glance at Wang Lei before pressing further. "These man-portable SA-18 missiles wouldn't happen to be..." Wang Lei nodded proudly as if presenting a trophy. "My sales manager procured over 10,000 SA-18s from DE. And besides generating substantial revenue, he recovered the F-117A wreckage along with components from various fighter models, 10 fully loaded Boeing cargo planes crammed to capacity." The leader's expressions shifted instantly to awe. Elder Bai even leapt from his seat, vigorously clapping Wang Lei on the shoulder, his voice trembling with emotion. "Young Wang, you've done it again. It was merely incidental." The leaders exchanged knowing glances. Elder Bai was deliberately championing Wang Lei's accomplishments before them all. They conferred quietly for a moment, then dismissed Wang Lei briefly, while summoning Elder Bai for a private discussion. "Wang Lei, we have decided to award you a special insignia." Wang Lei wondered inwardly. What kind of insignia warranted such solemn deliberation? "We deeply wish to present this insignia publicly. But given your identity as an international merchant with global business interests, we must avoid drawing undue attention or targeting. Therefore, this profoundly meaningful insignia will be conferred privately and confidentially." Upon hearing this, Wang Lei grew immediately serious, already suspecting its significance. Perhaps this insignia ranked even higher than the Grand Bauhinia Medal. "We are going to award you the Republic Badge." The Republic Badge is the highest honor of the Dragon Nation, awarded to outstanding individuals who have made significant contributions to the construction and defense of the country, establishing remarkable achievements. No one who receives this badge is an ordinary person. They have all made significant contributions to human progress and civilization. Wang Lei brought back the complete technological chain of the B-2 stealth bomber, along with numerous advanced fighter jet components from abroad which will greatly advance the upgrade of the Dragon Nation's fighter jets. He has made significant contributions to national defense. It would not be an exaggeration to say he has made remarkable achievements. Can I? Really? Don't refuse, Wang. This badge is well-deserved, but unfortunately, we cannot publicly acknowledge your contributions. Of course, while we award you the honor badge, we will not take your fighter jet remains for free. We will still proceed with the research and development through cooperation, and we will continuously provide patent fees for your equipment technology company. With money to be earned along with an additional talisman, Wang Lei was naturally extremely satisfied. The main reason for calling you to this meeting is to share some good news. We have found the fatal flaw in the B-2 stealth bomber technology chain you provided. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's eyes were filled with surprise. It is known that most countries have no effective means to counter the B-2 stealth bomber. It often moves freely in the skies of other nations. It can be said that as long as it does not take the initiative to attack, it will not reveal its position, posing a constant threat to the ground safety of the Dragon Nation. Thanks to you providing the entire technology chain, our experts would have found it difficult to identify its fatal flaw otherwise. Elder Bai continued. Our stealth radar experts have made a technological upgrade targeting its fatal flaw, and it will not be long before it can be put into use. Elder Bai, fearing that Wang Lei might not understand the significance of this, explained to him, the meter wave radar, due to its inability to accurately measure altitude, and its discontinuous coverage has gradually been replaced by the microwave radar. But the brilliance lies in the fact that the meter wave radar can avoid the stealth wave bands of stealth aircraft, making it the best means to detect stealth fighters. Your submitted technology chain has given us another step forward in optimizing the meter wave radar. Hearing this, Wang Lei nodded. He was naturally pleased in his heart. Once developed, it could be sold to countries threatened by the hegemony of the beautiful nation, and profits would naturally roll in. The most crucial point is that it could prevent the tragedy of embassies being bombed. In the future, if the beautiful nation stealth bombers wish to freely enter the airspace of the Dragon Nation, it would be a mere fantasy. With this in mind, Wang Lei proposed, I believe the situation in the Southern Alliance will become even more severe. I am worried that the beautiful nation's air force will take desperate measures. Elder Bai's expression sharpened as he pressed, Wang, have you heard any news? The old general's imposing presence made Wang Lei dare not meet his gaze. Wang Lei had no choice but to say, yes, I have received reliable information that some high-ranking officials in the beautiful nation believe that the Great Goose is no longer a threat. Under bombardment, the Southern Alliance will eventually compromise. They want to establish another opponent. In today's international community, who else could become an opponent of the beautiful nation but the rising Dragon Nation? What do they want? Elder Bai's anger flared, his gaze piercing like a sword into Wang Lei. Bombing the embassy is a test of our attitude. Do they dare? An embassy is equivalent to a nation's territory. Such an act is tantamount to declaring war. If we allow them to succeed, no matter our attitude, the Dragon Nation will be at a disadvantage. Wang, your intelligence is very timely. What we can do now is to quickly develop the anti-stealth radar and deploy it at the Southern Alliance's embassy. The meeting room suddenly became lively. Seeing that Elder Bai and the others had a response plan, Wang Lei couldn't help but feel relieved. If we respond appropriately, it could be a good thing. A month later, in the meeting room of the Northern Alliance military, morale is low, losses are heavy, and the international community is laughing at us. We must take some action. Implement the scale removal plan. Yes, I will dispatch personnel right away. After receiving the mission order, a B-2 stealth bomber changed its flight path. 20 minutes later, the bomber's pilot reported, we have arrived at the mission location. Should we begin dropping bombs? The people in the command room fell silent for a moment, seemingly in hesitation, but he ultimately issued the order, begin dropping. At this moment, alarms rang loudly at the Dragon Nation's embassy. The guards shouted, air raid. Quickly enter the air defense works. The journalists at the embassy hurriedly grabbed their briefcases and rushed toward the direction pointed by the guards. They had only one thought in mind, the Northern Alliance military has gone mad. Are they trying to provoke a war by launching a bombing at the embassy? After the guards rushed into the air defense works, several shells hit the Dragon Nation's embassy. Target successfully hit, beginning the return flight. Is there any casualties? Report to the commander. Thankfully, our reconnaissance was timely, and there were no casualties. After hanging up the phone, the entire conference room fell into silence. They were astonished at how accurate Wang's intelligence was, but even more enraged that the NATO alliance had actually bombed the embassy of the Dragon Nation. If they hadn't set up the still-testing anti-stealth radar at the embassy in advance, this would have undoubtedly resulted in significant casualties. Although there were no casualties, bombing the embassy undoubtedly declared war on the Dragon Nation. If they remained unresponsive, the international community would certainly view the Dragon Nation as weak and easy to bully. Tomorrow, this incident will become the headline of international news. It's hard to imagine the magnitude of shock it will cause among the public. I propose we immediately enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. Since the opponent has initiated war, we must respond. I propose we act under the guise of humanitarian aid, deploying troops from the Southern Alliance to rescue the people of Serbia. Generals, please remain calm. This is a conspiracy by the Northern Alliance. They want to drag us into war, don't you understand? If we do not respond decisively this time, what will the international community think of us? They will surely see us as sheep, weak and easy to bully, and more incidents like this will occur, emboldening the aggression of surrounding smaller nations. We cannot bear the label of being weak and easy to bully. The conference room fell silent again. Everyone cherished the opportunity for development, but they all felt the need to respond. The previously silent elder suddenly spoke. Immediately deploy the anti-stealth radar to the border area. If any stealth fighters from the beautiful nation are detected, I suggest we shoot them down immediately. Everyone's eyes lit up. The presence of beautiful nation's stealth fighters moving freely over the skies of the Dragon Nation had always been a thorn in their side. Now that the anti-reconnaissance radar test was effective, they naturally wanted to remove that thorn. Intercepting the beautiful nation's stealth fighters would be the best response to the bombing. If the beautiful nation does not learn to restrain itself, they wouldn't mind bringing down 2 of their aircraft just for fun. This plan is good. Transmit my orders to implement level 1 combat readiness. Once the level 1 combat readiness order was issued, the Northern Alliance immediately regretted it. This meant that the Dragon Nation was fully prepared for war, and if they did not provide an explanation, this matter would be hard to wrap up. This is a case of misidentification. We intended to bomb a target more than 400 meters away. Aha, this excuse is ludicrous. Even the precision-guided B-2 stealth bomber makes mistakes with errors reaching over 400 meters. If you said the embassy turned into a kindergarten, I might still believe it. Angry citizens took to the streets waving newspapers to criticize the atrocities of the Northern Alliance. The beautiful nation privately proposed an apology, hoping to downplay the situation. However, the Dragon Nation's official response was surprisingly silent. Just when the Northern Military Alliance thought this matter would fade away with time, the Dragon Nation dealt them a heavy blow. As the B-2 stealth bombers and 2 F-117A aircraft routinely patrolled over the South Sea, their planes triggered a red alert. The radar was activated automatically, issuing an alert indicating they had been locked onto by weapons. Headquarters, we are locked on, requesting to return. The pilot of the B-2 stealth bomber reported anxiously to the command center. In the next moment, 4 supersonic fighter jets appeared on either side of the bomber. You are now locked on. Do not resist. Immediately follow instructions to land. Watching the radar display dozens of additional targets, the beautiful nation's fighter pilots were in a panic. 2 F-117 as attempted to accelerate through the blockade, abandoning the already hijacked B-2 stealth bomber. Warning: our nation is in a state of level 1 combat readiness. Your actions constitute an invasion of our legal airspace. If you do not land immediately, we will fulfill our duty to protect our airspace and shoot you down. The 2 F-117 as did not respond, only accelerating to try to escape the Dragon Nation's fighters' blockade. Tac. The J-10S, already armed with missiles, launched them at the enemy aircraft. This time they were fully prepared, having woven a net for the 3 planes. How could they let them escape right in front of them? The 2 aircraft were immediately struck by missiles, plummeting to the ground like giant eagles with broken wings. The pilot of the B-2 stealth bomber watched as his comrade's aircraft disappeared from the radar, unable to suppress a gulp. He obediently followed the instructions of the Dragon Nation's pilots, landing at a military airport in the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation's Air Force Command and official conference room had become a sea of joy. They shot down 2 F-117 as in the Dragon Nation's airspace and captured a complete B-2 stealth bomber. This was the best counterattack against the Northern Military Alliance. Immediately convene a global press conference. We need to spread this news across the entire world. An urgent bulletin aired on the National Broadcast Network. The anchor, rarely so animated, began speaking. Following the nation's elevation to level 1 combat readiness, 2 stealth fighter jets from the United States illegally intruded into our airspace and were unexpectedly intercepted by our forces. In their panic, they were struck by an accidental engagement from one of our pilots. The broadcast displayed charred fragments of an F-117A and footage of 2 captured American pilots. The previously furious public fell silent, momentarily stunned. Then came a surge of exultant roars. Long live Longwa! The downing of America's advanced stealth fighter stood as Longwa's definitive, resounding reply to the bombing of its embassy. What thrilled Longwa's citizens most was the revelation that they had finally mastered an effective method for detecting stealth aircraft, filling in the last critical gap in their national defense architecture. News of the Longwa military's accidental downing of the F-117A instantly dominated global headlines. The Longwa Ministry of National Defense confirmed it had inadvertently engaged 2 F-117A stealth fighters over the South Sea region. Accidentally. Those 2 words seemed a quiet, biting irony, mocking Washington's earlier dismissive claim of an accidental strike on the Longwa embassy. To the Northern Alliance's armed forces, the chilling revelation was this Longwa now possessed the capability to detect stealth fighters, rendering Longwa's airspace effectively a forbidden zone. Meanwhile, President Clinton declined all media interviews and convened an emergency meeting with his senior advisors and top military officials. We demand accountability from Longwa, full compensation for our losses, immediate repatriation of the wreckage, and an official formal apology. Clinton's indignant declaration radiated arrogance, a tone honed by decades of unchallenged supremacy. At that moment, the U.S. Air Force Chief of Staff interrupted him. "Mr. President, I must report something urgent." Frowning, Clinton stepped aside with the general to a secluded corner, eager to hear what he had to say. "What is it, General? You look unusually grave." "Sir, it wasn't just two F-117 as that were detected. There was also a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber." "What? Was the B-2 also compromised?" Clinton's face drained of color. He realized the scandal once exposed would reduce the United States to an international laughingstock. The F-117A, the U.S. first-generation operational stealth fighter, had been a mainstay since the 1980s. It had even been shot down before, most recently over the former Yugoslavia. But the B-2 Spirit was different, a singular marvel of American aerospace engineering. Its loss unthinkable during his administration. With less than 6 months remaining in his term, and still reeling from the Lewinsky affair, he could not afford another devastating scandal. He understood clearly Longwa's official silence on the B-2 incident was already a profound diplomatic concession. His voice turned sharp, commanding, "General, you bear direct responsibility for this. You know precisely what must be done." "Indeed, Mr. President. Every person who knows of this will carry it to the grave." Returning to the conference table, Clinton's demeanor had transformed entirely. With palpable reluctance, he said, "Draft a statement expressing deep regret over recent military incidents, urging mutual restraint between our nations, and affirming our shared resolve to prevent a recurrence of World War." The statement astonished not only the American public but also its allied nations, especially its East Asian allies, those long accustomed to rallying behind their patron, had already mobilized for conflict, ready to sound the battle cry. Instead, they watched in disbelief as their great protector suddenly recoiled. Had Longwa's breakthrough in stealth detection alone been enough to paralyze the superpower into inaction? When even the great patron accepted the loss of its aircraft without protest, its allies dared not stir, experiencing for once an unexpected lull. Among ordinary Americans, the downing was undeniably humiliating, but they also acknowledged it occurred within Longwa's sovereign airspace. To trespass covertly and then be intercepted was by any reasonable standard justified. And having mistakenly bombed Longwa's consulate just months earlier, many citizens simply viewed their own military's conduct as reckless, not blaming Longwa at all. At the Special RD Unit, scientists erupted into jubilant embraces upon seeing the B-2 Spirit sealed inside its electromagnetic shielding chamber. They cheered, "Thank you, Uncle Sam, for delivering the aircraft. We'd only studied blueprints, vague, incomplete, wondering when we might get a real combat-ready airframe to dissect. And here it is, courtesy of the U.S. Air Force." Experts gazed at the aircraft with near-reverent awe. Elderby stared at the B-2 Spirit, this breathtaking sculptural masterpiece, and felt a pang of profound sorrow at the thought of dismantling it entirely. Yet he knew the truth: disassembling one B-2 Spirit would accelerate Longwa's indigenous stealth bomber program by years. One aircraft sacrifice today would pave the way for hundreds, perhaps thousands, of Longwa-built strategic bombers tomorrow. Elderby, our research on large aircraft engines has yielded a major breakthrough. We may soon integrate them into commercial airliners. Elderby's eyes lit up. He couldn't suppress his excitement. "Do you mean we'll soon have our own domestically built widebody passenger jet?" When Wang Lei received the good news, he was already on his way back to Port City. "This is indeed good news. If a large passenger aircraft is really developed, your share will not be small." Wang Lei secretly chuckled. Old Bai considered everything for him, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Did something happen?" According to the original plan, they hoped to hold an internal award ceremony, but since Wang Lei was eager to return to the port, the ceremony would have to be rescheduled. Howda Electronics had indeed encountered some issues, but it was not bad news. Rather, it was a piece of good news. Lin Benjian was at a critical juncture in the construction of the photolithography factory. If the photolithography factory is completed, many of their projects can be launched, such as the next model of MP3 and the 3G chips for the mobile phone collaboration with Long Wei. "Boss, you are finally back," Manager Kai said excitedly at the entrance of the park. "I had someone invite Dr. Lin and Chief Engineer Han. Set up a banquet. We can eat and chat at the same time." Sitting on the park's tour vehicle, Wang Lei noticed that the entire park had undergone a tremendous transformation. The originally bare land had transformed into towering buildings bustling with voices inside where countless workers were busy with construction. Indeed, this place had taken on the appearance of a super factory of the future. The park was still expanding, and all that Howda lacked was the passage of time. Upon hearing that the boss had returned, both Lin Benjian and Han 3000 put down their work. Following closely behind Han Xiaoxiao had a hint of resentment on her face, clearly feeling ignored by Wang Lei after he got what he wanted. Wang Lei noticed that the girl was being quite proud. He thought to himself how he would deal with her tonight. Mr. Wang, our photolithography factory is about to be completed. The most challenging step is overcoming the 193 nanometer light source. Fortunately, we have the foundation from previous research, and the project has been progressing very smoothly. Strangely enough, since we arrived at Howda, we have found new inspiration for things that were previously difficult to solve. Everything seems to fall into place naturally. Listening to Han 3000 echoing the sentiment, Wang Lei couldn't help but chuckle. Han Xiaoxiao's talent was evident. How could research not go smoothly? However, Wang Lei still felt that this speed was too slow. What he needed most was time, and he had to develop the 3G chips and the next generation of MP3 products as soon as possible. He had been keeping an eye on the intelligence from several other companies. It was said that Apple and Samsung were also developing the next generation of MP3s. Whoever could come up with MP4 first would seize the market. Apple and Samsung both hoped to replace Howda's dominance in the MP3 market when Howda faced chip sanctions. Howda's revenue was extremely tempting for both companies. In order to surpass it, their investments in research and development were unrelenting. What they didn't know was that Wang Lei had already set his sights on smartphones. Once multi-touch screens and 3G technology matured, it would be time for Howda to confront the two companies. The most challenging aspect of making a mobile phone was still the mobile operating system, which was born in October 2003. Developing a mobile operating system was no simple task. Thinking of this, he glanced at Han Xiaoxiao. If that girl were to get pregnant, she might bring forth some technological rewards. Chief Engineer Han Dr. Lin, I've brought gifts for both of you. Saying this, he instructed someone to place the items he had brought back from the mainland in front of them one by one. It's actually embroidery from Yu Hang, or my family member will definitely love it, Han 3000 said excitedly while holding a sealed bag of tofu skin. Tofu skin from Dongwushan, I had it a few times when I was a child. I really miss this taste. Han Xiaoxiao rummaged through the old items Wang Lei had brought back and became even more resentful. Just when she was about to tear up from feeling wronged, Wang Lei pulled out a sparkling necklace. Women have an innate inability to resist shiny things. Han Xiaoxiao's eyes were immediately drawn to the necklace. Is this a purple gemstone? Han 3000 couldn't help but say, Mr. Wang, this gift is too extravagant, isn't it? Preoccupied with research, he was still unaware that Wang Lei had already won his granddaughter. Wang Lei smiled, saying, It's not extravagant. This necklace was also a gift from a friend, and it's most suitable for Miss Han. To prevent Han 3000 from thinking too much, he quickly proposed a toast to change the topic. Hey, race to Howda's thriving success. To thriving success. As the two raised their glasses, Han Xiaoxiao softly whispered in Wang Lei's ear. Bad boss, I suppose you still have a bit of conscience. Then see you tonight. Han Xiaoxiao shyly turned her face away, but her heart was ablaze. Having just experienced personnel changes, she could hardly withstand such teasing. Late at night, Han Xiaoxiao quietly knocked on Wang Lei's door. As the door opened, a large hand pulled her inside. Just as she was about to scream, a wave of alcohol scent rushed towards her. Han Xiaoxiao recoiled at the smell of the food, her stomach churning. Wang Lei noticed her discomfort, and a flicker of delight crossed his face. Well, Xiaoxiao, are you pregnant? At those words, Han Xiaoxiao's face paled with shock. In her own mind, she was still but a child of 28 months. Utterly unprepared to become a mother. Worse still, Wang Lei already had a wife. If grandfather discovered she carried her boss's child, the consequences would be unthinkable. Her heart sank under the weight of dread. Wang Lei gently reassured her. Don't worry. I've purchased a villa in Sakura country. I'll arrange for you to go on business to Tokyo for a year or two. By then the rice will be cooked, and the matter settled. Truth be told, confessing outright to Han Sanqian, and admitting he'd gotten her pregnant, filled him with trepidation. Imagining the elder's likely reaction made his palms sweat. Though polygamy was commonplace among Hong Kong tycoons, the Han family, steeped in scholarly tradition, would surely bristle at the notion of Xiaoxiao becoming a concubine. Han Xiaoxiao had no intention of terminating the pregnancy. With Wang Lei beside her, she felt utterly secure. You rogue. Do you think I'll give birth to a boy or a girl? Whether it's a son or a daughter, I'll love them both. Just then, a system alert chimed. Ding. Character Han Xiaoxiao has successfully conceived. Host awarded an orange replication card. Another replication card. Yet this one was no ordinary tech replication card. It was an orange replication card. Wang Lei stared intently at the card where a note appeared. Orange replication card capable of duplicating anything, even living beings. This card surpassed even the tech replication card in power. Yet for now Wang Lei could think of no suitable target to replicate. Just then Wang Lei's phone rang. "It's your grandfather calling." Seeing Han Sanqian flash on the screen, Wang Lei flinched. Had the elder called to demand answers? "Mr. Wang, am I disturbing your rest?" "Not at all, not at all. What is it, Chief Engineer Han? Any news?" Han Sanqian sounded cheerful as he replied with a light laugh. "You mentioned wanting to enter the mobile phone business. I asked around among friends for companies open to acquisition, and indeed I found one. That's excellent news, but I haven't heard of any major phone manufacturer going bankrupt. It's Qualcomm. They plan to spin off their mobile device manufacturing and network equipment divisions. Several firms in Sakura country are already vying for the opportunity. Qualcomm, the semiconductor titan, dominant in CDMA communications technology, commanding 60% of the global market." Wang Lei wasn't stunned by its achievements, but rather the orange replication card had just acquired a new irresistible target. China's future telecom standards. Unicom's Wakma Mobile's Tskma Telecom CDMA 2000. All shared the same CDMA lineage. Both Apple and Samsung paid hefty royalties, the so-called Qualcomm tax. If he could replicate Qualcomm's baseband integrated chip technology, every smartphone sold by Longwei and domestic manufacturers would spare that levy forever. Yet the more pressing issue remained securing production lines. Still, Wang Lei had never heard that Qualcomm manufactured phones themselves. Wang Lei voiced his skepticism. Is Qualcomm truly reliable in mobile manufacturing? The CEO's dual-folding CDMA phones enjoy considerable fame overseas and sell remarkably well in the beautiful country. Once acquired, we can begin mass-producing devices immediately. Hearing Han Sanqian praise Qualcomm so highly only deepened Wang Lei's suspicion. If sales and reputation are both strong, why sell the division at all? Han Sanqian chuckled softly. "I heard it from a friend in Sakura country. Qualcomm's most profitable asset remains CDMA. Its patents generate the lion's share of revenue and profit. When promoting CDMA globally, many handset makers harbored doubts if Qualcomm itself manufactured phones. How could they trust it wouldn't wield its patent arsenal against competitors in the marketplace?" Wang Lei instantly grasped Qualcomm's motive to divest its handset and base station businesses. Royalties from CDMA patents alone were immensely lucrative. To avoid resistance from handset and infrastructure vendors, Qualcomm preferred to focus solely on R&D, a far more profitable and tranquil path. Put simply, manufacturing phones demanded relentless effort amid fierce competition, whereas collecting royalties offered swifter, steadier, and far less taxing returns. "Understood. I'll dispatch Manager Kai to initiate talks with Qualcomm immediately." Manager Kai immediately instructed Qualcomm's U.S. division to contact the company and initiate discussions regarding the acquisition of its mobile phone manufacturing business. Upon hearing that Howda Electronics of Hong Kong expressed interest in acquiring this division, Qualcomm's business director privately deemed it a favorable opportunity. At present, the most viable and interested bidder was Kyocera Corporation of Japan. Should Hong Kong enterprises enter the bidding, the mobile phone business could command a significantly higher valuation. He promptly arranged a meeting with Manager Kai in San Diego to negotiate the acquisition details. Simultaneously, he relayed the news to his superior, Qualcomm CEO Irwin M. Jacobs, who showed no trace of delight. Instead, his brow furrowed deeply. "Sir, is something amiss?" "It is profoundly amiss. We intend to sell our mobile phone business to Kyocera because Kyocera Corporation owns DDI Corporation, the second major telecommunications provider in Japan. Completing this transaction would greatly facilitate the expansion of our CDMA technology into the Japanese market. As for Howda Electronics, their founder possesses wealth alone, offering us no strategic advantage whatsoever. Having risen to the helm of Qualcomm, Jacobs possessed exceptional foresight and strategic acumen. His analysis instantly clarified the deeper implications for the business director. "But I have already invited their general manager for negotiations." Jacobs dismissed the remark with disdain. "He is merely the head of an upstart firm, easily placated and dismissed. Does he truly imagine he can hold us to account?" "Understood. I shall follow your directive." Manager Kai arrived in San Diego with his interpreter and assistant traveling non-stop across continents. To save time, they boarded a red-eye flight. Over 13 hours aloft left them visibly exhausted. Upon landing with no chance to adjust to the time difference, they proceeded directly to Qualcomm's global headquarters. After stating their purpose at reception, they received neither warm welcome nor courteous hospitality, only a request to wait briefly while the director attended a meeting. Hours passed. Manager Kai realized they had been rebuffed, but fearing repercussions for his employer's critical initiative, he swallowed his resentment and waited patiently in the lobby. Just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm them, the business director finally appeared. My apologies, Mr. Kai. We've had an exceptionally demanding day and overlooked informing you that tomorrow would be more suitable. No trouble at all, Manager Kai replied with forced cheerfulness. Shall we proceed with our discussion now? Mr. Kai, I must regretfully inform you that per our current strategic roadmap, Howda Electronics is not under consideration. The dismissal was blunt. No pretense, no diplomacy. Merely cold, unvarnished truth. Have I misunderstood? Why exclude Howda? Our offer reflects sincere commitment. Surely reconsideration remains possible. The Qualcomm executive responded perfunctorily. It is not a matter of price. Regrettably, I must attend to urgent matters. Please accept my apologies for the brevity of this meeting. Without another glance, he turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Manager Kai felt the sting of condescension and the arrogance of unchecked power. True to form, he would soon recount every detail with dramatic embellishment to his boss. In truth, no embellishment was needed. Upon learning of the rebuff, Wang Lei's temper flared instantly. Even dogs deserve respect for their master. Sir, Qualcomm has crossed a line. Indeed, they have. Yet this is not the hour to correct them. On the contrary, Wang Lei planned a substantial purchase of Qualcomm stock, because all three dominant 3G standards relied fundamentally on CDMA technology. He recalled Qualcomm stock surging dramatically in April, a 5-day rally of 65, followed by a staggering 27-fold increase over the subsequent 6 months. Its share price soared to an unprecedented 400, fueled by market consensus that Qualcomm would reign supreme in the 3G era, indispensable to every mainstream standard. Yet the dot-com bubble would soon humble Qualcomm, and then redemption for Manager Kai would arrive. Nor was Kyocera any less objectionable, deriving its principal revenue from China, yet still indulging in cartographic provocations, profiting from China while seeking to provoke its dignity. Recalling Kyocera's 2000 merger of DDI with other telecom operators, Wang Lei conceived a strategy harnessing the impending burst of the internet bubble to deliver decisive retribution against these colluding adversaries. With that resolve, he placed a call to his U.S.-based agent Lu Jiayu. Jiayu, how is the Microsoft stock liquidation progressing? Upon hearing Wang Lei discuss serious matters, Lu Jiayu quickly pulled up the account to respond. With the 1 shares that Gates transferred to you originally held 7 of the shares. At an average of 54 per share, selling 7 amounted to 38 billion US dollars. I followed your instructions and converted it all into digital gold. What major move do you have in mind now? Yes, I need you to invest heavily in Qualcomm stock. When I become your boss, how will you respond? Lu Jiayu tapped her head and laughed. Li, I might not be able to help you. Why not? Just because I have money doesn't mean I can buy it. Haha, even with money you still can't buy it. Wang Lei was also frustrated with Qualcomm, suddenly recalling that Qualcomm's current market value was less than 12 billion US dollars. And the circulating stocks in the secondary market were only a part of it. Thinking of this, Wang Lei couldn't help but laugh along with Lu Jiayu. How surprising it is that you never expected to hold so much wealth now. Yes, I still haven't fully adapted to it. So do we still need to invest heavily in Qualcomm? Of course, I will buy as many shares as there are circulating stocks. Qualcomm was the dominant player during the 3G era, and even amidst the internet bubble, its market value once reached the billion-dollar mark. Buying now seems like a guaranteed profit. Alright, I will fully assist you in buying Qualcomm stocks, but a large-scale acquisition will soon attract Qualcomm's attention. So what if they notice? Can they really block me in the stock market? With this thought, Wang Lei suddenly conceived a malicious idea and decided to launch a hostile takeover of Qualcomm. Alright then, I will do my utmost. Every transaction at First Securities incurs a fee, and Lu Jiayu could almost see countless little coins beckoning to her. Qualcomm CEO Marenkov happily watched the stock price skyrocket. But soon he couldn't smile anymore as he received a notification of a stock acquisition from First Securities. What the heck, has Wang Lei gone mad? He actually bought a large amount of our 7 shares. The stock price is still soaring and he continues to acquire. What is he planning? Marenkov had a bad feeling, or if Wang Lei continued to buy in the secondary market, he might become one of Qualcomm's major shareholders. Although shareholders have little say in major tech companies in the beautiful nation, they do have the power to dismiss themselves. With this thought, Marenkov's face turned ashen. He immediately realized this was a demonstration from a wealthy individual from the Dragon Country. This CEO of a Fortune 500 company felt a slight shock from the challenge posed by the Dragon Country's tycoon. If this individual succeeds, he might very well be swept out. We cannot let a wealthy individual from the Dragon Country lead us by the nose. We must mobilize all our group's funds to initiate a buyback. We absolutely cannot let Wang Lei continue acquiring. As Qualcomm Group commenced the buyback, the two forces clashed fiercely in the secondary market, causing Qualcomm's stock price to soar. At this time, the internet bubble was at its wildest. It was normal for tech stocks to surge, yet Qualcomm's stock price rose by 40 in just 5 days, shocking many. The entire market's attention was drawn, with everyone curious about the unfolding drama. The Wall Street Journal and various financial papers rushed to Hong Kong City to interview Wang Lei firsthand. This Dragon Country tycoon is never short of news. Wang Lei gladly accepted interviews from the foreign media and even held a press conference within the Howda Electronics campus. At the start of the press conference, all the reporters couldn't help but raise their hands to ask questions. Mr. Wang Lei, may I ask why you are buying Qualcomm stock in large amounts in the secondary market? Did you receive any inside information? Wang Lei smirked, saying, Everyone, I have great confidence in Qualcomm's achievements in CDMA, which is why I want to initiate a comprehensive acquisition of Qualcomm. The crowd gasped. No one doubted Wang Lei's capability. From Qualcomm's reaction, it was evident they were clearly rejecting Wang Lei's acquisition. This is a malicious takeover targeting a major tech company in the beautiful nation. Wall Street reporters immediately brought this first-hand news back to the beautiful nation. Dragon Country's richest man plans to spend $18 billion to acquire Qualcomm. Howda Electronics retaliates against Qualcomm. How will Qualcomm overcome the power of money? Seeing the newspaper, Marenkov slammed it down on the table angrily, stating, This is a malicious takeover. Only Marenkov understood Qualcomm's true value. Once the 3G standard is established, Qualcomm's stock price will undoubtedly soar, and only with the promotion of 3G technology will people truly recognize Qualcomm's worth. Could it be that Wang Lei really possesses extraordinary foresight, knowing that Qualcomm's stock price will rise significantly in the future? Or is he merely trying to force him to sell the mobile business to Howda Electronics? Mo Lung Fu knew that Qualcomm itself could not resist Wang Lei's malicious acquisition. He could only seek help from Qualcomm's major shareholders. Yutai's wealthy man also heard about this matter and comforted Mo Lung Fu, saying, Do not panic, we will not sell Qualcomm, and I have already contacted the Department of Commerce of the beautiful country. Wang Lei's operation instead helped us to raise Qualcomm's stock price in advance. We should thank him for that. As Wang Lei increased his shareholding to 18, Qualcomm's market value also reached the threshold of 18 billion. However, Howda Electronics' office in the beautiful country received a call from the Department of Commerce to halt their actions. Boss, they have limited you to report to the White House within 3 days, otherwise. Otherwise what? They will impose further sanctions on Howda. Wang Lei scoffed. If the White House had little power, what further sanctions could they impose on Howda? Will they ban Howda from selling in North America? However, Wang Lei knew very well that his attempt to acquire Qualcomm was fundamentally impossible to accomplish, so what harm would a trip to the White House do? When Wang Lei arrived at the White House, as promised, Clinton looked at him with a complex expression. According to the latest news, Wang Lei's personal wealth had reached $50 billion, ranking second on the Forbes list. Once such a person goes mad, he cannot guarantee what might happen. As a former president, he did not want to have any conflict with Wang Lei. Therefore, he changed his previous attitude and became even more polite. Mr. Wang, please take a seat. The reason I invited you this time is merely a formality. Mr. President, how would you like me to cooperate with you? Just publicly announce that the acquisition of Qualcomm will be halted, and if possible praise Qualcomm a bit. There's no need for us to escalate this, is there? However, Wang Lei shook his head, refusing to concede. Mr. President, if you wish to mediate, you must understand the situation. This conflict was not initiated by us at Howda, but rather Qualcomm insulted me first. Clinton hurriedly asked what was going on. When Yutai's wealthy man pressured him, did he conceal anything from him? My manager traveled far to discuss the acquisition of the mobile phone business, but not only was he met with a closed door, he was also subjected to outright disdain. If Howda does not respond strongly this time, will anyone be able to trample on Howda's face in the future? Clinton knew well how troublesome Howda and Wang Lei could be. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Qualcomm's blatant contempt for Howda was truly deserving of a reckoning. Since they want to negotiate, they must show an attitude for negotiation. All right, I understand. I will question Qualcomm right away. Clinton went to another office and recounted the entanglement. Yutai's wealthy man did not expect such a turn of events. The wealth Wang Lei controlled was no less than his own, yet he dared not be negligent, yet a Qualcomm executive was so rude. As a businessman, he focused more on profits. He now only wanted to sit down with Wang Lei to make money. As for who to sell the mobile phone business to, that was not within his consideration. So he immediately called Mo Lung Fu's desk and questioned, Do you know what your business manager has done? Mo Lung Fu felt a jolt in his heart upon being questioned. The business manager had acted on his orders, and he never expected that merely being turned away by a general manager would cause such a huge uproar. Seeing that Mo Lung Fu remained silent, Yutai's wealthy man said sternly, Immediately fire him, and you personally apologize to Howda's general manager. Furthermore, let our mobile phone business go to public auction, let Wang Lei and the Sakura people fight it out. All right, sir, I will take care of it right away. The poor business manager became the only scapegoat in this major incident. After receiving the reply, Wang Lei nodded as this handling was very decisive and ruthless. Mr. Wang, I still have many matters to handle. You must come to the next White House banquet. Wang Lei did not refuse Clinton's goodwill. As a businessman, he sought to navigate smoothly rather than create enemies everywhere. Meanwhile, across the ocean in How to Park a Manager, Kai received Clinton's apology phone call, feeling utterly confused. Mr. Kai, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience my former subordinate caused you. On his behalf, I extend my heartfelt apologies. We at Qualcomm are willing to customize a luxurious trip to San Diego for you and your subordinates. You are welcome to visit our Qualcomm headquarters anytime. When did the foreign big shots also learn to apologize and offer luxurious trips? Manager Kai could only silently murmur. The boss is amazing, the boss is top-notch. Until Wang Lei acquired 18.5% of Qualcomm's circulating shares, he finally ceased his actions. Seeing this, many breathed a sigh of relief. If he continued to buy like this, their status as major shareholders would be jeopardized. It was hard to say what actions Wang Lei might take once he became a director. After the commotion caused by the richest man in Dongzhou, Qualcomm's stock price had already surged nearly twofold. In the secondary market, there were only purchase orders with no sell orders. Half of Wall Street was reminiscing, certain that Qualcomm would soon announce some favorable news. Otherwise, Wang Lei wouldn't be buying in large sums with his eyes closed. A person who can become the richest in Dongzhou is not a mindless brute. Over 80% of Wang Lei's wealth comes from the stock market, which demonstrates his keen sense for financial markets. While the public was still gossiping, the astute individuals had already begun purchasing Qualcomm stocks alongside Wang Lei. Those who were a bit slow felt they had missed a significant opportunity and lamented. The wealthy you felt the timing was ripe and decided to release some favorable news. The first announcement was a plethora of patents on Qualcomm's 3G technology, publishing experimental results in multiple authoritative journals. Soon the whole world was aware of Qualcomm's impressive 3G technology, with results that overshadowed technology companies globally. Even Intel seemed dim in comparison. Another piece of news emerged: the 3GPP Project Coordination Group was about to convene a 3G conference to establish 3G standards before the year 2000. 3GPP is a collaborative project organization consisting of various global telecommunications organizations. It can be simply understood as an international cooperative organization established by numerous telecom companies to formulate third-generation mobile communication standards. Notably, the 3GPP organization continued into the 5G era, where the legendary voting controversy over Lenovo occurred at the 5G Standards Establishment Conference. In the 3G era, Long Wei was a follower. In the 4G era, Long Wei was a participant. In the 5G era, Long Wei was a leader. After this news broke, Qualcomm's advantages in CDMA were brought to light, leading people to a terrifying realization. CDMA's efficiency far surpasses that of GSM. The 3G standards cannot avoid Qualcomm's series of technical patents. Regardless of the standard used, patent fees must be paid to Qualcomm. Following an analysis by telecommunications experts, people immediately recognized that Qualcomm would lead 3G communications and become the dominant force in the upcoming century of the 3G era. Taxing all cell phone and communication equipment companies worldwide, a company with such prowess would inevitably see its stock price soar. Realizing this, investors began to initiate high-price purchases of Qualcomm stocks in the market. As some could not resist the temptation and started selling their held stocks, Qualcomm's stock price began yet another round of frenzied growth. At this moment, during the peak of the tech stock bubble, investors were not concerned with Qualcomm's future profitability. They only knew that Qualcomm was currently the hottest company on the market, and buying in was the right move. This directly led to Qualcomm's stock price skyrocketing. Seeing the latest day's gains, even Wang Lei was taken aback. What is a bull market? This is a true bull market. He personally witnessed the most frenzied moment of this stock disaster. This is simply too crazy. Are these people out of their minds? Listening to Lu Jiayu's words, Wang Lei chuckled. Jiayu, it's not too late to get on board now, but after the year 2000, who knows? Naturally, Lu Jiayu trusted Wang Lei's judgment. What seemed like a reckless move had already brought in billions of dollars in profits. Many people are saying that if Qualcomm continues to rise like this, you might very well take Gates' title of richest person this year. No, that position is too conspicuous. Whoever wants to sit in it can go ahead. Gates is the best example. After reluctantly stepping down from Microsoft, he used a large portion of the money from selling his shares to purchase vast amounts of land in America through trusts. The amount here might exceed your imagination, reaching as high as 269,000 acres. This accounts for nearly one of all farmland in the United States, equivalent to the size of 10 Paris. Is there a sense of being sidelined, accomplishing great things, and retiring to buy land for retirement? Therefore, this position is not easy to occupy. Even Gates, a true American, could not do it, let alone him as an outsider. Thinking this way, Wang Lei even contemplated bribing Forbes. After hearing Wang Lei's whimsical idea, Lu Jiayu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Other billionaires buy their way onto the list for fame, all to inflate their net worth through Forbes. You're doing quite the opposite. If foreigners knew your thoughts, they would probably think you're crazy. The news that he was about to become the world's richest man quickly spread back home, driving the gossip magazines in Hong Kong into a frenzy. How wonderful it is that Boss Wang has become the second richest person in the world and is about to become the richest. What a joyful occasion. However, they received a notice from Huanyu Real Estate, urging them not to follow the trend and report on this matter. Without waiting for their agreement, the other party stuffed a thick stack of red envelopes into their hands. Once the people from Huanyu Real Estate left, a group of reporters immediately began to discuss. What is this all about? Others would do anything to flaunt the title of world billionaire, yet Boss Wang is doing the opposite, trying to manage public relations to keep his name out of the news. Someone recalled and said fame brings fear, just like how pigs fear becoming fat. Have you forgotten the series of kidnapping cases that caused a sensation in the port city a few years ago? Indeed, our Boss Wang doesn't need to gain fame through this. Being too famous is actually not a good thing for a businessman. While Wang Lei could manage the news in the port city, he had no control over the mainland. Many financial publications were discussing the surge in Qualcomm's stock price. Naturally, they praised Wang Lei, making his name echo throughout much of Long Country. Wang Lei received congratulations from many friends on the mainland. His reputation there was now comparable to that of the richest man Li at the height of his fame. Wang Lei was unsure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Just as he was pondering how to avoid the spotlight, Deputy Director Shi, no, he should now be called Director Shi, arrived. He knocked on the door of Wang's residence. Director Shi, what a rare visitor. Boss Wang, you are too polite. Congratulations on ascending to the throne of the world's second richest. It's all just a false title. Director Shi, what brings you here this time? On behalf of someone, I have something to convey to you. As he spoke, Director Shi felt a bit nauseated. This item was sealed with wax. The order on it stated that the box must be personally handed to Wang Lei, and no one was allowed to open it without permission. Although Director Shi was bursting with curiosity about what was inside the box, he could only suppress it. Noticing that Director Shi kept staring at the box, Wang Lei deliberately smiled and said, "How about I open it now so we can take a look together? Boss Wang, please don't put me in a difficult position. Wait until I've left before you open it." Naturally, Wang Lei couldn't let him leave just like that. He had a lavish dinner prepared to entertain Director Shi and his party while he himself went to the backyard. In fact, without opening the box, Wang Lei already knew what was inside. Zhang Siki saw her husband grinning foolishly and called out to him, "Eli, we have guests. Dad, what delicious food do you have in your hand?" Wang Duoy's big eyes sparkled with drool at the corner of his mouth. "Duodu, this is not food. It's your father's badge." When Wang Lei opened the box, a beautifully crafted badge was revealed. Upon seeing the badge, Zhang Siki's face was filled with astonishment. This badge must have been awarded by the mainland authorities, carrying significant meaning. Wang Duoyu pouted in disappointment. Wang Lei held him in his arms and said to Zhang Siki, "Wife, how about we take a photo together?" Zhang Siki immediately had someone bring the camera. Wang Duoyu raised the badge high with both hands, while Wang Lei held him with one arm and wrapped the other around Zhang Siki's waist. This photo hung in the inner courtyard of Wang's residence. It became a permanent memory for Wang Duoyu. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Qualcomm in Santa Clara, a public auction was being prepared. The invitees included Kyocera from Sakura Country, Samsung from Han Country, and Empire Alliance from Beautiful Country, along with a large number of major manufacturers interested in the mobile business. It can be said that none of the manufacturers present were easy to deal with. The wealthy businessman had a brilliant scheme. On the surface, he sought peace but presented Wang Lei with an even greater challenge. Under the competition among various forces, Qualcomm's mobile business would surely sell for a sky-high price. In the end, it would be the Qualcomm shareholders who benefited. Manager Kai quickly received an invitation call from Shengdi Gu Qualcomm. "Boss, it is said that there are more than a dozen top manufacturers invited to this acquisition. Should we?" Wang Lei understood Manager Kai's intention. It was clear that Qualcomm was digging a pit for them. Not participating would be the best outcome. However, the mobile phone business was a crucial part of Wang Lei's plan. Thinking of this, he took out a Qualcomm PDQ phone. Released in 1998, it was the first commercially available smartphone on the CDMA network. It featured a foldable 9-grid keyboard, and beneath the keyboard was a 160,240 resolution LCD screen. Its appearance was even more appealing than the Nokia foldable phones. The system ran Palm OS, allowing for email sending and receiving and internet access with a speed of up to 14.4 kilobits per second. This internet speed was already considered fast among many 2G phones. Additionally, it was equipped with a 16 MHz main frequency processor, 2 MB of memory, and the built-in lithium battery supported 150 minutes of talk time. All its features were among the best in the world, and it was priced high at 800. Wang Lei was about to confirm the copy, but then remembered that this was a universal copying card. If he copied it, would it produce an identical phone? Thinking of this, Wang Lei issued an instruction to the system, copy all its technological modules. Starting copy. Copying mobile phone technology. Copying Palm OS. Copying CDMA chip. 98, 99, 100. Copy successful transmitting. Wang Lei's notebook chimed and an encrypted file appeared in his inbox. After glancing at the email, he looked slightly excited. This copying card was indeed magical. It managed to copy both the Palm OS and CDMA chip technology. Palm OS is an operating system developed by Palm specifically for PDAs. It dominated the PDA market, once capturing 90% of the market share. Although it was not specifically developed for mobile phones, its excellence and support for mobile devices undeniably made it a capable mobile operating system. Palm was undoubtedly the ruler in the handheld computer domain. Thus, the Qualcomm PDQ phone seemed more like a fusion of a mobile phone and a handheld computer. As for the CDMA chip, there is no need to elaborate. It is one of Qualcomm's proudest technologies. Now all of them have been copied by the universal copying card. With these technologies given How's capabilities, they could easily gather experts in related fields to independently develop mobile phone chips and systems completing How's self-developed phone. Thinking of this, he said to Manager Kai, who had been waiting for a response. How about this? Let's go to Chengdi-gu and meet these old friends together. Seeing Wang Lei's determined appearance, Manager Kai sighed inwardly. Indeed, they had no other options. Even if Qualcomm's mobile phone business was highly valued, they still had to pay. Otherwise, they would miss the best opportunity to acquire the mobile phone business. Inside Kyocera, Goro Yamaguchi, the president, was fuming. 8 Yaku's Marenkov is untrustworthy and dares to breach the contract. The staff below all trembled, lowering their heads even further. Since it has come to this, we will take a trip to Chengdi-gu. I want to see just how extravagant the world's second richest man is. Samsung Electronics headquarters. Li Jianxi applauded. What a Qualcomm, they actually came up with such a brilliant strategy. Wang Lei is determined to seize Qualcomm's mobile phone business. We cannot let him succeed so easily. Both father and son wore sinister smiles. Daimei Company and Apple Company have long been displeased with How's and Wang Lei. They have never been able to compete with How's MP3 in the MP3 market, and had to adopt a low-price strategy to seize the market. Even so, in the hearts of all MP3 users, they were still considered an inferior presence. They envied the online music platform created by How's and the 4 major companies. With this platform, it could be said that How's was making a fortune. The valuation of the HD online music platform reached a staggering $1 billion. As long as Wang Lei was willing, he could independently list it and reap profits. On the day of the auction, luxury cars gathered, and the journalists couldn't stop taking photos. When the people from How's Group arrived, all the reporters surged towards Wang Lei, who was leading the group. Mr. Wang, some financial experts have analyzed that other companies might thwart your acquisition of Qualcomm's mobile phone business at a normal transaction price. Before the other party could finish, Wang Lei loudly announced into the microphone, no matter the cost, How's Electronics is determined to acquire Qualcomm's mobile phone business. His voice carried far, causing several manufacturers already inside the venue to look towards the door. Li Jianxi, listening to Wang Lei's earnest declaration, revealed a hint of a mocking smile. Shinkyu Kyocera's president Yamamoto Goro wore a disdainful expression. This kid was still too young. Such thoughts should be kept to oneself, voicing them only invites opposition. He was equally envious of Qualcomm's mobile phone business, but seeing the current situation, he had already lost any hopes of not being the fool. Once the How's team took their seats in the venue, Qualcomm demanded the doors be closed, isolating all the commotion outside. Everyone is here. If there are no objections, we will officially begin the auction for Qualcomm's mobile phone business. Just as Marenkov was about to commence the proceedings, Wang Lei suddenly raised his hand to call for a stop. Marenkov, I feel this auction is very unfair to us at How's. Everyone burst into laughter. It was just now that he realized it, but I won't honor the agreement. Who here isn't your competitor? Mr. Wang, where do you see the unfairness? Marenkov asked knowingly, as this was his territory, and he didn't think Wang Lei could pull off any new tricks. I believe that to prevent anyone from calling out random prices, at least a $300 million deposit should be submitted. For example, if the price is too high, what if someone regrets their bid? The many manufacturers in the audience began to murmur. They felt that Wang Lei had hit the nail on the head. If a deposit was indeed required, those who wished to stir the pot would have to hold back a bit. Morenkov's earpiece picked up the voice of the wealthy merchant Yu Taifu. Let's go with what he said. I almost forgot about this point. If he ends up regretting his bid, won't our auction become a joke? Marenkov immediately expressed his apologies. It was our oversight. I will have someone draft a set of bidding guidelines to prevent anyone from regretting their bid. Also, please transfer the deposit to an internationally certified third-party organization. After the auction, it will be returned to your respective accounts. However, if there's a breach of contract, here he raised his voice, we will deduct the $300 million deposit submitted by the offending company. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Wang Lei. Manager Kai looked utterly puzzled. Signing the bidding guidelines and submitting a deposit would really curb other manufacturers from making random offers. Was the boss thinking too simply? Everyone felt that submitting a deposit was somewhat troublesome. Udimeng was even embarrassed to afford the deposit, thus losing their eligibility to participate. Marenkov clearly hadn't anticipated this point. During the invitation, he had never considered that Dimeng lacked the strength to take on the mobile phone business. The general manager of Dimeng turned as red as a pig's backside, wishing he could storm out right then and there. All right, now that the guidelines have been signed and the deposits submitted, the auction officially begins. The starting price is $500 million with a minimum bid increment of $10 million. Just as he brought down the gavel, Wang Lei raised his paddle. $1.5 billion. This was the highest price that Hauda could accept. Wang Lei had never intended to play by the normal rules from the beginning. The audience immediately began to discuss. Wang Lei calling the price so high at once, was he trying to force them to retreat? Was he underestimating them too much? Yamamoto Goro from Kyocera immediately followed suit and raised his paddle. $1.5 billion. Samsung's Li Jianxi, also unwilling to fall behind, said $1.6 billion. $1.7 billion. Wang Lei's voice immediately drowned out his bid. Marenkov was so excited he was nearly trembling. Deciding to auction was undoubtedly a very wise choice, as this price had already far exceeded their psychological expectations. Seeing Wang Lei so determined, little son opened his mouth again. $1.7 billion. $500 million. Wang Lei glanced at Li Jianxi, deliberately provoking him to bid first. Li Jianxi had long held deep resentment towards Wang Lei, thinking that Hao's MP3 should have been their Samsung's cash cow. Seeing Wang Lei's demeanor, he was immediately ignited with anger. $1.8 billion. Everyone looked at Wang Lei with excitement, only to see him raise his paddle high. Marenkov could even see the shape of Wang Lei's mouth, ready to shout out $1.9 billion, sending shivers down his spine. They had made a huge profit, at least $900 million above the reserve price. But then he saw Wang Lei suddenly flip the paddle over and say, "We at Hauda abstain." Malenko believed he had misheard, and the minds of the crowd also paused for a moment. Until Wang Lei spoke again. "We at Hauda choose to abstain." The audience immediately erupted in confusion. Isn't Hauda determined to acquire Qualcomm's mobile business? Yes, why would they abstain? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to acquire such a robust mobile business. Malenko was also irritated. He questioned Wang Lei. "Mr. Wang, I am seriously asking you again, do you really want to abstain?" "Malenko, please be more precise in your speech." "I am not abstaining. I am choosing to abstain." Abstaining and choosing to abstain are two different matters. Professionally speaking, abstaining means that one has already bid on an item but chooses to forego payment. To abstain, literally understood, means to give up continuing to bid. Hauda's abstention will not affect your continued bidding. If you say it does, then should I assume you think I am a fool? The crowd fell silent, and they truly believed that Hauda had no choice. Even if the price was driven higher, Wang Lei could only take on the role of the fool, as he couldn't find a better option. "I have money, but I am not foolish. As for whether you are foolish or not, I do not know." Wang Lei's cold remarks undoubtedly targeted everyone in the venue. Manager Kai, however, was feeling dejected. The boss might feel satisfied with his remarks, but this also meant that Hauda had given up on acquiring Qualcomm's mobile business. Hauda's path to entering the mobile industry would undoubtedly become incredibly long and arduous. "Mr. Wang, you have been a bit impulsive. You will regret your impulsiveness today." Malenko shouted bitterly. "Hee, you need not worry. We in Dragon Nation can create an atomic bomb with our bare hands. Developing our own mobile phones is certainly not a problem. If I were you, I would be more concerned about this auction. As one of Qualcomm's shareholders, I hope this auction doesn't become an international joke." The executives of various companies in the audience began to discuss again. Hauda actually dared to attempt developing their own mobile phones. This was indeed the biggest joke they had heard this year. Yamaguchi Goro, the chairman of Kyocera, mocked. "Do you think that just because Hauda made an MP3, they are truly a world-class technology company? Even we at Kyocera would not dare to make such grand claims." Wang Lei remained silent, but his competitive spirit was ignited. He was determined to create Hauda's own mobile phone to slap the face of their competitor. Li Jaeyong from Samsung was somewhat speechless. What is this nonsense? Hauda actually withdrew. Does that mean they have nothing to do with this? Will the auction continue? Malenko received the latest directive from the wealthy Yute. That kid Wang Lei is right. The auction must continue, or our group will become a global laughingstock and the company's stock price will be affected. According to the values of the wealthy Yute, nothing is more important than stock price. Malenko heavily struck the gavel. Quiet, Howda has withdrawn, but the auction must continue. The Lee family from Samsung immediately lost their composure. What the heck? They came specifically to thwart Howda. Since Howda has withdrawn, why should the auction continue? Seeing the flushed faces of Lee Jae-yong and his son, the crowd couldn't help but smile in glee. Look, you were the most enthusiastic just now, and now you've shot yourself in the foot. Yes, everyone has signed the auction notice, Mr. Lee. You wouldn't disrupt this, would you? Could Lee Jae-yong dare to say yes? He was very certain that if he said yes, Samsung's international trade reputation would plummet. One can be despicable and shameless, but they cannot lose face. This is why a prostitute must set up a facade. In that instant, Lee Jae-yong suppressed his inner rage and looked at the chairman of Kyocera with a pleading gaze. Chairman of Kyocera, don't you also want to acquire Qualcomm's mobile business? Now, if you just add 10 million, we at Samsung will gladly present it to you. Yamaguchi Goro of Kyocera turned his head aside, pretending not to hear Lee Jae-yong's words. Lee Jae-yong's heart trembled. He truly regretted bidding. One must know that after the 1998 Korean economic crisis, foreign investment flooded into Korea. Like other chaebol, Samsung was heavily indebted, and to avoid collapse, he retained only a small share of Samsung stock. Samsung is nominally owned by the Lee family, but in reality over 89% of the shares are in foreign hands. If such a huge scandal were to occur, foreign shareholders would surely come after him. Malenko did not give Lee Jae-yong a chance to continue regretting. He loudly declared, "The current highest bid is $1.8 billion from Samsung Group. I will start the countdown. Is there a higher bid? 3, 2, 1. Malenko impatiently brought down the gavel. As for the interests of competitors. Sorry, competitors are just for selling. Who told you Samsung to bid the loudest? Lee Jae-yong collapsed in a daze onto the chair, and his son hurriedly called for a doctor. The auction venue instantly descended into chaos. Wang Lei shook his head at this scene and said to manager Kai, "Let's go, there is nothing for us here anymore." Lee Jianxi finally awakened as he was pushed onto the ambulance, oxygen mask attached. "Dad, are you all right?" "I'm fine here, but Samsung may face a very tough time ahead. With such a major blunder from the Lee family, someone must take responsibility for this matter." Thinking of this, Lee Jianxi said slowly, "I will cite my health issues and resign from the Samsung board. From now on, it will be up to you to bear the burden for the Lee family." Lee Zhairong's heart leaped with joy. He had waited long for this day when the old man would finally pass the position to him. Though he felt a mix of surprise and joy within, he still forced a calm expression, saying, "Dad, Samsung Group cannot do without you. Sai, if I don't step down, we might lose control over Samsung Electronics." The Lee family's direct holdings in Samsung Electronics account for less than 2, yet they manage the company through a pyramid cross-holding structure. The largest shareholder of Samsung Electronics is Samsung Life Insurance, holding 7 of the shares, while the largest controlling entity of Samsung Life Insurance is the Lee Jianxi father-son duo's Samsung Everland. However, this is only under the condition that they continue to obey. Relying solely on less than 10 of shares does not allow for complete control over Samsung Electronics. This is also the main reason why the father and son from the Lee family harbor animosity toward Wang Lei. The 5 stake obtained by Lee Sun from the currency fund organization undoubtedly reaches into the back garden of the Wang family. They feel powerless against the foreign powers, so all their resentment is directed at Wang Lei. "Father, you can rest assured I will always remember your teachings and make Samsung a giant in the global semiconductor industry." The news that Samsung Electronics spent a staggering $1.8 billion to acquire Qualcomm's mobile business spread like wildfire. International media immediately conducted comprehensive coverage on this matter. International giants generally don't want to offend anyone, thus, they remained silent about the auction incident. But the Demeng company was an exception. Their general manager had been brooding over the humiliation at the auction, blaming Qualcomm for not giving him face, which was understandable for his loudmouth. During an interview, he exaggeratedly described the events at the auction. So the gathering of international electronics manufacturers was actually to thwart Howda Electronics. "I never said such things, so don't report it recklessly." The reporters displayed knowing expressions. They understood the intentions of the manufacturers at this auction without needing him to clarify. This was almost an unspoken understanding. However, it was unexpected that the wealthiest in Dongzhou would not fall for this trick, choosing to abandon the acquisition instead of becoming the scapegoat. In their view, Samsung Electronics had shot itself in the foot. While the entire electronics industry was busy watching the drama, 2 major news stories broke regarding the turmoil. First, Samsung Electronics immediately issued an official statement announcing that after careful consideration they would formally withdraw from the auction and discuss breach of contract penalties with Qualcomm. Simultaneously, it was announced that Chairman Lee Jianxi would officially step down due to health issues, with his eldest son Lee Zhairong taking over. These 2 pieces of news undoubtedly confirmed that Samsung's misstep with Qualcomm indeed occurred. Samsung's stock price saw fluctuations again after the financial crisis erupted. It is expected to continue declining in the short term, and it is highly likely to reach a historic low. Another matter involved the other key player in the turmoil, Howda. Upon returning to Hong Kong, Wang Lei immediately held a press conference. Reporters from Hong Kong and the mainland had heard some rumors about what happened at the auction. Everyone felt a sense of pent-up frustration. Why has Howda been targeted repeatedly, and why are all the world's electronics manufacturers encircling Howda? What exactly are the foreign businesses afraid of? Everyone, do you know what the president of Kyocera said at the auction? He publicly mocked me, saying that Kyocera doesn't dare to mention self-developed phones. So how can you Chinese accomplish that? The crowd erupted in an uproar. This was not just an insult to Howda, but a disdain for the entire Dragon Nation's capabilities in independent technological development. Everyone felt a surge of resentment with no way to vent it. Indeed, they were not as skilled as Sakura and Han countries in the electronics industry, especially in mobile and communication fields. At this time, most domestic communication companies were joint ventures using foreign technology. The mobile phone sector was even more barren, with manufacturers from Sakura Nation like Sony, Toshiba, Sharp, etc. As everyone was feeling downcast, Wang Lei declared loudly, "Since the foreigners fear our progress, we must not give up on ourselves. Instead, we should embark on the path of self-development and catch up. I hereby mobilize that Howda will establish a mobile phone R&D department. Everyone at Howda must work hard for another 360 days, pledging to create our self-developed 3G phone." His speech was thunderous, and the audience erupted into continuous applause. A photo of Wang Lei clenching his fist and passionately shouting also made it onto the official daily. Howda is embarking on the most tragic long march in the history of technology, just as Mr. Wang Lei said. Technological independence is of the essence. Technological independence cannot be missed. Official Daily Review. The interplay between technology and trade has always been a significant topic in the business realm of Long Country. After the reform and opening up, a large influx of foreign goods entered Long Country, leading to a prevailing mindset of it is better to buy than to produce and better to rent than to buy. However, Howda's experiences have awakened thousands of high-tech companies in Long Country. In a populous nation like Long Country, once core technologies are restricted, it poses a significant problem. Howda, an outstanding individual facing suppression, is the best proof of this. No more speculation, it is not a conspiracy theory. The reality before us is starkly naked. Longway Company is the first to respond to Howda's call for technological independence, and we are fully committed to conquering the WCDMA standard. We might become an essential part of the West State 3GPP. The Long Country Aerospace Technology Group is responding to the call. The Long Country Aerospace Science and Industry Group is responding to the call. Companies of all sizes from various industries, including communications, home appliances, daily chemicals, and steel, have expressed their support for the call, pledging to increase investment in self-research and do their utmost to break free from dependency on foreign countries. At that moment, Wang Lei arrived in Han Country aboard a Boeing 747 VIP. He has friends here, one of whom is a beauty. Han Yojin was flustered in the strong wind, wondering why he had not arrived yet. Didn't he know it was rude to keep a beauty waiting for so long? Her assistant excitedly remarked, "Deputy Minister, it's Mr. Wang Lei's private plane." Han Yojin looked up as a plane adorned with numerous company logos slowly descended. The most prominent logos were those of Howda and Huanyu, truly ostentatious. Although she said this, she still had a red carpet laid out and instructed the band to start playing while the media began snapping photos. This is Han Country Broadcasting Corporation, the richest man in East Continent and the second richest in the world. Mr. Wang Lei is visiting our country at the invitation of the Ministry of Finance, according to Deputy Minister Han Yojin. His arrival is expected to resolve the funding dilemma faced by Han Country's enterprises and further alleviate the impact of the financial storm. Han Yojin, dressed in a tailored suit, smiled as she shook hands with Wang Lei. The two posed for a photo in front of the camera. At this moment, Wang Lei smiled and said, "Miss Han, I didn't expect that after our last meeting you would already be the Deputy Minister of Finance." "Haha, are you surprised that I became the Deputy Minister?" Don't think Han Yojin is being sarcastic. If it weren't for her need to rely on Wang Lei, she would have liked to bite this man. To pursue her interests, she was unhesitatingly colluding with the IMF, and she had become a bargaining chip in their negotiations, which made her understandably upset. However, Han Yojin had no intention of falling out. This time, she needed Wang Lei's assistance. Although it has been over a year since they compromised with the IMF, Han Country's economy continues to struggle as if trudging through a quagmire. Representative Jean had personally traveled to the beautiful country multiple times to lobby, which eventually brought back over $100 billion to alleviate the country's urgent financial needs. Inviting Wang Lei was because Howda made quite a splash at the Qualcomm business acquisition auction. Han Yojin felt that although this man was a bit despicable, he was indeed very wealthy. What was most precious was that he still retained a substantial amount of liquid cash. The significance of cash flow needs no elaboration. In Han country, which is in dire need of foreign investments, Wang Lei is the most desirable option. Moreover, Wang Lei had previously expressed his interest in investing in Han country during negotiations. This led to Wang Lei being invited to discuss cooperation. After accepting the IMF's assistance, Han country initially faced investment restrictions, but now all constraints have been lifted, making it the best time to buy at the bottom. Wang Lei initially intended to buy at the bottom in Han country, and the two found a common ground. If Han Yozhen knew Wang Lei's true intentions, she would probably be furious and stomp her feet. After a brief stop at the airport, Wang Lei got into Han Yuzhen's official vehicle. Representative Jean, I hope you can lend us $100 billion. We are willing to grant you priority acquisition rights to many groups in Han country, including the top 10 chaebols. Han Yozhen frowned slightly. Wang Lei's words were not to her liking. Which of the top 10 chaebols in Han country isn't a giant? Small companies may fail, but chaebols will not. However, Wang Lei appeared confident in his grasp of Han Yozhen. He was well aware that Daewoo, the second largest chaebol in Han country, would one day collapse, shattering the perception that chaebols in Han country are too big to fail. Daewoo is the second largest automobile manufacturer in Han country, with Daewoo Heavy Industries and Daewoo Shipbuilding. These are all valuable assets for the people of Han country. Currently, the Han country has the most open policies. You are free to initiate acquisitions, but I hope it won't be aimed at gaining control. In the aid treaty signed with the IMF currency organization, there is a clause. It requires the Han country to fully open up to foreign investment and allow overseas capital to acquire Han enterprises. However, Wang Lei is very aware that the Han country has a strong sense of nationalism, and without official assistance, acquisitions will be extremely difficult. Upon hearing Han Yuzhen's ambiguous response, Wang Lei laughed. $100 billion is no small sum. Given your repayment ability, it would take at least 5 to 10 years. With my capabilities, turning 100 billion into hundreds of billions of wealth during this period is entirely possible. Deputy Han, please give me a reason to lend money to your country. Han Yozhen knew that Wang Lei was not a philanthropist. Given his abilities, the profits from lending would not be as quick as those from investment. She quickly recognized the situation and took a step back, saying, "How about this? No matter what industry you acquire, it must be done through a joint capital investment with the official side, in addition to providing us with a 100 billion short-term loan." Wang Lei almost wanted to applaud Han Yozhen. This woman was indeed calculating well. If he truly agreed, no matter which company Wang Lei acquired, the official side would have to join as a shareholder. With shares, the government could supervise the company's operations, financial expenditures, and major decisions. The most absurd part is that this money would still be provided by Wang Lei. In this way, the Han government's official side would not only gain a large amount of foreign exchange, but also through Wang Lei's hands rescue bankrupt large enterprises while playing the role of operational supervision. Han Yozhen looked at Wang Lei with expectation. Wang Lei gave her an elegant roll of the eyes. "I have not sensed your sincerity. I cannot accept this cooperation without any benefits. I have plenty of money, but that does not mean I am foolish." Han Yozhen felt a bit irritated. This person was as stubborn as ever. "Wang Lei, what do you really want?" "My thoughts are actually quite simple. I can agree to a joint investment, but it must be that I hold 51 of the shares and possess 100 of the voting rights." On the bumpy road, Han Yozhen fell into deep thought. The current situation favored Wang Lei. If she did not grant the 100 voting rights, Wang Lei would likely never relent. Representative Jean had high hopes for Wang Lei. If she couldn't secure this cooperation, it would inevitably disappoint him greatly. Her young age and the position of deputy minister were largely reliant on Representative Jean's support. On the other hand, if this cooperation were completed and yielded decent results, her position would naturally become more secure. "All right, regarding the 100 voting rights, I can agree. Does that mean you are willing to lend?" "Wait, I hope that the $100 billion is lent to your country in the form of a joint investment." Han Yozhen was momentarily unclear about Wang Lei's intentions. Wang Lei took out a list, and Han Yozhen found that all the companies on the list were currently struggling in operations. The first on the list was the Han country's first bank. Although this bank is called the Han country's first bank, it is actually just one of the 8 major banks in the Han country. Recently, the Han country's first bank fell into a debt abyss, losing basic liquidity, and now completely relying on official assistance. Take the first bank, for example. I hope that both sides contribute $900 million to get it back up and running, with the official side holding 49 of the shares. Of course, this money is lent to your side by me. Han Yozhen understood Wang Lei's intention. This way, the Han country's first bank could quickly resume operations, while the Han government retained 49 of the bank's shares. Moreover, in this transaction, the Han government would not need to invest a single penny, only bearing the interest generated from the 440 million principal. Thinking of this, Han Yozhen was immediately moved. This was much more benevolent than the greedy tycoon. "You. All right, Mr. Wang, I can agree to your 2 conditions. and I will do my utmost to facilitate this transaction. Meanwhile, Li Jianxi, who was watching television, heavily slammed the remote control on the ground. Representative Jean actually wants to use Wang Lei to counterbalance the European and American financial groups. Isn't she afraid of inviting wolves into the house again? Ever since being tricked by Wang Lei at the auction, Li Jianxi harbored a deep hatred towards him. The only thing he wanted to do now was to unite with other financial magnates to resist this Eastern Jew tycoon. Bring Rong over. I have something to discuss with him. Father, what has provoked such anger? Li Jiang, newly appointed as chairman of Samsung, had been rushing to contain multiple crises. Yet the moment he learned his father required him, he immediately set aside all pressing matters and returned without delay. Have you seen today's news? Representative Kim is attempting to use Wang Lei to counterbalance Western and American conglomerates. Now seated as chairman, Li Jiang had gained a far sharper understanding of Hanguk's current political and economic landscape. Hanguk was no longer the nation it once was. Through the International Monetary Fund's mechanisms, foreign capital had seized control of its economic sovereignty. Major chaebols nominally acquiring bankrupt small and medium-sized enterprises grew ever more dominant. In truth, Western and American capital wielded these chaebols as proxies, reducing the entire nation of Hanguk to little more than wage laborers serving overseas interests. Superficially, Hanguk's economy appeared poised to emerge gradually from its winter chill. Yet this prosperity was illusory. He was certain Hanguk would steadily erode its national sovereignty, ultimately becoming a mere puppet of Western and American powers. Unlike his father, he was only 30 years old. How could he possibly resign himself to perpetual subordination? While Li Kunhee dismissed Representative Kim's strategy, as naive, Li Jiang saw in it Hanguk's final opportunity, and Samsung's last chance. Father, what does this have to do with Samsung? Our stock price has plummeted sharply lately. We haven't even resolved our own internal crises yet. Hearing those words, Li Kunhee flushed with embarrassment. The stock's precipitous decline had originated from his own missteps, and now his son was left to clean up the mess. Though initially seething with indignation, Li Kunhee suddenly recalled his son's immense burden, and his enthusiasm instantly waned. Indeed, their own house remained ablaze. How could they possibly spare energy to confront Wang Lei? Actually, I believe Wang Lei's investment in Hanguk is a welcome development. What do you mean? Are you inclined to court Wang Lei as well? Li Jiang nodded gravely. Globally speaking, Wang Lei stands alone as the sole individual capable of challenging Western and American financial titans in terms of capital flow. I attempted to boost investor confidence by announcing a major breakthrough in semiconductor technology. Yet even that failed to arrest Samsung Electronics' collapsing share price. Should this downward spiral continue, the consequences for us would be dire. We are already powerless to repurchase Samsung shares. The financial crisis spared no one, not even the Li family. Their liquid assets had dwindled to near exhaustion. Should any party seek to acquire Samsung Electronics, a hostile takeover would become alarmingly plausible. Li Kunhee was no short-sighted patriarch. Swiftly setting aside his personal animosity toward Wang Lei, his mind cleared at once, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. He had nearly allowed hatred to cloud his judgment. Upon reflection, however, he realized that Wang Lei's acquisition of those 5% of shares was in fact critically decisive. Samsung Electronics' equity structure had reached an exceedingly delicate equilibrium. Samsung Life Insurance held the largest stake at 7.88%, while his own holdings, combined, fell just short of 10%. This level of ownership was perilously thin. Though the Hanguk government retained a modest stake, the majority of shares resided firmly in foreign hands. At that moment he murmured, so not only must we refrain from opposing Wang Lei, we must actively collaborate with him, and even welcome his continued purchases of Samsung Electronics shares on the secondary market. Precisely. We shall leverage his involvement to lift our share price back into a safe, stable range. Li Jiang's words plunged Li Kunhee into deep contemplation. After a long silence, he finally nodded. Your insight is exceptional. By inviting Wang Lei in, we may even compel foreign capital to hesitate, pitting two tigers against each other while we reap the ultimate advantage. Lei, are you truly determined to acquire First Bank of Hanguk? Jia Sini murmured, nestling lazily in Wang Lei's arms. It's hardly a prime asset at present. Sini, whether a bank qualifies as a premium asset hinges not on balance sheets, but on public trust. Once I assume control, its credit rating will ascend dramatically. The populace, swayed by my reputation as the wealthiest man in Dongzhou, will reassess the institution with renewed confidence. My task will be to install an entirely new management team, implement cutting-edge governance models, rigorously mitigate lending risks, and streamline physical branches, bringing frontline staff and customer service closer to the people. Jia Sini's languid gaze sharpened instantly. Wang Lei's analysis had crystallized her thinking. The bank's transformation was at its core a change of personnel. Yet its credibility soared overnight. With enhanced credibility, deposits would surge, interbank lending capacity would expand, and the bank's valuation would rise steadily. As for what lies ahead, what did it matter to them? Once Hanguk's economy recovered, they could sell First Bank of Hanguk at a handsome profit. Excellent. Tomorrow I shall personally coordinate with Hanguk's deputy minister to advance this initiative. Hello Miss Jia, I am Chief Financial Officer and Zhengjiu. Facing the outstretched right hand of the other party, Jia Sini remained indifferent and coldly replied, Chief, and now that everyone is here, can we start the negotiation? And Zhengjiu showed a hint of embarrassment, but he did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. Wang Lei's private equity fund is the financial backer that Jin Dai insists on securing. If they cannot be retained in Han country, he as the chief financial officer cannot escape blame. Once Jia Sini's side was seated and Zhengjiu took the initiative to propose, Miss Jia, after careful discussion we have decided to agree to your terms. Please hold on. The conference room fell silent. Han Yozhen, who had not spoken up until now, hurriedly asked Miss Jia, is there something wrong? Jia Sini instructed her assistant to take out a thick contract and declared in an undeniable tone, this contract must be signed personally by Jin Dai, and you must affix the seal of the financial department. The financial department of Han country felt an ominous foreboding. Han Yozhen felt that this scene and conversation seemed eerily familiar. Once they had signed an unequal agreement here in this office with the monetary fund organization that sold off their economic powers. After reading the contract, several people were left speechless for a long time. This was because the contract seemed to have anticipated all possible scenarios, which were of course meant to prevent unforeseen circumstances. What they found most unacceptable was the contract contained a priority clause. If any bad debts arise from the loans discovered after delivery, the Wang family fund has the right to sell them to the government, and the government must not refuse for any reason. This meant that Han country could not leave any bad debts among the companies being sold, including those that had not yet turned into non-performing assets. Han Yozhen instinctively wanted to refuse, as the selling price of $900 million was already very cheap. This money would first be used to compensate foreign banks' debts, and only the remainder would go to domestic creditors. If there were bad debts, the government would have to foot the bill. Wouldn't that mean they would constantly have to dig into their pockets? But then they heard Jia Sini say, Minister, and let's take the First Bank as an example. If the bank has non-performing assets, no one would dare to deposit money there, and the $900 million we both put in would be wasted. In that case, we would also be unable to help the First Bank regain its vitality, which would go against your government's original intention. And Zhengjiu instinctively nodded. The bank was crucial for promoting the economy. Only with a functioning banking sector could other industries thrive. However, these non-performing assets were not just a small sum, and this was only the First Bank. Other companies could also encounter non-performing assets at any time, and that would not be a small amount. If it weren't for their desperate situation, and Zhengjiu and Jia Sini would probably have walked away upon seeing this clause. But in a game where falling behind means being beaten, others wouldn't help you share the economic burden for no reason. If you want to gain, you must make concessions. Jia Sini saw helplessness and despair in Zhengjiu's eyes. She whispered in a cold voice, Chief, and how about we? We cannot refuse. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. The First Bank cannot fall into our hands. If the negotiation breaks down, foreign capital may not be any easier to deal with than Wang's private equity. Han Yozhen understood in her heart that if one does not cut the cord decisively, the economy of Han country would have no hope of recovery and would only worsen. Thinking of this, she nodded, suddenly realizing why those traders insisted on signing that agreement with the Monetary Fund Organization. We will immediately apply for Jin Dai's signature. Please wait a moment. After leaving for a while, the two returned to the conference room. Holding the already signed document, they said, Miss Jia, we have signed the contract. Please expedite the transfer of $900 million to complete this transaction. When Zhengjiu said this, he felt much lighter in his heart. Having shed such a huge burden and secured $900 million in funding, they could finally respond confidently to the foreign creditors. Of course, we also hope to settle into the First Bank soon, or rather it should be called Huanyu Bank. The first thing Jia Sini did after acquiring Huanyu was to change its name, and Zhengjiu and Han Yozhen felt slightly displeased, but the bank was already their asset, holding 100 of the voting rights. No matter what the other party did, they had no right to interfere. It was already a gesture of respect for shareholders that they were informed. And Zhengjiu awkwardly asked, what other industries is your side interested in? I assure you the prices are reasonable. Han Yuzhen's heart had already drifted out the window. She really wanted to find Wang Lei and scold him for being shameless for suddenly adding an unequal agreement. If Wang Lei knew her thoughts, he would surely laugh heartily. He had come straight out with all his demands, and Han Yozhen would definitely refuse to compromise on anything. But by gradually breaking down the other party's psychological defenses, the matter would become much easier. Looking at the list of companies, and Zhengjiu felt a slight difficulty, as the firms favored by the Wang Foundation were all among the top 30 enterprises in Han country. LG Semiconductor was even a core industry supported by the Han government. Whether it was Jinlu Soju Sanmei Steel Plant or LG Semiconductor, they all hoped to digest them through internal mergers. Seemingly sensing and Zhengjia's doubts, Jia Sini smiled and asked, "Who does your side intend to sell LG Semiconductor to? Hyundai Memory, or perhaps Samsung Electronics, or the giants from the beautiful country?" And Zheng Jiao hesitated to respond. Currently Hyundai Group has the strongest intention. They plan to merge Hyundai Memory and LG Semiconductor into a new semiconductor company through a stock exchange method. In his past life under the connections in Han country, the two giants merged into Hynix. In 2012, the third largest chaebol SK Group acquired 21.05% of the shares to take control of Hynix, which then changed its name again. Hynix is a rapidly developing company, ranked as the third largest DRAM manufacturer in the world and ninth in the entire semiconductor industry. Hyundai Group has just acquired Kia Group. How much do you think they will spend on LG Semiconductor? Kia Motors once represented a symbol of pride for the people of Han country, holding the top market share among domestic auto manufacturers. In the 1990s, Kia began a massive expansion to tap into overseas markets, establishing 26 automobile import companies and 28 subsidiaries in Europe alone. They also began to expand rapidly into metallurgy, construction, and other fields. However, due to their overreach, like other chaebols, they accumulated massive debts. The government could not bear to watch the once proud collapse, and under their intervention Hyundai had to grit its teeth and acquire the debt-laden Kia Group using cash and stock exchange. It is worth noting that before the financial crisis Hyundai's debt ratio was as high as 800, the highest among many chaebols. They did not collapse solely because of sufficient cash flow and the preferential assistance from the Han government, which allowed them to survive. LG Semiconductor's debts were equally concerning. With that thought, and Zheng Jiao gritted his teeth and said, "I will consult Representative Jean, but it is fundamentally impossible for your side to take control of LG Semiconductor. As for Jinlu Soju and Sanmei Steel Plant, the people of Han country love soju, and Jinlu Soju is a national brand. For them to be acquired would undoubtedly be a disgrace." However, it was clear that the people of Han country had already grown accustomed to such disgrace. Thus he hesitated for a moment before responding. "Jinlu Soju is our third largest beer manufacturer and the 12th largest soju manufacturer in the world. We initially hoped it would merge with Height Group. Since your side has proposed an acquisition, we will have the creditors of Jinlu Group provide a reasonable quote. Due to its lower alcohol content and various fruity flavors favored by young people, Jinlu is popular worldwide. Perhaps because of its unique fruity taste that offsets the greasiness of grilled meat, almost all barbecue restaurants will have Jinlu Soju. This product is not a core industry for the Koreans, so Zheng Jiao spoke without any hesitation. As for Sanmei Steel Plant, I also need to report to Representative Jean to hear his instructions." Hearing this, Jia Sini smiled discontentedly. "I do not see your side's sincerity. I am afraid I cannot continue to waste precious time with you." Hearing the people from the Wang Foundation slam the door on their way out, and Zheng Jiao dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. He knew in his heart that the options left for the people of Long country were few, and most industries had already been ravaged by European and American consortiums a year ago, and what remained were mostly tough nuts to crack and the core industries that Representative Jean was reluctant to let go. Yu Yojin, we need to persuade Representative Jean together. The appetite of this tycoon from Dongzhou is not much smaller than that of the Europeans and Americans. Han Yojin was well aware of this, as she understood that only by dragging Wang Lei down could the Han economy have a glimmer of respite. "Director and I think we can leak the news that Wang Lei wants to acquire LG Semiconductor." And Zhengjia's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up, truly a financial prodigy. When two tigers fight, we can gain the maximum benefit. Indeed, if we sell, we must sell at a good price. Jia Sini, who had exited the door, spoke into her earpiece. "The new Han government is truly stubborn. It seems impossible for us to take advantage like Yulong. I had already anticipated such a reaction from them. Since that is the case, we should not continue to waste words with them. Sini, take the cash I have on hand and start bottom fishing in the Han stock market." "Okay, I will get people to start acting right away. Mr. Wang, I toast to you." Facing Qiu Yashuan's gesture, Wang Lei graciously took a sip of wine. How could he refuse such a stunning woman with flawless legs, figure, and face? He stood amid the shareholders' gala hosted by Samsung Group. Qiu Yashuan, the leading dan of the Samsung dance troupe assigned to host him, walked with such elegant poise that Wang Lei, a connoisseur of subtle physical cues, immediately discerned her untouched purity. Clearly this arrangement had been specially prepared for him by Li Jieyong. "Miss Qiu, your boss invited me here, not merely for you to accompany me in drinking, I presume." "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Wang. My employer has stepped away momentarily to attend to a family matter, and will personally offer his apologies upon his return." As if fearing Wang Lei's skepticism, Qiu Yashuan leaned in and whispered softly into his ear. "Our eldest heir has caused quite a stir." The chairman rushed off to handle it urgently. With porcelain skin and breathtaking beauty, every gesture Qiu Yashuan made radiated irresistible allure. Rumor had it that Samsung had carefully selected numerous such public relations specialists, and Wang Lei couldn't help but admire the decadent opulence of Korean chaebol life. At that moment, commotion stirred at the entrance. Koreans bowed deeply and loudly hailed their chairman. Lee Jae-yong had finally arrived. The two were no strangers. They'd met before in San Diego, where Lee Jae-yong had still been a modest, unassuming deputy. Now, however, his commanding presence and imposing aura rivaled, even surpassed, that of his own father. Mr. Wang, my deepest apologies. I arrived late. So saying, he raised a glass of red wine, poured himself a generous measure, and drained it in one bold swallow. I punish myself with this cup. Well then, since he'd lowered himself so humbly, Wang Lei found it difficult to press further. Smiling, he asked, Mr. Lee, what brings you to seek me out? Though I am a Samsung shareholder, this gathering appears to be an internal affair. Everyone present had already paid their respects to Wang Lei. From the introductions, most were senior executives of Samsung Group, or members of the Lee family itself, unquestionably the inner circle. Lee Jae-yong explained, I invited you to our private assembly for two reasons. First, to express my profound gratitude for your support in securing my position as chairman, and second, to forge a united front, to weather this crisis together and confront the Western powers. Wang Lei suppressed a cold smile. Indeed, Lee Jae-yong dared speak boldly, treating him not as an outsider but as a confidant. Yet such heartfelt candor failed to sway Wang Lei. This new Samsung patriarch was no ordinary figure. His acumen and resolve matched, if not exceeded, those of his father. Even after being detained over certain compromising evidence, he had wielded such formidable influence that authorities were compelled to release him without charge. Under his leadership, Samsung's smartphones soared to global market dominance. A man like this was certainly no pushover, and Wang Lei's next remark left Lee Jae-yong momentarily flustered. Mr. Lee, I suspect you've misunderstood something. I bear no grudge against the Western powers. I am above all a pragmatic businessman, one who seeks friendship with everyone and profit for us all. Indeed, we all wish for harmony and shared prosperity. Let's earn wealth together. Lee Jae-yong and Xiao Yashuan exchanged awkward smiles, hastening to echo his sentiment. Yet the Western powers have long acted with arrogant impunity. As you've witnessed, they deliberately withdrew investment at a critical juncture, then seized control of our economic levers. Truly despicable. Not only has your Howda Group been targeted, but Samsung itself now operates under their shadow. At this, Lee Jae-yong raised his glass once more. I propose we exchange strengths, form a strategic alliance, and stand shoulder to shoulder against the West. Chanting slogans, that's second nature to me. Wang Lei promptly lifted his own glass and drank deeply with Lee Jae-yong. Mr. Lee, if there's something you need, just say it plainly. I prefer directness, swift, decisive, no unnecessary preliminaries. I see. You're a man of action. Lee Jae-yong nodded, recognizing Wang Lei's aversion to pretense. He spoke plainly. We hope you'll acquire Samsung shares on the secondary market, and we are prepared to purchase your voting rights. So it was his voting rights they sought. Wang Lei instantly grasped the situation. Following the recent scandal, Samsung stock had plunged into volatility, and the Lees could no longer afford complacency. Unwilling to become mere puppets of foreign interests, they now pinned their hopes on Wang Lei. That's no difficulty at all. I'll dispatch my team tomorrow to stabilize the share price. As for the voting rights, we can discuss the details at our leisure, over a proper meeting. Lee Jae-yong realized he'd been overly hasty. Such a monumental matter, the transfer of voting rights, could hardly be settled in a single day. Wang Lei's refusal to dismiss the proposal outright signaled that negotiations were viable. To be fair, Koreans knew how to orchestrate atmosphere. Cheek-to-cheek salsa dancing, lavish cash showers. By the end, even Wang Lei had drunk more than intended. Xiao Yashuan, please look after Mr. Wang well on my behalf. How could Wang Lei refuse such a lavish feast from the Han Kingdom? The next day, he woke up from bed feeling sore and exhausted. The trained dancers were indeed extraordinary. Last night was a silky experience, marking an unprecedented deep exchange. Looking at the deep red stain on the bed, Wang Lei stroked his chin and took out a check from his briefcase, writing a series of numbers on it. With this money, Xiao Yashuan could easily pursue her dreams or marry an honest man. Without lingering, Wang Lei got dressed and left the hotel. As soon as he opened his phone, he found several missed calls, all from Jia Xine. Xine, I drank too much at the Samsung party last night. Without further explanation, Jia Xine already knew what kind of person her man was. She reported, I am ready on my end. Shall we commence the operation? Let's begin. By the way, Lee Jae-yong from Samsung asked me to help boost their stock price a bit. We can take good care of him. Jia Xine immediately replied, all right, I will ensure he is satisfied. As she said this, a hint of anger filled her heart, thinking about her man who had not returned all night, surely arranged by that Lee Jae-yong. Since he was so courteous, she must express her gratitude properly. Do everything possible to raise Samsung's stock price. Buy up all the shares that are being sold in the market. With this command from Jia Xine, the traders began to hustle. The Wang family fund was not targeting just Samsung Electronics, Hyundai Motor, LG Electronics, Lotte Mart, Dahan Airlines. Almost every listed company of the major conglomerates fell within their sights. In just a few seconds, changes appeared on the exchange's large screen. The veteran investors of the Han Kingdom rubbed their eyes, thinking they had made a mistake. How could this be? The stock prices of major companies were rapidly rising. In those brief seconds, many stocks changed from red to blue. It's rising, it's really rising. They were ecstatic, cheering in excitement. What sent chills down their spines was the ferociously sudden surge. Even the Han Kingdom's market, which had been in a downturn, was significantly uplifted. No one knew what was happening. They only knew someone was frantically buying up stocks of large companies. Li Jiayong, upon receiving the news, was also very pleased. This General Wang does not do things half-heartedly. It seems his dance troupe has achieved remarkable results again. Make sure to reward that Xiao Yashian well. However, his good mood lasted only 2 hours. The stock price of Samsung Electronics quickly moved away from the danger zone, continuing to rise crazily. Li Jiayong had a bad premonition. This Wang had already consumed so many shares. Was he still not satisfied? Generally, individuals purchasing Samsung Electronics shares might feel some anxiety and hesitate. But Wang Lei, with his foresight, would not hesitate. As the future largest electronic industry enterprise in the Han Kingdom, and the 15th ranked company in the global Fortune 500, Samsung Electronics stock price soared after the 21st century. Even if it was a premium acquisition, now looking long-term, this was an investment that would yield more profit than Microsoft or Qualcomm. Li Jiayong anxiously asked his subordinate, what percentage of shares does the Wang family fund currently hold? They hold 3/16 of the shares. It's still not at the point of making a proposal. He still wants to make a proposal. Li Jiayong was nearly jumping with anxiety. If the Wang family fund really made a proposal, Wang Lei would directly surpass the Li family by controlling shares both directly and indirectly. What does he want to do? This was also what other conglomerates wanted to ask Wang Lei. What on earth do you intend to do? Are you really planning to acquire their public company at any cost? To them, Li Sun's actions seemed completely insane. The current surge in stock prices left them feeling alarmed. Their executives could hardly resist the temptation, wanting to sell their stocks at this moment. Yet when they truly wished to seek justice, they dared not speak loudly. At this moment, most of the financial magnates bore immense debts with liabilities amounting to several times their net worth. What left them financially strained was their ongoing acquisition of bankrupt small and medium enterprises, a process filled with both pain and pleasure. Ultimately, they could not muster the funds to stop Wang Lei, who held a significant amount of cash, from launching a blatant assault against them. Now the wealthy were the ones in power. In the past, as local tyrants, they had many ways to thwart Wang Lei. But now times had changed. Their country's credit rating had just begun to recover slightly, and they could not afford to leave any negative news in the international trade arena due to this incident. For them, struggling to survive it would undoubtedly be fatal. Thus, the most vocal of the Dayu financial conglomerate, Jin Yuzhong, after realizing the nuances of the situation, could only suppress his anger and said to his subordinates, "Remember, do not be too harsh. Be a bit more polite." His subordinates nodded, indicating their understanding. Jiasini was immediately notified. The major financial groups have called to inquire, hoping that we will cease our aggressive tactics. The recently hired assistant from the Han nation, who had just started working, wore a smile. This feeling of bullying was undeniably delightful. Having worked in Han for many years, he knew well how domineering these financial magnates had been in the past. When had these tyrannical conglomerates ever been so accommodating? After venting her frustrations, Jiasini felt considerably better. She had her team tally up the total shares acquired, and they had already completed the planned quota. Notify these financial groups to attend the meeting. If they do not come, the Wang Foundation will continue to buy in large volumes after the market opens tomorrow. Continue buying in. The financial magnates who had just relaxed were so angry they could have eaten someone alive, yet they thought about how the other party indeed had the backbone to say such things. If they were to target any one of them deliberately, the publicly listed group in their hands would undoubtedly lose its controlling stake. This was the last thing they wanted to see. All right, tell the people from the Wang Foundation that I will attend the meeting on time tomorrow. At this moment, Wang Lei also received a call from Li Zirong, holding him accountable. Brother Wang Lei, you are being a bit excessive. Mr. Zirong, what have I done wrong? I have followed your advice and purchased shares of Samsung Electronics as promised. Is this a purchase or is it an acquisition? It was no wonder Li Zirong felt resentful. He had just urgently used some funds under his name to buy shares of Samsung Electronics. This barely allowed the Li family's shareholding to exceed Wang Lei's by about 2. Oh, this must be a misunderstanding. I will ask Sini what exactly is going on. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking over Samsung Electronics. Wang Lei spoke the truth, having the Li family work for him was quite good, but genuinely managing Samsung Electronics would undoubtedly force both the Li family and the authorities into a desperate situation. It is known that the Han government holds nearly a 10% stake in Samsung under the guise of the National Pension Service. In major restructuring matters, the Han government possesses veto power. Thus, Wang Lei's wish to take over Samsung Electronics was almost an impossible task. Upon hearing Wang Lei say this, Li Zirong's mood improved somewhat. Brother Wang Lei, now that you have acquired a considerable amount of Samsung's shares, shall we discuss the matter of voting rights? Well, about that. Is there something difficult to say? Wang Lei no longer beat around the bush and spoke directly. Before that, I hope your side can help me with something. Li Zirong hesitated. What is it? We are good brothers. Feel free to say it. Tomorrow I have arranged to discuss matters with several major financial groups. I want to take over LG Semiconductor, and I hope you can stand by my side and together pressure a few companies to actively express their intention to abandon the acquisition of LG Semiconductor to the authorities. Li Zirong had no interest in LG Semiconductor. They held a significant advantage in semiconductors. The company most interested in LG Semiconductor was the current largest financial conglomerate in the Han nation, Hyundai. Before the country's bankruptcy, Hyundai ranked first, EU second, and Samsung third. If Hyundai Electronics successfully acquired LG Semiconductor, they would undoubtedly become Samsung Electronics' biggest competitor in the future. Thinking of this, Li Zirong did not miss the opportunity to show goodwill towards Wang Lei. All right, tomorrow I will undoubtedly stand by your side without hesitation. The tycoons who received the reply were anxious. They pondered what Wang Lei was thinking and what tricks he would pull next. The tycoons who controlled the livelihoods of millions in Han country were not sleeping well tonight. The next day, they arrived at the Wang Family Fund's office with dark circles under their eyes. Although it was called an office, it was actually a mortgaged building purchased by Jia Sini in the most luxurious area of Seoul. Have you ever seen a building bought as casually as buying cabbage? The Wang Family Fund made it happen. This place used to be the headquarters of a financial institution, but it has been vacant since the company went bankrupt. Walking through the empty corridor, a cold wind blew, making the tycoons shiver involuntarily. Why is there so little people yet the air conditioning is so strong? Don't they care about the electricity bill? Jin Yuzhong's complaint drew quiet laughter from the crowd. Soon they were led to the office by the staff. Wang Lei and Jia Sini had been waiting for them for a long time. Li Zirong voluntarily took a seat beside Wang Lei. The other tycoons also found a place to sit. I am very happy to see you all here. Hearing the translator's words, the tycoons were dismissive. If it weren't for the guns pointed at their heads, they wouldn't want to waste their breath talking to Wang Lei. I know what you are thinking. After all, the Wang Family Fund is an outsider. You all think my success is temporary and Han country will always be your domain. The tycoons remained silent, but they thought just that. The money from the currency fund organization would eventually have to be repaid, and by then the unfavorable situation would improve. Some unfair policies would also be abolished. By then they could naturally regain some say and no longer need to fear Wang Lei, this lone wolf. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words, and the tycoons tacitly accepted Wang Lei's statement. The future is bright, but unfortunately some of you may not live to see that day, and will fall before the dawn's light. This statement pierced Jin Yuzhong's heart like a thorn. He was acutely aware of his own situation. Although Dayu was still the second largest conglomerate, it was merely pretending to be strong. Dai's debts had reached a precarious level. The biggest problem was a lack of active cash flow. The root cause was that Dai's foundation lay in the real economy. During the previous vigorous expansion, they only expanded the production lines and engaged in a series of acquisitions worldwide. Previously, it was easy for Dayu to borrow money. Who wouldn't give some face to the second largest conglomerate in Han country? But now, with Han country in bankruptcy, their last veil of shame had been stripped away, making borrowing extraordinarily difficult. Dayu had contemplated downsizing and cutting ties with some heavily indebted subsidiaries. However, the results were not ideal. So upon hearing this, he felt a pang of anxiety, especially as Wang Lei looked at him with a smile. It was as if those words were directed at him. The person who had appeared the most resilient was now too afraid to meet Wang Lei's gaze, like a child who hadn't done their homework, fearing being called out by the teacher. Jin Yuzhong was also a prominent figure, and Wang Lei did not wish to put him in a difficult position, quickly shifting his gaze away from him. Actually, I called you all here because I need everyone's cooperation on a matter. Seeing that no one spoke, Wang Lei continued on his own. I want to acquire LG Semiconductor, and I hope you all will give me some face and not compete with me. The newly appointed president of Hyundai, Zheng Laojiu, felt a jolt in his heart. Wang Lei was targeting them at Hyundai. Now most of Han country knew that Hyundai Electronics wanted to acquire LG Semiconductor to form a new semiconductor group. I oppose. Zheng Laojiu interjected before the president of LG could speak. Why should we let you acquire LG Semiconductor? Just because you want to. Wang Lei and Jiasini could not help but exchange a disdainful smile. Just because we have money, having more money allows us to do whatever we want. Don't you all agree? Li Zirong, sensing the signal, immediately chimed in gleefully. What, Mr. Wang said makes sense. Zhang Laojiu, I think Hyundai has enough trouble with Kia. Every action should have its limits, or you might choke on it and become a laughingstock. How can you support an outsider? Before Zhang Laojiu could finish his rebuke towards Li Zirong, Jin Yuzhong, weighing the pros and cons, also chimed in. Zhang Laojiu, what Inrong said makes sense. Disorderly expansion will only increase the burden on the group. Haven't you learned enough from past lessons? Jin Yuzhong. How could you betray us too? The president of LG Zhu Benmeo saw the situation and also spoke up. Chairman Zhang, if you want to acquire our LG Semiconductor, the shares you offer are too few and your sincerity is lacking. With several allies turning against him, Zhang Laojiu was stunned. He angrily fell silent, unable to utter another word. Zhang Laojiu never dreamed that as the foremost tycoon of Han country, he would one day be driven to internal injury by sheer frustration. Honorable President Zhang, I Wang Lei have come solely in pursuit of profit, not to make enemies of you or your peers. You have already witnessed my capabilities. Opposing me brings no advantage whatsoever. Yet, becoming my ally, the benefits speak for themselves. Zhang Laojiu's eyes narrowed slightly at these words, his tone laced with sarcasm. So, you'd actually lend us money? Lending you funds is not out of the question. After all, Wang Group Fund has just acquired First Bank. A bank's greatest profits stem from lending and financial product development, and the very conglomerates before him were Han country's most premium clients. Lending them capital and collecting interest was perfectly reasonable. Whether the principal could ever be recovered mattered little to Wang Lei. By then he might well have completed the privatization and monetization of the bank, so he spoke without a trace of hesitation or burden. At present, these major conglomerates were aggressively acquiring bankrupt enterprises across Han country. Liquidity was for them nothing short of paramount. The moment they learned financing was available from Wang Lei, their attitudes shifted instantly. Even Zhang Laojiu wore a deferential smile. After all, Wang Lei was renowned far and wide as the region's wealthiest magnate. Then, Honorable President Zhang, will you withdraw your bid for LG Semiconductor? Zhang Laojiu, a wily old fox, recognized this, as Wang Lei offering him a graceful exit. Wang Lei could easily have continued pressing him into submission, yet chose instead a subtle face-saving approach. Zhang couldn't help but acknowledge Wang's skill in repeatedly outmaneuvering Western powers. Forging an alliance with such a man rendered even the failure to acquire LG Semiconductor utterly insignificant. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. With Zhang's concession, laughter filled the office. Kim Wuzheng's smile, however, carried a faint undercurrent of concern. He wished to speak with Wang Lei privately about the specifics of the loan. Deputy Minister Han, this reflects our Grand President's decision. Hyundai Group faces its own existential challenges and can no longer proceed with the LG Semiconductor acquisition. We sincerely apologize. After the Hyundai representative departed, Han Eugene fell into deep contemplation. She sensed the unmistakable scent of conspiracy. The Wang Group Fund had purchased massive stakes in conglomerate stocks just 2 days prior, and today Hyundai had abruptly withdrawn from its planned acquisition. If there were no hidden machinations, Han Eugene refused to believe it. She surmised Wang Lei must have struck some secret agreement with Hyundai to provoke this sudden reversal. Damn it! Wang Lei is far too cunning. A pang of regret stirred within her for having drawn him into this affair. Yet with Hyundai's withdrawal, someone would inevitably bear the cost of LG Semiconductor. Resolute, she picked up the phone and began contacting Lotte SK and Samsung. We have no interest in LG Semiconductor. Our business overlaps significantly with theirs. LG Semiconductor would become a crushing liability for Samsung. She even reached out to LG Group itself, urging them to retain and sustain their semiconductor division. Yet every reply echoed the same sentiment: no interest. Only burdensome liabilities. Frustration mounted until Han Eugene nearly dialed Wang Lei just to vent her fury. In the end, she placed a call to Prime Minister on Jianggu. Mr. Prime Minister, our Tiger vs. Tiger strategy has collapsed before it even began. Hyundai shows no intention of competing with Wang Group Fund. What do you mean? They've abandoned even the notion of submitting a bid. Under the original plan, once the news broke, Hyundai would certainly not stand idle. Even if Hyundai ultimately lost the bidding war, LG Semiconductor would still fetch a handsome price. But with Hyundai's withdrawal, Wang Group Fund faced no serious rival at all. This turn of events indeed places us at a severe disadvantage, but the government cannot shoulder the cost of LG Semiconductor. Eugene, perhaps you could urge Wang Group Fund to begin secondary negotiations as soon as possible. Han Eugene rolled her eyes inwardly. All government officials assumed she enjoyed close rapport with Wang Lei. Yet she alone knew he granted her no special courtesy whatsoever. To him, only money and profit held meaning. Very well. I'll contact him. Prolonging this stalemate serves no constructive purpose. Mr. Wang, may I ask if we can initiate a second round of negotiations regarding the acquisition of LG Semiconductor? On the phone, Han Yozhen instinctively wanted to question Wang Lei, but thinking of her dependence on him, her voice involuntarily softened. There was even a hint of plaintive desperation. Wang Lei was not fooled by this act. Now that she was groveling, he recalled who had stubbornly claimed LG Semiconductor was non-negotiable. You Yozhen, this is not the attitude one should have when asking for a favor. What else do you want? Hearing the other party's defiant reply, Wang Lei's playful spirit was ignited. What do you think I want from you? A cold snort came through the phone. Bah, don't even think about it, you fickle playboy, don't entertain any crooked ideas about me. Miss Han, are you a little vain? I merely want you to treat me to some authentic cuisine from Han country. Wang Lei's voice was filled with innocence. She was a mature single woman, no match for a playboy. Realizing her own mistaken feelings, her face instantly flushed like an apple. All right, after the deal is done, I will definitely treat you to a meal. We'll have Jia Sini contact you. Upon hearing that the negotiation opponent was the formidable woman Jia Sini, Han Yozhen inwardly sighed in frustration. She wondered where Wang Dafu had found such a domineering female CEO. A beauty combining both charm and capability, and why she would be interested in this guy. Could it be simply because he was wealthy? She couldn't help but feel that Wang Lei's world-weary demeanor was indeed quite masculine. Right after hanging up, Wang Lei received a call from Chairman Jin. Seeing the incoming call, Wang Lei smiled and muttered to himself, Jin Yuzhong is getting restless. It was not until the third call that Wang Lei finally answered. Chairman Jin, you called. Mr. Wang, sorry to bother you, I wanted to discuss borrowing some money. On the phone, Jin Yuzhong's tone was humble to an extreme. Who would have expected the second-largest tycoon in Han country, a figure second only to the ruler, to speak so gently and lower his stature? Now this is the demeanor of someone truly asking for help. Han Yozhen should really learn from this. However, while Jin Yuzhong could fool others, he could not deceive Wang Lei. This man was a rare industrialist in Han country, regarded as a hero by his people. To have achieved such scale, if not for ill fortune, he would never have fallen into bankruptcy and imprisonment. Would he bow to capital due to a little hardship? The old fox merely wished to endure humiliation and deceive the young ones for a bit more money. What was the face worth in such a case? But just as he expected Wang Lei to fall for it, a light laugh came from the other side of the line. Chairman Jin, stop pretending. We both know the true state of Dayu Group. This time Jin Yuzhong was genuinely flustered. What do you mean? Let me put it this way, Dayu Group owes at least 8 trillion Han yuan, 666 billion US dollars, and its asset scale has severely shrunk. It used to be worth 65 billion US dollars. But now even a third of that would be generous. You are borrowing money from me merely to cook the books, transfer assets, and prepare for escape. You? Jin Yuzhong was astonished. Was Wang Lei human or a ghost? How could he know his thoughts so clearly? Historically, Jin Yuzhong had acted this way. He realized it was hard to inflate assets in industry, and his holdings were all labor-intensive sectors. On one hand, debts kept increasing, or on the other, profits continuously declined. No matter how hard he tried, he could not change Dayu's insolvent situation. To prevent Dayu's collapse, he began fabricating accounts to deceive banks and financial institutions for loans. Tycoons and major corporations all have meticulously woven ledgers. Jin Yuzhong's was especially large, with 20 trillion Han yuan in fake accounts. In October this year, Jin Yuzhong planned to flee abroad. 5 years later, he would return to surrender and be sentenced to 10 years in prison, along with a 22 billion US dollars fine. Being exposed by Wang Lei at this moment made Jin Yuzhong act as if he had seen a ghost. All his cunning schemes and calculations were utterly shattered. For a moment he forgot to refute. This reaction only confirmed Wang Lei's suspicions. Wang Lei then comforted him, saying, Chairman Wang, deceiving people for money is nothing shameful. Look at the buildings outside. Which one wasn't obtained through deception? You just had bad luck and hit a low point. It is worth mentioning that Jin Yuzhong had no heirs. Perhaps this was why he abandoned debt restructuring and chose to transfer hundreds of billions of USD abroad to escape. Jin Yuzhong was momentarily stunned, surprised that Wang Lei shared his thoughts. He no longer feigned innocence and coldly said, What exactly do you want? What do I want? Good question. To directly extort money with an open mouth would seem rather lacking in humanity. What Wang Lei aims to do is not only to earn the money, but also to have Jin Yuzhong thank him in return. President Jin, the issue of asset transfer must be quite a headache for you. I run a casino business in AO City and money laundering is one of my services. I can help you convert all your money into legal income, and I will only charge you a 30 fee. 30? Indeed, it is much more reasonable than the channels he knows. But why would Wang Lei help him? Did he go to such lengths just to earn a commission? Unable to understand the intricacies, Jin Yuzhong chose to remain silent. Having resolved such a significant problem, his attitude towards negotiating with Wang Lei was no longer as resistant as it had been at the beginning. Wang Lei continued to speak. Since you are leaving anyway, why not sell some of Dai's assets to me at a bargain? Jin Yuzhong suddenly realized that Wang Lei's ultimate goal was to acquire Dai's assets. Mr. Wang, you know that Daiyu has many debts under its companies. If you acquire them now, you will have to bear those debts, which isn't a wise decision. You don't seem to understand my point, President Jin. Mr. Wang, what insights do you have? I am all ears. Isn't Daiyu Group in the midst of restructuring? If you separate out some excellent assets, the debts will naturally remain with the original company. What I want to buy are the quietly separated parts. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuzhong frowned secretly. He was very familiar with the trick of transferring quality assets. Daiyu was his sole domain and all the executives were his own people. However, doing such things was still quite taxing, and with everything at stake, he had no desire to create trouble for himself. President Jin, these assets will be nominally sold to Wang's fund out of necessity, but actually for every transaction completed I will give you 10 as a kickback. Even if it is a bargain sale, 10 of the amount is not a small sum. Wang Lei not only helped him solve the asset transfer issue but also gave him a large sum of money. This was hardly extortion. Rather, he was like a financial benefactor. Without any hesitation, President Jin immediately responded. All right, this deal is very reasonable. I agree to it. By the way, which quality assets do you want? President Jin, you know better than I do what quality assets Daiyu has, don't you? Right, it's my service that hasn't been thorough enough. Let me think. I can directly sell you the RD achievements of Daiyu Electronics, and you can also poach the RD team from Daius Automotive Division. As for the production line, I can conveniently sell it to you at a discounted price under the guise of downsizing. Daiyu Heavy Industry. Once a person sets aside their pride, they can act without any psychological burdens. Wang Lei listened with great delight. He had considered directly acquiring a car manufacturing company from Han Country. However, the cost was simply too high and the car companies from Long Country had paid a significant price for it. But with Jin Yuzhong as his guide, he naturally wouldn't have to waste money and still fail to get the real good stuff. Just the few items he mentioned could elevate Long Country's heavy industry to a new era. In the future, Howda would not only be able to manufacture mobile phones but also fuel vehicles and large ships. By integrating the essence of Daiyu Electronics and LG Semiconductors, it would not be impossible for him to create a Howda Hynix. Compared to negotiating with the Han Country's officials, he was more keen on engaging in such insider trading. Meanwhile, Han Yozhen was not having such an easy time. She was tortured to the brink of despair by the harsh demands put forth by Jia Sini. Miss Jia, you want to acquire LG Semiconductors, but do not wish to bear the debts? Isn't that a bit excessive? Where in this world does such a good deal exist? LG Semiconductors was merely in a debt crisis, not yet at the point of insolvency. Therefore, acquiring LG Semiconductors means acquiring the entire company, not merely the net assets after liquidation. According to the cooperation contract we signed previously, we both contributed to this, and the debts should be borne by both parties. Moreover, some of the debts were artificially created and unreasonable. Our Wang's fund will not bear them. Han Yozhen truly wanted to retort, if you want bear them, should we the officials bear them? But she was stopped by an Zhengjia's gaze. Youngjin, their proposal is sound. Splitting LG Semiconductor now is the optimal course. It's crushing debt debtors, even the boldest investors. Once the debt is isolated, we can steadily service the interest using LG Semiconductor's future profits. Debt restructuring is not unprecedented in negotiations with foreign capital. Many corporations have made similar demands. Yet such concessions are typically extracted only when the target company is demonstrably non-viable. LG Semiconductor, however, was once a cornerstone of the Han state's strategic industrial policy, a premier high-tech enterprise. Han Youngjin began to suspect whether the minister had accepted bribes from the Wang family fund. She was no longer the green novice she once was, but a seasoned politician, prudent enough not to publicly embarrass the minister. In weak states, diplomacy falters. She had long grown accustomed to relentless compromise. Very well then, the final decision rests with Minister N. Minister N, who had indeed received a substantial consultancy fee, spoke without hesitation. Agreed. We accept your additional terms. LG Semiconductor shall be acquired by your consortium. Jacini finally allowed herself a faint smile. Your choice is wise. Under our stewardship, LG Semiconductor will flourish. News of the Wang family fund's acquisition of LG Semiconductor spread swiftly, drawing attention from numerous manufacturers in the beautiful country, though little more than passing curiosity. In the latest edition of the global top 10 semiconductor firms, Samsung of the Han state ranked 5th for the first time, while Intel, its perennial dominator, held the top position. LG Semiconductor barely scraped into the top 15. To them, a bankrupt tech firm stood little chance of transformation, even under Wang Lei's leadership. For the Dragon people, however, this acquisition was pivotal. It secured them a rare and invaluable entry pass. Upon hearing the news, Elder Bai drank several extra cups of baijiu. Knowing Wang Lei as he did, he was certain all of LG Semiconductor's RD breakthroughs would soon return home. That would greatly benefit Howda's rapid expansion. Meanwhile, in Hong City, Zhang Renyong stared in astonishment at the email sent by Kim Woo-young. These Han State tycoons possess truly black hearts. To launder such an enormous sum. But I love it. Gazing at the long string of zeros, Zhang Renyong realized this would be the largest transaction since the founding of their joint elite gambling corporation. The margins, commissions, and hidden gains could easily reach several billion US dollars. Yes, you read correctly. Kim Woo-young was transferring not tens but nearly $20 billion. Thus, his 2005 voluntary surrender in his homeland, and the subsequent $22 billion penalty, was entirely justified. Does running a gambling operation yield profit? Of course, but laundering money yields far greater returns. Match-fixing, rigging sporting events, producing blockbuster films. Each could instantly cleanse vast sums, perhaps even netting additional windfalls from unwitting victims. At that moment, his respect for his son-in-law deepened profoundly. Only Wang Lei could orchestrate a deal of such magnitude. By comparison, his own cadre of lackeys seemed utterly worthless. Tell the brothers set off fireworks all night. I'll treat everyone to fish. Meanwhile, Wang Lei's younger brother-in-law Zhang Sixing was calling his parents to share the good news. Dad, the organization just assigned me another major contract. I've already earned over $1 million in commission from this one alone. His father and stepmother were deeply moved. Finally, their son had found a stage where his talents could shine, no longer the reckless playboy who squandered his days in idle pleasure. Dad, quit your factory job this year. I'll take you and Mom on a proper vacation in AO City and buy you a home there for retirement. His father hesitated slightly. Sixing, your thoughtfulness warms our hearts. But we're not ready to retire yet. Your foremost duty remains finding a good wife. As for finances, don't worry. Wang Lei treats us exceedingly well. Your mother and I live comfortably. Hearing his father's words, Zhang Sixing silently wept. He knew they refused to become his burden. Half the reason their family had suffered so deeply lay in his own past recklessness. Now regret washed over him like a tide. Were Wang Lei ever to learn their quiet thoughts, he might well burst into laughter. Mr. Wang, welcome to our Li family as a guest. The person in charge of the reception was the third princess, Miss Li Fujin. This young woman was no simple character, for her beauty and wealth were well known in the Dragon Kingdom. She is one of the most frequently appearing female protagonists in many novels set in cold countries. At this moment she was in the prime of her beauty. Her elegant and striking demeanor made others feel shameful in comparison, and her professional smile made her seem like a rose with thorns. Facing the outstretched jade hand, Wang Lei gracefully took it. Miss Fujin, you flatter me. Li Fujin attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find she couldn't at the moment. It was not until someone emerged from the courtyard that Wang Lei finally released his grip. The newcomer was Li Fujin's security husband, Ran Yuzhe. This security guard had astonishing luck. It was unclear what means he used to make the highborn daughter of the conglomerate fall deeply in love with him. Unfortunately, Li Fujin had entrusted herself to a vile man. After the poor security guard gained power, he immediately revealed his true colors, not only ruining the group's business, but also leading a chaotic personal life. He was one of the culprits behind the suicides of female stars due to unspoken rules in the cold country. Infidelity during marriage was one thing, but he also frequently abused Li Fujin. Mr. Wang, you've arrived, please come in. In the face of the sycophantic Ran Yuzhe, Wang Lei chose to ignore him completely. Ran Yuzhe's expression changed, but he understood Wang Lei was not someone he could offend and dared not show any dissatisfaction. In the living room, Wang Lei met Li Zirong, who had just poured some red wine. Mr. Wang, my dad is feeling a bit unwell. An old relic like him can't really connect with us. Not seeing Li Jianxi, Wang Lei felt this was quite normal. The grievances between the two were not so simple as to be resolved with a smile. Wang Lei would not shamelessly seek discomfort. Both Li Zirong and Li Fujin were adept at creating an atmosphere, and amidst the clinking of glasses they were enjoying themselves. Ran Yuzhe poured wine on the side, not even having the opportunity to interject. Since all three had studied in the beautiful country, and Ran Yuzhe had barely attended elementary school, he naturally couldn't understand what they were discussing, and could only smile along. Wang Lei keenly noticed that Li Fujin occasionally looked at her husband with a mocking gaze full of disdain. Suddenly he recalled a rumor. Li Fujin did not truly love Ran Yuzhe. Their statuses were vastly different, and even their educational backgrounds and business acumen were at opposite ends. It must be noted that Li Fujin was no naive girl. She had displayed astonishing business talent from a young age. Would such a clever person marry a security guard for a sense of security? There was simply no common ground between them. This third princess married a son-in-law likely to remain in the Samsung group and strive to inherit the family fortune in the future. When they divorced, Ran Yuzhe only received 14. 1 billion Korean, 1, approximately 83.7 million renminbi, as a settlement. It should be noted that Li Fujin's wealth amounted to $2 billion, ranking 15th on the rich list of cold countries. Thinking of this, Wang Lei couldn't help but regard Li Fujin with newfound respect. This woman was both resourceful and cunning. Beneath her fair and beautiful appearance lay a heart that was difficult to read. Mr. Wang, did I do something wrong? Li Fujin felt a bit embarrassed under Wang Lei's gaze, as if he had seen through her. Fortunately, Ren Yuze had already had a bit too much to drink, and did not notice Wang Lei's rudeness. Wang Lei quickly changed the subject. You didn't invite me over just to drink and chat about studying abroad, did you? The three of them, already somewhat intoxicated, suddenly sobered up a bit. After a few seconds of silence in the room, it was still Li Zirong who spoke up. Mr. Wang, last time you mentioned the possibility of borrowing from the first bank. I wonder how much the Li family wants to borrow. We would like to borrow $1 billion. The purpose of the Li family's borrowing was very straightforward: to continue repurchasing shares of Samsung Electronics. What Wang Lei was doing made them a bit fearful. They wanted to borrow money to stabilize the Li family's control over Samsung Electronics. Of course, that can be arranged and the interest rates can be negotiated, but... Li Fujin asked, Mr. Wang, do you have any other requirements? I want the Li family to sign a betting agreement to guarantee my interests as a major shareholder of Samsung. The Li siblings were a bit confused. What direct relationship did borrowing money have with the interests of Samsung shareholders? Wang Lei did not want to explain further and simply put forth his earlier thoughts. As a shareholder of Samsung Electronics, I have always had a concern. I worry that the stock price of Samsung Electronics may experience a large-scale decline, which would significantly devalue my investment. Li Zirong suddenly understood. So you want to seize this opportunity to sign a bet with us to establish enough confidence? Yes, this bet is not excessive. As long as the stock price of Samsung Electronics does not drop to the agreed price, there will be no problems. And if it drops to the agreed price, you must compensate me for my loss of $1 billion. Li Zirong fell into deep thought. He did not feel that Wang Lei was playing any tricks. After some detailed discussion, he understood that the agreed price Wang Lei mentioned was 1.2 times the closing price of today. He had great confidence in the future of Samsung Electronics. Influenced by the soaring technology stocks in the beautiful country, Samsung stock price was also rising rapidly. As long as there were no scandals like Samsung abandoning filming, there was no possibility of a significant decline. But what he didn't know was that the internet bubble in technology stocks was about to begin. If the Li family couldn't afford to pay $1 billion, then Fujin, please escort Mr. Wang. Li Zirong was very pleased with the achievement, as it meant $2 billion. With this money, they could repurchase more shares of Samsung Electronics. And all they had to pay was some interest. No matter how you looked at it, they were taking advantage of Wang Lei. Deep down, he even felt a little embarrassed. As Li Fujin assisted Wang Lei in leaving, Li Jianqi, who had been eavesdropping behind the curtain, appeared leaning on his cane. Dad, Wang Lei is nothing special. Just by slightly playing the emotional card with him, we can gain such great benefits. Seeing his son so pleased, Li Jianqi felt that something was off. He was uneasy about the betting agreement that Wang Lei kept emphasizing, sensing there was a significant hidden agenda. Though he couldn't pinpoint where the problem lay for the moment, Li Zirong immediately noticed his father's concern and asked, Dad, are you worried about the betting issue? I think there's no need for concern. Our stock price has already fallen to its lowest point and the market has vastly underestimated the value that Samsung ought to have. Our stock price can only rise. There shouldn't be another significant drop. One shouldn't be so certain. In any case, Zirong, you need to be cautious and vigilant, so that Wang Lei doesn't find any loopholes. Dad, I understand. Li Zirong felt that his father was truly getting old. If it weren't for his insistence on competing with Wang Lei and participating in Qualcomm's acquisition auction, such a big mess wouldn't have occurred. Seeing his son's nonchalant expression, Li Jianqi felt an internal frustration. Being hoodwinked at the auction was one of the few blemishes he couldn't deny. The media in Han Country commented on him as someone who was calm and steady in his youth but ended up failing miserably in his old age. Wang Lei, supported by Li Fujin, grasped the slim waist of the beautiful woman beside him. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to lust, and under the influence of alcohol, Wang Lei found it hard to control himself. Mr. Wang, please behave. My husband is still inside. Looking at the cold and frosty Li Fujin, Wang Lei smiled nonchalantly. Then let's find a different environment to get to know each other better another day. Li Fujin frowned slightly. She didn't expect Wang Lei to change so much after a bit of alcohol. The warm and refined image he had established at the dining table was instantly shattered. In her eyes, Wang Lei was a person of very complex character. Sometimes overbearing, sometimes cunning, sometimes refined, and at times unruly. She then thought this was quite normal. Isn't it a common trait among all successful men? She immediately recalled her husband who had been married for only a short time. She initially thought he would maintain his ambition after marriage, but it didn't take long for his true nature to be revealed. He lacked talent in business and management, and even more importantly, he lacked the patience that every successful person should possess. She only hoped that her husband wouldn't embarrass the Li family too much in public. "Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Li. Goodbye." Under the watchful eyes of both sides' bodyguards, Wang Lei resumed his usual demeanor, as if the earlier incident had never happened. Just after leaving the Li family, Wang Lei had Lu Hu swiftly take him to the Jin family. "Chairman Jin, why did you urgently summon me?" "Wang Laudi, let's chat while we have fun," he said, signaling to his butler with a glance. Immediately a few stylishly dressed young models approached to welcome Wang Lei into the house. Wang Lei was just looking for someone to vent his frustrations, so he naturally wouldn't decline Jin Yuzhong's hospitality. Sipping on fine liquor and enjoying the services of beautiful women. "Wang Laudi, your joint elite's efficiency is indeed impressive, far more efficient than those foreigners. I won't say much in gratitude, from now on you will be my best friend Jin Yuzhong." Wang Lei remained silent. He had certainly charged a hefty fee for the services rendered, and Jin Yuzhong was clearly after something else. "I would like to ask you about overseas investment." As he spoke, Jin Yuzhong revealed a humble and flattering demeanor. In the realm of overseas investment, he indeed felt like a primary school student in front of Wang Lei. Although he had turned Dayu into a world-class group, the results were evident. Dai's overseas expansion had been a dismal failure. Wang Lei, on the other hand, had never failed in the ever-changing stock market, with more than half of his fortune derived from it. Even the stock god publicly admitted he couldn't comprehend Wang Lei's investments and dared not engage in such aggressive short-term trading. Wang Lei smiled, a thought forming in his mind. Should he consider Jin Yuzhong as the scapegoat? He certainly did not regard him as a true friend. In other words, friends in business are merely tools to be utilized. Well? Wang Lei deliberately wore a pained expression. Such information was confidential commercial intelligence, not to be disclosed lightly. Their partnership had only just begun. A trust had yet to deepen to the point of complete candor. Jin Yuzhong naturally understood this. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Of course, I don't intend to gain knowledge for free. I am willing to pay a tuition fee of $50 million. Please, Master Wang, teach me." $50 million for the secret to wealth. Was this man truly so naive? Wang Lei remained silent, instead beginning to survey Jin family's opulent mansion. Jin Yuzhong instantly grasped his unspoken meaning. "You wish to acquire this property?" Wang Lei merely smiled. 1,000 words conveyed in silence. This palatial residence stood in Hanamdong, an elite enclave where every square meter commanded exorbitant value. Spanning over 3,000 square meters, its conservative market valuation, even after an unprecedented financial crisis, remained approximately 80 billion Korean won. Moreover, Jin Yuzhong had invested considerable thought and capital into its interior design and renovation. Yet he reasoned that having already decided to relocate permanently to the United States, these assets would remain behind, untransferable, immovable. Selling them outright would entail complications. Thus, offering them at a favorable price to Wang Lei seemed the pragmatic choice. Is Chairman Jin reluctant to part with it? Not at all. I'll have the transfer procedures arranged for you tomorrow. Hearing this, Wang Lei nodded in quiet satisfaction. After all, South Korea's real estate cycles had long defied convention. Aside from recent volatility over the past 2 years, prices had surged steadily for decades. Half the nation's population resided in Seoul, and Gangnam's property values soared to astonishing heights. Within a few years, this estate's worth would likely double. Naturally, Wang Lei sought no mere speculative asset. He required a dignified residence befitting his stature. This mansion, the most prestigious in Hanamdong, ranked among the finest properties across all of South Korea. "Then what investments do you recommend?" Jin Yuzhong asked cautiously. Wang Lei began by stating, "Chairman Jin, let me emphasize first, these are solely my personal investment insights. The final decision rests entirely with you. Master Wang, please spare us your modesty. Your foresight is nothing short of a wealth generation algorithm." Jin Yuzhong had studied several of Wang Lei's prior investments, each a masterclass in prescience, each yielding explosive returns. "Given your circumstances, I advise against further ventures in industrial enterprises." Jin Yuzhong nodded in agreement. A lifetime devoted to manufacturing had culminated in crushing debt. At his age, another grueling ascent was unthinkable. His move to the United States was intended as a dignified retirement, a well-earned respite after decades on the front lines of commerce. He had no intention whatsoever of re-entering industry. "I recommend acquiring high-rise office towers in major American cities, along with select premium real estate holdings." "Do you anticipate a substantial surge in U.S. property values?" "Indeed. The American real estate market has warmed markedly over the past 2 years. I foresee the onset of a robust new growth cycle, potentially culminating in an extraordinary sustained rally." Jin Yuzhong nodded thoughtfully. He was no short-sighted man. Over the past decade, successive crises had shaken global markets: the East Asian financial crisis, the Mexican peso crisis, and Europe's sovereign debt turmoil. Amidst this cascade of instability, international liquidity inevitably flowed back toward the United States, where long-term tangible assets became the refuge of choice for many investors. Yet this answer failed to fully satisfy Jin Yuzhong. He sought not mere capital preservation, but transformative exponential wealth creation. Wang Lei, perceiving his lingering dissatisfaction, continued. There is, however, another compelling avenue: the internet sector. At the word internet, Jin Yuzhong's eyes lit up. He knew well the American stock market's legendary internet boom. How within mere years it minted countless millionaires and several billionaires. Particularly striking was the sector's recent meteoric ascent, its growth now bordering on the surreal. Which internet subsectors might offer viable entry points for me? Given your substantial liquidity, I suggest allocating capital to established mature corporations, prioritizing stability over speculation, minimizing risk through proven resilience. Jin Yuzhong immediately grasped the implication and pressed further. For instance, Yahoo, a Microsoft, or America Online. Wang Lei hastily masked his expression and replied, I've shared all I may. The final execution remains yours alone. Still allow me 2 words of counsel. Convinced he'd deduced the answer, Jin Yuzhong responded casually. By all means. Speak and I shall listen with utmost attention. In my view, internet and technology equities are best approached as long-term commitments. No stock rises perpetually. Every asset obeys the immutable rhythms of the market. Jin Yuzhong nodded solemnly. Thank you, Master Wang, for your invaluable guidance. I shall hold it close to heart. Wang Lei offered no more than a gentle inoculation against hubris. Should the old gentleman suffer catastrophic losses, he could scarcely blame him. Lei, the first bank is now ours. I went undercover today. The entire operation is in complete disarray. The most important thing right now is to find a suitable CEO and gradually implement a series of reforms. Hearing this, Wang Lei nodded. The reform of the first bank cannot be delayed. Do you have any good candidates? Ni Lan from Longhua Bank. Wang Lei smiled. You really are not afraid to favor your friends. This is the CEO of a major bank. Can Ni Lan handle it? If Jia Sini recommended President Ni, Wang Lei would have no hesitation, but Ni Lan lacks the experience of a president. Can she manage dozens of branches of the first bank? Wang Lei had a huge question mark about this. Lei, you must have confidence in Lan. Although she is just a business supervisor at Hong Kong's Longhua Bank, her experience far surpasses that of her peers. She once worked as an assistant at the largest bank in the beautiful country, learning the operational management methods of major banks. In practical operations, she is second to none, and among the younger generation of Longhua Bank she stands out. If it weren't for her age, she would have already been a branch president. Wang Lei nodded. The workplace in Longhua, or the entire East Continent, is based on seniority. Naturally, Wang Lei is not a person who strictly adheres to tradition. Only a new management approach can save the first bank. Finding an experienced individual would likely hinder the reform. Seeing her man moved, Jia Sini continued. Moreover, Lan said, she is willing to pay to work for you. To work for me and pay me. Wang Lei's eyes lit up. Such good fortune still exists in this world. Jia Sini couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, surprised at how well her friend understood Wang Lei's character. Yes, simply put, she is willing to sign a betting agreement with you if she fails to meet the performance evaluation you set. Wang Lei's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Ni Lan in a bank uniform at his beck and call. What is making money for if not for enjoyment? All right, I can agree to let Ni Lan have a try, but the probation period will be 6 months. During this time, I will only pay her the minimum probation salary, and after 6 months, I will decide whether to formally hire her. Okay, I'll call her right now and tell her this good news. The reason he agreed so readily to hire Ni Lan was also her family background. A banking family is no joke. President Ni's connections can solve many problems. If he wants to clean house among the executives of the first bank, he naturally needs a lot of manpower to support it. Of course, he would not sit idly by while the Ni family inserted personnel into the first bank. Supporting a local puppet was still necessary. Understanding the balance, he immediately took the first bank's whitelist and said, Sini, didn't you go undercover and investigate? Which individuals at the first bank do you think can stay? Faced with this question, Jia Sini fell into deep thought and replied, There is indeed one person who left a deep impression on me. Speaking of which, he is also half a Long descendant. Half a Long descendant is still considered one of their own, much better than relying on a foreigner. Besides being half a Long descendant, what else is special about him? He is ambitious, resilient, and does not yield. Originally, when Jia Sini went undercover, she happened to stumble upon Pei Chuan, the acting branch president, holding a mobilization meeting. He told all the staff that Wang's fund has officially acquired the first bank, saying many inspiring words that were very infectious. I could see that he cherishes the position of acting branch president very much, and the branch has resumed normal operations at the fastest speed. His industry mentor and old boss was just transferred to headquarters this year, and his performance is particularly noteworthy. Alright then, keep this faction during the cleanup and transfer Pei Chuyen to headquarters to serve as the assistant to the president's office, fully responsible for coordinating with Ni Lanlin's work. Hearing such a peculiar personnel appointment, Jia Sini had a strange expression. Could it be that her man was uneasy about Ni Lanlan? After all, the bank is ours. If we let professional managers run amok, wouldn't we be sidelined? Ultimately, Ni Lanlan does not represent everyone in the Ni family. 2 days later, Ni Lan and Pei Chuyen, the master and disciple, received the personnel appointment letter from the board of directors of the first bank almost simultaneously. After receiving the official employment letter, Ni Lan felt no particular elation. She had regarded this position as all but assured. Wang Zijing is truly bold, and trusting you with such a pivotal role speaks volumes about his confidence in you, Lanlan. You must not betray his trust. I understand. I will prove that Director Wang's choice was unequivocally correct. Ni Bank president nodded solemnly in affirmation. Sending you abroad alone makes me uneasy. Overseas is not like home. You may take whomever you wish, or our family stands fully behind you. No matter how diminished First Bank had become, it remained among South Korea's top 8 financial institutions. A prestigious affiliation certain to broaden Ni Land's future horizons. Such a substantial favor could not go unacknowledged by the Ni family. Not even the famously impartial Ni Bank president hesitated to grant Wang Lei additional leeway. Very well. I have already identified several key individuals. In addition to relocating her entire team, Ni Lan nominated several mid-level managers and distant relatives of the Ni family, all rising stars within the banking industry. Meanwhile, at First Bank's Korean branch, Master Pei Chuyen and his disciple were holding a closed-door meeting. Chuyen, I never imagined we'd one day serve together at headquarters. Master, congratulations on your promotion to vice president. You've finally surpassed your former rivals. Pei Chuyen's eyes shimmered with genuine astonishment. He had never anticipated that the new capital partner's first decision would be to elevate both master and disciple. He had assumed he would linger for years in the acting branch manager role, never foreseeing such rapid ascent into the board's line of sight. Though assistant to the president and branch manager held equivalent ranks, one served at the executive office while the other operated locally. Their stature therefore was incomparable. Even more astonishing was his aging master's further elevation to the lofty post of vice president. His master was a man of quiet integrity, ill-suited to intrigue or maneuvering. His transfer to headquarters had been a stroke of fortune born solely of seniority. Chuyen, I'm here today to consult with you on the board's deeper intent. Why has such extraordinary fortune fallen upon us? Indeed, why them? Within First Bank, neither master nor disciple stood out as luminaries, nor did they command a core faction. The appointment left many insiders utterly dumbfounded. Pei Chuyen hesitated before replying. Perhaps the Wang Group Fund is dissatisfied with First Bank's current personnel landscape. Do you mean the board intends to use us to purge a cohort of executives? At that thought, both men felt a chill run down their spines. It seems Mr. Wang places little faith in us old-timers. Precisely because our influence is weak, this opportunity fell to us. Master, this is our chance to eliminate rivals. Do not hesitate, do not show mercy. The elder man nodded, summoning his resolve. Naturally. If we fail to deliver, we risk immediate replacement. Bound by the principle of, better a dead comrade than a living rival, neither would hold back. Yet within Pei Chuyen, ambition flared fiercely. His master would retire soon, and he unquestionably would be the ideal successor. Step by step he would climb until First Bank lay wholly under his command. As for the Wang Group Fund, merely outsiders. With official backing, he would inevitably become First Bank's true sovereign. To ascend, what harm was there in accommodating the Chinese for now? Were Jia Sini to learn of Pei Chuyen's thoughts, she would surely recoil in disbelief. She could never have imagined that the talent she had discreetly scouted harbored such colossal ambition. Still unseated in his new role as executive assistant, yet already plotting total dominion over First Bank. Chuyen, do not rejoice too soon. The CEO position remains vacant. Should someone hostile assume that post, your future will grow exceedingly precarious. Master, I suspect Ms. Jia Sini herself will assume the CEO title. Though trained in finance, she lacks direct banking experience, and will inevitably rely upon us to balance competing factions. Just then both received an internal email from First Bank's CEO office. Upon opening it, the first line read, "The board has appointed Ms. Ni Lan, commercial advisor from the Dragon Country Banking System, as chief executive officer of this institution." At the sight of her Chinese name, Pei Chuyen's blood ran cold. The Wang Group Fund had hired an external banking expert directly from China, to serve as CEO. The sound of chaotic high heels echoed in front of the headquarters of the first bank, welcoming the newly appointed female CEO. Cui Xingzhe, the vice president, hurried to the entrance with a group of executives and the reception staff. A Hongqi car smoothly parked in front, and a stunning lady in a black gown appeared before everyone. Gasps arose from the crowd, for this female CEO was much younger than expected, and her beauty and demeanor were top-notch. Cui Xingzhe was also taken aback. His disciple Pei Chuan had guessed wrong again. This newly appointed CEO was excessively young. Pei Chuan behind him was already doubting whether this outstanding beauty was the mistress of the wealthy Wang Lei. A mistress is better than a true professional. It seems I overestimated Boss Wang's determination to reform the first bank's operations. Of course, everyone could only murmur in their hearts. Several men in suits got out of other cars. They were the assistants brought by Enilon. Facing a group of bowing Han nationals, Enilon was assessing the attire of the reception staff and other ladies. The female uniforms are too ugly. We should model them after airlines. The reception staff must possess certain professional knowledge, and their appearance is also very important. Anyone who doesn't meet the standards must be replaced. From now on, all employees of the first bank, whether they are receptionists or tellers, must dress appropriately. Cui Xingzhe and Pei Chuan were both stunned. They did not expect the new CEO to dive into work so quickly. Although many of them felt reluctant and even a bit indignant, the situation was stronger than the individual. The new CEO had ignited the first fire of her tenure, and they had to follow suit. Are you all dissatisfied? We wouldn't dare. I'll go issue a notice to HR right away, immediately arranging physical examinations for all receptionists and tellers at the branches using the standards for selecting flight attendants. Moreover, our service counters are too high. How can we bridge the distance between us and our clients with bulletproof glass in between? Starting today, all our service counters will be changed to an open style. All business staff must undergo retraining. My only requirement is to provide service with a smile. If there are too many complaints, that employee will be immediately dismissed. Listening to Enilon's cold voice, everyone present shivered. Normally they might have argued back, but this time they wisely kept their mouths shut. With the economy in Han Nation sluggish, finding a job was extremely difficult, especially in a bank which was considered a good job by the public. Everyone realized that the first bank was about to undergo a complete transformation. One could imagine how many people would have to leave in disgrace once these two directives were issued. How many would lose their livelihood, and how many families would face tougher living conditions. This woman from the Dragon Kingdom showed no signs of compassion whatsoever. Describing her as a femme fatale would not be an exaggeration. Enilon had no mood to ponder the thoughts of Han nationals. She truly could not empathize with the working class there. She only knew that if she failed to achieve the goal of building a new first bank, she and her team would all be out. Regarding how to create a new first bank, Wang Lei had already pointed out a few key points over the phone. He wanted the first bank to align with international standards, providing the people of Han Nation with a sense of grandeur, making it feel prestigious to be a user of the first bank. Enilon was a clever woman. She immediately understood Boss Wang's intentions. This was the reason for the two fires at the entrance. The first fire was to shape the external image of all service and business staff. Do not think it excessive to select receptionists with the standards of flight attendants. In some major international financial firms, their receptionists and service staff are often recruited from airlines, with some having undergone similar training as flight attendants. Uniformly dressed in uniforms, tall and leggy beauties. The second fire was to burn the self-esteem of all first bank employees, forcing them to set aside their lofty attitudes to serve the public and to engage in a complete competitive environment. As for the third fire, Enilon, almost at the door of the CEO's office, stopped in her tracks. Gather all the executives from the branches at headquarters for a meeting. I want to reestablish the business review standards and implement an elimination system at the end of each month. Her words made the two men filled with worries shiver, including myself and every one of you. Of course, my evaluation will be personally overseen by Mr. Wang. After a long moment, everyone finally came to their senses and hurriedly agreed, not daring to remain idle, and promptly returned to their respective positions. Once everyone had departed, Enilon, seated in the CEO's chair, let out a sigh. This position is truly uncomfortable. Thinking of this, she made a phone call to Wang Lei. Mr. Wang. Don't call me Mr. Wang, you should refer to me as boss, and if you need to report work, it should be done in front of me. Enilon rolled her eyes. This man was trying to assert authority over her. However, under his roof, she had no choice but to yield. She could only pinch her nose and say, "My esteemed boss, what I want to tell you is that I have officially started working. Today is my first day at work. Shouldn't you hold a welcome ceremony for me as my boss?" That indeed was my oversight. All right, come to Hanandong tonight. I just happen to have a few tycoons to introduce you to, and some major business dealings will require your engagement. Let me introduce you all to our newly appointed president of the first bank, Ms. Enilon. and Ilan greeted the financial tycoons in the manner customary to the Han people. However, her heart remained restless, as she gained a new understanding of Wang Lei's influence in Han. These financial magnates were figures whom even the president had to treat with caution in this small country. They showed great respect towards Li Sun, treating him in no way as equals. There was even a hint of flattery in the words of Li Zirong and Jin Yuzhong. The crowd dared not underestimate her. They could easily disregard the president of a bank, but her status was evidently extraordinary. So young and beautiful with an extraordinary temperament, she had won the deep trust of Boss Wang and held a high position. The relationship between the two was likely not as simple as it appeared. Zhang Laojiu seemed to see through everything, still harboring some resentment over the thwarted acquisition attempt. He jested. President Anai is indeed young, or her beauty is almost unbelievable. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed smiles that only men could understand. Anai Lan's face flushed in embarrassment. She couldn't reprimand the men for their unseemly thoughts, so she could only pretend not to hear the deeper meaning in their words while smiling along. Her relationship with Wang Lei was indeed hard to explain. There was certainly some ambiguity, but both were adults, and Wang Lei not only had a beautiful wife at home but probably several mistresses as well. Thus, she maintained a restrained demeanor. At that moment, Wang Lei unexpectedly spoke up in defense of Nilan. Everyone, please do not misunderstand. Miss Nis family members hold significant positions in many banks within Longhua, and she herself is an outstanding graduate from Harvard's Financial Management School with work experience at UBS and Merrill Lynch. If anyone needs financial assistance in the future, they can directly approach her. Zhang Laoju noticed Wang Lei's protective intent and chuckled. Mr. Wang is quite the protector of his own. However, it soon became clear that Wang Lei's companion was an elite in the banking sector. They also recognized that Wang Lei genuinely wanted to revitalize the first bank. The thought of their country's bank being controlled by a foreigner left them feeling quite resentful. Yet at this moment they could not show it, as they were counting on Wang Lei for substantial loans. The group was having an enjoyable conversation, and Ilan felt no discomfort in this setting, gracefully navigating between the men with a glass in hand, occasionally eliciting hearty laughter from a few of them. Soon she exchanged contact information with several financial tycoons, becoming somewhat familiar with them. However, after the intoxicated tycoons left Wang's residence, their expressions turned somewhat cold. Zhang Laojiu deliberately commented, "How pitiful the historically significant first bank has actually fallen into the hands of the Longhua people. Yes, I've heard that the first bank is undergoing massive layoffs, with many remaining employees changing from formal contracts to temporary ones, and the business managers we know have all been replaced." As he spoke, several heads crowded together. In the night, only a few glowing cigarette butts flickered in the darkness. I say this young lady in Ilan is a bit naive. An open counter is quite innovative, but she should consider the current job market. With people's hearts wavering, there are always one or two willing to take risks for a meal. I believe she will inevitably face obstacles because of this. As he spoke, Zhang Laojiu's eyes glimmered with a sinister light. There was a reason why these financial tycoons could remain strong despite challenges. For matters that can be resolved with money, they use money. For those that cannot, they persuade with beauty. If that fails, they send out their ruthless subordinates to eliminate threats. This remark reminded the others. Perhaps it was time to cause some trouble for the first bank. Otherwise, this Longhua person might genuinely think he could act with impunity in Han. Their expressions varied, with some already planning to pull off a big score. But they were unaware that Jin Yuzhong had long harbored ulterior motives. He was completely uninterested in the petty schemes of the tycoons and the intrigue with Wang Lei. Thus, upon returning to the car, he immediately called Wang Lei to relay the conversation among the tycoons. They actually want to take advantage of the chaos. And Ilan, who was beside him, suddenly became much more alert. She knew that this matter was not as simple as losing a few sums of money. If a robbery incident were to occur at the first bank, what would the depositors think? Would their funds still be safe in the first bank? It would undoubtedly spark a bank run. Wang Lei also sneered at these financial tycoons could not seem to stop themselves engaging in actions that would harm themselves as well. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to make money together? Mr. Wang, I've reminded you of everything I needed to, but I have one more thing to tell you. Due to your company's efficiency, I might need to make plans early. Oh, so soon? Wang Lei naturally understood what Jin Yuzhong was planning, and it made sense. Oh, with the money cleaned, why not slip away early? Once the prosecutor arrives, escape will be impossible. There's nothing worth lingering for. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lei knew that the political and business circles of Han would soon be rocked by a thunderous shock. Citizens across the Han Kingdom noticed dramatic changes at First Bank. The most striking change was its new signage. Larger, more imposing, and now prefixed with two characters: Hanyu. Hanyu First Bank. A long-time customer cautiously stepped inside. The receptionist who greeted him was instantly captivating. Tall and graceful, her beautiful face lit by a warm, genuine smile. Had she not worn the bank's uniform, He might have mistaken the branch for an exclusive lounge. In a melodious voice, she inquired about his banking needs. Though he had only intended to withdraw funds, her deft persuasive words soon led him to deposit 1 million Han Yuan instead. The high-yield deposit campaign runs for just 1 month. So after 2 years I'll truly receive the promised reward. Will your bank still be able to honor it then? She replied patiently, you may rest assured. The bank's majority shareholder is Mr. Wang Lei's private equity fund, the wealthiest man in Dongzhou. Our second largest shareholder is the official welfare foundation. With such backing, your deposits are fully secure. Wang Lei's name was legendary across the Han Kingdom, a titan of commerce commanding a fortune exceeding $10 billion. With both elite private capital and official endorsement, customers relaxed completely. Moreover, First Bank's service truly impressed them. Every step was personally guided. Tellers were courteous and attentive, never dismissive, and clarified every question thoroughly. The absence of traditional glass partitions felt unfamiliar at first, but that very openness swiftly elevated their trust and affinity for the reimagined bank. Not only did they entrust their life savings to Hanyu First Bank, but they enthusiastically recommended it to family and friends, each successful referral earning them a modest commission. Fueled by the deposit campaign, branches across the kingdom surged with activity. The receptionists had assumed this would be light work. Yet within days they were exhausted, backs aching, legs trembling from relentless pace. Yet every effort bore fruit. Performance bonuses were so substantial, they willingly pushed themselves to the limit. Not complaining about grueling shifts, but anxiously monitoring client feedback, terrified of ranking last and being dismissed. First Bank's total deposits soared to an unprecedented level. Master Pei Chiyuan and his disciple watched, eyes alight with astonishment. The transformation was palpable, and banks nationwide had already begun emulating its model. They had become the new benchmark for the entire Han banking sector, an outcome they'd never foreseen. Master, whispered Cui Xingzhe, President and I has asked you to see her. Do you know why? Is it about the first month's performance bonus? Pei Chiyuan shook his head. During his time working alongside President Enilon, he'd sensed her deep wariness toward him as chief assistant. She was a woman of profound guile. Earning her trust would demand extraordinary patience and skill. Cui Xingzhe felt uneasy. He occupied the vice presidency with little comfort. Most mid-level managers now viewed him as a hypocritical antagonist, ruthlessly purging internal dissent since his ascent, playing the part of a collaborator all too convincingly. Now that the major personnel overhauls were nearly complete, experience told him his tenure was nearing its natural conclusion, and that President Enilon might soon move against him. He even contemplated tendering his resignation voluntarily. Upon entering her office, he broached the subject directly. I wish to retire early. Enilon immediately perceived his anxiety and smiled gently. Director Cui, your appointment was not mine to make, and your reporting line does not run through me. Should you truly resign, the proper channel is a formal application to the board of directors. Cui Xingzhe suddenly understood. He had indeed lacked political maturity in this role. He had served long enough yet failed to embody the authority and autonomy expected of a vice president. His direct accountability lay with the board, not with Enilon. Her swift, sweeping reforms upon assuming office had simply overwhelmed him. Flustered, he hastily masked his embarrassment. Then what matter required my presence today? The board has placed great emphasis on First Bank security infrastructure. To further bolster depositor confidence, we've signed a comprehensive security agreement with the internationally renowned firm Veterans Home. From now on, Veterans Home assumes full responsibility for safeguarding all deposits. Their team is en route and will require your coordination upon arrival. A security firm? He thought skeptically. First Bank already maintained long-standing partnerships with domestic cash-in-transit and security providers, and Han Kingdom's public order remained stable. Was such an elaborate international armed deployment truly necessary? Though inwardly unconvinced, he responded professionally, excellent. Veterans Home's involvement will undoubtedly strengthen depositor confidence in our institution. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, Peter himself led the Veterans Home contingent, armed with an arsenal of unconventional weaponry, and brimming with anticipation for their mission to the Han Kingdom. Team, he declared, this is a rare assignment from the boss. We must deliver flawlessly. We swear to protect First Bank's deposits. With our lives, we swear to protect. Foreign soldiers armed with weapons patrolling inside the First Bank instantly became the most striking sight across all its branches. Many young women from Han Nation flocked to the bank hoping to meet tall, robust suitors. The previously restless conglomerates were stunned. They suspected an insider had betrayed them. Otherwise, how could the First Bank have bolstered its security precisely as they finalized plans to seize a windfall? Vetguard Security Company was a rapidly rising private military contractor on the global stage, its reputation in the mercenary industry even surpassing that of many long-established firms. It had become the newest elite among the wealthy. Merely from faint clues in news photographs, they deduced these soldiers were no mere showpieces. Each was a battle-hardened veteran. Numerous local gangs and conglomerates abandoned their plans to rob the first bank. They knew that with Vetguard security forces deployed, opportunistic raids would be perilous, more likely to end in irreversible loss than gain. But Zheng Laojiu saw things differently. His motive for robbing the first bank was not cash. It was to vent the humiliation of having been crushed beneath Wang Lei's foot and forced into submission. When had a modern conglomerate ever suffered such disgrace? Even if the robbery fails, public perception of open counter banking will shift dramatically. Fear spreads gradually like ripples across still water. Let us see how calmly Wang Lei handles this crisis. At that thought, a cold, cunning smile flickered across Zheng Laojiu's face. Yes. I've assured the Gao brothers their families will be cared for. Tell them not to hold back. They must make a spectacular impact. His assistant nodded, though inwardly he felt a pang of sorrow, for the Gao brothers were elite assassins meticulously groomed by the Zheng family. Such assassins were rarely orphans, most came from impoverished rural families, bound by deep ties to loved ones left behind. To lift their kin from hardship, they willingly sold their lives to their masters. Each had undergone rigorous selection and years of costly intensive training. They were the Zheng family's ultimate instrument, deployed only for the darkest, most clandestine operations. To sacrifice them now merely to settle a personal grudge struck the assistant as profoundly wasteful. Yet the very purpose of such assassins was to die at their master's command. Upon receiving the assistant's new orders, the four Gao brothers drank heavily. Knowing their lives belonged to their master, who had saved their entire families from annihilation during a natural disaster. Son, study hard. Get into Seoul University and care well for mother and your sister. Tears glistened in the youngest Gao brother's eyes, as he nodded, watching his brothers hoist heavy backpacks and vanish into the torrential downpour. Clad in identical raincoats, masked, and carrying bulky packs, they immediately drew the attention of Vetguard's command center. Advanced military drones circled silently overhead. Command, this is Unit Alpha. We suspect an armed assault team advancing on the first bank in Busan. Deploy all nearby assets immediately. Initiate exercise protocol at the Busan branch now. Exercise protocol was a covert activation code devised in advance by George. Once received, the Busan branch would instantly escalate to maximum alert status. Upon receiving the exercise signal, every staff member at the Busan First Bank moved with calm precision. A resonant public announcement echoed through the hall. Attention, valued customers of the First Bank. We are conducting a joint emergency drill with our security partners and official agencies. Your cooperation is appreciated. All participants will receive a modest cash gift upon conclusion. While patrons stood bewildered, the veterans stationed inside had already taken decisive action. The moment the Gao brothers stepped inside and fired a burst of gunfire toward the ceiling, armored veterans, bearing riot shields, wearing sealed helmets and wielding Uship suppressors, encircled them. Though the Gao brothers knew the First Bank's defenses were formidable, they had not anticipated such lightning-fast response. From the instant they crossed the threshold, they had accepted they would not walk out alive. As they resisted fiercely, each was struck by a tranquilizer dart. Yet what made Commander George inhale sharply was the sight of one assailant clutching an offensive fragmentation grenade. Such grenades detonate instantly upon pin removal, whether dropped, struck, or even brushed against, leaving zero margin for evasion. Though slowed by the sedative, the Gao brother reacted a fraction too late. The tactical team leader seized his wrist mid-throw and slammed the safety pin back into place. Every motion flowed seamlessly, honed by countless repetitions. When the offensive tactical grenade failed to detonate, both the command center and field operatives exhaled in unison, cold sweat glistening on their brows. The team leader retracted his helmet's visor and addressed the crowd. Hostile threat neutralized. Drill concluded. Applause broke out among the customers. A gold chain-wearing tycoon turned to the branch manager and remarked, "Your assailants performed flawlessly." Their gaze was utterly convincing. For a heartbeat, I nearly wet myself. The customer service manager, a former flight attendant, offered an elegant, composed smile. In truth, she too had teetered on the edge of panic, until the team leader intervened just before her composure shattered completely. News crews rushed to the scene and interviewed several fortunate patrons. One said, "This drill felt terrifyingly real. I genuinely believed the First Bank was under attack. Though it was only a drill, we witnessed firsthand how swiftly the First Bank security responds. I used to worry about open counters, but now, I'm convinced it's the safest bank in all of Han Nation." Zheng Laojiu, eagerly awaiting a major scandal, stared in disbelief. A drill, carrying automatic rifles and offensive tactical grenades. The drill at the First Bank was not yet considered hot news, until the Busan Police Department came out to clarify that this is not a drill at all, but a real armed robbery. Under the onslaught of reporters, the spokesperson for the Busan Police had to admit, the defense force of the First Bank is indeed rare. These armed robbers are extremely dangerous, and there is evidence linking them to multiple violent incidents. They have previously been listed as the highest level of wanted criminals. The capture of a level wanted criminals suddenly made the security performance of the First Bank a hot topic in Han Country. Huanyu First Bank not only did not suffer a significant loss in business, but instead advertised itself in front of the entire nation. This gave the people of Han Country a deeper understanding of the new First Bank, leading to a surge in depositors. Zhang Laojiu was dumbfounded. He had sent out family assassins only to help Wang Lei's First Bank instead experiencing such a huge loss. Chairman, the Gao brothers have confessed. The most important thing now is to appease the emotions of the Gao family. What was the name of the youngest son of the Gao family again? His name is Gao Shani. Cultivate him into the top assassin. But we promised. Didn't you understand what I said? Alright, I will arrange it right away. The assistant couldn't help but feel sorrow for the fate of the Gao brothers. Han Country abolished the death penalty in 1997, meaning those few would have to spend a lifetime in prison for Boss Zheng. Their greatest hope was that the youngest brother could get into the best university in Han Country, make something of himself, live a normal life, and no longer walk the same path as they did. But now a single word from Boss Zheng had negated that hope. Perhaps due to being brainwashed by the Zheng family since childhood, Gao Shani accepted the orders without any hesitation. In his eyes, the assistant saw his resentment toward the First Bank and Wang's foundation. Jia Sini slumped in the boss chair, her face flushed. She hurriedly cleaned herself and put on a black uniform. Sini, something major might happen in Han Country soon. Remember to pay more attention to several subsidiaries of Dayu. Jia Sini nodded in confusion. At that moment, she was more concerned about whether she could get pregnant this time. She and Wang Lei had tried hard for a long time without success. The doctor said her frequent late-night work and constant coffee intake had led to hormonal imbalances. Just then, Jia Sini's secretary hurriedly burst in. Sensing the faint scent in the office, the secretary immediately understood what the two had just done. What's the urgent matter? Head just now Dayu Group released an announcement that Jin Zhongshuan has announced his resignation as chairman and president. Within minutes of the announcement, the general managers of 12 subsidiaries under Dayu also submitted their resignation letters to the board. After checking Yahoo and several comprehensive portal websites, Jia Sini found that the news of Jin Zongshuan's resignation had made the front page. She gazed deeply at her man Wang Lei, who must have received some news in advance. After hearing this news, Wang Lei was also quite surprised. Jin Zhongshuan acted even faster than he had imagined. He originally thought Jin Zhongshuan would wait a while after arriving in the beautiful country before taking action. Dayu Group is practically Jin Zongshuan's family business. How could he suddenly resign from the chairman position? Moreover, the general managers of 12 subsidiaries resigning simultaneously. Such a sudden move inevitably led Jia Sini to ponder. Is there something wrong between Jin Zhongshuan and Dayu? Not long ago, Dayu Group had been trying to sell assets to Wang's foundation, and at that time Jia Sini sensed something was off. These assets were important properties of various subsidiaries of Dayu, yet they were being sold to Wang's foundation at an extremely low price. Originally, Jia Sini thought there was some clandestine deal between them, but it now seemed that their relationship was even more complicated than she had imagined. Sini, keep a close eye on the follow-up developments of this matter. If there's any sign of bankruptcy or collapse in Dayu Group, you should initiate acquisition negotiations with the Han Country officials. Jia Sini was about to nod but heard Wang Lei calmly say, "Of course, we are only inquiring about the price. There is no need to actually acquire. Only asking for the price, not buying." Jia Sini quickly figured out the crux of the matter. Wang Lei had already obtained the most valuable things, and had no need to spend a large sum to take over. Okay, I understand. Jin Zongshuan's resignation left Dayu's creditors restless. At this point, even the most foolish would know that something must be wrong with Dayu Group to cause the founder to resign. They all came knocking, trying to demand repayment. Among them were major figures like Zheng Laojiu and Li Jianxi. In Han Country, they each had monopolized fields which had some degree of cooperation. Many companies in Han Country used promissory notes to get goods first and pay later, and Dayu was no exception. Not only small factories were forced to accept Dayu's notes, but the same tacit understanding existed among the big conglomerates. Dayu Group was the second largest financial conglomerate in Han Country. The work of delivering goods first and getting paid later with notes still attracted a large number of people. However, now, due to Jin Zongshuan's resignation, a huge panic had ensued. Zheng Laojiu and Li Jianxi hurriedly contacted Jin Zhongshuan to seek clarification, but found that they could not reach him on his private phone. Deputy Director, we've confirmed that Jin Yuzhong arrived in Florida tonight at midnight. The general managers of his 12 major corporations also fled overseas immediately thereafter. Florida. Han Yozhin's foreboding deepened. Florida, eternally spring-like, famed for its affluent coastal enclaves, sun-drenched villas, and seaside resorts, was renowned across the United States as a premier retirement haven. It appeared Jin Yuzhong had orchestrated a full-scale coordinated flight abroad with his inner circle. What magnitude of crisis could compel a titan of industry, revered for his stature and influence, to abandon his empire and vanish overseas. She sensed anew that the fallout from Jin Yuzhong's disappearance would prove extraordinarily perilous. The Ministry of Finance was already in chaos. Bank presidents stood in anxious queues outside its doors, nervously dabbing cold sweat from their brows. Deputy Director Han, Representative Jin has notified you that he is en route home aboard a flight, and an emergency meeting will convene in 2 hours. Han Yozhen glanced at her wristwatch, then turned to the bankers, already trembling with impatience, and spoke. Gentlemen, strictly speaking, you have precisely 1 hour to disclose your involvement and seek the most lenient possible resolution. Should any further misconduct surface after this deadline, regrettably, I shall petition for the strictest disciplinary measures available. Her tone brooked no negotiation. Icy, unyielding, absolute. To those bankers harboring guilt, it felt like plummeting into a glacial abyss. I'll go first. I clearly arrived first to confess. Watching these impeccably dressed bankers jostle and bicker, Han Yozhen turned to the prosecutor standing quietly nearby and said, Please escort them, each separately, to distinct offices. Your team, together with the Economic Crimes Division, will conduct interrogations. And remember, extract from each of them the precise scale of Daewoo Group's debt. How many trillions of Han won are owed and how much is external debt? For Han Yozhen, that hour stretched interminably. From preliminary findings, she estimated Daewoo Group's fabricated accounts alone exceeded 10 trillion Han won. At that thought, she longed fiercely to fly instantly to the United States and see Jin Yuzhong, that wretched old rogue, hanged without delay. What baffled her most was how a man once revered by the public as a paragon of industrial integrity could so utterly degenerate into a brazen fraudster. How, in such an astonishingly short span, had he successfully siphoned colossal sums overseas? Countless questions swirled in every mind, and she desperately needed answers before Representative Jin's return. Over an hour later, the prosecutor emerged from the interrogation chamber. Pale, hollow-eyed, visibly shaken. His tightly knotted brow betrayed grim tidings. Deputy Director Han, no matter how formidable the obstacles ahead, we must still confront them, must we not? According to our preliminary audit, Daewoo Group's total liabilities amount to approximately 40 quadrillion Han won, with roughly 20 quadrillion stemming from falsified accounts and fraudulent loans. Hearing that staggering figure, Han Yozhen reeled, dizzy, disoriented. The debt dwarfed even her gravest projections. Such an astronomical burden all but guaranteed Daewoo Group's immediate, irreversible collapse. She knew with chilling certainty that Daewoo was beyond salvation, that it would become the first mega-conglomerate to implode in the wake of the looming financial crisis. A wave of profound helplessness washed over her, until Representative Jin appeared before her, flanked by aides and security detail. She steeled herself and stepped forward to meet him. Representative Jin remained as approachable as ever, but unlike his predecessor, he carried no air of aloof authority. His demeanor was calm, grounded, deeply humane. Xiao Han, I'm already broadly apprised of the situation. Brief me on your findings. Han Yozhen leaned in and whispered the details into his ear. Even with prior preparation, the revelation of 20 quadrillion in phantom debt froze him mid-step. Dizziness gripped him. He swayed faintly, only returning to himself when Han Yozhen and his bodyguards urgently asked if he was unwell. A wan, rueful smile flickered across his lips. That old fox Jin Yuzhong has indeed handed us a monumental dilemma. Thankfully, this catastrophe did not erupt 2 years ago, when no force on earth could have reversed its course. Inside the presidential office, fierce debate erupted among the assembled officials over how to manage Daewoo Group's dissolution. Ultimately, they resolved to formally acknowledge Daewoo's insolvency, but to avoid a sudden, catastrophic collapse. Instead, they would dismantle it incrementally, allowing time to absorb and mitigate the shockwaves. Simultaneously, they would urge Jin Yuzhong to voluntarily return and account for his actions, thereby qualifying for clemency. Representative Jin remained convinced Jin Yuzhong was no mere scoundrel, that at heart he was a distinguished industrialist, and now fleeing with stolen wealth, he must be enduring unbearable torment of conscience. Yet he had grievously miscalculated one critical variable: Wang Lei, the butterfly whose wings had already stirred a hurricane. Wang Lei had laundered Jin Yuzhong's funds with breathtaking speed and precision, unlike the protracted, leaky historical precedent. In reality, far less money had escaped. Jin Yuzhong unwittingly bore massive, unanticipated losses. As with a bank robbery, the sum stolen is ultimately whatever the bank declares it to be. Moreover, Wang Lei had charted a lucid investment pathway. For him ahead lay prosperity, clarity, and radiant hope for a new life. So long as his fortune remained intact, Jin Yuzhong had no intention of returning to surrender or confess. Indeed, whether he could return was no longer his decision to make. Wang Lei held that power now. At this moment, Jin Yuzhong, who was unreachable by everyone, was enjoying the attentive service of a beautiful mare in a private mansion. Just then, his satellite phone buzzed. He glanced at the caller ID, dismissed the maid who was wiping his body. Thank you so much, Brother Wang. The security company you recommended is exceptionally diligent. With their protection, I feel a sense of security even in a foreign land," he said, raising his eyes to glance out the window. This mansion had been transformed into an armed fortress. The outermost 2 layers were managed by the veteran's home, while the innermost layer housed his most loyal guards, making it virtually impossible for a fly to enter. "As long as you are satisfied," Wang Lei called, and naturally he wasn't inquiring about Jin Yuzhong's well-being. He smiled and asked, "Brother Jin, based on your understanding of Zhang Laojiu, where do you think his weakness lies?" "Of course it's with his brothers." Jin Yuzhong's tone carried a hint of pride, as some family secrets were indeed not known to an outsider like Wang Lei. To prevent his sons from turning against each other, the previous head of the Zhang family implemented a joint chairmanship system in modern times, entrusting Zhang Laojiu with managing the modern automobile group. The entire group was effectively locked in a stalemate. His brother Zhang Mengxian was the one Zhang Laojiu feared the most. He had attempted multiple times to oust this brother from his position as joint chairman. If it weren't for their father's bias, Zhang Laojiu might have actually succeeded in removing Zhang Mengxian. Wang Lei nodded, immediately clarifying the complex relationships within the Zhang family. As long as the family founder was still alive, the infighting among the sons could be suppressed. This indicated that the seemingly calm modern group could collapse with just a gust of wind. "Are you planning to deal with Zhang Laojiu?" "It's not exactly dealing with him. He wants to put me in a difficult position, so naturally I must respond right. I've been quite displeased with them for a while. Brother Wang, please extend my regards to them." After some casual conversation, Wang Lei hung up. He then called for Jia Sini and instructed, "Sini, help me investigate Zhang Mengxian. He is the joint chairman of the modern group. Are you planning to?" "I plan to ally with him to push Zhang Laojiu out of the board of the modern group." After Wang Lei explained the internal situation of the modern group, Jia Sini finally understood how fierce the internal struggle was. "Okay, I will handle this matter well." Zhang Mengxian, who received the call, was taken aback. His second brother Zhang Laojiu had always handled external business, but upon realizing that the caller was the current powerhouse of the Wang family fund, he immediately responded, "Please tell him I am very willing to meet privately with them, and remember to be polite in tone." Zhang Mengxian felt anxious. He did not know what the Wang family fund wanted to discuss. The biggest news recently from Han country was that the founder of Dayu Group had gone into hiding, and now a large number of people were eyeing Dai's remnants. Did the Wang family fund intend to join forces with him to acquire Dayu? He knew that his brother and Wang Lei were not on good terms. The modern group had been trying to make breakthroughs in semiconductors but had encountered obstacles from the Wang family fund. Having spent decades together, he understood his brother's character well. With this mindset, he arrived at the agreed location with a bodyguard. "Mr. Wang, a pleasure to meet you. Chairman Zhang, no need to be formal. After all, you are still my senior." Zhang Mengxian was the favorite child of the founder of the Zhang family, possessing a broad perspective and having attended business school at Stanford. It was not unusual for them to refer to each other as senior and junior. With this connection, they quickly became more familiar with each other. "You are here regarding the acquisition of Dayu Group?" "We at the modern group." "Senior, that's not actually the case. I am here to help you navigate through your calamity." Zhang Mengxian's expression immediately darkened as he coldly asked, "Junior, are you joking? What calamity could I possibly have? Haven't you been busy with the investment matters concerning Beichao recently?" This was not a secret. Representative Jin was working on a sunshine policy to ease relations with Beichao. The modern group was also involved, acting as an intermediary. Wang Lei clearly remembered that Representative Jin had even been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for this, but unfortunately it was all due to subordinates bribing high-ranking Beichao officials with 500 million under the guise of investment that made the sunshine policy possible. This became a scandal for Representative Jin, and the modern group was also facing pressure from investigations. Hearing this, Zhang Mengxian's expression turned even colder as he sneered. "If Junior has nothing else, then let's end our meeting here today." Saying this, he intended to leave. "Senior, what I want to say is that we are friends, not enemies. Sooner or later you will come to seek me out." Zhang Mengxian is a bit ungrateful. Jia Sini appeared indignant, or in her eyes. Her man had already been quite humble, yet the other party not only failed to appreciate it, but also deliberately put on airs. The arrogance of the Han people is in their nature. He will soon come begging me to help him deal with Zhang Laojiu. Saying this, he embraced Jia Sini tightly, teasingly. "My dear, your temper has been quite fierce lately." "Husband, it seems so. I've been getting angry over inexplicable little things these past few days. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since my relatives visited." Ding. Congratulations to Jia Sini for successfully conceiving. Reward one-time item card, stock market crash function card. Wang Lei immediately opened the transparent probe to check the function of the stock market crash card. Stock market crash card, a one-time item that can cause any stock market and any stock to continue to plummet for 3 days. This thing is the exact opposite of Wang Siki's skill effect, but unfortunately it is not a permanent skill. However, this card can have miraculous effects at critical moments. Thinking of this, Wang Lei squinted his eyes, contemplating a way to completely defeat Zheng Laojiu. On the other side, Zhang Mengxian, after returning home, felt increasingly uneasy. He could not understand why Wang Lei brought up modern investments in Beiqiao. This was a secret of the Zheng family. The investments in Beiqiao were not profitable. They were a money-losing venture meant to curry favor with his father and the ruling authorities. This was the hope of their older generation. They even bribed officials of Beiqiao to advance the summit between the two countries. If this matter were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly become the biggest scandal in both the business and political sectors. Could it be that Wang Lei's tribulation refers to this? He shook his head, feeling that he had kept it fairly secret. Only those within the Zheng family knew about this matter. Wait a minute. Zhang Mengxian's mind suddenly conjured the image of his elder brother, whose gaze was as cold as a venomous snake staring at him. If his brother wanted to use this against him, and he wanted to give the citizens an explanation, there was only one path to take. That was to voluntarily resign from the position of co-chairman of the modern group. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was his loyal supporter, the chief financial officer of the modern group. What is it? Boss, something bad has happened. I've received a dismissal letter from the board of directors. They want to take advantage of your business trip to remove me from my position. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengxian immediately realized it was his second brother's doing. If it weren't for the chance meeting with Wang Lei, he would already be on a flight to Beiqiao by now. Naturally, he wouldn't receive calls from his subordinates. By the time he returned, the situation would likely be settled, with Zheng Laojiu taking control of the chief financial officer position, further consolidating his power. A surge of anger completely took over Zhang Mengxian's heart. His second brother was truly malicious. He wanted to take advantage of his absence to undermine him as co-chairman. What did you do to give them a reason to dismiss you? Boss, I haven't done anything against the interests of the group. The reason is that nearly $100 million of funds are unaccounted for. Where that $100 million went, both of them knew full well. It was the most critical part of the $500 million. This $100 million could not be explained or accounted for. Zheng Laojiu had precisely seized upon this point and acted decisively. In his mind, Wang Lei's words echoed again, realizing that the other party had come prepared. He could not simply accept this hidden loss. His father was becoming increasingly frail and had lost interest in their internal struggles. Losing the position of chief financial officer was extremely disadvantageous for him. Since second brother, you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Let's go back and find Wang Lei. Wang Lei did not expect Zheng Laojiu to return so quickly. He changed his previous attitude and shamelessly said, Junior, I was abrupt earlier. I am willing to drink as punishment for my mistake. Saying this, he picked up the bottle and gulped it down. Wang Lei felt a pang of heartache. This was the old wine he had treasured for a long time. However, it was a good thing that Zheng Mengxian could return. I hope Mr. Wang can help me. Senior, you don't need to worry about it. While Zheng Mengxian and Wang Lei were engaged in a secret discussion, Zheng Laojiu was rejoicing at the successful expulsion of his brother. Even if Zheng Mengxian returned to the country, it would be a bit too late. He believed that he could not explain the issue regarding the whereabouts of the $100 million. Securing the position of chief financial officer and controlling the group's finances marked his greatest victory on the path to seizing power. He planned to take advantage of Zheng Mengxian's confusion to further his ambitions and seize more positions, completely sidelining his brother. Ultimately, the goal was to completely oust Zheng Mengxian from the position of chairman of the group. Meanwhile, Wang Lei also expressed his thoughts. Senior, what you need to do now is to rush to your father and complain immediately. What? You want me to report my second brother to our father? In the eyes of the self-important people of Han country, such actions are extremely shameful. Moreover, he was already a middle-aged man. If he were to report a slight grievance, would he not be looked down upon even more? Not only would Zheng Laojiu look down on him, but his brothers and father would also think of him as a child who has not yet grown up. Senior, those who achieve great things can bend and stretch. Now the situation is stronger than the person. Do you think now that Zheng Mengxian has control of the finances, what will his next move be? Zheng Mengxian immediately came to his senses and murmured softly. He will continue to press me with the issue of the $100 million to force me out of the co-chair position. Wang Lei pretended not to hear anything and continued to eat his snacks. Zheng Mengxian truly had drunk too much, revealing even his inner secrets, so it was best not to respond. The main strategy was to remain silent, pretending not to have heard. Zheng Mengxian felt immense grief. His acts of bribery were all for the family. Yet this shameless Zheng Laojiu clung to this leverage. At this moment he realized that the only one who could save him was their father, the actual controller of the group. Only he could come forward to uphold justice. With this thought, he rushed to his father's sickbed without even greeting him. At this moment, the once great tycoon, now a founder of modernity, was gasping for breath on a ventilator, barely holding on to life. His gaunt face bore no resemblance to its former glory. As he fell into a stupor, he heard the sound of Zhang Mengxian sobbing nearby. He saw his seemingly drunken son crying out loud. When he opened his eyes, the crying intensified. "I'm not dead yet, Mengxian, why are you howling?" "Dad, I'm crying for my own incompetence, unable to shoulder the family's burdens." "What are you saying? You are my heir, my most favored son. Is it that your second brother is bullying you again?" Zhang Mengxian did not directly respond to the question, but continued to lament. "The sunshine policy and investment in the dynasty have always been your wish. I want to do well, but it has left me with a vulnerability. Someone wants to sabotage the North-South summit." Zhang's family patriarch suddenly awoke like a tiger from slumber, his eyes wide open, as he ripped off the oxygen mask, shouting with all his might. "Who is it? Who dares to sabotage our plans?" Zhang Mengxian couldn't help but shudder, lowering his head to speak. Second brother dismissed the CFO responsible for this matter, wanting to use the unclear funding as a reason to remove me from the co-chair position. Well, when you proposed this matter, he didn't support it, and now he dares to use it to threaten you. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing his father's face turn red and cough violently, Zhang Mengxian quickly helped him put on the ventilator. After a long while, his father finally regained his composure and weakly waved his hand. "You can rest assured he can't do anything to you. His time as co-chair is over." Hearing this, Zhang Mengxian felt immense joy, desperately trying to suppress his laughter. "Well, Zhang Laojiu, you are truly lifting a rock to hit your own foot. Your father is still alive, and you are already plotting for power. Truly, cleverness can backfire." When Zhang Laojiu received the notice from the board of directors, he was completely stunned. The board had actually held a closed-door meeting and removed him from all positions in the modern group, including co-chair and vice president. He only retained his position as president of the modern group. Overnight, he transformed from a victor into a thorough loser. The only one capable of making such a decision was the elderly man who was lying on the sickbed with little time left. "Dad, you really have a cruel heart." He couldn't understand why his father favored Zhang Mengxian so much. At that moment, his assistant whispered a few words in his ear. Zhang Laojiu was filled with astonishment. His brother had not gone on a business trip to the Northern Dynasty, but was secretly meeting with Wang Lei. "Little brother, you are foolish. Collaborating with an outsider like Wang Lei is nothing short of inviting a wolf into the house." Hyundai Motor has rejected the acquisition of Daewoo Motor. Upon hearing this news, Han Yozhen was instantly overwhelmed with dizziness. Hyundai Motor was the only domestic enterprise capable of taking over Daewoo Motor's collapsing operations. What is the reason? Firstly, Hyundai had just acquired Kia. Secondly, a major personnel reshuffle occurred within Hyundai Group. Yung Laojiu had lost the authority to mobilize group resources to subsidize Hyundai Motor. The personnel reshuffle at Hyundai Group was the biggest business story in Hanguk since Daewoo's collapse, shaking half the nation's corporate world like an earthquake. Yung Mengxian, backed by his father's influence, ousted his elder brother Yung Laojiu from the center of group power. A move that baffled observers across the board. This was no longer mere favoritism. It was blatant, unreserved indulgence. Many were left stunned. Though Yung Laojiu had fallen out of favor, he hardly deserved such utter ruin. Now relegated to managing Hyundai Motor independently, Yung Laojiu received no support whatsoever from the parent conglomerate under Yung Mengxian's leadership. Terrible news for Han Yozhen. The intelligence officer murmured softly. Rumors circulating in the underworld suggest Wang Lei orchestrated the rift between the two brothers. Is that Wang Lei again? Han Yozhen's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. They had recently received an acquisition proposal for Daewoo Motor from the Wang family fund. To secure Daewoo Motor, he had once more moved against Yung Laojiu, the strongest rival bidder. Yet this time Han Yozhen truly misjudged Mr. Wang. He had already secured key automotive manufacturing and engine technologies, and held no interest in spending vast sums to acquire Daewoo's factories, overseas sales networks, or component plants. The most interested parties now are global automotive giants General Motors and Ford Motor Company. Deputy Minister, perhaps we should consider. General Motors was the world's largest automobile manufacturer. Both GM and Ford had long maintained technical partnerships with Daewoo Motor, and thus understood its true capabilities intimately. Ford, meanwhile, stood as GM's fiercest current rival. Daewoo Motor is one of our nation's largest automobile manufacturers. We shall publicly announce a fair open auction for its acquisition. If the company must be sold abroad, it would at least fetch a respectable price. Yet upon hearing the announcement, Wang Lei frowned. This official declaration of an open auction stirred a long-buried memory. In the end, General Motors did acquire Daewoo Motor, but the process unfolded in such a bizarre manner that it remained seared into his mind. Soon after the auction was announced, American and European automakers flocked to Hanguk. At first all proceeded smoothly. Ford bid an astronomical $6 9 billion, while General Motors, offering 5 billion, missed out on Daewoo entirely. The story seemed poised to conclude there. Everyone satisfied. Then Ford withdrew its bid, citing an internal financial crisis that left it unable to bear the burden of acquiring Daewoo Motor. What followed was utterly absurd. Seizing the opportunity to drive down the price, General Motors slashed its offer to just 400 million, despite Daewoo's estimated valuation standing at 2 billion, less than 1/10 of the original bid. How shameless the Americans were. Though they could have simply seized it outright, they still insisted on paying 400 million as a hollow gesture. The hang-up government, holding the weaker hand, was manipulated relentlessly. As the acquisition dragged on endlessly, Daewoo became universally regarded as a toxic, unsalvageable liability. In the end, the government reluctantly sold 3 major automobile plants, 8 overseas sales offices, 1 component factory, and a 42.1 equity stake in a newly formed joint venture to General Motors at a steep discount. Recalling this, Wang Lei felt a flicker of intrigue. Should he warn the naive Han Yozhen? He quickly dismissed the notion as laughable. Even if he warned her, she might not thank him. Far better to wait and seize a decisive advantage when the moment arrived. Compared to that, he had far more pressing matters at hand. Xine instruct our people to leak a rumor Hyundai Group paid a massive bribe to ensure the smooth conduct of the Inter-Korean summit. Jia Sini blinked in disbelief. Their alliance with Jung Mengxian was still in full bloom, yet her husband had just betrayed him without hesitation. With Jung Mengxian now ruling the conglomerate unchallenged, such a scandal would inevitably make him the target of universal condemnation. Yet the maneuver was undeniably audacious. Jung Mengxian would never suspect Wang Lei. He would instead assume the leak came from his furious elder brother's retaliatory strike. Let the brothers turn on each other. Perhaps even descend into fratricidal conflict. The modern group's joint chairman has been removed, suspected involvement in the disappearance of $100 million. And Zhang family's second son has incurred the wrath of the elder chairman and been ousted. Internal strife within the Zhang family, all ignited by the North-South summit. At this time, the internet was sweeping the globe. A cascade of identical posts appeared across several North American forums. First-generation online operatives, recruited and trained by the Wang Family Fund, were relentlessly pinning these posts. It was lunchtime in North America, peak hours for online traffic, while in Hangua it was already the dead of night, silent and still. The posts remained pinned across multiple forums for several hours before Zhang family's PR team managed to remove them. And within those few short hours, the entire world had learned of the Zhang family's recent turmoil. In this world, nothing draws more attention than elite family scandals. And the modern group remained a globally renowned multinational corporation. And foreigners were astonished to discover that familial power struggles in Hangua could be so dramatic. Zhang Mengxian, abruptly jolted awake by urgent phone calls, grew furious upon reading the accusatory posts. And worse still, the posts subtly voiced outrage over the injustice suffered by his younger brother Zheng Laojiu. They accused him not only of wrongdoing, but of tattling to their father. And most alarmingly, the $100 million sum implicated high-ranking officials of the northern regime. Now exposed, he could not evade accountability. Officialdom would naturally stand by him. But how would the public react? And they would conclude that the modern group aided politicians in whitewashing reality, that every sunlit policy concealed sordid financial dealings. As the principal executor, he would inevitably face mass repudiation. How then could he continue to lead the modern group? And who had leaked it? Could there possibly be anyone else? Only his elder brother Zheng Laojiu, the defiant, unyielding loser, would stoop to such a move. And if forced from power, Zheng Laojiu would emerge as the greatest beneficiary. That detestable man. Did he not realize that once scandal erupted, the modern group itself would suffer devastating damage? At this thought, Zhang Mengxian burned with the urge to find Zheng Laojiu immediately and deliver a brutal reckoning. In his father's name and in the name of brotherhood. His rival, consumed by lust for power, had utterly lost his mind. Yet he had far more urgent matters at hand. And contact Representative Kim immediately. The small blue house had also caught wind of the storm. Diligent Representative Kim remained at his desk working late. And minutes earlier, he had received first-hand intelligence from Han Yozhen. Was he aware of everything the modern group had done? And undoubtedly, he had tacitly permitted his subordinates' actions. Yet though he saw through them, he had never uttered a word of approval. Nor had he ever signaled them to take shortcuts. Chairman Zhang, I understand precisely what you wish to say. From this moment forward, no news outlet or media platform in Hangua will publish any related reports. However, overseas forums and chat rooms fall outside our jurisdiction. You must handle those yourselves, modern group. Hearing this, Han Yozhen felt a flicker of bewilderment. The exemplary leader she admired was after all merely a politician, suppressing truth to safeguard his own record. She sensed instinctively that even if all public reporting were silenced, the North-South summit was doomed to collapse. And, rest assured, the summit will proceed as scheduled regardless of circumstances. Still, I hope your side avoids such incidents in the future. And Zhang Mengxian, unable to suppress his fury, resolved to confront Zhang Laojiu and demand an explanation. Zhang Laojiu, startled by his subordinate's call, was utterly bewildered, and judging by the scale and timing of the operation, he began to suspect it might even be the work of his own people. Could one of his underlings, acting out of misplaced loyalty, have taken unilateral action to defend his honor? And he was no short-sighted man. His father's decision had left him disillusioned, yet not so desperate as to resort to self-destructive tactics. Though they had formally divided the family estate to outsiders, they remained a single entity, and he had no motive to tarnish the family name, or to unleash a torrent of scandals upon the modern group. Zhang Laojiu, get out here this instant. And hearing his younger brother's roar, Zhang Laojiu winced inwardly. And true, he had recently engaged in some unsavory maneuvers, but this incident bore absolutely no connection to him. How then could he possibly explain himself to Zhang Mengxian? And boss, will you truly refuse to meet Fifth Master? And no, let him vent his anger. I won't see him. When he tires of shaming himself, he'll leave on his own. Zhang Laojiu opted instead for absolute seclusion. His strategy plain and simple: denial without compromise. And Zhang Mengxian raged for a while, then finding no satisfaction, stormed off in disgust. Yet as he departed, his eyes were bloodshot. Zhang Laojiu's defiant silence had irrevocably incensed him. Zhang Laojiu had no idea that his repeated betrayals had completely enraged his fifth brother. Is there any family affection in a wealthy family? There certainly is, but it is likely to be scarce. When the elders are alive, there may still be a basis for connection. However, once they pass away, any feigned affection will no longer be concealed. If this incident had not occurred, the conflict between the two would have escalated to a boiling point in a few years. But at this moment, Zhang Mengxian could no longer afford to think about anything else. He sensed that Zhang Laojiu did not want him to peacefully sit in the chairman's position and ultimately control the entire group. Thus, after much hesitation, he finally took a decisive step forward. Clarify Zhang Laojiu's itinerary, and then you know what to do. The person in the shadows nodded and then vanished from the room. Zhang Mengxian took a satisfying drag from his cigar, feeling slightly lightheaded amidst the swirling smoke. Successful assassinations are usually without a trace. On a deep night, a few days later, Zhang Laojiu emerged from his mistress' apartment. Several bodyguards hurriedly discarded their freshly lit cigarettes and rushed to open the car door for their boss. But just then a sharp screech of brakes echoed. A fully loaded dump truck suddenly charged out, heading straight for Zhang Laojiu's vehicle. In that moment, everyone present felt as if their minds had slowed. Zhang Laojiu could only watch in horror as the dump truck barreled toward him. A grating sound erupted and the modern sedan crumpled, as if made of paper, severely deformed from the impact. Dark crimson blood and scattered organs spilled onto the ground, mixing with the fluids leaking from the car. After a long while, the bodyguards finally snapped back to their senses, shouting as they rushed towards the bloody driver. The driver was dazed, thoroughly confused, and looked around in bewilderment. The news of Zhang Laojiu's car accident quickly reached Jean Daylei's ears. He furrowed his brows during a meeting with Han Yozhen and others. It was far too sudden. It was not the first time a scion of a wealthy family had suffered a car accident in Han country. Previously, Jin Yuzhong's eldest son had a car accident, and then the eldest son of the modern group faced the same fate. Now it was Zhang Laojiu's turn. Consequently, upon hearing the news, Jean Dailai appeared rather indifferent. Thousands die in car accidents every year, and the wealthy are no exception. Has the perpetrator been apprehended? Yes, he was heavily intoxicated tonight, mistaking the accelerator for the brake. Although he hit the brakes at the first moment, he still collided head-on with Zhang Laojiu's vehicle. While it sounds like an accident, Jean Dailai still probed the police officials, asking, "Have you checked his bank accounts?" "We've checked. There are no significant transactions and he has no debts. He's a rather honest fellow, supporting his family with both old and young." Jean Dailai pondered the situation and felt that Zhang Laojiu's death was somewhat abrupt. He muttered, "Then let's make a public announcement and I will send a floral wreath in my name." The news of Zhang Laojiu's car accident swiftly made it onto the emergency news that night. His wife, upon hearing that he had an accident while secretly meeting his lover, showed no signs of tears. For her, this was undoubtedly a significant stroke of luck in life. No one informed the ailing head of the Zhang family about this incident. It was estimated that even if he were to find out later, he would show no reaction. Zhang Mengxian shed a few crocodile tears at his second brother's funeral. Yet inside he felt utterly relieved. Without his second brother, no one could threaten his position anymore. He could even vie for control of modern motors. What could an orphaned widow possibly use to fight against him? Wang Lei quietly observed the unfolding series of events. When the clam and the snipe compete, it is the fisherman who benefits. Now is the best time to strike at the Zhang family. The news of Zhang Laojiu's death detonated like a bomb in the business world of the Han nation. Han Daily reported legendary tycoon in car accident. the shadow that haunts the modern Zhang family. They dedicated a front page to report Zhang Laozhou's unexpected demise and summarized the achievements of his life. Subsequently, major news outlets scrambled to cover the story, leading to heated discussions about the tycoon's sudden departure throughout the streets of the Han Nation. In the office of the chairman of the Modern Group, "Chairman, we have news. Representative Jean has publicly disclosed that the perpetrator was under the influence of alcohol and mistook the accelerator for the brake, resulting in the accident." Zhang Mengxian, upon hearing his subordinate's report, couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smug, cold smile. You may leave now." He knew well that the news of his bribery of officials from the Northern Dynasty was suppressed thanks to his incompetent brother. However, just as Zhang Mengxian thought this matter would gradually fade away with time, a post on the TTB forum across the ocean erupted, sending him into a fury. The Tycoon brothers' neon wall. Numerous doubts surround Zhang Laozhou's death. Was it truly an accident or a conspiracy? The Han Nation's judiciary must provide the public with an explanation. As these two posts frequently topped the homepage, various rumors and gossip began to circulate. Zhang Mengxian was now sweating profusely. Where did these posts come from? He slammed the table, causing the coffee cup to topple to the ground, making his assistant flinch. "Chairman, these forums are from the TTB on the other side of the ocean, and some forums from the Cherry Blossom Nation are also posting about it." The assistant trembled as he handed over his laptop. He cursed in his heart, thinking about how ruthless his boss was, daring to act yet unwilling to admit it, and now wanting them to clean up the mess. Damn it, another holiday ruined. As Zhang Mengxian's face grew darker, the assistant hurriedly said, "Chairman, I will contact the Public Relations Department immediately and have them delete the posts at all costs." He held contempt for Zhang Mengxian in his heart, but feared retribution. "Then hurry up." Under Zhang Mengxian's piercing gaze, the assistant rushed out of the office. Meanwhile, far away in Harbor City, Wang Lei was leisurely sitting in his office. Jiaxini was reporting to Wang Lei about the forum situation. "Honey, the Modern Group has started public relations efforts regarding our forum. If we don't accept money to delete the posts, they plan to send a lawyer's letter to the forums we control." Wang Lei nodded and replied, "Let them negotiate with the Modern Group's public relations for now. Even if it goes to court, it won't be resolved quickly. In such speculative matters, the forum will undoubtedly lose and will ultimately have to delete the posts." However, as the public opinion fermented, it would inevitably lead the citizens of the Han Nation to become suspicious of Zhang Mengxian, causing the Modern Group to lose the trust of its investors and thereby impact its stock price. Jiaxini understood Wang Lei's intention to strike at the Modern Group stock price and immediately responded, "Okay, I will have the forum's person in charge negotiate with them for a while." After Jiaxini left, Wang Lei murmured to himself, "Since he wants to seal our mouths, let's add fuel to the fire." Wang Lei said as he unhesitatingly took out the stock market crash card. Stock market crash card, a one-time item that can cause any stock market and any stock to continue to plummet for 3 days. "Do you want to use the stock market crash card?" "Yes." A flash of golden light passed. The stock market crash card has taken effect. The Modern Group stock price will continue to plummet for 72 hours. Meanwhile, in a prison in Seoul, Han Nation, the driver responsible for Zhang Laozhou's death lay on the hard bed in his cell. He thought of his wife and children tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Although he was likely to be sentenced for manslaughter, which would only mean a few years in prison according to the law, he had ultimately lost his freedom. As he was lost in thought, a severe chest pain struck him like a knife, causing him to curl up in agony, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. His first thought was of Zhang Mengxian, the person who could no longer tolerate him. He had been hoping to go out and live happily with his wife and children for the rest of his life. He should have realized that agreeing to do that thing came with such risks. These tycoons would do anything for profit. As the saying goes, to cut the grass is to remove the roots. He was that root. His only concern was whether his wife and kids would be implicated. The guard soon noticed something was wrong and rushed into the cell to perform first aid on him. In his final moments, the driver used all his strength to utter the name Zhang Mengxian before he closed his eyes forever. "What did you say? Did Zhang Mengxian pay you to kill?" The police quickly reacted. He knew the driver was beyond saving, but he had heard useful information from him and wanted to clarify whether Zhang Mengxian was the person he was supposed to kill. Unfortunately, no matter how much he questioned, the driver remained unresponsive. Several police officers exchanged glances. Those 3 words were like a bombshell, plunging the entire prison into chaos. The news quickly spread outside, igniting the anger of the citizens of the Han Nation. People flooded the streets holding up banners demanding a thorough investigation into Zhang Mengxian's crimes. On the streets of Seoul, countless retail investors stared at their phones in despair. The stock price of the Modern Group had already suffered several blows during the financial crisis, once plunging to 6,000 Han yuan. Recently, it had finally shown signs of recovery, but now it faced 3 consecutive days of sharp declines. From an opening price of 6,500 Han yuan, it plummeted to 4,000 Han yuan, a drop of over 33%. Under the influence of Wang Lei's stock market crash card, the stock of the modern group plummeted, evaporating over $1 billion in market value. Zhang Mengxian looked at the continuously falling stock price, his heart twisted in pain, filled with rage. Who the hell took it upon themselves to take out that driver? The person in the dark could only respond, it wasn't our people. The autopsy report confirms he died from a sudden heart condition. We couldn't even find evidence of poisoning. An accident. Zhang Mengxian laughed maniacally. Now he claimed it was an accident, even he didn't believe it. The key thing was that he had indeed orchestrated it, and it wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. Have someone from the Xiao Watai help me clarify. Zhang Mengxian knew that no matter what he said now outsiders wouldn't believe it. He could only act like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Recent events made him feel that something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly where the problem lay. With so many significant events occurring in the modern group, the cunning Li Jianxi felt a bit restless. He looked at the internal news leaked from Modern by his commercial spies, his face darkening ominously. Beside him, Li Zirong couldn't help but smirk with a malicious glee, saying, "Dad, look at this, Modern has really taken a big fall this time." With the stock prices plummeting so drastically, Zhang Mengxian must be feeling like he wants to die. For so many years they have been suppressing us, Samsung, and today we can finally vent our anger. In the future our Samsung will undoubtedly dominate in Han country. Li Zirong said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Li Jianxi felt a surge of annoyance at his son's smug demeanor. How could this kid not understand that the chaebols in Han country are often united, with Jin Yuzhong fleeing and Modern mired in a maelstrom of public opinion? Thinking of this, Li Jianxi slammed the report down on the table, interrupting his son's fantasies. What do you know? Modern's sudden change must be due to someone pulling strings behind the scenes. The next target could very well be our Samsung Li family. Li Zirong immediately retracted his smile, realizing the seriousness of the situation after his father's reminder. Dad, do you think it could be that old money from Shizhou causing trouble? Li Jianxi stood up, hands clasped behind his back, pacing in the lounge before finally saying, "After thinking it over, I suspect Wang Lei the most. He's the only one who has had private contact with Zhang Mengxian recently, and ever since then the Zhang family has been experiencing continuous troubles." Him? Li Zirong found it hard to believe. That guy made a fortune off us during the financial crisis. Isn't he satisfied? Isn't he afraid of bursting his own belly? That's what makes him so terrifying. Li Jianxi abruptly stopped, casting a commanding look at Li Fujin, who had been silent, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Fujin, go investigate what that kid Wang Lei is up to. You're clever and tight-lipped. I trust you the most to handle this." At this, Li Fujin felt a jolt of anxiety. The image of Wang Lei's predatory gaze flashed in her mind as if he could swallow her whole. Now thinking back on it, her face couldn't help but flush slightly, her legs instinctively tightening. Despite her strong aversion to the wolfish Wang Lei, Li Fujin still responded, "Dad, I understand. I will go right away." After biting her lip, Li Fujin stood up, adjusted her fitted skirt, and turned to leave. A few minutes later, Li Fujin stood at the grand entrance of Wang Lei's residence in Myeongdong, looking at the imposing door with a mix of disdain. The original owner of this house was Jin Yuzhong. She never expected that it would end up in the hands of that brat Wang Lei. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the doorbell. When the door was opened by a bodyguard, Wang Lei appeared in casual attire, a faint smile on his face. "Miss Fujin, I wonder what brings you here. Are you not welcoming me, young Master Wang?" "Of course not, please come in." Li Fujin, renowned in the literary world as a noblewoman, had a stunning silhouette that was a sight to behold. Her slight sway of the hips made Wang Lei's heart race. "Mr. Wang, I should say your mansion truly is as luxurious as the rumors say." Wang Lei smiled without speaking, pretending not to hear the underlying meaning in Li Fujin's words. He walked over to the liquor cabinet personally, took out a bottle of whiskey from the old Jean collection, poured 2 glasses, handing one to Li Fujin while sitting opposite her. "Miss Fujin's late-night visit surely isn't just to praise my mansion, right? Speak your mind." Li Fujin took the glass, lightly sipped, contemplating how to open the conversation. Deciding to be straightforward, she said, "Mr. Wang, I won't beat around the bush. Is the current dire state of the modern group you're doing?" Li Fujin locked her gaze on Wang Lei's eyes, not missing any flicker of expression on his face. Wang Lei was momentarily taken aback. This rich lady had come to test his intentions. It must be Li Jiangxi's idea, he thought. "You guessed correctly, Miss Fujin, it was indeed my doing." Wang Lei set down his glass, leaning forward, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination. Li Fujin was taken aback. Wang Lei was surprisingly candid, not hiding any of his schemes. She had thought it would take some effort to pry it out of him, but he admitted it so straightforwardly. "Why? Why would you do such a thing?" Li Fujin stammered. "Modern is the leading chaebol in your Han country. It's a lucrative piece of meat. If the Zheng family has to yield to someone, why not to me? Wang Lei lounged back on the sofa looking relaxed as if discussing something trivial. Let me tell you, modern stock will continue to drop in the coming period. I plan to take advantage of this to buy in. Previously I had already acquired 4 of the shares and this time I'm sure it will exceed 10. Hearing this figure, Li Fujin's heart sank. She understood very well what this meant. If Wang Lei succeeded, he could become the second largest shareholder of Modern, possibly gaining further control over the Modern group. Li Fujin thought about how Modern had suppressed Samsung over the years, and how her father had exhausted all efforts to contend with them. Yet this man was boldly planning to consume Modern. Then she thought about her husband who was always idle and accomplished nothing, and looked at the imposing Wang Lei before her. An unusual feeling suddenly surged in her heart. She felt a bit shy to meet his sharp gaze. But Wang Lei raised her chin with his fingers saying, "My lady, how did you consider my proposal from our last encounter? I can help you fight for the Li family's inheritance." Li Fujin's breath quickened. It took her a while to respond. "Mr. Wang, I must say your methods have truly opened my eyes. I am willing to witness Modern's collapse with you," Li Fujin said, raising her glass. Wang Lei looked at Li Fujin, his lips curling into a slight smile. It seemed her response was implicitly affirmative. "Since Miss Fujin has said so, how can I refuse?" Wang Lei took out his phone and dialed Jiaxini. "Sini, buy into Modern stocks with full force." Jiaxini, busy on the other end, didn't notice the man's unusual tone. "Okay, I'll start buying right away." After hanging up, Wang Lei turned to the bodyguard at the door and ordered, "No one is allowed to enter without my permission." Upon hearing this, Li Fujin felt a bit anxious. Was he really that impatient? Wang Lei stood up, walked to Li Fujin, and wrapped his arm around her waist. Li Fujin tensed for a moment, but then relaxed, allowing Wang Lei to lead her toward the bedroom. Sunlight bathed their bare bodies, and an intimate, charged atmosphere permeated the luxurious suite. Li Fujin's hair was disheveled, her eyes languid and alluring, or her fingers traced the taut, well-defined muscles of Wang Lei's broad chest, while her lower body still trembled faintly. Recalling her past marital intimacy, lifeless and stagnant, she contrasted it sharply with the tempestuous passion Wang Lei had just unleashed. The difference in experience was nothing short of celestial versus mundane. Shamefully, her cries had been laced with raw longing, a memory that still flushed her cheeks with heat. With Wang Lei, she had truly discovered the profound joy of womanhood. Sensing her admiring gaze, Wang Lei felt a quiet surge of pride, thanks no doubt to his unshakable vitality. At that very moment, a chime resonated within his mind. Li Fujin's heart and soul had been won over. Her favor rating surpassed 60, officially transforming her into his lover, and unlocking her character card, a legendary golden tier profile. Name: Li Fujin. Role: lover. Talents: business elite. Boosts revenue of assigned divisions by 30 instantly. Chable heiress. Triggers an industry monopoly event upon activation. Queen. Effect currently unknown. Favor rating 60. Wang Lei fell into quiet contemplation. No wonder she was destined to be the female lead of a cable-themed narrative. Each revealed talent held extraordinary strategic value. Business elite delivered tangible, immediate gains, capable of revitalizing even moribund business units. Chable heiress, activated at a pivotal moment, might yet yield unforeseen advantages. As for the enigmatic queen talent, still shrouded in mystery, Wang Lei could only speculate, setting it aside for now. What pleased him most was that, having become his lover, Li Fujin had already begun subtly aligning herself with him, an indispensable advantage for his unfolding plans. Suddenly, an urgent ringtone shattered the room's lingering intimacy. Li Fujin snatched up her phone. Her face paled instantly. It was her father, Li Jae-hee. A flush of guilt rose within her as if caught red-handed. He had sent her to sound out Wang Lei, yet here she was lying in his bed. Steeling herself against the insistent ringing, she pressed the answer button. "What are you doing? Everything outside has descended into chaos. Just now, Wang Group Fund announced a tender offer for over 5% of Hyundai Corporation's shares." Li Jae-hee's furious voice crackled through the line. He had waited hours for her report, yet not a single call had come. Li Fujin's eyes darted nervously toward Wang Lei. With a subtle nod from him, she composed herself and replied, "Wang Lei and I had a few too many drinks. I simply couldn't get away." Wang Lei already held 4% of Hyundai's shares, and likely controlled additional stakes indirectly through affiliated entities. He was poised to force his way onto Hyundai's board. At those words, Li Jae-hee recoiled in shock, his rebuke forgotten. In an instant, he grasped the truth. This was Wang Lei's masterstroke. Wang Lei was moving to seize control from Zhang Mengyan. Li Jiaong, overhearing the news nearby, stood dumbfounded. Hyundai was no ordinary conglomerate. It was a titan of the Hanguk business world. "Father, we can't just stand by and let Wang Lei take over Hyundai." Li Jae-hee faltered, speechless. For in today's Hanguk, no Chable stood unscathed. Hyundai's backing capital spans far beyond one or two entities. Wang Lei's stake alone isn't decisive. For now, everything hinges on how Zhang Mungian counters. Meanwhile, Zhang Mungian raged inside the chairman's office. To remain oblivious now would be sheer folly. He recalled Wang Lei's earlier overtures. His eager counsel, his calculated proximity. All of it had been a ruse. He had foolishly followed Wang Lei's advice and eliminated Zhang Laojiu, triggering the violent market tremors that shook Hyundai's stock. Enraged, he cursed Wang Lei as shameless. How deeply he had misjudged the man he once trusted implicitly. Yet now mired in suspicion for his brother's murder, he could neither clear his name nor halt Wang Group Fund's relentless market acquisition. Powerless, he watched helplessly. Chairman, what do we do? According to our intelligence, Wang Lei's faction controls roughly 10% of Hyundai's shares, while we lack sufficient capital to repurchase them. What would you have me do? His assistant stared silently at his dejected boss, thinking bitterly that had Zhang Laojiu still been alive, Hyundai might never have fallen to this precipice. With no other recourse, Zhang Mungian quietly made his way to his father's sickbed. The once unshakable pillar of the Zhang family now drifted in and out of consciousness. Unaware that his second son was dead and utterly ignorant that the empire he built had been turned upside down. On the top floor of the most heavily guarded hospital in Seoul, there was only a solitary hospital bed in the vast space. Here the most advanced medical equipment and the nation's top doctors existed solely to serve one elderly man. Old Zhang was lost in a chaotic dream, yet was gently awakened by Zhang Mengxian. Dad, wake up. After a long while, old Zhang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with confusion as he stared blankly at Zhang Mengxian. For a moment he couldn't recognize Zhang Mengxian. Seeing this, a wave of frustration and unease surged in Zhang Mengxian's heart. He abruptly turned around, eyes wide, and shouted loudly at the exorbitantly hired doctor. What is going on? Why is my dad like this? The lead doctor, caught by the collar, trembled in fright at the sudden outburst. Quickly steadying himself, he explained to Zhang Mengxian. Mr. Zhang, the old chairman has developed side effects from long-term medication and now he is showing signs of dementia. This is the consequence of accumulated medication and we are trying our best to find a solution. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Mengxian's hand slowly loosened its grip on the doctor's collar, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips as he became utterly speechless. He turned his head to look at old Zhang in his state of dementia, unable to help but murmur to himself. That Wang Lei kid has taken the opportunity to buy into Xiandai. He is coming on strong, and at this rate Xiandai is likely to change hands. The phrase change hands struck old Zhang like a bolt of electricity. His eyes suddenly sharpened, the shrewdness of his former self returning in an instant. He snapped awake and questioned sternly. Where is Zhang Laojiu? Why isn't he here to help you? Where did he run off to at such a critical time? Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengxian's face turned pale, then flushed red as he opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. He certainly couldn't tell his father the truth, that Zhang Laojiu had already been dealt with by him. Internally lamenting, he was momentarily at a loss as to how to cover this up. If the other party knew, it would surely infuriate him. Seeing that he was silent, old Zhang assumed the two brothers had only quarreled and continued saying, You should go find Li Jianqi and Jin Yuzhong. They won't just stand by while an outsider disrupts the business landscape of Han country. They are old foxes who have been in the business for decades, and they understand the principle of mutual reliance. Hearing this, Zhang Mengxian let out a bitter laugh and sighed, saying, That old guy Jin Yuzhong has already run off to the beautiful country. He is probably living it up there right now. As for Li Jianqi, he is also a cunning fox. He has always been shrewd, and is not one to lend a helping hand easily. Unfortunately, old Zhang fell silent again, his eyes devoid of spirit and no longer responsive. Zhang Mengxian had no other choice but to contact Li Jianqi with a stiff upper lip. When the call connected before he could even ask for help, Li Jiangxi's voice, filled with a hint of amusement, came through. Mengxian, I've heard about what's going on with Xiandai. I'm willing to offer $500 million to help repurchase the stocks. Of course this money is just a loan to you. Once this matter is settled, you must return it promptly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengxian's heart leaped with joy. Although $500 million wasn't a huge amount, it came at just the right time, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Listening to Zhang Mengxian's heartfelt thanks, Li Jianqi leisurely replied, You should thank Wang Lei instead. To be honest, I borrowed this $500 million from him. At this point, Li Jianqi couldn't help but let a hint of pride seep into his tone. Unbeknownst to him, his conversation with Zhang Mengxian was being overheard by Li Fujian. Li Fujian recalled the man's promise and immediately called Wang Lei to inform him about Li Jianqi helping Zhang Mengxian. Upon learning of Li Jiangxi's maneuver, Wang Lei couldn't help but smirk, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. That old man is actually using my money against me. This debt will eventually have to be repaid with interest. Jia Sini, standing nearby, was filled with confusion, wondering when her man had developed a financial heiress into an insider. However, she quickly snapped back to reality and asked about the main issue. Now that Li Jianqi is obstructing us, how should we respond? Wang Lei chuckled nonchalantly and said, "Isn't it a bit late for Zhang Mengxian and Li Jianxi to react now? We are almost ready. It's time to hold the shareholders' meeting. I intend to dismiss Zhang Mengxian at the shareholders' meeting and kick him out of the board of Xiandai. According to Han Country's corporate law, shareholders with more than 3 of the shares can initiate a motion to dismiss the chairman." At this moment, Zhang Mengxian was still blissfully planning to have a grand showdown with Wang Lei in the stock market. He still had the advantage in shares, and for Wang Lei to surpass him, it would cost him several times more. The 500 million in off-market funds gave him immense confidence, and even his assistant felt that the former chairman Zhang had returned. However, before Zhang Mengxian could bask in his happiness for too long, he received an unexpectedly shocking piece of news. What? Wang Lei is calling for a temporary shareholders' meeting. There was no need to ask. Wang Lei's actions were clearly aimed at him. Zhang Mengxian could guess that Wang Lei intended to acquire stocks through the secondary market, but he never expected the other party to start with this method, catching him completely off guard. Humph, among the shareholders, Zhang Mengxian hold the most shares. What does Wang Lei have to compete with me? What cannot be obtained on the battlefield cannot be taken at the negotiation table. The news of the Wang family fund's stake in Xiandai spread like wildfire. The atmosphere inside the Xiandai Group building was eerie, with dark clouds hanging overhead oppressive enough to squeeze out water. A few white-collar workers in suits gathered in the tea room whispering to each other. "Have you heard? The Wang family fund has exceeded a 10 stake in Xiandai. The group already has enough issues and now it's all in chaos. I don't know what Chairman Zhang is thinking. He clearly won a battle but insists on taking down Zhang Heir. Now look at the mess. We're all suffering along with it. I guess this quarter's bonuses are completely gone. Are you still thinking about bonuses? We the small fries, regardless of who calls the shots in the future, can only accept our fate. If things go wrong, we might not even keep our jobs." The deputy director of the finance department, Tang Zhongren, passed by the tea room and overheard the discussions. He shook his head, thought for a moment, then coughed lightly to remind them. "Aren't you all supposed to be working? Is this something you should be discussing? If there's nothing else, go organize the accounts." The employees were startled, but upon seeing it was Tang Zhongren, they sighed in relief. This deputy director was notoriously inconspicuous. If other executives heard them, they would surely be in trouble. Tang Zhongren watched them walk away, lost in thought. Deep down, he was also curious about the Wang family fund's next move. To his knowledge, the Zhang family held far more shares in Xiandai than the Wang family. Moreover, with 2 generations of management by the Zhang family, Xiandai was deeply rooted. Replacing them would be an extremely difficult task. Thinking of this, he bitterly smiled and shook his head. He was just a worker. No matter who led the group, it had nothing to do with him as the deputy director of finance. Meanwhile, outside the Xiandai Group building, luxury vans arrived one after another. The emergency shareholders meeting, initiated by the Wang family fund, had attracted many behind-the-scenes shareholders of Xiandai. Among these shareholders were representatives from several old money institutions in Europe and America. They got out of their cars, their faces unable to hide their glee. Several branch managers from Wall Street institutions naturally gathered together. When old man Zhang was around, we couldn't shake the Zhang family's position in Xiandai at all. Now look, the Zhang family is in turmoil. This is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we must not miss it. Others nodded in agreement. Exactly, we must seize this opportunity to secure more board seats and expand our influence in Xiandai. We cannot let the fat meat slip away. With Wang Lei, this reckless youth, leading the charge, we've saved ourselves a lot of trouble. They exchanged knowing smiles. They had already made plans not to support anyone at this shareholders' meeting. Han Yozhen, the official representative from the Han country, frowned slightly upon hearing their laughter. The role of deputy director was genuinely difficult, and Han Yozhen did not want the largest enterprise of the Han country to fall into foreign hands. She was well aware that even without Wang Lei stirring the pot with the Zhang brothers' working style, the current situation in Xiandai would still occur. Thinking of this, she looked at Wang Lei, who was surrounded by a group of bodyguards. It would be so much better if he were a Han national. Wang Lei, oblivious to Han Yozhen, was examining the Xiandai building, lost in thought. Jia Xini poked him from the side, whispering, "That beautiful deputy director is looking at you." Her gaze is almost tangible. Wang Lei raised the corner of his mouth, smiling as he teased. "She must be attracted to the kingly aura of my masculinity." Jia Xini rolled her eyes and reproached, "It's a critical time and you're still joking, can you be serious? Don't rush, I've pretty much arranged everything." Just then Zhang Mengxian arrived fashionably late, wearing a forced smile as he said, "I've handled some matters. Thank you for your patience. Since Chairman Zhang is here, let's find a place to hold the meeting. The conference room is ready, please take your seats inside." As the door of the conference room slowly closed, Zhang Mengxian's face instantly darkened. "Mr. Wang, what exactly do you want? Why initiate this shareholders' meeting without reason?" Wang Lei stood up leisurely, pointing at the screen displaying Xianda's stock price, sharply retorting. This question should be directed at you. As the chairman of the board, you must be responsible for the interests of us major shareholders. The rumors outside are rampant and the stock price keeps dropping. We invested in Xiandai to make a profit, not to incur losses. What do you have to say about this? The heads of various major institutions nodded in agreement. They were all significant investors in the Xiandai group and naturally did not wish to see their investments go to waste. The head of Goldman Sachs' Han Country investment sector slammed the table heavily, speaking sternly. We invested in Xiandai to make profits, not to watch our assets shrink day by day. Today we must have an explanation. Furthermore, a Western investment representative seized the opportunity, glaring at Zhang Mengxian, questioning. Now you are mired in a whirlpool of public opinion, first bribing officials in the north, then suspected of fratricide, causing widespread panic. As the main culprit, what right do you have to sit in the position of group chairman? Zhang Mengxian's face instantly turned red, glaring fiercely at those who challenged him. He opened his mouth to retort but found himself speechless. He understood that to resolve the Xiandai group's predicament now, as Wang Lei said, he must either prove his innocence or take the initiative to resign. But neither path was easy. Zhang Mengxian knew that saying anything now was futile. It was better to let the vote speak. For everyone, Xiandai will always belong to the Zhang family. If you want to dismiss me, let's see the final voting results. This was the confidence behind Zhang Mengxian standing there. The Zhang family tightly controlled the discourse of the Xiandai group and its subsidiaries through mutual shareholding among multiple listed companies. He had long had someone tally the shareholding percentages of the institutions present. The voting results still favored the Zhang family. Just as he felt most pleased, a familiar voice came from the door of the conference room. What if you add my vote? Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone in the conference room was taken aback. How could he be here? The visitor was none other than Zhang Mengxian's own nephew, the orphan of Zheng Lao Jiu Zheng Binji, who had been studying abroad in West Germany. Although Zheng Binji was dressed in a tailored suit, his youthful face was still evident. After all, he was only 15 years old. No matter how mature he appeared, he could only be so grown up. Not long ago, he was merely a rich second generation who knew nothing but indulgence. Even now, having to stand up and speak, his voice still quivered slightly with fear. Zhang Mengxian's expression shifted quickly from uncertainty to cold hostility. His face soon relaxed as he reproached Zheng Binji in a tone befitting an elder. Binji, this is not a place for your antics. Does your mother know you are here with me? Zhang Binji struggled to calm himself, suppressing the fear within. Third uncle, it was my mother who sent me here. As the heir to my father Zhang Laojiu, and a major shareholder of the modern group, I have the right to vote at the shareholders' meeting. His words sparked murmurs across the conference room. Almost everyone forgot one crucial point: when Zheng Laojiu was alive, he was also a major shareholder of the modern group, holding nearly six of the shares. Holding six of the shares could only be described as being a major shareholder, which might grant some influence in ordinary times, yet at this moment it could have a decisive impact. Because the Zheng family had always acted as a united front, this six shareholding, even if not counted under Zhang Mengxian's name, would still be considered as abstaining. But now that Zhang Binji had stepped forward, the scales had tipped and Zhang Mengxian's presumed advantage crumbled instantly. Zhang Mengxian naturally realized this, seeing only hatred and anger in his nephew's eyes. He had no choice but to adopt a kind expression and implore, Binji, no matter what, we are still family. Are you and your mother really going to stand against me and the Zheng family today? Hearing this, Zhang Binji immediately cast aside his mother's admonitions, angrily shouting, How can you still say we are family? Zhang Mengxian, do you dare claim that my father's death was not your doing? Faced with the accusation, Zhang Mengxian's eyes flickered. He wanted to respond that his father had also wanted him dead, but he had simply acted first. Of course, family scandals could not be aired publicly. He could only helplessly say, Binji, no matter what, I will not let you hand the modern group over to an outsider. Others from the Zheng family also began to persuade Zhang Binji, attempting to appeal to reason and emotion in an effort to sway the young man. But they all forgot one thing: Zhang Binji had always been well protected by Zheng Laojiu, and he was still a rebellious child. The greatest flaw of adults is their self-righteousness, believing they can educate the younger generation with their so-called profound wisdom. Moreover, Zhang Binji was filled with anger from the loss of his father, which had no outlet. To him, the relative's persuasion seemed to imply that he should back down and submit to the murderer of his father. In the face of such immense grievance, one often veers towards the extreme. Yet, as the third generation of the Zheng family, Zheng Binji lacked the courage to chastise these shameless relatives. Just then, Wang Lei's mocking voice interrupted the Zheng family's lamentations. Wang Lei, this is our family matter. What are you laughing at? Wang Lei couldn't help but chuckle. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to clarify something. I have never intended to interfere with the management of the modern group. I am a very honest investor. The reason for initiating the dismissal is to protect my rights as an investor in Modern. Everyone looked at him with expressions of disbelief, especially the Wall Street executives who were not fooled by Wang Lei's nonsense. Such a grandstanding endeavor simply suggested that he wished to take control of Modern. Ahem. Wang Lei pretended not to hear their jeers, continuing on. I propose that Mr. Zhang Binji replace Zhang Mengxian as the chairman of the board of the Modern Group. Who is in favor and who is against? Upon hearing this proposal, the attendees froze, struggling to keep up with Wang Lei's line of thought. Replace Zhang Mengxian with Zhang Binji. Was Wang Lei trying to become Dong Zhuo or Cao Cao? The faces of the Zhang family revealed a complex array of emotions, as Wang Lei offered them a second option. They were well aware that the chance of Zhang Mengxian continuing as the chairman was slim, but supporting Zhang Binji might still allow the management to remain in the hands of the Zhang family. Otherwise, they might inadvertently hand over control to Wang Lei or an agent put forth by some Wall Street firm. At that moment, their resolve to oppose Wang Lei weakened significantly. It was clear to everyone that choosing between total loss and a partial surrender was a no-brainer. They began to persuade Zhang Mengxian in turn. Third brother, you must consider the bigger picture. The leading figure of Modern must be a Zhang. Zhang Mengxian was dumbfounded. He never expected that the boomerang would strike him. If he did not support Zhang Binji now, it would appear he was not considering the greater good of the Zhang family. The one most surprised at the scene was Zhang Binji. He had not anticipated Wang Lei would make such a proposal. It was only now that he understood why his mother insisted he attend the meeting. She must have made some prior arrangement with him. She despised the Zhang family, and Wang Lei was undoubtedly the best ally. Realizing this, he noticed Wang Lei winked at him. Zhang Binji turned his head away in a huff, but inwardly accepted Wang Lei's goodwill. He indignantly questioned Zhang Mengxian. Third uncle, for the sake of the Zhang family, please step down for me. My father would feel at peace from the underworld. Damn it, this kid hasn't even hit puberty. Zhang Mengxian felt his heart sink at Zhang Bingyi's words. Just as the atmosphere in the meeting grew tense, the large screen in the conference room lit up. The screen displayed the figure of Zhang Lao, who was connected to a breathing machine, yet his gaze remained bright. His face was flushed with an unhealthy color. Dad! The Zhang family members couldn't help but feel their eyes redden. This was a sign of Zhang Lao's brief resurgence. Zhang Mengxian! Dad, I am here. For the sake of the Zhang family, please step down and support Zhang Binji. Zhang Lao used all his strength to utter these words. Zhang Mengxian felt helpless. Even the elder had made such a decision. He saw disappointment in the elder's eyes. As long as Zhang Lao lived, he would remain merely a proxy for the shares, and Zhang Mengxian could only respond, "All right, I respect your choice." As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at the woman accompanying the elder. He never imagined that even after eliminating Zhang Laojiu, he would still fall victim to the elder's woman and child. I am Mr. Zhang's lawyer, and I am here to announce a new will on his behalf. Zhang Binji will inherit 40 of my shares in the Modern Group. Zhang Mengxian will inherit 50 of Zhang. Everyone from the Zhang family gasped in shock. Zhang Mengxian's face turned ashen. He had lost, and it was a devastating defeat. There is a saying that as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Zhang Mengxian's greatest confidence stems from his identity as the first heir of Old Man Zhang. As the most beloved son of the old tycoon, he regards his shares in the Modern company as his personal property. Others can at most obtain some insignificant shares and a portion of the subsidiary's equity. Now, the latest version of the will is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for him. Zhang Bingyi's shares in the Modern Group have subtly surpassed his own. If this continues, the Modern Group is likely to fall entirely into his nephew's hands. Feels like drawing water with a bamboo basket. He has worked in vain. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Binji was naturally extremely excited, as he had finally reclaimed what rightfully belonged to his father. Wang Lei coughed, drawing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we are convening the shareholders' meeting of Modern. Please be mindful of the occasion while dividing the inheritance. I have finished my proposal. Let us begin voting. As soon as he finished speaking, representatives from various Wall Street institutions started whispering among themselves. The development of the situation had completely slipped from their control. Initially, they had planned to seize every opportunity to gain more benefits, but upon turning around they realized that it seemed they had little stake in this matter. The Zhang family, in order to ensure that Modern continues to bear the Zhang surname, will undoubtedly do everything in their power to promote Zhang Binji to power. Moreover, with the shares held by initiator Wang Lei, even if they opposed completely, they would still lack a decisive majority. Thinking of this, they felt somewhat speechless. The final result was naturally as everyone expected. Zhang Binji was unsurprisingly elected as the chairman of the board of the Modern Group. After casting his vote, Zhang Mengxian left the conference room without saying a word. Wang Lei continued, the meeting will proceed. We now need to elect new board members. Hearing this, Zhang Binji immediately returned to his senses, feeling very grateful for everything Wang Lei had done for him, and proactively suggested, "I propose appointing Wang Lei as the new vice-chairman." The remaining members of the Zhang family exchanged glances. The vice-chairman position was crucial, assisting the chairman in their duties. If the chairman was absent, the vice-chairman would naturally have to step up. They wanted to counsel Zhang Binji a few words, but they quickly realized that this was a mechanism for the mother and son to counterbalance them. Just as the conference room fell into a deadlock, Han Yozhen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "We are in favor." The conference room erupted in an uproar. Han Yozhen represented the finance department of the Han Nation. The Han Nation's official holdings in Modern reached as high as 15. These shares combined with those held by Zhang Binji and Wang Lei pushed the proposal support rate to a dangerously high level. What surprised them was that the Han Nation's officials had maintained a neutral stance. Even when Zhang Mengxian was dismissed earlier, Han Yozhen had shown no intention to take a stance. Now, why did she support Wang Lei? Faced with the astonished gazes of the foreigners and the Zhang family, Han Yozhen felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. Just moments ago, she had received a text message from Wang Lei. It contained only a few sparse numbers which felt extraordinarily heavy to her. Wang Lei hoped she would vote in favor, and for that the Wang Family Fund was willing to participate in the legal auction of Daewoo Motors and help the Han Nation sell at a high price as much as possible. Daewoo Motors had always been a source of headaches for Han Yozhen. Faced with the olive branch extended by Wang Lei, she had no choice but to abandon her neutral stance. At that moment, several small institutions from Southeast Asia also raised their hands in favor. The situation suddenly became clear. The Zhang family realized a profound issue: Wall Street held too much stake in Modern. If Zhang Binji wanted to control Modern in the future, he would inevitably rely on the support of the second-largest individual shareholder, Wang Lei. The Zhang family's desire to continue monopolizing the positions of chairman and vice-chairman had become nearly impossible. "I am in favor." The Zhang family members raised their hands to vote, causing the number of supporters for the proposal to exceed half once again. The Wall Street institutions immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. "I propose Mr. Anthony to serve as a director." "We are in favor." "We oppose." "We abstain." What relieved them was that Han Yozhen maintained her neutral stance this time. "We propose Ms. Jiasini to serve as an independent director of the group." Former chairman Zhang Mengxian will step back to being a director. Zhang Laojia's son Zhang Binji has been appointed as the chairman of the board. The Wang Family Fund has secured 3 important seats on the board, with Wang Lei becoming the vice-chairman of the board. These 3 pieces of news were explosive, not only sparking discussions externally but also causing a huge uproar within Modern. Tang Zhongren guessed everything but never expected it would turn out this way. As a mid-level manager, he sensed that the turmoil in Modern was just beginning, and many would inevitably be cleaned out of Modern, with upper management being swiftly replaced. What worried Tang Zhongren was that Zhang Binji was only a teenager still in school. Could he manage such a large company well? Soon people received notification that Zhang Binji would continue his studies, and his chairmanship would be executed by his guardian Ms. Jean. Ms. Jean is the widow of Zhang Laojio. She has served as a director in several listed companies, and took on the responsibility of Modern Motors after Zhang Laojia's death, becoming a well-known businesswoman. Regarding this outcome, Tang Zhongren could only accept it reluctantly. However, he did not anticipate that he would become a part of the center of this storm. In a large mansion in Myeongdong, Ms. Jean met with Wang Lei. This was not their first meeting. One could say that Zhang Bingyi's election as chairman of the board was the result of their collaboration. Although the major event had been accomplished, Ms. Jean dared not show any arrogance. She sincerely said, "Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you for everything you've done for Binji. Madam, I cannot be dismissed with just a thank you. You know what I want to do, right?" Ms. Jean nodded at her. Becoming the acting chairman had met with strong opposition from the Zhang family. It could be said that the only person she could rely on now was Wang Lei. In other words, as long as she could win over Wang Lei, she could control the entire Modern group. Naturally, an exchange of interests became inevitable. "I will take on the role of the group's chief operating officer. May I ask if you have any suitable candidates for the chief financial officer?" Wang Lei couldn't help but admire this woman for her perceptiveness. He was not very interested in the company's operational power. Instead, he valued financial authority more than anything. "You might remember this person, madam. I believe that Tang Zhongren, the deputy financial director of Modern Group, is quite suitable for this position." Tang Zhongren. Madam Jean's expression was complex. Tang Zhongren had been serving in Modern for over 20 years, gradually rising from a subsidiary's finance department to the management level. He had become the deputy financial director entirely due to the internal struggles among the brothers. What she dared not think too deeply about was that everyone in the Zhang family originally thought Tang Zhongren had no backing, but unexpectedly, he was actually a mole planted by Wang Lei. Could it be that the Wang family began inserting commercial spies into Modern decades ago? She shook her head, secretly not wanting to delve further into this issue. Okay, I will have Binji draft the appointment letter right away. Director Tang. Ms. Jean wants you to attend today's weekly meeting. Tang Zhongren was slightly taken aback. This weekly meeting organized by the acting chairman was generally reserved for the upper echelons of the group. Given his position in the group, he would need at least one more promotion to qualify for attendance. Could it be that he is about to be promoted again? He shook his head, thinking such a possibility was slim. He had only just transferred to the headquarters, and hadn't even warmed up to the position of deputy director. How could he possibly get promoted again? Yet Tang Zhongren couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Upon reflection, it wasn't entirely impossible. The current financial director was a subordinate of Zhang Mengxian, who had previously been dismissed due to a scandal involving Zhang's family. With Ms. Jean now in power, it wasn't out of the question for the financial director to face dismissal again. Thinking of this made Tang Zhongren feel a bit excited. The workplace operates this way. You don't necessarily need to be the best. Opportunities often come to those who remain. As he grabbed his notebook and left his seat, the junior staff in the office began to whisper to each other. It looks like Director Tang is about to be promoted. Who can say otherwise? His luck is truly remarkable, rising 2 levels in just a month. The distinction between deputy director and director is substantial. The director can directly report to the upper management and is considered part of the company's senior ranks, while the deputy director merely represents the ceiling of middle management. It would be false to say that the crowd did not envy Tang Zhongren. Modern Group is a local emperor in the cold country, and its affiliated industries touch upon all aspects of people's livelihoods. Tang Zhongren's ascent to director signifies a leap in status, making him a person many officials would seek to curry favor with. Without saying more, Tang Zhongren had the power to control their comings and goings. He arrived at the highest level, which symbolized power. There was only one deputy director present in the meeting room, which felt very out of place. Every individual here had their reasons for being present, and no one would belittle Tang Zhongren. They all came forward to show goodwill. The current financial director sat on pins and needles, knowing he was doomed. Even if he surrendered, he had not gained Ms. Jean's acceptance. This dismissal would truly mean saying goodbye to the Modern Group. He could only pray that Ms. Jean wouldn't be too harsh and would reassign him to a subsidiary under Modern Group. When Ms. Jean entered the office with her assistant, everyone fell silent and sat up straight. Ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting mainly announces a few personnel appointments from the board of directors. By decision of the group's board, Tang Zhongren has been appointed as the new chief financial officer of the group. Ms. Jean's words left everyone momentarily stunned. They all thought they had misheard. The financial director even ungraciously questioned. Tang Zhongren is promoted to chief financial officer instead of financial director. This meant that Tang Zhongren would directly become his superior, and he would now have to report to Tang, which was even more uncomfortable than being replaced. Everyone felt equally astonished. When the former chairman and Zhang Mengxian were in power, this position was part of the chairman's authority, and neither was willing to relinquish financial control. Now Ms. Jean, as the acting chairman of the group, had taken the initiative to hand over financial authority to a relatively inconspicuous deputy director. Everyone was momentarily at a loss. Ms. Jean cleared her throat and reiterated emphatically, "This is the final decision of the board. From now on, the financial directors of the main group and the financial heads of the subsidiaries will be directly managed by Chief Tang, who will report directly to the board." The people in the conference room couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Each person present was astute enough to catch the key information in Ms. Jean's words. Tang Zhongren's appointment was decided by the members of the board. Who could have made such a decision? Connecting Tang Zhongren's Chinese heritage, a name immediately sprang to their minds. The owner of the Wang Foundation, their new vice chairman Wang Lei. Mr. Wang. Thinking of this, their gazes towards Tang Zhongren changed. All of the financial director's inner resentment and anger evaporated in an instant. This was a big shot who had toppled his former master. How could he dare question the legitimacy of the appointment? As for Tang Zhongren, he felt a bit dazed, his thoughts unfocused. There was no surprise in his heart, only shock. What the hell? Wasn't it agreed that he would be promoted to director? How did he become chief financial officer? CFO and CEO differ by only one letter. Tang Zhongren naturally understood the value of this position. He struggled to calm himself down, realizing where the issue lay. The only one capable of making this decision must be the big boss Wang Lei, whom he had met only once. Did the other party bestow him such a grand gift just because he gave up the first position in the restroom? Tang Zhongren suddenly realized the meeting room had fallen silent, and he noticed that Ms. Jean and the others were looking at him with unusual expressions. His heart sank. Oh no, I've become Mr. Wang's man. He wanted to explain himself to Ms. Jean, but who would believe him? He truly was just a diligent and honest worker, never competing with anyone. To avoid revealing anything to others, He calmly took a sip of water from his cup. Tang Zongren's calmness and silence only convinced Ms. Jean and the others that he had substantial backing. During the subsequent meeting, Tang Zongren was somewhat distracted. When the meeting was over, Ms. Jean said, "Congratulations, Chief Tang. From now on, the group's financial authority will be under your responsibility." Ms. Jean, "I'm afraid I can't bear this heavy responsibility." Ms. Jean assumed Tang Zongren was just being polite and interrupted him with a smile. "You needn't decline. From now on, we are all on the same side, and you will be the one coordinating with Mr. Wang. I almost forgot. We haven't discussed your salary. In addition to the 500,000 shares of options, your annual salary will increase to 2 billion Han Yuan." Hearing about the 500,000 shares of options and the 2 billion Han Yuan salary, Tang Zongren immediately swallowed back any words of refusal. "Damn it, let's do this. With money one can make the devil push the mill." Tang Zongren instantly got into the zone and said softly, "Ms. Jean, I will ensure effective communication between you and Mr. Wang." "Very well, you should go and get accustomed to your new office. If there's anything, feel free to come to me." Tang Zongren nodded in agreement and walked out of the conference room with light steps. As soon as he took his seat, several groups of people came to butter him up, with former colleagues and subordinates all wearing sycophantic smiles upon seeing him. Even Tang Zongren's former superior treated him with utmost courtesy. That very day, with the assistance of his secretaries, he moved into the top-floor independent office. The group not only assigned him numerous secretaries and assistants, but also provided him with luxury cars, a personal driver, and bodyguards. The various changes left him feeling somewhat out of place. Faced with the vast office, he pondered for a moment before deciding to proactively reach out to Boss Wang. To his dismay, as a trusted confidant of the Wang family, he discovered he did not even have a phone number for a conversation. Fortunately, Wang Lei did not forget about him and sought out his office just 2 days after assuming his position. "Mr. Wang Zongren, how's it going? Are you adjusting to your new position?" Hearing Wang Lei's teasing, Tang Zongren was momentarily at a loss for where to start with his complaints. After a long pause, he finally voiced his lingering question. "We have only met once, so why do you trust me so much to assign me this important role? It's not difficult to want someone I can trust, but it's easier to communicate if they speak Chinese. Looking across modern companies, you're the only one with a financial background who also speaks Chinese. That day's chance encounter in the restroom was actually your interview." Hearing this, Tang Zongren felt speechless. Indeed, the thoughts of a financial magnate differed greatly from those of ordinary people, and selecting candidates was surprisingly whimsical. Wang Lei smiled slightly. In reality, the reasons for choosing Tang Zongren were not as straightforward as he had stated. He had previously considered parachuting a confidant from the Wang family into the modern world. Setting aside cultural differences, penetrating modern internal affairs was a significantly challenging task. If the chosen one lacked capability, there was a risk of being overshadowed by internal members. Thus, the selection had to be someone who understood the group's finances. A subsidiary simply would not suffice, and the candidate had to be chosen from the parent group. At this moment, Tang Zongren caught Wang Lei's attention. Both of his parents were from Longhua. He had grown up in a Chinese community, and his wife was also of Chinese descent. What was most commendable was that he was a very adaptable person. The workplace was harsh, and being able to survive to the position of deputy director spoke volumes about Tang Zongren's capabilities. Considering all of the above factors, Wang Lei believed there was no one more suitable than Tang Zongren. The previous restroom encounter was indeed intentional. At that time, he was already a stakeholder in the modern company, and finding an independent restroom was merely a matter of a few words. Tang Zongren quickly accepted the reality before him and quietly asked, "Do you have any tasks for me to complete? Your position is one I have put considerable effort into securing. My expectations for you are, you must familiarize yourself with this job as soon as possible. I do not want a mere figurehead who is easily sidelined. You must firmly grasp the financial authority of both the modern parent group and its subsidiaries. If there are uncooperative individuals, you are free to dismiss them directly. In terms of purging the remnants of the Zheng family, Mrs. Jean and our interests align. She will support you at the board meeting." Hearing this, Tang Zongren quickly nodded. He was not a soft-hearted person. On the contrary, if he weren't sufficiently resolute, he wouldn't have progressed so rapidly. "All right, rest assured, I will appoint our people to all finance positions in the shortest time possible. Yes, this is just the first step. Next, you need to switch all of Modern's business to Huanyu First Bank." Hearing this, Tang Zongren's heart shook violently. As the top financial magnate in the Han country, Modern Group's annual turnover was astronomical. If all transactions were routed through Huanyu First Bank, even the handling fees would amount to a significant sum. Most crucially, the funds of Modern Group were kept in First Bank, which would undoubtedly provide the bank with an immensely abundant cash flow. "All right, this task is not difficult to execute. Tomorrow I will have all the subsidiaries of the group open corporate accounts at First Bank." "Very well. Aside from this, you also need to quickly cultivate your own influence in other departments and subsidiaries of Modern. Tang Zhongren was momentarily stunned. He realized Wang's ambitions seemed to extend beyond simply controlling the financial authority of the group. Was there still room for his own advancement? Being a clever man, he naturally understood how easy it would be to support his own influence once he grasped the financial authority. Just in terms of project budgets and business trip reimbursements, he could easily sway many people. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Wang Lei understood that completely transforming Modern's surname would not be an overnight task, but he had plenty of time and energy. Moreover, he was not the only one eager to eliminate the Zheng family's influence on Mrs. Jean was the main force behind this. The next day, all employees of Modern Group received a strict notification. All salary cards must be issued by Huanyu First Bank. Yes, in the future, all salaries for employees and management will be deposited into their respective First Bank salary cards. Hearing this notification, the employees of Modern were naturally very displeased. Being asked to apply for a new card without reason, anyone would feel frustrated. However, the financial liaison patiently explained, the staff of First Bank will provide on-site service for the group and will issue a customized co-branded bank card. A co-branded bank card from First Bank and Modern. Some junior white-collar workers were quite taken with this approach. With on-site service and customized cards, even the most impatient individuals lost their tempers. They had also heard some rumors about the financial departments of various subsidiaries in Modern consolidating and transferring to First Bank. Now applying for a First Bank card would undoubtedly make things much more convenient in the future. Though the name of the First Bank suggests it is the best, it does not even rank among the top 5 in the Han Kingdom. The First Bank once had a proud history, particularly during the late 1980s and into the 1990s, when it achieved significant breakthroughs in various businesses, quickly becoming one of the largest foreign exchange banks within the Han Kingdom. Pei Chuyuan became a member of the First Bank in this context. At that time, the Han Kingdom's economy was booming, and the tycoons were expanding recklessly with their businesses, thriving, living each day amidst laughter and joy. Just as Pei Chuyuan and many banking professionals believed that the Han Kingdom's economy would continue to soar, the eruption of the Dongzhou financial crisis dealt them a harsh blow. Not only small enterprises and the general populace of the Han Kingdom, but even the monopolistic tycoons and the state were on the brink of bankruptcy. The First Bank, beset by bad debts and cash flow depletion, was put on the shelf by the government. During that period, the First Bank faced its most challenging times, with employees being dismissed daily, and some even committing suicide due to bankruptcy. Even his master, as a high-ranking official of the First Bank, was constantly surrounded by a tense atmosphere. Executives suspended salary payments, employees voluntarily took pay cuts, and all employee benefits were cancelled. Pei Chuyuan once thought the First Bank was doomed, as the entire Han Kingdom was undergoing an economic catastrophe. But who could have anticipated that after being taken over by the tycoon from the Dragon Nation, the First Bank would experience a turnaround? President Nilan's reforms were painful, yet the results were significant, completely revitalizing the First Bank. After a series of new policies were implemented, the business volume of the First Bank surged in a very short time. Various data indicated that the First Bank's business had returned to its peak, and even surpassed previous levels in deposit business. For this, Pei Chuyuan and his master were both exhilarated. Everything was getting better. The veteran employees were very satisfied, as the First Bank was regaining its greatness under the Wang tycoon and President Ni. Yet it was clear that the Wang tycoon was not content with just that. He unexpectedly bought into Hyundai, becoming the vice chairman of the board of directors of the largest company in the Han Kingdom. As a second-tier bank discarded by the state, they unexpectedly had the opportunity to engage in deep cooperation with Hyundai, becoming the largest settlement bank for the foremost financial group. Deep cooperation with Hyundai was something Pei Chuyuan had never even dared to imagine in the past. It is known that during Hyundai's peak, its annual turnover reached over 100 trillion Han dollars. At the current exchange rate of 15001 for Han dollars, that amounts to several billion US dollars. Banks are essentially just a more advanced financial service industry, with a significant portion of their income derived from service fees. From this business alone, Hyundai could bring the First Bank a net income of hundreds of millions of dollars. When the news returned, everyone in the bank was thrilled, and President Ni felt it was incredible. As a result, the First Bank topped the financial news in the Han Kingdom. Many international institutions began to reassess the credit rating of the First Bank. Of course, Pei Chuyuan was very aware that all of this had nothing to do with their efforts. They were merely benefiting from the glow of their new boss. With this thought, Pei Chuyuan felt a bit embarrassed. After settling into the temporary office provided by Hyundai, Pei Chuyuan made a phone call to headquarters. President Ni, Hyundai's chief financial officer Tang Zhongren has scheduled a meeting with you in an hour. Okay, I understand. President Ni put away the report and rubbed her temples. Boss, you really surprised me this time. Her words carried a hint of playful reproach. As she was leading the reforms at the First Bank, she was already quite busy, And just as the bank was slowly getting back on track, Boss Wang added a large amount of work for her. Even a cow or horse deserves a breather. Sometimes Ailon even regretted not asking for a bit more salary when she initially joined. Until now she was still receiving the lowest salary for probationary employees. I know you're tired. I have already approved your regularization process, and your salary will be calculated at $1 million per year from now on. The previously underpaid salary will be fully compensated this month. Hearing this, Ailon couldn't help but cheer with joy. This salary was several times what she earned as a team leader at the Dragon Nation Bank, and in less than 2 years she would achieve financial freedom. What was most remarkable was that Boss Wang, who was rarely generous, actually helped her with the salary during the probation period. Ding! Your actions have greatly comforted Ailon. Affection level 10. Ailon's affection level has officially surpassed 60, and the current relationship is best friends. Ailon's sudden surge in affection made Wang Lei swallow the words that were just about to come out. The daughter of the bank president was not easy to deal with. Their relationship had not progressed much after such a long time. If a few words were to cause her affection level to drop again, he would be in tears. But Ailon clearly saw through his thoughts and said in exasperation, your unsolicited flattery isn't because you have some difficult task for me, is it? You've hit the nail on the head. I do indeed have something for you to do. I've already spoken with Tang Zhongren, and this afternoon you need to cooperate with his actions. Ailon grew increasingly alarmed as she listened. This person was indeed daring to think and act. In the domestic context, this would have been enough for him to be executed several times over. Comrade Ailon, please mind your gaze. How dare you look at me like that? Ailon shot him a sharp, skeptical glance and asked solemnly. Those are all non-performing loans. You intend to sell them to Modern Corporation. Even if Tang Zhongren agrees, you'll never pass the board review. Indeed, there's not a fool on Modern's board. But don't we have you at First Bank? After Wang Lei's acquisition, First Bank's most critical problem remained unresolved. During the years when Korean conglomerates expanded aggressively, First Bank had issued numerous loans, many of which had since deteriorated into non-performing assets. Without prompt intervention, they risked escalating into outright bad debts. Ultimately, the bank itself would bear the cost. Thus, Wang Lei sought to offload this crisis onto Modern. Globally, banks routinely engage in debt sales. Receivables can be sold at discounted prices to recover capital swiftly and lock in modest profits ahead of schedule. This approach not only recoups principal but also yields marginal gains. Yet, debt trading carries another inherent risk: the debtor's default. Such failures transform receivables into non-performing or bad debts. At that point, banks often bundle potentially unrecoverable debts for distressed sale, offering them at steep discounts given their slim recovery prospects. Yet clearly Mr. Wang had no intention of selling these claims at fire sale prices. You want me to fabricate accounts? Comrade Ailon, why call it fabrication? All I ask is that you intermix relatively secure accounts with marginally unstable ones. As for how Modern handles these accounts afterward, I've already devised a solution for them. Initially, Tang Zhongren resisted Wang Lei's proposal. The board would never approve such an arduous, thankless acquisition. But Wang Lei presented a plan guaranteeing massive profits for Modern. We'll bundle and sell the promissory notes to Modern at half their face value. Modern will then channel these through its controlled financial subsidiaries, repackaging them as structured financial products for distribution, and we claim 50% of the resulting profit. Ailon instantly grasped Wang Lei's intent. This practice was known in the United States as subprime securitization. According to insiders at U.S. banks, subprime securities were currently surging in popularity. Many institutions had even assigned them AAA ratings. The AAA rating signifies the lowest possible risk tier among all financial instruments. This low-risk designation wasn't arbitrary. It stemmed from the widespread belief that real estate represented an exceptionally safe investment. Even if borrowers defaulted, the underlying property remained a tangible asset that could be liquidated to settle the debt. With the U.S. housing market rapidly rebounding and properties in high demand, banks faced minimal losses. Thus, mortgage-backed securities appeared virtually infallible, an investment far more stable than equities. Our task is to blend these real estate-backed loans with non-performing debts, rendering the entire portfolio appear exceptionally promising. Even Ailon, typically cautious by nature, found herself swayed. Instinctively, she asked, won't someone on Modern's board see through this? Whether they spot it or not is secondary. Even if they do so, what? If these receivables carried zero risk, why would I sell them at half price? I'd retain them myself. Ailon immediately understood selling at 50% inherently signaled latent flaws. Board members grew greedier by the day. Though they recognized this cake concealed a hidden bomb, they'd accept it gladly, as long as the explosion spared them while yielding colossal returns. Not only would they accept it, they'd champion the acquisition with fervor. Over the next several years, U.S. real estate will soar, fueling explosive growth in subprime lending. Korea self-proclaimed as a developed nation will inevitably follow suit. And as Korea's brightest new banking star, First Bank must lead the charge. And Ailon nodded, unconsciously astonished to realize Wang Lei had almost imperceptibly won her over. First Bank truly needed to resolve its non-performing loan burden. Though First Bank now shone brightly, its non-performing loans had long festered beneath the surface. Yet this affliction plagued every Korean bank. For now, no one dared tear open the wound. Even Korean regulators actively concealed the issue, turning a blind eye to widespread accounting fraud across major banks. Yet concealment did not erase the problem. Previously, First Bank could rely on state support, but that crutch was now gone. As a foreign institution, Hwanyu First Bank, its sole reliance was itself. Very well. This afternoon I'll meet Tang Zhongren to discuss the details. Days later, Tang Zhongren entered Madame Jin's office. His emotions equally complex. Having finalized terms with Ailon, he personally delivered his proposal to Madame Jin, acquiring First Bank's 4 trillion won portfolio of receivables for 2 trillion won, then securitizing them. Though Mr. Wang spoke persuasively and assured Madame Jin's full backing, Tang Zhongren still felt uneasy. From every angle, he was leveraging his position as modern CFO to rescue First Bank's toxic assets. Shifting treasury operations toward collaboration with First Bank had already drawn fierce resentment. Should this proposal stall, even without formal impeachment, he would face devastating backlash. Madame Jin had keenly awaited Tang Zhongren's third bold move, ousting the Zheng family, pivoting treasury operations to First Bank. Both decisions made sense. Yet this repeated escalation left her faintly unsettled. She felt Wang Lei lacked restraint, acting too boldly, too hastily. But upon reading Tang Zhongren's proposal, her perpetually stern expression gradually softened into a smile. Zhongren, you've truly surprised me. Your proposal is quite impressive. Since taking over Modern, I have been contemplating how to break the deadlock, and you have provided me with a wonderful idea. It should be noted that among the major financial groups in Han country, Modern has one of the highest debt ratios. Although they have resolved many related debts through the method of separating indebted subsidiaries, Modern is still deeply trapped in a quagmire of debt, and it will take at least a few years to recover from the debt crisis. Mrs. Jin and Wang Lei took over Modern hand in hand, which naturally attracted a lot of controversy, and she was very eager to achieve results as soon as possible. However, under the current debt crisis at Modern, both Mrs. Jin and her advisors felt somewhat helpless, and their ongoing work was focused on alleviating the burden on the parent group. To put it bluntly, they were essentially cleaning up the mess left by the previous two leaders. Let alone generating revenue, it would be a success just to maintain the current operations of Modern. But Tang Zhongren's proposal was different. The admiration Han people have for the beautiful country is not a recent phenomenon, and what becomes popular in the beautiful country will soon trend in Han country. So why can't Modern be the leader of this trend? Buy the debt securities offered at a discount by First Bank, and through a series of promotional packaging, bundle these combined debts into investment products and sell them at a premium. This will undoubtedly bring significant profits to Modern in a short time. With these profits, her position within the Modern group will be further solidified, and the board members who opposed her will have nothing to say. She naturally understood why First Bank would sell these combined debts at a discount, but in her view, these combined debts did not pose a short-term risk of default. With Modern's execution capability, these debt securities could soon be resold to the public investors. The risk would then be transferred. From a return perspective, this level of risk is hardly worth mentioning. After all, in which profitable business is there no risk? If you don't act, others will, and since we are going to act, we must do it as soon as possible. Seize the opportunity to make a killing before the storm hits. Given the current situation in Han country, recreating the prosperity of the late 1980s and early 1990s is quite unrealistic. Previous generations have already paved a dead end. The accumulated strength of several generations in Han country has been exhausted in just a few years. If they do not want to continue downhill, they must find new points of explosion. To Mrs. Jin, the securitization of debt is a new opportunity before her. If you also think this plan is good, I will bring this proposal to the board. Hearing Tang Zhongren's words, Mrs. Jin shook her head. No need, the two of us can make this decision. Tang Zhongren was a bit bewildered and awkwardly asked, Mrs. Jin, is it really appropriate to make such a significant decision without reporting it to the board? Mrs. Jin shot him a glance. Haha, don't take the board too seriously. My son and Mr. Wang have the final say in the board, and others just need to be informed. Moreover, this is our chance to restart Modern. The later the board members find out, the better. It's just 20 trillion Han yuan. Why add unnecessary troubles for ourselves? Upon hearing this, Tang Zhongren finally understood, and Mrs. Jin, who had the confidence to make money, was no longer pretending. One is the acting chairman and the other is the vice chairman of the group. If the two agree on a matter, does the attitude of others still matter? He did not want to be questioned by the board, so he readily replied, all right, since both you and Mr. Wang, agree to this plan. Shall we just go through the motions and start implementing it? Please coordinate with the various groups below for the specific operations. I will order all financial companies to cooperate with you. After learning about Mrs. Jean's attitude, Ai Lanlan felt a bit envious. She initially thought the other party would at least appear somewhat reserved. Unexpectedly, they were so proactive, showing more willingness than she had imagined. Boss, did you expect Mrs. Jean to have this attitude? What's so surprising about it? Han people live in crisis every day. Especially those in the upper class who are aware of the minuscule reality of their country. They don't have time to plan for the future. Everyone is trying to squeeze every bit of potential from the country. Everyone is thinking of ways to amass wealth. Even if they genuinely intend to engage in some industry, they will still go to extremes. So at this moment, if we tell them this is a feast laced with slow-acting poison, they will unhesitatingly scramble to consume it. Ai Lanlan nodded. This is the tragedy of a small country with a sparse population. They must prove their worth at every moment and be mentally prepared to be served up on a platter. That said, don't they negotiate the price? Mrs. Jean is a very capable woman. She clearly knows that now is not the time to nitpick details. If we really have to scrutinize the value of this debt package with a magnifying glass, then we certainly won't be able to cooperate. If you want to deceive others, you must first be part of the game. If modern itself does not recognize the value of these debts, why would the public believe you? Any new thing before the public recognizes its value and becomes popular is actually a matter of a few people trading among themselves. Ai Lanlan nodded, somewhat enlightened. Tang Zhongren is urging us. Should we finalize the agreement with modern now? No, comrade Ai Lan, how have you not woken up yet? How can I not wake up? Do you have other ideas? Wang Lei said with disappointment. If we sell this part of the debt to modern in the name of First Bank, what benefits will we gain? First Bank can obtain 2 trillion in cash flow, and our disclosable financial reports will be healthier, making us a model for handling crises among Han banks. Have you considered that I have been working hard for this healthier financial report? Do you have any other intentions? Wang Lei sometimes felt that Ai Lan was a bit slow to catch up with his rhythm. Let me ask you, if we don't act as facilitators, how will First Bank handle this batch of bad debts? Of course they will put it on the shelf. Some small collection companies will buy it for less than 1/10 of the borrowed amount. Right, which means First Bank can sell this batch of loans for at most 4 trillion Han yuan. At this moment, Ai Lanlan also realized the key point. Her mind became clear. You mean we sell it to the White Glove at the price of 4 trillion Han yuan and then have the White Glove sell it to modern at 20 trillion Han yuan? This back and forth would earn Wang Lei 16 trillion Han yuan. Even Ai Lanlan, a composed and elegant lady, couldn't help but curse. Her boss Wang was truly a shrewd businessman. She also realized that Wang Lei's earlier claims of doing it for the good of First Bank were merely to make her cooperate obediently. What do you take me for? Am I really that greedy? Ai Lanlan looked confused, wondering if she had misunderstood him. You have the Wang Foundation buy these debts at the price of 1 trillion. This isn't a one-off deal. We will need to conduct several more transactions until all of First Bank's bad debts are sold off. This way First Bank will also be revitalized and we can fill our own pockets. Did you plan for this when acquiring First Bank? Otherwise, why would I want to acquire a nearly bankrupt bank to make a contribution to the banking industry of Han country? Hearing Wang Lei's words, Ai Lanlan shot him a deeply resentful glance. Boss, do you really think I am so unreasonable, not considering the employer's interests? From the moment I joined the First Bank, we have actually been on the same path. I have my professional ethics, and as long as you do not infringe upon the national interests, I will cooperate with all your actions. Wang Lei recalled several major events they had experienced together, and indeed Ai Lanlan had never held him back. Instead, he was the one always being cautious of her. Comrade Ai Lan, do you wish for me to treat you as one of my own? He emphasized the word own, his voice laced with teasing intent. The rather serious Ai Lan instantly understood Wang Lei's meaning and took a gentle sip. Boss, does being a serious person mean I have to sleep with you? That is not what I meant. Alright, you and Xine should handle this matter well, and quickly account for the trillion Han yuan. A few days later, Modern Finance launched a new business. As one of the largest conglomerates in Han country, every move Modern made was under the spotlight. What surprised many industry insiders was that Modern introduced a subprime mortgage securities business. Subprime securitization was an innovative financial product that emerged in the beautiful country in the 1980s. Its emergence packaged assets that lacked liquidity but had stable net worth into sellable, rateable, and tradable securities. Please note that at this point in time, people had not yet realized that subprime would lead to a crisis. The fundamental reason for the subprime crisis in the beautiful country was not subprime securitization itself, but rather the Federal Reserve's overly aggressive interest rate policies. Many banks used floating interest rates for loans, buying real estate frantically when rates were lowered, and when rates increased they could only choose to default, causing subprime mortgages to start a chain reaction of defaults. A knife in the hands of law enforcement may serve as a weapon for maintaining order, but in the hands of wrongdoers it can become an accomplice in evil. It is inherently so. In the more than 100 years since subprime securitization was born, no major severe issues had occurred. So when Modern proposed to launch subprime securities business in Han country, many industry insiders felt it was an important move made after Modern faced a heavy blow in the country's financial sector. Ordinary investors who were struggling seemed to see a lifeline. I heard from a friend in the beautiful country's banking industry that their recent mortgage business is booming, especially in major cities where people are lining up to buy houses. I also heard that subprime securities are very popular in the beautiful country, with many heirs financial products featuring subprime financial products. A new thing promoted comprehensively by the conglomerate combined with such good examples from across the ocean in the beautiful country suddenly made subprime securities a hot topic throughout Han country. Various experts further praised subprime securitization as something unparalleled in the world, and many people in Han country believed that subprime securitization would become the new darling of the capital market. They naturally could not understand so many obscure terms. The dazzling annual interest rates offered by institutions instantly dazzled them. No one could resist a return of up to 10 in a year. Originally planning to just inquire, the elderly folks impulsively converted all their savings into subprime products. Other members of the Modern Group's board were initially very dissatisfied with Madame Jean and Tang Zongren's unilateral actions, clamoring for a shareholders' meeting to dismiss the two again. However, when they saw the performance that Modern Finance achieved in such a short time, they quickly shut their mouths. They wanted to explode in anger, but there was simply no reason to do so. Other shareholders and investors in Modern would not listen to their impotent fury, but rather felt that the two had made a very wise decision. This decision not only provided Modern with a new cash cow helping its other businesses out of trouble, but also led to a rebound in the stock prices of the Modern Group and its subsidiaries. In such circumstances, no one dared to say anything against Madame Jean. The spirited Madame Jean immediately waved her hand, instructing Tang Zhongren to buy more bonds from the Wang family fund. Mr. Wang, you have no idea how excited Madame Jean is. She has completely entrusted the authority of the finance department to me now. You are doing well, and I will continue to provide you with more bonds. For every transaction made between the Wang family fund and Modern Finance, I will give you a 1 commission reward on the profits. Hearing this, Tang Zhongren was invigorated. Mr. Wang, what you've given me is already more than enough. Wang Lei smiled and pretended not to hear Tang Zongren's polite words, continuing to speak. Now I have a new task for you. Tang Zhongren knew that money from the boss was not easy to obtain, so he quickly asked, just give me your orders directly. I hope you can represent Modern Group at the auction for Daewoo Motors organized by the finance department. Hearing this task, Tang Zhongren was somewhat puzzled and asked, are you trying to let Modern Group monopolize the automotive industry in Han country? Han country has several well-known automotive brands, but with the downfall of Kia and Daewoo, the only large automaker still struggling in Han country was Modern. If Kia were acquired by Modern and then Daewoo were acquired, it would truly become a giant. Tang Zhongren thought of something and said with difficulty, Mr. Wang, although Modern's financial issues have eased considerably, acquiring Daewoo still seems a bit too forced. Even Madame Jean would not agree. I certainly know that. I only hope you can go through the motions and ideally raise the acquisition price of Daewoo. Tang Zhongren understood Wang Lei's meaning. The boss did not want the foreigners to easily swallow Daewoo. His assistant delivered a message to Wang Lei. Sir Deputy Finance Minister Ms. Han just called again. She hopes to meet you at your earliest convenience to discuss the acquisition of Daewoo Motors. Hearing this, Wang Lei sighed wryly. This woman truly is relentless. With the auction imminent, doesn't she understand we must maintain proper distance? Indeed, during Hyundai's recent shareholders meeting, Han Yojin had rendered him invaluable assistance, and he had already resolved to honor his commitment by participating in the Daewoo Motors acquisition auction. Yet it was clear Han Yojin was not satisfied with that alone. Reflecting on this, Wang Lei pressed his temples. Repeated refusals might well provoke unwarranted speculation. Since she is so determined to see me, I shall grant her the opportunity. Shortly thereafter, Han Yojin received an oral reply directly from Wang Lei's assistant. What? He expects me to treat him to dinner. And at a high-end restaurant. Yes, replied the assistant. Our boss says if one seeks a favor, one must adopt the demeanor befitting a supplicant. Han Yojin was momentarily speechless. She regretted having so hastily stepped forward to support Mr. Wang. Yet the situation had erupted unexpectedly, allowing her little time for deliberation. After careful consideration, she summoned her secretary and instructed, reserve 2 seats for me at the Samgu Hotel. Upon hearing the order, her young secretary's gaze turned oddly quizzical. Her deputy minister was a notorious workaholic. This was the first time she'd ever initiated a dinner invitation. The secretary instantly imagined her elegant superior's date must be an exceptionally accomplished young man. Don't misunderstand. I'm meeting him on official business. Madam Deputy, I understand perfectly. It's about time you found yourself a partner. Han Yojin waved her hand dismissively. She knew explaining further to a romance-obsessed secretary would only deepen the confusion. Hours later, inside Seoul's Samgu Hotel, soft candlelight and the gentle strains of a violin enveloped Han Yojin, who rarely wore formal attire and now felt slightly ill at ease. The waitstaff exchanged glances, puzzled which tone-deaf gentleman had left such a stunning woman waiting so long. Alone. Just then Wang Lei arrived late and took his seat across from Han Yojin. Mr. Wang, if you hadn't appeared soon, I'd have gone straight to your office. My apologies. The First Bank convened an urgent meeting. I'm afraid I kept you waiting. Han Yojin hadn't expected the haughty Wang Lei to offer an apology. Her pent-up frustration dissolved instantly. Exhausted from a day of relentless work, Wang Lei was ravenous. Without hesitation, he requested chopsticks and launched into the steak and giant prawn before him with vigorous appetite. Such conduct would ordinarily be deemed uncouth. But this was Wang Lei. Han Yojin could only quietly slice her own steak into portions and place them onto the empty plate before him. Once sated, Wang Lei finally asked, Ms. Han, thank you for the exquisite dinner. I've already instructed the Wang Family Fund to participate in the Daewoo auction. May I ask what else brings you here? Representative Kim sincerely hopes your involvement extends beyond mere participation. Han Yojin murmured softly. He earnestly wishes you to acquire Daewoo Motors outright. Even Han Yojin had to admit Wang Lei was extraordinary. When he first sought to acquire the First Bank, she'd harbored deep reservations, intense visceral resistance. A nation's central bank. How could such a vital economic pillar fall into foreign hands? Yet reality proved her fears unfounded. Following its acquisition by the Wang Family Fund, the First Bank entered a golden renaissance. Every business line surged exponentially, and a landmark subprime securitization project was jointly launched with Hyundai Group. Spurred by this financial innovation, the entire Han nation's economy rebounded dramatically. Real estate markets revived and frozen capital markets thawed decisively. All these transformative gains stemmed directly from this very man seated before her. Thus, when Representative Kim proposed entrusting Daewoo Motors to Wang Lei, Han Yojin became a fervent advocate for the deal. Today, Han nation's once thriving automotive industry occupies an awkward, precarious position. The former tripartite equilibrium, Hyundai, Kia, and Daewoo, had collapsed with Kia's and Daewoo's respective failures. Hyundai absorbed Kia, or should Daewoo also fall into foreign hands, it would create precisely the monopolistic scenario Representative Kim dreaded most. In effect, Han nation's automobile sector would become wholly dominated by Hyundai. But a Wang Family Fund acquisition would change everything. Wang Lei had already demonstrated himself a master strategist of commercial revitalization. He could unquestionably resurrect Daewoo Motors from the brink of extinction. Gazing at him with quiet intensity, Han Yojin watched as Wang Lei shrugged. If the Han nation government resolves Daewoo's debt burden, I might reluctantly accept Daewoo Motors, free of charge. Resolve the debt, and hand over Daewoo gratis. Deputy Minister Han nearly laughed aloud at his audacity, then sighed helplessly. Then what does our government gain? Even as scrap metal, Daewoo is worth $10 billion. I can restore Daewoo's production capacity within an astonishingly short time frame and propel it toward global competitiveness, transforming it into Han nation's best-selling automaker. It could generate hundreds of thousands of jobs nationwide and yield annual tax revenues exceeding hundreds of millions of dollars. You are truly... Recalling the First Bank's flourishing present, Han Yojin swallowed the sharp retort rising to her lips. Mr. Wang, we would gladly transfer Daewoo to you without cost. If not for General Motors and several other major U.S. automakers all actively pursuing Daewoo, should you decline, they will eagerly outbid each other. Oh, so confident. A faint knowing irony colored Wang Lei's tone. After all, in the original timeline, those same American automakers had effectively seized Daewoo for free. His expression irked Han Yojin deeply. Just as their evening threatened to end in mutual displeasure, Wang Lei abruptly shifted course. Rest assured, we shall engage in this auction with utmost dedication. Han Yojin failed to grasp the layered meaning behind his words. Would you care to dance with me now? She extended her hand. Despite herself, the restaurant cleverly played a popular dance tune from the Dragon Kingdom, Cha-Cha of Love. Although this song may seem a bit outdated, it was exactly what the people of that era enjoyed. The most humorous version of this song was the Lich King's talent show rendition. Wang Lei, in a moment of inspiration, even taught Miss Han the Lich King's urge dance. His exaggerated cha-cha moves made the other party burst into laughter. Han Yojin hadn't relaxed like this in a long time, and under the dim lighting, she suddenly found that this Dragon Clan tycoon was quite handsome. She couldn't help but recall the words of her little secretary, sending shivers down her spine and a blush to her cheeks. Meanwhile, two foreigners in another high-rise captured this scene with a camera. Soon these photos appeared on the desk of the representative of General Motors in Hangzhou. Damn, I knew these two were involved. Those Wall Street institutions are not wrong to fail. After hearing that the Deputy Minister of Finance had suddenly changed sides at a modern shareholders meeting, Elgos realized something was off with Han Yuzhen. He couldn't believe that an old tortoise like Representative Jean would dare to switch sides. Han Yuzhen's sudden shift in support for Wang Lei was likely a decision made on her own. The upper management of General Motors placed great importance on the acquisition of Daewoo Motors. Daewoo and General Motors had collaborated on many RD projects, and their relationship had once been so close that they shared engine technology. Even to this day, the two sides still left traces of collaboration on many models. It can be said that no other automotive companies in Hongwa or large enterprises in Europe and America understood the value of Daewoo Motors better than General Motors. They estimated Daewoo Motors' total market value to be around $6 billion. This estimate was made even amidst the financial crisis in Hongwa, which had severely impacted the automotive industry. During its heyday, Daewoo Motors made a significant impact on the European and American markets with a presence felt worldwide. If General Motors acquired Daewoo, their global market would become even more solid. Before this, Elgos thought his most formidable opponent would be Ford, General Motors' old rival. Ford had been developing aggressively in recent years, outpacing General Motors in various car races. If Ford were to acquire Daewoo Motors, it would be disadvantageous for General Motors. However, now he felt that there was another competitor for acquiring Daewoo Motors, and that was the Wang Foundation. The Wang Foundation had become a force to be reckoned with over the past few years, especially shining during two crises. Even large companies like Qualcomm and Hyundai could not escape their influence. They were privately cozying up to Han Yuzhen, likely aiming to achieve more in Hongwa. Boss, what should we do now? The main office at Ford has already thought of a countermeasure. Our only competitor now may be the Wang Foundation. We must eliminate the Wang Foundation from this bidding. A plan to acquire Daewoo Motors gradually took shape in Elgos' mind. If the plan went smoothly, perhaps they could acquire Daewoo Motors at minimal cost. A few days later, the auction for Daewoo Motors was held at a five-star hotel in Seoul. With many journalists as witnesses, representatives from General Motors, Ford, the Hongwa Hyundai Group, and the Wang Foundation all arrived. Elgos was quite surprised by the appearance of Hyundai's Tang Zhongren. However, thinking about the relationship between Hyundai Group and Wang Lei, he quickly calmed down. Hyundai Group cannot contribute much capital now, or it won't affect us significantly. Let's proceed as planned. His subordinates all nodded in agreement. Seeing so many large enterprises participating in the bidding, the Hongwa officials were naturally the happiest. Representative Jean, who was quietly observing the auction, was very satisfied with Han Yuzhen's work. With so many companies participating, Daewoo Motors is sure to fetch a good price. The newly appointed chief of finance said this, but his heart was filled with bitterness, as Han Yuzhen's desire to advance brought him immense pressure. At Representative Jean's nod, Han Yuzhen announced, "The Daewoo Motors auction officially begins. Ladies and gentlemen, Daewoo Motors has over 100 sales outlets worldwide, and last year's total sales exceeded $5 billion. In summary, our starting bid is $2 billion, and each increment shall not be less than $500 million. Before Han Yuzhen could finish her words, she saw Elgos stand up and interrupt her. "Ms. Han, I have a question I would like to consult you about." The room instantly buzzed with whispers, as they wondered what was going on with General Motors' Elgos. However, Han Yuzhen sensed something was off, but still smiled calmly. "Sir, what unclear points do you have? May I ask, what is your relationship with Mr. Wang Lei of the Wang Foundation?" His smile held a hint of smugness. Wang Lei rubbed his head, knowing that Elgos had certainly discovered something. The murmurs in the room grew a little louder. "I wonder, sir, why do you ask that? I have no relationship with Mr. Wang Lei." "Then how do you explain these photos?" As he spoke, a series of photos appeared on the big screen. It was a scene of Han Yuzhen meeting with Wang Lei. In the photos, Han Yuzhen smiled innocently and romantically, while Wang Lei showed a goofy side, making it clear to anyone that there was a subtle chemistry between them. Representative Jean silently cursed. It was he who had suggested Han Yuzhen get close to Wang Lei. Heroes often find it hard to resist the charm of beautiful women, but he hadn't expected this to give General Motors a handle to attack. "Representative, is this appropriate?" Deputy Han is confused. The gossiping among the attendees grew louder. Elgos solemnly addressed Representative Jean. "Representative Jean, I believe Ms. Han Yuzhen is no longer suitable to be the auction's main organizer. To ensure fairness and impartiality, I hope your side can cancel the Wang Foundation's participation rights." Immediately, a representative from Ford echoed, "If the Wang Foundation's participation rights are not revoked, this auction is utterly devoid of fairness." Representative Jean was speechless. Did he not know what was fair? What unfairness could there be in a public bidding? Just as the Hongwa officials found themselves in a dilemma, Wang Lei suddenly stepped forward and said, "I am willing to withdraw from the auction." He knew very well that history would repeat itself. Ford, would likely face a financial crisis due to the tire incident, falling short of funds to acquire Daewoo Motors. Without a major buyer, Daewoo Motors would become a hot potato. This left the Hongguo officials flustered, and coupled with some acts of betrayal by others, General Motors successfully acquired Daewoo Motors for less than $5 billion. Hearing this, Representative Jean could only relent. He coldly announced, "We will officially remove Han Yojin from her role. As the organizer, the auction will proceed in a sealed bid manner." Making this decision left him feeling quite helpless. The chief was naturally very pleased, as he knew that the auction for Daewoo Automobile was a highly lucrative endeavor. The most crucial point was that Han Yojin had brought shame to the Ministry of Finance of Han Country, making it unlikely for them to compete for contracts with him in the future. He proactively suggested, "Representative, why don't I host the sealed bidding?" Representative Jean nodded. He was well aware of who the chief was, but at this moment he had no time to think about that. Wang Lei found himself in a rather unenviable position, having lost face in front of a group of foreigners today. He simply rose and quietly left the venue with his team. Watching Wang Lei leave in disgrace, Elga's eyes were filled with delight. However, as Wang Lei reached the door, Han Yojin hurried after him. "Mr. Wang, are you really giving up on Daewoo Automobile? I've had no interest in Daewoo Automobile from the start. Why doesn't anyone believe me when I say that?" Without waiting for Han Yojin to persuade him further, Wang Lei gently patted her shoulder. "But you, if you're not happy with your job, you can come to me. I need an expert like you in currency matters." His words were not mere politeness. Han Yojin was indeed a talented individual, especially when it came to financial issues. Being a good person is hard, but being a bad person is easy. If Han Yojin could join, perhaps the Wang Fund would gain a female powerhouse that could instill fear in the hearts of foreigners. Han Yojin never expected that Wang Lei was still considering her well-being at this point. In recent times, she had come to understand that what Han Country needed was not a diligent financier. Both financial magnates and foreign investors wouldn't allow such a presence. Just like today, everyone knew that no matter the relationship between the two, it wouldn't affect the bidding results. Yet they still chose to speak nonsense, forcing Representative Jean to compromise with the acquirer. Although she was contemplating resigning, she couldn't bring herself to just give up. "I will not compromise with them. Then I wish you good luck." Upon returning to the venue, Han Yojin found that the sealed bidding was already at its end. To her surprise, Ford had offered a staggering $60 billion, while General Motors Elgas had only made a meager offer of $20 billion. The representative from Ford was brimming with pride. Seeing this price, the people from Han Country couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although this amount was far from Daewoo Automobile's peak market value, Han Country's current situation left them no room to be picky. Just as both sides were about to discuss the specifics of the contract, Elgas called Ford's representative aside. "Elgas, are you here to congratulate us on acquiring Daewoo Automobile?" Elgas' eyes were filled with mockery as he waved his hand dismissively. "Buddy, to be honest, I think giving Han Country $60 billion now is just plain foolishness. You must be one of those who can't eat grapes and say they're sour." No, I'm stating facts. Perhaps you don't know, but Daewoo Automobile recently dissolved several of its research institutes, and the PhDs took the entire research team with them. What's so strange about that? Daewoo Automobile simply can't support that many people. Cutting down on the money-burning research institutes isn't that unusual. Once Ford takes over, we can continue the research projects. All right, let's change the subject. The tires you use at Ford are manufactured by Fanstong Tire, right? The president of Ford's East region was puzzled as to why Elgas brought up tires. "Yes, we have a century-long partnership with Fanstong Tire. The tires crafted by the Sakura people are consistently reliable. They truly embody the spirit of craftsmanship." Upon hearing this, Elgas couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude, as he placed a stack of documents in front of Ford's regional president. They indeed possess great craftsmanship. Not knowing what to expect, the Ford regional president was taken aback upon reading the documents. His eyes were filled with terror and his entire face turned purple. Damn it, how could they do this? There have been so many accidents triggered by tire quality in just 1 year. Take a good look, as such incidents have occurred over 320 times globally within a year. This is data-backed. There are even more that we haven't discovered. The Ford regional president realized the severity of the issue. If Elgas chose to expose this matter, Fanstong Tire would face complete disaster. And Ford, which had a long-term partnership with them, would also bear the brunt of public backlash. If all car owners decided to sue Ford because of this, then, thinking of the chain reaction that could ensue, the Ford regional president couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. "Buddy, you now have 2 choices." "What choices?" The Ford regional president seemed to have grasped a lifeline, his eyes filled with intense eagerness. "One is to cooperate with me in the acquisition of Daewoo Automobile. We will also negotiate a buffer period for Ford to manage PR. You will have ample time to handle public relations. The other option is for you to continue the acquisition of Daewoo Automobile and our backer will short sell Fangtong and Ford on Wall Street. Smart people know what choice to make. He understood that continuing the acquisition of Daewoo Automobile was becoming unrealistic. For Ford to offset the negative impact brought by Fangtong Tire, they would need to recall all the tires from their vehicles, which could cost billions. With such limited funds, how could they continue with the acquisition after spending such an exorbitant and unclear amount? What do you want me to do to cooperate? Drag it out. Elgas saw very clearly that the people of Han Country were actively reducing the fiscal burden, and Daewoo Automobile was the biggest liability. Perhaps within a month Representative Jean would take the initiative to compromise with General Motors. He could even envision the scene of the people of Han Country, begging them to continue acquiring Daewoo Automobile. At that point Daewoo Automobile would be able to set whatever price they desired. Daewoo Motors is now utterly beyond our reach. Jia Xini sighed upon hearing the news. Her husband was flawless in every respect, yet tragically irredeemably promiscuous. When rumors surfaced of Wang Lei and Han Yozhen, she felt little surprise. Few women could resist her husband's magnetism. Even a deputy finance minister of Han Nation stood no exception. Beside her, Wang Lei chuckled lightly and set aside the sole newspaper. Financial dailies across Han Nation were exuberantly heralding Ford Motor Company's $6 billion acquisition of Daewoo Motors. The chief finance minister even declared confidently in a televised interview that this deal would mark a historic turning point for Han Nation's economy, vowing to repay all foreign debt within 3 years and restore national economic greatness. Wang Lei scoffed aloud. He alone knew what lay ahead. Fangtong Tires imploded catastrophically on the global stage. Ford publicly severed ties with its longtime partner and announced a worldwide recall of all defective tires. Ford's direct and indirect losses soared to $3 billion, rendering its ambitious acquisition of Daewoo Motors obsolete before it ever took effect. Ford's abrupt withdrawal was a humiliating betrayal, a brutal plunge from celestial heights straight into the abyss, leaving Han Nation's officials breathless on a vertiginous roller coaster of hope and despair. As Ford stalled Daewoo Motors ground to a complete halt, workers struck, conditions deteriorated further, and Han Nation's authorities swiftly turned their gaze toward General Motors, the most eager suitor. They hoped Daewoo's former closest partner would step in. Just as Han Nation braced for GM's acquisition at the original $2 billion offer, GM abruptly changed its stance. Wang Lei recalled the final sale price amounted to merely 1/5 of the initial bid. Until recently he had indeed regarded Daewoo Motors as a useless appendage, having already secured its most valuable assets with the covert assistance of Jean Yu, a traitor within the company itself. Yet that judgment had been made when Daewoo's market valuation still hovered in the billions. Should it fall below $1 billion, he would act without hesitation. More crucially, the despicable foreigner Elgas had succeeded in provoking him. This was the first time anyone had seized hold of his personal vulnerabilities, and while Wang Lei welcomed any form of challenge, he would never forgive having his private life weaponized against him. He would deliver a resounding slap to Elgas, the master manipulator who thought he could outwit fate itself. Xini, do you believe me when I say that soon Han Nation will beg, tears streaming, to buy back Daewoo Motors from me at a fire sale price? Hearing this, Jia Xini assumed only that her husband sought to reclaim lost dignity, and gently consoled him, Daewoo Motors was never our true objective. Let's not waste further effort on it. Just wait and see. Events unfolded in ways few anticipated. Initially, the chief finance minister had been certain of success, yet gradually unease crept in. Ford's regional president delayed signing the formal agreement indefinitely. At first, the minister assumed Ford merely deemed the purchase price excessive, seeking leverage to negotiate concessions or extract kickbacks. In response, he offered the regional president a $200 million signing bonus. Sign today and we can transfer the full sum, safely and discreetly, to your Swiss account immediately. Confident the offer would be irresistible, he believed he held full discretionary authority granted by Jean representative, and thus stood to profit alongside the deal. Indeed, the Ford executive wavered. $200 million was an astronomical inducement. Had the Fangtong crisis not erupted, even a moment's hesitation would have been an insult to such staggering wealth. But now he could only decline with profound regret. The Ford executive feared collecting the money, but not surviving long enough to spend it. Mr. Minister, I must deliver grave news. The minister's face fell instantly. What grave news? Our group has uncovered critical safety defects in Fangtong tires. We are mobilizing emergency measures. This issue threatens Ford's very survival, and we must therefore suspend the Daewoo acquisition. Upon hearing of Fangtong's collapse, the minister's heart lurched violently. He never imagined Fangtong, renowned venerable steeped in decades of legacy, could suffer such a catastrophic quality failure. Ford and Fangtong were virtually symbiotic. He knew Ford's leadership must now be in utter panic. Yet at the word suspend, a sliver of relief flickered. Ford hadn't abandoned the deal entirely. He quickly expressed deep empathy for Ford's predicament and extended fervent hopes for a swift resolution to the crisis. But neither he nor Jean representative foresaw how profoundly the Fanyutong affair would unravel, far beyond their darkest imaginings. Ford turned on Fanyutong without warning, publicly accusing it of systematic fraud in quality inspection reports and exposing life-threatening tire defects. While recalling defective tires, globally Ford simultaneously filed suit against Fanyutong. Fanyutong vehemently denied all allegations, insisting its tires were sound and its inspection reports scrupulously honest. Thus began a vicious war of words and a protracted legal battle, leaving Han Nation's officials stranded in agonizing limbo. Daewoo Motors, a colossal enterprise, dared not shutter its factories. Workers subsisted on meager unemployment stipends, while Han Nation's interim administrators offered nothing but empty assurances to wait a little longer. Resentment festered among laborers, and anguish mounted among executives, until inevitably the strike erupted in full force. Workers stormed the factory gates shouting, "Return our blood and sweat wages." Meanwhile, raw material suppliers gathered outside roaring, "Daewoo Motors, pay us what you owe." Distributors besieged Han Nation's authorities demanding delivery. When the chief finance minister appeared to placate them, he was pelted with rotten eggs. He scrambled behind police lines in abject humiliation, bitterly regretting his decision to oversee Daewoo's auction. Back at headquarters, Jean representative greeted him with blistering fury. "Didn't you promise Ford would sign and disburse funds this month? Where is the money?" With state coffers strained to breaking point, and every expenditure meticulously budgeted, Daewoo Motors had become an unbearable burden for Jean representative. To raise urgently needed capital, he spent months crisscrossing the globe. Seeing the minister speechless, Jean representative finally ordered, "Since Ford remains inert, contact General Motors immediately." "Yes, we still have GM. They've shown consistent serious interest in acquiring Daewoo Motors." Han Yojin, who had remained silent until now, sensed something deeply unsettling beneath the surface. The chief financial officer stormed into General Motors' Seoul headquarters with urgent haste. After waiting for several grueling hours, he finally secured a meeting with Elgos GM's regional president for the East Continent, just before the end of the workday. "Sir, you must have heard. The Ford Motor Company is embroiled in the Farthrough scandal and may be unable to complete its acquisition of Daewoo Motors." Elgos struggled to suppress a chuckle. He had done far more than merely hear. It was he who had quietly stoked the flames behind the scenes. At the thought of his long-planned harvest of Daewoo Motors nearing fruition, even the wily old fox Elgos couldn't help but feel a surge of quiet triumph. Once he successfully acquired Daewoo Motors at a steep discount, delivering the East Continent's automotive market into GM's hands, he would undoubtedly earn high commendation from GM's board of directors. As GM's brightest star, promotion and a substantial raise were all but guaranteed, and ascending to president of GM Automobiles was no longer beyond the realm of possibility. With that, he composed himself and spoke with icy detachment. "What has transpired at Ford serves as a sobering warning. Headquarters has mandated that we exercise utmost caution when selecting partners. No production link may be overlooked. Should a partner collapse, the resulting catastrophe could cripple our enterprise. Exercise caution in selecting partners. Prioritize every production link." Each phrase sent a chill down the CFO's spine. Though Elgos uttered nothing explicit, every syllable carried veiled implication. Seeing that Elgos refused to broach the subject of acquisition voluntarily, the CFO lowered his head and forced himself to ask. "General Motors has always been Daewoo Motors' most steadfast partner. Among all global automakers, your corporation understands Daewoo Motors better than any other. Now that Ford has withdrawn GM..." Before he could finish, Elgos cut him off with a disdainful smirk. "You're asking GM to step in and acquire Daewoo Motors?" "Yes. We're open to negotiating terms. To be candid, Representative Kim is prepared to divest Daewoo Motors at a significantly reduced price." "How low?" The CFO clenched his jaw and replied, $3 billion. Half of Ford's original offer. For this sum, GM may assume full ownership of Daewoo Motors. At this figure, Elgos burst into unrestrained laughter, joined by his assistant. To the Korean delegation, the sound was piercingly humiliating, leaving them visibly unsettled. After all, they represented a sovereign nation, self-proclaimed the Great Han Republic, yet received not a shred of respect. Even under such blatant mockery, the CFO still had to force a smile and inquire, "Do you find this valuation problematic?" "It isn't merely problematic. It's profoundly inappropriate. At one time, Daewoo Motors held a valuation of over $2 billion in GM's eyes. But now, we can offer only 6 trillion Han won. 6 trillion Han won." The Koreans present exchanged stunned glances. The figure felt like a direct affront to their dignity. Even the CFO, a man who prided himself on selling his soul without hesitation, felt a flicker of indignation. At current exchange rates, 6 trillion Han won amounted to less than $400 million, whereas Ford's bid stood at $6 billion. Facing the CFO's protest, Elgas sneered. If Daewoo Motors were truly worth $6 billion, why hasn't Ford closed the deal? By all means resume negotiations with Ford. The Koreans fell silent. Ford's $6 billion offer had been purely strategic, to contest GM for dominance in the East continent market. Now crippled by massive losses, Ford could barely hold its existing market share, let alone re-enter the bidding war for Daewoo Motors. No matter how exceptional an asset may be, its value exists only where there is a willing buyer. Without one, all market assessments are hollow abstractions. Even as scrap metal, Daewoo Motors is worth more than $400 million. Indeed, it is worth far more. But do recall, Daewoo Motors carries $10 billion in unavoidable foreign debt. Upon acquisition, GM would inherit that burden. Moreover, due to your repeated delays, Daewoo's crises are metastasizing into deeper, more systemic failures, resolving which would demand immense human and material investment from GM. His words cast a pall over the room. The CFO found himself speechless. Daewoo's deterioration was undeniable and inescapable reality. Well then, this concludes our discussion today. Daewoo Motors is not indispensable to GM. Please take our offer back for careful deliberation. Elgas paused, then added with deliberate gravity. But you must decide swiftly. In time, Daewoo Motors may no longer command even this valuation. His remark layered fresh psychological pressure upon the delegation. With no recourse, the CFO returned to report GM's offer to Representative Kim. Upon hearing the $400 million figure, Representative Kim nearly suffered a cardiac episode. Is this how you conduct negotiations? Representative GM knows precisely how cornered we are. Given Daewoo's condition, we have no alternative. Damn it. You're relieved of all responsibility for the Daewoo sale. To the CFO's quiet relief, not disappointment, Daewoo was a sinking ship he had no desire to steer into his own legacy. Being excused from the task was in fact a welcome reprieve. Representative Kim turned to Han Yujin, who had remained silent throughout. Are you still resentful over my earlier decision to suspend your duties? Lately your focus has been noticeably absent. Han Yujin had indeed been shaken by the incident. Representative Kim smiled faintly. GM is no longer viable. Only Wangsher Fund and Hyundai remain capable of acquiring Daewoo Motors, and whichever steps forward, we must first pass through Wang Lei. Han Yujin shook her head. Based on my interactions with Wang Lei, he appears entirely uninterested in assuming Daewoo Motors. Representative Kim had dealt with Wang Lei before, and knew well his unyielding self-interest. Acquiring Daewoo Motors was simply not in character for him. Deputy Minister Han, now is no time for retreat. If Wang Lei refuses, our only remaining option is to sell Daewoo Motors to GM at a fire sale price. Tell me, can you bear to witness that outcome? Han Yujin nodded silently. Minutes later, Wang Lei received her call. She had obtained his private number after their last date. Having heard the full account, Wang Lei couldn't resist a wry smile. So, you're asking me for a favor? Han Yujin rarely showed a pitiful expression. She spoke in a voice that was almost inaudible. As long as you help me finalize the acquisition of Daewoo Motors, I am willing to do anything for you, even offer my body. Wang Lei raised an eyebrow. Han Yujin's words carried significant ambiguity. Although he found her tempting, Wang Lei couldn't help but retort. Do you really think I would spend so much money to buy a large automotive company for you? The woman was inflating the price. Hearing his words, Han Yujin felt they made sense. Wang Lei was a very rational person, a thoroughgoing egoist in terms of money. Such a man would never make such a significant sacrifice for anyone. However, I am a person with a soft heart. Since you have humbly asked for my help, I will show some kindness and assist you. Upon hearing this, Han Yujin's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Wang Lei really willing to buy Daewoo Motors for her? Did she truly possess such great charm? Or was this tycoon simply dismissing the money as trivial? Despite her thoughts, it would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. She was enveloped by a strange emotion. Exhausted, she just wanted to lean on the man's shoulder for a moment of rest. Wang Lei was speechless. Although she said it was just for a moment, soon the sound of her snoring filled the air. At the same time, he received a notification from the system. Han Yujin was moved by your genuine feelings. Her favorability exceeded 60. And the relationship transformed into ambiguous. Han Yujin's character card unlocked. A purple epic-level character card slowly materialized. Character Han Yujin. Identity ambiguous lover. Talent leader of currency group, can adjust a certain currency's exchange rate within a short period. Range of fluctuation unknown. Political woman, will trigger uncontrollable events in politics upon activation. Favorability 60. Alright, Han Yujin's task card triggered two uncontrollable aspects, particularly the active skill of the leader of currency group with unknown fluctuations and passive range. However, the existence of the system was helping him cheat. If fluctuations were to occur, they would likely trigger effects beneficial to him. In this way, the effects of the political woman talent could also be somewhat guessed. If he held a certain degree of control over a country's politics, it would definitely trigger positive events. Male friends who often let women lean on their arms or shoulders know that staying still for a long time can be quite uncomfortable. Thus he rudely woke Han Yojin. She took a tissue to wipe her mouth, and noticed a puddle of drool on Wang Lei's suit, causing her to blush furiously. She sincerely said, "You need not act impulsively. Purchasing Daewoo Motors is no small matter. I am not worth such a gesture." At this moment Han Yojin had unintentionally begun to consider Wang Lei's perspective. No matter the country or national justice, a man's interests were always more important. She clearly overthought it. Wang Lei's decision to buy Daewoo Motors was not truly for her. After being persistently pressured by the Korean government, Wang Lei had contemplated the possibility of taking over Daewoo Motors. If it were indeed cheap, this deal was entirely feasible. Domestic private car production started very late, and many large local car companies relied on collaborations with foreign manufacturers. The first to collaborate with foreign car manufacturers were SAIC Santana along with Xiaoli and Peugeot, all of which were hybrid brands born in the 1980s. Domestic policies have gradually loosened restrictions on car manufacturing licenses, and the mainland has accelerated its layout of the automotive industry, with Ueda Kia in Yendu being a prime example. With his connections in the mainland, finding a suitable buyer wouldn't be difficult. The key was the transaction price. Initially, Dongfeng and Ueda invested $1 billion each for Kia's car manufacturing technology. That was $20 billion in 1992. Now Wang Lei could acquire all of Daewoo's factories and overseas sales channels. He was confident that after acquiring Daewoo, he could sell it at a good price in the mainland. The most crucial point was that the funds for acquiring Daewoo Motors came from the First Bank. Using the Koreans' own money to pay for Daewoo Motors seemed to have no significant issues. With this in mind, Wang Lei replied nonchalantly, "I can really buy it, but the price is $500 million. $500 million. Previously, Han Yojin would have thought this price too low, seemingly not much higher than General Motors' offer, but now she thought from his perspective Wang Lei's willingness to buy was already quite commendable. Moreover, Daewoo Motors bears unavoidable debts, reaching $1 billion, which is excessively high. I am only willing to assume $500 million. This $1 billion was Wang Lei's final offer for Daewoo Motors. Will this price make things difficult for you? It is somewhat difficult, but there are still ways to resolve it. I will announce externally that Ford has abandoned the acquisition and General Motors has opportunistically made a humiliating offer of less than $400 million, claiming they will not assume any debts after the acquisition." Wang Lei raised an eyebrow at this woman, had become insightful, even proactively strategizing for him. This plan sounded exceptionally ruthless. Daewoo Motors had already caused enough turmoil, and General Motors would surely face public backlash from the Koreans. At that time, it seemed the representative of Jin would have no choice but to sell Daewoo Motors to Wang Lei. A very clever plan. I learned this from you. Jia Sini quickly learned about Wang Lei's intention to acquire Daewoo Motors. You wouldn't have truly fallen for the Koreans' beauty trap, would you? How could that be? I will take a low-interest loan from the First Bank to initiate the acquisition. Besides, the price is quite reasonable. They can acquire all of Daewoo Motors' assets for less than $1 billion. But didn't we already plan to manufacture cars ourselves? We don't need to, but we can sell to others, such as large enterprises in the mainland. Han Yojin has always enjoyed high approval ratings among the people of the Han country. Not only is she more graceful than some female celebrities, but the key factor is her active involvement in addressing various economic issues. Compared to the parasites of the Han country and the lackeys of the financial conglomerates, Deputy Minister Han is indeed much better. Even though she holds the esteemed position of Deputy Minister, she still maintains contact with many patriotic citizens. Upon hearing about Ford's withdrawal and General Motors' opportunistic scheme, everyone was naturally filled with indignation. Soon this matter spread among the workers of Daewoo Automotive, and even affected other subsidiaries of Daewoo. In recent years, Daewoo Group has been expanding wildly across the globe, capturing a significant market share in the beautiful country. This involves the interests of many local people from Europe and America. Angry crowds directly caused chaos in the United States, with protests against General Motors erupting across Europe and America. Citizens of Han country burned General Motors cars in the streets out of rage. This directly led to greater chaos. Additionally, General Motors has long been criticized for its monopoly, and people's attacks on it gradually expanded to focus on monopolistic practices. There are certainly no shortage of anti-intellectuals in the beautiful country who flock to wherever there is excitement. Some even began to attack the owners of General Motors cars. Of course, Ford was not without blame for fanning the flames from behind. They were worried about how to explain the lack of quality control over their tires to their own car owners, while engaging in a war of words with the Han people behind the scenes. General Motors proactively exposed its back. They naturally would not miss the opportunity to shift the hatred and focus away from themselves. Seeing their big brother suffer, people were eager to kick them while they were down. Elgas truly did not expect the situation to evolve like this. He had never stated that he would not address the debt issues left behind by Daewoo Automotive. Of course, resolving the issue is one thing, but the process is bound to be convoluted and ultimately General Motors would have the final say. However, he hadn't even taken action yet, and everyone had already assumed he would do so. No matter what explanation he offers, no one would believe General Motors. The key point is that in order to seek credit, he had already discussed his plan with the General Motors headquarters. Now, not to mention a promotion and salary increase, even the senior executives and behind-the-scenes shareholders of General Motors had murderous intentions towards him. Elgas, who was popping champagne just yesterday, received a notification from the board of directors of General Motors today. What? You want me to resign voluntarily? Am I not doing this for the group to capture the Dongzhou market? Yes, someone must be held accountable for this matter. As the president of the Dongzhou region, you cannot escape responsibility. It was at this moment that Elgas realized that plotting a takeover of Daewoo Automotive actually entailed enormous risks. Too many stakeholders' interests were involved. He could even guess that behind this matter there were Han nationals who were unwilling to sell Daewoo Automotive at a low price. Had the Han nationals found a better potential buyer, only then did Elgas remember Wang Lei, the first person he had kicked out of the game. With the situation escalating to this extent, the most anxious one was naturally Representative Jean. Ford's withdrawal and General Motors' recent statement expressing no interest in acquiring Daewoo Automotive placed the company in a very awkward position. Now, all the major automotive companies worldwide know that Daewoo Automotive is a worthless asset that no one wants to take over. Other potential buyers look on at this farce with glee, unwilling to step in. Han Yozhen reminded, "Sir, have you ever considered that we personally take over Hyundai Automotive? We already have our hands full with tasks, and our current mission is to alleviate the financial burden and resolve the debt issue as much as possible." Speaking of the debt issue, Representative Jean thought of Wang Lei, who always seemed to provide assistance at critical moments. What does the financial magnate Wang have to say? He is indeed not very interested in acquiring Daewoo Automotive, and is only willing to offer 500 million to purchase Daewoo Automotive, while requiring us to take on at least half of Daewoo Automotive's foreign debt. Hearing this, Representative Jean smirked. Daewoo Automotive's unavoidable debt amounts to a staggering $1 billion, meaning that the Han country would essentially have to invest the entire 500 million they just received. From beginning to end, Wang Lei has wanted to get Daewoo Automotive for free. He realized that both General Motors and Wang Lei were opportunists taking advantage of the chaos. It's a pity for Ford. At least Ford's acquisition intentions were sincere. Deputy Minister Han, what do you think? Representative, we do not have much time left to handle Daewoo Automotive. If we continue to delay, the only path for Daewoo Hyundai will be to declare bankruptcy. If that happens, at least 100,000 people will lose their jobs and tens of thousands of families will fall into hardship. Therefore, we must act decisively. Rather than getting caught up in how much Daewoo Automotive can be sold, for we should think about who can lead Daewoo Automotive back to glory. Representative Jean understood Han Yuzhen's implication. Given Daewoo Automotive's current situation, it would be good enough for the Han country not to have to invest more money, let alone be picky. What you say is not without reason. At the very least, after Wang Lei acquires it, he must inject funds into Daewoo Automotive to resume production. Restoring production and alleviating the financial burden are issues that the entire Han country is focused on. As long as these highlights are achieved, it would be the greatest achievement of his tenure. No one would be able to criticize him for anything. With this in mind, he decided, we can't drag this out any longer. You contact Wang Lei, and we will initiate negotiations. Wang Lei felt there was nothing worth discussing with Representative Jean, and decided to send Enai Lanlan instead. Enai Lanlan, who received the phone call notification, stood there in a daze for a long time before coming back to her senses. After all, it was Daewoo Automotive, once a globally renowned automotive giant that even surpassed Hyundai in recognition. You want to acquire Daewoo Automotive through the First Bank? Yes, after the acquisition, the First Bank will temporarily manage it until I help find a suitable buyer. Speaking of buyers, I do have a few recommended candidates. Wang Lei almost forgot about Enai Lanlan's family background. The Enai family has produced many talents in the banking system, and many banking moguls are her elders' disciples. How do you plan to sell it? Naturally, by splitting Daewoo Automotive and selling it to different buyers to maximize profits. Enai Lanlan understood Wang Lei's intentions. He wanted to create a situation where major automotive companies in the mainland could take what they need. Aren't you afraid that the Han nationals won't agree? I've already given them the money. When the time comes, they won't have the chance to oppose. I'll be waving the banner of reorganization of Daewoo Automotive, and no one can say anything against it. The high emotional intelligence way is to help optimize assets and adjust strategic directions. All right, leave it to me. I'll have my elders set up a meeting for you. Enai Lanlan and Han Yozhen made rapid progress in their negotiations. The representative from Jean and others were aware that if Daewoo Automobile did not resolve the situation, it would inevitably escalate into a major issue for Hangua. They readily agreed to most of Ni Lanlin's proposed conditions. Ultimately, the Wang Foundation announced the completion of its acquisition of Daewoo Automobile for a price of $1 billion. However, many understood that the Wang Foundation had profited immensely from this acquisition, while the Hangua officials gained nothing as all the money was used to repay debts. Many suppliers of Daewoo received only a portion of their meager payments, and the workers were paid only part of their overdue wages. Some stubborn foremen only received gift vouchers for Daewoo Automobile as humanitarian compensation. Most of the funds from the billion were used to repay unavoidable overseas debts. From this point on, Daewoo Automobile changed ownership completely. Officials of Hangua breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the slowly dispersing crowd of protesters. They had successfully defused another crisis. Wang Lei took the initiative to propose holding a friendship exchange meeting. At the exchange meeting, the representative from Jean sang loudly, and as his emotions ran deep, he covered his face with tears. Perhaps in such a joyful atmosphere, he recalled the days of shouting democratic slogans during his campaign. Just as everyone was passionately singing together, the person in charge of the venue hurried to whisper to Wang Lei's assistant, Sir Elgas is causing a disturbance outside. Upon hearing the report, Wang Lei frowned and asked his assistant have him brought to the private room. Should the boss? The assistant made a throat-cutting gesture. Don't be so quick to resort to violence. This is a high-end restaurant, the venue manager said obsequiously. Boss, you can indeed resort to violence in a Western restaurant. The assistant shot him a glare and wrapped his arm around his neck as they headed outside. Elgas, holding a banner, was surrounded by a group of men in suits clearly in a difficult position. You need to come with us. Does Mr. Wang want to see me? Cut the nonsense, go in when you're told to. Elgas looked towards the bodyguards and driver who had come with him, pleading for help. However, the two Hangua men acted as if they hadn't seen him, clearly unwilling to stick their necks out for a mere salary. Elgas was pushed into the private room of the venue. Wang Lei signaled for the others to leave. Elgas, you have some nerve. I haven't caused you any trouble yet you dare to cause a scene. Elgas, being reprimanded, hurriedly explained, Sir, I did this just to see you. He looked quite embarrassed. He had come to understand the feeling of being discarded after serving a purpose. General Motors not only shifted all the blame onto him, but also expected him to pay for their losses. I've worked for General Motors for so many years, and they actually sued me just to give shareholders an explanation. Regardless, Elgas was a local manager for General Motors, which could be likened to a regional governor. Even without a job at General Motors, he would do well at another company. The salary he had accumulated over the years would allow him to live a millionaire's retirement. However, General Motors suffered heavy losses this time, and as the main culprit, Elgas naturally faced the reckoning of General Motors' hidden capital. Not only was there no compensation, but he also had to pay a large sum. Due to the negative impact caused, large car companies in Europe and America dared not hire him. Elgas regretted his earlier decisions. He should never have conspired to acquire Daewoo Automobile for General Motors. What's the point of a salary of several $1 million? What am I risking my life for? So what exactly do you want to say with all this? Elgas rubbed his hands together. I want to work at your Daewoo Automobile. You should need a manager, right? I believe I'm quite suitable. You want to be the supervisor of Daewoo Automobile. Wang Lei looked at him with disdain. He wasn't someone anyone could use. I'm sorry. I only hire my own people. Mr. Wang, I'm quite capable. If it weren't for running into you, I might have really acquired Daewoo Automobile for $400 million. Wang Lei did not deny this. Elgas was indeed a remarkable figure. He thought for a moment and said, having worked at General Motors for so long, do you know about the EV1 project? Yes, the EV1 is General Motors' electric vehicle project. With severe exhaust pollution in California, we took the opportunity to launch the electric EV1. It has been piloted for sale in 2 states this year. Elgas spoke about it with great familiarity, then shifted the topic. Sir, are you interested in the EV1 project? Wang Lei did not respond to his hint but asked instead. So General Motors is very optimistic about the EV1 internally. Elgas immediately shook his head vigorously. The EV1 is priced at $350,000 with a maximum range of only 144 kilometers and a top speed of only 128 kilometers. In practical daily use, it faces significant reductions in range due to traffic jams and cold weather. From the price perspective, the EV1 does not have any advantages in the United States. For the same money, there are many better choices among German cars. Moreover, in terms of performance, its range is only a fraction of that of gasoline cars, and finding places to recharge is a major issue. Thus, since its launch, fewer than 1,000 EV1s have been sold, and a substantial portion of those were internally produced and sold. Even if rented, they were of little interest. If the project development team cannot improve performance, the EV project will likely be completely scrapped in a year or two. Wang Lei nodded. Elgas' estimates were quite accurate. As the 21st century approached, General Motors abandoned the electric vehicle project while Iron Man Xiaoma saw an opportunity. Many members of Xiaoma's electric vehicle team had emerged from the EV project. With newfound spirit, Elgas confidently said the main reason the project was scrapped is still because of the people behind General Motors who would never allow cars on the road to not use gasoline. Whether electric cars are environmentally friendly is one issue, but without using gasoline, how will oil companies make money? Especially at the turn of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st, the demand for automobiles in the East surged and oil prices soared, making it the most profitable time. The oil tycoons would never allow such projects to succeed. Elgas, I will give you a chance. Help me poach all the RD engineers for EV, and it would be best to acquire all their electric vehicle technology. If you can do that, the position of the new president of Daewoo Automobile will be yours. Do you believe the electric vehicle project holds promising prospects? Frankly, Elgas was a staunch conservative within General Motors. In his view, so-called electric vehicles were a pseudo-concept. Mass production would remain unattainable without at least a decade of technological iteration. Feedback since the EV project's launch confirmed that commercializing electric vehicles was indeed a profoundly flawed idea. GM had already expended enormous capital constructing charging infrastructure. This did not even include the exorbitant R&D expenditures incurred during development. GM had already invested hundreds of millions of dollars in this initiative. Though the EV1 had entered production, developing its successor had become a new and pressing challenge. Even if the second-generation EV delivered improved performance, marketing it to the broader public posed yet another formidable obstacle. After all, EV1 buyers were largely trend-conscious early adopters. Ordinary consumers and business users alike refused to purchase such an expensive, inconvenient novelty. This reality ensured electric vehicles could never supplant internal combustion cars on a mass scale. Thus, Elgas sought to discern Wang Caifa's true intentions. Elgas, I urge you to grasp one essential truth: what appears unpromising in others' hands may well flourish under mine. And your sole task is to help me realize that transformation. Elgas sensed Wang Lei's unyielding resolve and profound self-assurance. As a vanquished adversary, he lacked any grounds for rebuttal. Very well. I request a short period of time. I am confident I can deliver. Wang Lei shook his head. What I seek is not your confidence. It is immediate, actionable solutions. Do not presume I am an easily deceived employer. Do you imagine mere perfunctory assurances will secure you this position? Sir, I assure you, your greatest miscalculation in the Daewoo automotive fiasco was your ingrained contempt for me. As a citizen of Longhua, from the very outset. Elgas fell silent. Indeed, he harbored deep-seated prejudice against people from Dongzhou, a bias cultivated over decades of professional experience. Even knowing Wang Lei's exceptional reputation, his capacity to incite fury across international circles, and even the United States government's inability to counter Wang Caifa, he still unconsciously underestimated him. To be precise, the moment I laid eyes on you, I perceived your entire strategy to acquire Daewoo Automotive at rock-bottom valuation. Hearing this, Elgas's body trembled faintly. Meaning Wang Boss had anticipated the imminent collapse of Bofintong far earlier than he had, and even foreseen Ford's withdrawal from bidding and GM's attempt to play the opportunistic bystander. He truly had no cause to complain about his defeat. Elgas knew that without offering a tangible pledge of loyalty, earning Wang Lei's trust would be impossible. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, "Sir, grant me 2 weeks, or better yet, just 1. Within 7 days, I shall bring the EV project's chief technical officer before you." Ah, now that's the attitude I expect. I shall await your success with anticipation. Elgas exited the private lounge, his heart unsettled. Only then realizing he had secured no commitments whatsoever from Wang Lei throughout their lengthy discussion. He had even neglected to negotiate salary or terms, offering unconditional assurances before any conditions were established. Elgas sighed deeply. He truly possessed no viable alternative. His only recourse was to first secure the cooperation of the EV1 technical lead. A calculating man by nature, he paused only briefly before conceiving a bold stratagem. "Since you showed me no mercy, do not blame me for abandoning loyalty." Having tasted the bitterness of abandonment, Elgas seethed with resentment toward GM's board and its ruthless, faceless shareholders. Without hesitation, he dialed his former trusted collaborator. "Hey partner, are you holding up? Need me to lend you some cash? I'm managing fine. No need for loans. This call concerns a business proposition." "Oh, so long as it doesn't entangle me, I'll assist. Rest assured, you'll face no repercussions. On the contrary, successfully aiding me may earn you a substantial injection of additional R&D funding." The voice on the other end immediately brightened. "Go on. Tell me more." Before my dismissal, I attended several strategic planning sessions at headquarters. Those were top-tier executive forums. Did you overhear anything critical? Heh. Hear anything? They merely served us empty promises. Ironically, I actually believed my fortune was imminent. Elgas offered a wry, self-deprecating remark, then lowered his voice. The EV-RD division plans an internal test of the next-generation electric vehicle in 2 days. Board members and major shareholders will attend in person. He continued persuasively, they're rushing this trial because EV1 sales in 2 states have fallen drastically short of targets. They desperately need to prove their newly developed battery dramatically extends driving range. His interlocutor instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. GM's annual sales figures were already lackluster. Corporate leadership had begun curtailing RD investment across the board. The EV program was notoriously capital-intensive. Should the EV team secure further funding, his own internal combustion vehicle division would inevitably suffer. The consequences extended beyond mere budget cuts. Executives would not tolerate halted innovation on such grounds alone. They would instead slash headcount and reduce benefits. Fewer staff meant heavier workloads for those remaining. Diminished benefits would fuel widespread discontent among engineers. Ultimately, all would deem their leader incompetent for failing to safeguard their rightful interests. Tell me about your proposition. His tone betrayed unmistakable distraction. My new employer has taken keen interest in the EV project. If you succeed in dismantling the EV team, it benefits you exclusively, and I in turn solidify my footing at the new firm. Agreed. I'll deliver results shortly. Hearing this, Elgas knew his plan had already achieved half its objective. This is where Elgas shows his cleverness. He is well aware that even with the full support of the Wang conglomerate, General Motors would not easily let go of their people if approached directly. In the end, it might just be a futile effort and would only prompt General Motors to pay more attention to the subsequent research and development of electric vehicles. If it escalates to that extent, his work would undoubtedly be ruined, leaving him unable to provide satisfactory results to the Wang family. However, taking action from within General Motors is a different story. The reasons for the collapse of a strong fortress often stem from internal conflicts. Exploiting the discord between the two RD departments is undoubtedly more effective than poaching. 2 days later, the test drive by General Motors took place as scheduled at the Olympic Raceway in New York. Joel Han stood at the entrance of the VIP viewing area, took a deep breath, and after having his assistant carefully adjust his bow tie, he knocked and entered. As the head of the EV project and the chief technical engineer, he was not particularly adept at dealing with the upper management sitting in their offices. As a tech guy, he preferred to struggle alongside technicians on the front lines of research and development. However, this test drive was crucial for the EV project. To further upgrade the performance of electric vehicles, increased investment in RD was essential. The most critical issue was solving the battery performance problem. Research and development has never been a simple task, especially for electric vehicles where each step requires hundreds, thousands, or even millions of tests. To conduct such a large-scale testing program, more research personnel and financial investment are indispensable. Yet General Motors clearly did not prioritize the EV project. Their focus was more on meeting the hard requirements for emission reduction from 2 states as a compromise. Under such a lack of emphasis, it would be challenging for him to achieve results in a short time. Thus, the experiment with the new battery could be regarded as crucial. To secure more funds from the General Motors board, he even invited several behind-the-scenes shareholders, hoping they could change their perception of electric vehicles. Dr. Joel Han, please enlighten the gentleman about the highlights of this test drive. Based on the first generation, we experimented with thousands of new metallic materials and ultimately decided to switch to lithium batteries for production. After extensive testing, lithium batteries can boost the range to 190 kilometers. Upon hearing this, the shareholders of General Motors started whispering to each other. A range of 190 kilometers was not the answer they were looking for. After all, the Ford Model T had a range of 200 to 300 kilometers back in 1908. Post-World War II, this figure was raised to 400 kilometers. How could such a range possibly win their favor? At this time, a supporter of Joel Han spoke up fairly. Increasing the range from 144 kilometers to 190 kilometers is nearly a 30% performance improvement. In automotive history, this is already a significant advancement. It's worth noting that for gasoline vehicles, extending the range can be achieved simply by increasing the size of the fuel tank, but it's not the same for electric vehicles. Joel Han added, "We have conducted detailed market research indicating that for every 10 kilometers increase in the EV's range, we could gain hundreds of thousands of potential users. Moreover, the lithium battery is still in the testing phase, and its performance has not yet been fully realized. If we further refine it, we are confident we can increase the range to 250 kilometers. Upon hearing this, the shareholders of General Motors began to murmur again. If the range could genuinely be increased by 100 kilometers, then the EV project might indeed open up certain unique market scenarios. Finally, someone said with keen interest, Dr. Joel Han, it's time for your demonstration. Joel Han nodded toward the eager racer. The EV test vehicle slowly rolled onto the track. Just as everyone was expressing approval of the vehicle's speed, an unexpected incident occurred on the track. The front of the car suddenly began to smoke and flames engulfed the vehicle almost instantaneously. The racer had no time to escape. The car crashed heavily into the track barrier, and the overturned vehicle completely severed the racer's chance of survival. The scene unfolded very suddenly. Joel Han experienced ringing in his ears from the violent impact and could not hear the General Motors president shouting at him. The shareholders looked grim as they watched this scene. They left the VIP viewing area without a backward glance, and Joel Han realized the EV project was doomed, leaving him perplexed about where the problem lay. Why had there been no issues during dozens of internal test drives prior to this? Fuck, you ruined this project and made me lose face in front of the board members. Joel Han's supporters were practically ready to tear him to pieces. Sir, we need to quickly investigate the root cause of this test drive accident, gather concrete data, and make effective adjustments. How do you think it's useful to say that now? Do you believe that General Motors shareholders will allow these ticking time bombs into the market? Thinking this, he pointed at Joel Han's chest and said, "You must quickly address the negative aftermath, comfort the families of the racers. If the public finds out our EV has safety risks, no one will be able to save you then." Before they could finish, someone rushed in with alarming news. It's over, as someone secretly filmed the test vehicle catching fire and sold the photos to Ford and several other car manufacturers. Within a day, the whole world will know about this. Joel Han held his head in despair. With this, General Motors wouldn't even have the chance to cover it up. Given the group's cold-blooded nature, he and the entire EV department would become scapegoats. Indeed, once people learned of such significant safety hazards in the EV, car owners realized they were sitting on a carbon grill made of large batteries and began demanding refunds. General Motors had no choice but to admit the failure of the EV test vehicle and recalled thousands of EVs that were about to be launched into the rental market overnight. In the aftermath of this turmoil, the General Motors board decided to dismantle the entire EV R&D department. After being swiftly dismissed, Joel Han felt as if he were in a dream. Although he had discovered that the test vehicle had been tampered with, who would listen to him now? The entire department was laid off, and as the person responsible for the incident, he received no compensation. His once busy work life suddenly turned serene, leaving him feeling utterly lost. Just as he thought about finding a place to drown his sorrows, a plump, middle-aged man approached him. "Dr. Joel Han, my boss would like to have a word with you." "Who are you?" "Like you, am a discarded pawn that General Motors used up and tossed aside." Johan felt a sense of bewilderment. He had no desire to play guessing games with anyone. He downed his beer in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and headed for the door. Earl Gayos hurriedly said, "Doctor, you must have heard of Howda Electric, right? Their ventures include First Bank and Daewoo Motors, and they are one of the largest real estate developers in the East Continent. Due to the global popularity of HDMP3, Howda Electric is now renowned in Europe and America." As an industry insider, Johan naturally had a deep impression of Daewoo Motors. Their interests span the banking and real estate sectors, which firmly establishes them as a financial conglomerate of the East Continent. After being dismissed from General Motors, Johan had been contemplating finding an investor to continue his unfinished electric vehicle project. However, he looked down upon bosses without strength and could not connect with those with power, leaving him to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Now that Earl Gayos introduced himself, hope naturally rekindled within him. "Of course I've heard of it. Howda's MP3 has undergone several price hikes in the beautiful nation, yet buyers continue to flock to it, hailed as the greatest electronic product of the late 20th century. It's no wonder Johan was so excited. The tax sanctions imposed by the beautiful nation could not hinder the public's enthusiasm for HDMP3 sales there. In fact, the repeated price hikes by Howda have sparked several social hot topics, the most famous being the revelation that a high school student in the beautiful nation even sold a kidney to buy an HDMP3. Johan's greatest dream was to develop a globally popular electric vehicle. He admired Howda's marketing strategies for the MP3 immensely. He had even considered persuading Howda, but never expected that they would take the initiative to approach him. Seeing this tech enthusiast praise his boss so highly, Earl Gayos was naturally pleased. However, he did not forget the main point and explained his intentions. "My boss, Mr. Wang Lei, is indeed very optimistic about the future of electric vehicles. If you are willing to join us, I believe he will spare no effort to support your research." "Great, when can I meet him?" "You can go to Los Angeles with me right now." After completing the handover of Daewoo Motors, Wang Lei hurried to Silicon Valley. Qualcomm stock price has skyrocketed and Yahoo stock is soaring as well. The internet companies you invested in have seen their share prices multiply in a short time. Lu Jiayu's eyes sparkled with admiration. After the outbreak of the financial crisis in the East Continent, a massive influx of international capital began returning to the stock market of the beautiful nation. The beautiful nation also implemented numerous tax-free investment policies, igniting the already hot internet sector. Among them, Yahoo and Qualcomm saw the most explosive growth in stock prices. Yahoo reaped considerable profits from its advertising business, with its stock price consistently rising, far exceeding that of the former #1 internet stock Netscape. Qualcomm dominated several major markets, including Sakura with its CDMA communication services, and its achievements in 3G technology positioned it as one of the fastest-growing stocks in the beautiful nation's market. First Securities enjoyed a surge in business thanks to the clients brought in by Wang Lei gaining significant recognition among brokers. My dad often mentions that we should thank you properly. The Mr. Gene you introduced is now our second largest client at First Securities. Speaking of Gene Yuzhong, Wang Lei couldn't help but ask curiously, what has that old rascal been up to lately? Aside from stock trading, his greatest pleasure is buying up properties everywhere. Many buildings have become part of his portfolio. Having transferred tens of billions of dollars, Gene Yuzhong naturally had to indulge in some revenge spending. I came to Silicon Valley this time to establish a new internet company. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiayu frowned and began to analyze. A lie, isn't it a bit late for you to join the game? All sectors of the internet in the beautiful nation are highly competitive now. What she said was indeed the reality of the beautiful nation's internet scene. Nearly all companies wanted to connect with the internet, and you could find virtually any imaginable internet company at this moment. There were even pet websites and internet companies similar to public review platforms. There were several companies focused solely on online paid services. I want to create an internet company for renting houses. Renting internet. Lu Jiayu found this idea rather intriguing, as there were indeed no similar companies in the current market. As a securities elite, she quickly identified the most critical flaw. A lie, it might be very difficult to combine renting with the internet. Landlords in the beautiful nation prefer to entrust their properties to professional real estate agencies for management, while renters usually consult reliable local real estate agents first. The internet has a hard time competing for listings against these local agents. Of course, my idea isn't that simple. The company I want to create will collaborate with major banks in the beautiful nation, allowing renters to avoid paying exorbitant rents. His words left Lu Jiayu increasingly puzzled, and she questioned, not paying rent? Are you suggesting they can get it for free? Getting it for free is certainly unrealistic. They would only need to pay low-interest loans to the bank. Are you suggesting that renters use loans to pay their rent? No. Renters would borrow a deposit from the bank, about 70% of the property's estimated value, and hand this deposit to the landlord. This way they can rent for free, only needing to repay the bank's low monthly interest. Landlords can then use the deposit to purchase more properties or invest in the stock market, gaining higher returns than from renting. Hearing this, Lu Jiayu's eyes lit up. Currently, housing prices in the beautiful nation are rising every year and the stock market is surging. If this model is truly implemented, renters would only have to pay low-interest. Landlords could take a large sum of money to buy properties or invest in the stock market, and banks would secure loan business. This model benefits all three parties involved. Once a cycle is established, it will accelerate the flow of investment market funds, and First Securities as a brokerage will also reap the benefits. And the internet company I am establishing will be the intermediary for these three parties. Of course, to access our services, clients will need to pay us a service fee. The rental website not only attracts a large number of tenants online in a short time by offering a rent-free model. Meanwhile, landlords can receive a substantial deposit for their properties at once. With the current surge in internet technology stocks and the rapid decline in investment tax rates, it is the best time to enter the stock market. On one side are unlimited stock market profits, and on the other are fixed rental incomes. Any discerning person knows what to choose. Therefore, the website will naturally not lack housing resources. With both customers and housing resources, it is an effortless task for Wang Lei to make money. Lu Jiayu believes that this online rental model is far more advanced than traditional real estate agencies, and once implemented, it will undoubtedly become popular across North America in a very short time. Jiayu, I still need your help to create this website. You don't want to be a hands-off boss again, do you? Haha, I can't hide anything from you after all. Wang Lei said with a smile. I have already found a suitable candidate for the CEO position, but I believe you would be the most suitable for the CFO role. You will be responsible for the company's finances, including the upcoming financing negotiations. I hope this company can successfully go public by the end of 1998. Lu Jiayu couldn't help but feel excited. Although she was doing well under her father's supervision, she still wanted to have her own career. The key was that this job aligned with her professional background, and perhaps she could accumulate more upper-class connections through this company. I won't shortchange you on salary. As long as we go public, you can get at least one of the company's shares. In today's large internet companies, which one isn't valued at over 10 billion, this offer is indeed quite attractive. Old classmate, do you really want to be my boss? Jiayu, please help me. I have no friends in beautiful country, and the only person I can trust is you. Lu Jiayu felt a ripple in her heart and replied helplessly. Okay, can you stop being so cheesy? I never said I didn't want this job. All right, I'll have someone register the company tomorrow. Just then Wang Lei's phone rang and he had someone bring Elgis and Johan in. Lei, do you want me to get busy first? No need, I'll introduce you to someone shortly. Okay, then I won't leave just yet. Elgis and Johan looked at the two Asian youths before them and dared not breathe. Dr. Yorn, I'm glad you could come to meet me today. Sir, it is my honor, Johann replied, having learned to be clever. People do grow after all. Mr. Jorn, have you ever thought about starting your own business, perhaps creating a new energy vehicle company? Johann instinctively wanted to deny it, but ultimately revealed his inner thoughts. I have indeed considered such an idea. My experience at General Motors made me realize that the funding from conglomerates is unreliable. Their commitment to developing electric vehicles is not very strong. Only by starting a company can I push my project forward. Wang Lei nodded again. He too did not wish to rely on Daewoo Automobile to create an electric vehicle company. He asked again, have you considered operating this electric vehicle company using an internet model? I haven't thought of that. My idea is to establish the new company's headquarters in Silicon Valley, where internet companies flourish. We will repackage our company with high-tech new energy concepts and mold it into the trendiest concept of the moment. Hearing this, Johann's expression shifted slightly. Wang Lei's intention for promoting the company was something he could cooperate with. The key was that the other party expressed an intention to invest in him. Wang Lei knew that the hype surrounding new energy vehicles was still somewhat ahead of its time, so he said, I can provide you with initial funding of $30 million. You and your team can take 20 of the shares as a technical investment. You have no objections to this, right? Johann thought for a moment and said, Mr. Wang, $30 million can indeed allow us to develop the next generation of new energy vehicles, but it might be a bit insufficient for mass production. As for the shares, I have no issues with that. Doctor, I believe you have misunderstood one point. I am not asking you to rush to produce a product. What you need to do is continuously upgrade the performance of the electric vehicle until it can rival that of gasoline-powered cars. Hearing this, Johann grew even more confused. Sir, if we never bring a product to market, how can we acquire funding for the next stage of research and development? Doctor, electric vehicles have a long way to go. Being overly eager for success is not advisable. As for funding, just like I said earlier, we will hype new energy vehicles as the future of the automobile industry. The reason we want to establish our headquarters in Silicon Valley is to completely disrupt the traditional automobile industry. At this moment, everyone in the office understood Wang Dekai's intentions. You want to raise subsequent research and development funds for the company through multiple rounds of financing. Wang Lei did not deny this. He knew about Johann's experiences after leaving General Motors. He had worked with friends who developed batteries to create a well-known electric vehicle company in later years. They managed to obtain funding from the internet company even if it took years to achieve real success. To enable the electric vehicle company to go public in North America in the future, multiple rounds of financing to dilute shares is a necessary process. The complexity of shareholders would make a stock appear more reliable. Come up with a name for the company. Tomorrow I'll have someone register it quietly and gather your team again without revealing who the investor is. Johann sighed in relief. He had finally found a wise leader for himself and his team. After having him escorted out, Wang Lei patted Elgis on the shoulder. You did well this time. You can say you have exceeded my expectations in completing the task I assigned. Does this mean I've joined Daewoo Automobile? Upon hearing this, Wang Lei shook his head. I already have someone in mind for the president position at Daewoo Automobile. I will bring in a manager from Hauda who understands Han language. Elgis felt quite desperate and a bit resentful. How could such a large conglomerate not keep its word? If you wanted to use your own people, you should have said so from the beginning. Why create such grand illusions? I never promised to give you the position of president at Daewoo Automobile from the start. I only said I would give you an opportunity. Airgeos was momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to leave in frustration, he heard Wang Lei chuckle. I said I would give you a chance, and I will surely do so. As he spoke, he took out a letter of appointment. Vice President of the Wang Group North America Division. Upon seeing this, Airgeos was naturally overjoyed. The president of Daewoo Auto was nothing in front of the Wang Group. Daewoo Auto was merely an insignificant subsidiary under the Wang Group. The Wang Group had purchased several of the top 15 enterprises in Han country, and even the first financial conglomerate Modern Group could not escape the Wang Group's control. To his knowledge, the Wang Group had many investments in the beautiful nation, and many large internet companies had shares from the Wang Group. Although he was just a vice president, he was still a vice president in the largest financial market in the world. This was enough for him to redeem himself in front of his former employer. Are you planning to formally establish a presence in the beautiful nation? Yes, I intend to create an internet company focused on rental services. A rental website. Airgeos was initially somewhat dismissive. Renting was merely the least lucrative sector in the real estate industry, and nearly all real estate agencies in the beautiful nation were engaged in this business. Every state, even every neighborhood, had its own local brand. Competing for business among so many local players could not be achieved merely by burning money. Wang Lei explained his full rental internet business model, and Airgeos immediately realized that this was an unprecedented business model. A business capable of monopolizing the entire rental industry in the blink of an eye. As long as they became the largest rental company in North America, going public would be just a matter of time. Combined with the internet model, the stock price would soar to a maddening level. In an instant, he estimated that this was a business worth hundreds of billions of dollars. You think we are only doing a rental business? Our website can leverage traffic to engage in business that real estate agencies cannot achieve. In the future, we will be the barometer of property prices in the beautiful nation, doing what other real estate agencies cannot. Airgeos nodded, captivated by the ambition displayed by the Wang tycoon. The grievances he had felt earlier were all but forgotten. Sir, I am willing to accept this job, and will definitely make the rental website grow strong. Well, the first thing you need to do is register a company in your name, and I will provide you with $50 million in financing under the name of First Bank. After that, you need to secure the maximum convenience for our users from the bank. Airgeos busied himself with the rental website, but Lu Jiayu keenly sensed something amiss. Lei, you let Airgeos register the company and gave him 5% of the shares. Isn't the offer a bit too generous? This indeed requires a white glove to handle. The full rental model was a clever operation devised by the people of Han country after their economy was hollowed out. They attempted to loosen the constraints on real estate and stimulate the economy with more liquid funds. To a large extent, this model was successful. Landlords received substantial deposits from tenants, which they then used to continue purchasing properties. This directly led to soaring property prices in Seoul, Han country, which continued to rise. Landlords found it impossible to stop because there was no investment more lucrative and reliable than real estate. GDP also soared, and the people of Han country once again declared that they had entered the ranks of developed countries. However, the development of the economy was actually a constant. Blindly pursuing speed and liquidity would inevitably lead to many social issues. During the booming real estate market, these problems were not problems. Even if issues arose, they would not evolve into an economic crisis for the entire nation. However, bubbles inevitably meet their demise. When the real estate bubble burst, housing prices began to collapse. Landlords could only watch helplessly as their investments turned into bubbles, but the money they used to speculate on real estate was the deposits of tenants, which had to be returned to the tenants upon their departure. Caught in the real estate market, they naturally could not return the enormous deposits to the tenants, leading to a swift declaration of bankruptcy. As a result, the real estate market in Han country collapsed, and tenants were burdened with loans they could never repay. But what did this have to do with Wang Lei? All he wanted was to pour gasoline on the real estate bubble in the beautiful nation and then harvest in the stock market, obscuring his contributions and name. Lu Jiayu couldn't immediately think of what crisis lurked, but she felt that it wouldn't hurt for Wang Lei to be a bit more cautious. Her old classmate was increasingly resembling a cunning old fox. Jiayu, helped me contact the users of First Securities and ask if they would like to cooperate with our rental website. How could they refuse such a collaboration that could instantly cash out a large sum? I will introduce them to Airgeos right away. Airgeos smoothly established a high-tech internet company named Gao's Rental in the heart of Silicon Valley. Under the rapid efforts of a group of developers, the Gao's Rental website officially went online a month later. Airgeos, well-versed in the art of burning money, directly hung the most eye-catching building advertisements in business centers across various cities in the beautiful nation. The screens in the North American Business Center displayed large advertisements for the Gao's Rental website. Choose Gao's Rental for your housing needs with no rent to pay and 70% of the housing deposit managed by the landlord. At this moment, there were tens of millions of internet users in North America, and the internet was significantly infiltrating their lives. The terms like no rent and 70% deposit left many people feeling uneasy. No rent, a free place to live. This must be a scam. The listings on the website are all high-end apartments, but is it really free? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Is this all rental model truly reliable? Despite doubts on the first day of Gao's Rental's advertisement launch in North America, it still garnered hundreds of thousands of registered users. The customer service department of Gao's Rental received tens of thousands of inquiry calls answering questions almost 24 hours a day, even during meals. Surprisingly, most of the calls came from landlords. At that time, due to the technological boom in North America, many were considering selling their houses to invest in the stock market. Rental income is indeed stable, but the returns are simply too low. If there's a way to cash out for investment, it's naturally very appealing. Most renters have 1 or 2 year leases. When the lease expires, don't I have to return the deposit immediately? Won't that affect my investments in the stock market? Gao's customer service calculated. Think about it, 2 years later your property value will have increased, and the next tenant will provide you with a larger deposit. You won't need to worry about affecting your investments. Moreover, Gao's Rental is an internet company. We will promote your listings to users worldwide and help you find suitable tenants in the shortest time possible. Most homeowners trusted such statements. The housing market in the beautiful country was visibly warming, and property valuations would rise in 2 years, meaning they could receive larger deposits. With more deposits, they could invest and earn more money. The key is that this is an internet company. Why worry about finding tenants when they manage the properties? As homeowners, their biggest worry had been the greedy real estate agents who charged high fees and often took commissions from both sides, leading to frequent vacancies. Now Gauss Rental's transparent fees and long-term management offer higher returns than traditional rental methods. This seemed more reliable than those so-called top-tier agent companies. Many homeowners immediately entrusted their properties to Gauss Rental, and within a short time the website listed tens of thousands of rental units. The consumption habits in the beautiful country are quite advanced. This advancement is not just about methods, but also the brainwashing of capital leading to a preference for advanced consumption. If someone has $1 in their pocket, they definitely won't wait until the next day to spend it. Often they haven't even received their paycheck before the next year's salary is already overdrawn. Whether rich or poor, everyone pulls out credit cards when settling bills. Among city workers, one of the biggest expenses is the exorbitant rent. According to surveys, New Yorkers spend 40% of their income on rent, while in San Francisco it's even higher, with rent approaching 47% of their wages. After working hard for a year, half of their income goes to real estate agents and landlords. They can't even avoid overdrafting their credit cards. However, Gauss Rental now offers them an alternative solution. They only need to repay the bank loan. It is well known that to stimulate domestic capital flow, the beautiful country has long adopted a low-interest economic policy. Banking rates in this era are shockingly low. Gauss Rental's customer service calculated that if they accepted the all-rental model, their monthly interest payments would be only half of what they used to pay in rent. Even if interest rates rise significantly in the future, the interest will still be lower than normal rent. Everyone knows how to choose. They are renting under debt, so why not opt for something cheaper? This way they could save nearly 24% of their salary each month, which adds up to a considerable amount over a year. Not realizing this before was shocking. A 24% of their salary is like an indirect raise. A quarter raise without moving up the ladder. What worker could resist such temptation? However, Gauss Rental soon posed a question to the intrigued landlords and tenants. Our service fees are not cheap. The website needs to help handle bank dealings, advertising, and intermediary processes, all of which incur costs. We require a one-time service fee of $4 from the landlord's deposit and a long-term service fee of $5 from the tenant's monthly rent. This fee is not low. A one-bedroom apartment in New York easily sells for $500,000, making $420,000. Correspondingly, the tenant of this apartment would need to pay nearly $1,000 to Gauss Rental each year. Homeowners and tenants, feeling they got a great deal, naturally wouldn't mind such trivial service fees. Additionally, promotional activities launched by the website led to an extraordinary boom in Gauss Rental's business. The most powerful aspect of the internet is its ability to break geographical barriers and spread virally. In the second month of advertising across the U.S., Gauss Rental's registered users officially surpassed 1 million. This speed is more terrifying than that of established internet giants like Yahoo, Netscape, and Amazon. 1 million registered users means that traditional rental agencies lost 1 million clients and 1 million transactions. For those rental companies that rely on rental income to survive, this was almost a fatal blow. Although they hurried to introduce various discounts, they still couldn't prevent users from abandoning them for the more convenient and resource-rich Gauss Rental website. At this moment, Heir stood on the podium at Stanford University, speaking confidently in front of numerous journalists' cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, technology changes destiny. The traditional rental model brings not only a heavy burden to the public, but also numerous social issues. However, with the efficiency and transparency of the internet, Gauss Rental has launched a new market pricing model. Whether you want to buy or rent a house, you can simply look at our recent transaction prices. Gauss Rental will provide the most accurate market pricing for the public. The audience erupted in applause, surprised by the ambition of the founder of Gauss Rental. Gauss Rental was making rapid strides in the rental industry, leaving many real estate agencies in disarray. However, Heir was clearly not satisfied with this. He even stretched his hands into the second-hand housing market. They could imagine that once the transaction price system is launched, not only would the second-hand housing sector be overwhelmed, but with Gauss Rental's terrifying market appeal, it would surely become a barometer for housing market pricing. They showered praises on Heir. I am deeply honored to receive the invitation from President Heines. In fact, I am just an inconsequential graduate among Stanford alumni. It is the rental website that has given me the qualification to stand here and speak. I must thank my supporters. I will personally donate $2 million to Stanford. President Heines, who was seated, led the applause. He highly appreciated Heir. Indeed, he was a smart man. After the speech, Heir was brought to Heines' office. Heir Gauss Rental's funds must be running low by now, right? Heir nodded non-committally. From the moment he received the notification to speak as an outstanding graduate, he knew Heines' intentions were not that simple. Besides being the president of Stanford, Heines was a computer expert who founded a renowned processor company in his early years and successfully sold it to Silicon Graphics for $330 million. With that money, he became one of the largest angel investors in Silicon Valley. Many internet tycoons received heinous investment during their entrepreneurial periods, and his 3 investment funds brought him both fame and fortune. Gauzy Rental was indeed short on funds. $50 million seemed like a lot, but for the cash-burning Gauzy Rental website, it was merely a few months' operational expenses. Just how much money is Gauzy Rental burning? During the Spring Festival Super Bowl in the beautiful country, Gauzy Rental acquired the most critical advertising time, spending nearly $3 million for it. Gauzy Rental also sponsored multiple major competitions, incurring tens of millions of dollars in expenses. Of course, Gauzy Rental's revenue growth was equally remarkable, achieving $6 million in profit within a quarter. However, this money was quickly used for offline expansion. Gauzy Rental simultaneously entered the offline market, acquiring several local large real estate agencies in New York. Having only just begun, Gauzy Rental not only exhausted the surplus in its accounts, but also owed the bank $50 million. Given Gauzy Rental's current cash-burning rate, they had to find new massive financing within 3 months. However, Gauzy was clearly not worried about this. The income from the Gauzy Rental website allowed him to remain very calm in front of heinous. The Gauzy Rental website had already gained fame in Silicon Valley. As the strongest newcomer among internet companies, Gauzy was not at all concerned about attracting new funds. What troubled him was that there were too many forces willing to invest in Gauzy Rental, and various sweet-coated cannonballs made him feel a bit overwhelmed. He himself was shocked by this. Sometimes he felt that what he was experiencing was just a dream. It should be noted that just a few months ago, he was a discarded pawn ousted by General Motors, viewed as a failure by those in the automotive industry. Who would have thought that just a few months later, he would become the most dazzling internet founder in the beautiful country, the hottest investment target in the eyes of capital? Heinous interrupted Gauzy's thoughts and smiled. How much financing do you want? Is there a chance for my foundation to invest a sum? President Gauzy Rental requires a considerable amount to complete the monopoly of the rental market. Upon hearing the word monopoly, Heinous immediately perked up. You may not know that many people outside are studying new models that combine rental and the internet. Perhaps it won't be long before similar websites will emerge in droves. Seeing that Gauzy's emotions were stable, he emphasized, you have offended many large real estate agencies. They are also eager to launch their own rental websites. Gauzy merely nodded calmly and said to himself, the next phase of the Gauzy Rental website will need at least $300 million in funding. We will launch a truly free model, and all new and old users will be exempt from all service fees. Old users who recommend new users will also receive a $9 cash rebate. Upon hearing this, Heinous was jolted. Exempting both new and old users from service fees and providing immediate cash rewards for referrals would undoubtedly give Gauzy Rental's development a significant boost. Those imitators who were eager to act would undoubtedly face a hellish start. Individual players and small institutions without major investors would perish in the shortest time, while imitation websites backed by large institutions would also be caught in a dilemma. Traditional rental companies that wish to create their own websites might fare a little better, but they could only struggle to survive under the dominance of Gauzy Rental. Heinous finally understood why Gauzy could remain so calm. He took a deep breath and said after a long time, I can help you secure $300 million in financing, but how much equity are you willing to give up? Gauzy thought of his boss' instructions and smiled as he asked in return, President, what do you think Gauzy Rental is worth now? This? Henning's hesitation was hardly unwarranted. As a seasoned investor, he understood better than anyone the current valuation frenzy gripping internet companies. Investors and valuation firms paid little heed to an internet company's actual earnings. What captivated Hennings and his peers on Wall Street was solely the scale of its user base. Profitability was irrelevant for now. With massive adoption, future revenue would inevitably follow. Thus emerged absurdly inflated price-to-earnings ratios. According to institutional data at the zenith of the U.S. internet bubble, the average P/E ratio for internet firms soared to a staggering 2001. This meant that for every $10,000 in annual earnings, a company could command a market capitalization of $2 million. Yahoo's market value rapidly eclipsed Netscape's largely because it had identified a viable revenue engine, generating tens of millions in advertising income annually. As Yahoo's revenues surged, its market capitalization scaled new heights each month. By contrast, Gauzy Rental Network had accomplished in a single quarter what Yahoo had taken over 2 years to achieve. From the moment it launched, Gauzy Rental Network began generating returns for investors. Not modest ones, but monthly revenues exceeding $10 million. It was nearly inconceivable that Gauzy Rental Network remained a startup less than 6 months old. Yet reality stood firm. Gauzy Rental Network was forging a commercial miracle. The most seamless fusion of internet innovation and real-world industry, its future potential undeniable. By industry consensus, Gauzy Rental Network's valuation already hovered around $2 billion. Yet judging by El Gauss's disclosed strategic vision, the platform was poised to dominate the entire U.S. rental and secondary housing markets. Hennings had no choice but to reassess Gauss Rental Network's true worth. Should his offer fall short of El Gauss's expectations, the latter might well seek partnerships with rival institutions, leaving Hennings and his allies scrambling in regret. Once Gauss Rental Network fully deployed its free-tier plus cashback model, latecomers would find replication nearly impossible, unless they offered even greater rebates to users. So why not acquire Gauss Rental Network outright and avoid paying a far steeper price later? After a long pause, he named his figure $3 billion. We and our consortium value Gauss Rental Network at $3 billion with an additional $600 million investment. El Gauss had activated his phone the moment he entered the office. Wang Lei's voice streamed through his earpiece. El Gauss, accept it. El Gauss nodded and replied, agreed. The offer is fair, yet we may not require such a substantial infusion of capital. In his estimation, $300 million would suffice to secure 30 million registered users. Ample coverage across the U.S. internet population. El Gauss, your calculations omit the West Coast user base. Factoring those in, 600 million is actually conservative. El Gauss inwardly marveled at the bottomless ambition of capitalist. Gauss Rental Network had barely begun digesting its first meal, yet already its appetite extended to the entire banquet. Wang Lei raised no objection. He had always intended to take Gauss Rental Network public swiftly for maximum gain, aligning perfectly with Hennings and the powerful figures behind him. Their intentions converged seamlessly. Then let us seal this partnership in mutual success. Their hands clasped firmly, a resounding grip sealing the deal. El Gauss's Stanford address landed on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Its reported $2 billion valuation sending shockwaves across the U.S. business world. When Netscape went public, we hailed it as the prodigy destined to eclipse General Motors and supplant Microsoft. When Yahoo's market cap multiplied tenfold, we proclaimed it the vanguard reshaping American equities. But we were all mistaken. Gauss Rental Network is the true chosen one, and it has not even gone public yet. Observers marveled at Gauss Rental Network's pioneering business model, stood awestruck before its meteoric ascent from zero to multimillion-dollar revenues, and trembled at founder El Gauss's unrelenting commercial ambition. The truth was clear. Gauss Rental Network had long outgrown its modest rental revenue origins. It now set its sights squarely on the secondary housing market and real-time new property pricing services. Numerous television networks posed the same urgent question: who will be the next Gauss Rental Network? Who can replicate its extraordinary commercial triumph? Wall Street and international financial institutions erupted into frenzied bidding, desperate to secure stakes in Gauss Rental Network. El Gauss declined them all. Some were too greedy, or others held no strategic value. Were it not for basic courtesy, he would not have engaged with them at all. Just as El Gauss finalized the agreement with Hennings Moore Foundation, a prominent Japanese tycoon stepped forward. Not just any figure, but Sun, the titan of tech investment. He publicly declared via media, since El Gauss rejected my $600 million investment, I shall launch an entirely new rental platform, with $12 billion. Sun had issued such threats before. His previous target had been Yahoo, whose founders, confronted with both inducement and coercion, ultimately capitulated. Sun's investment firm had boarded Yahoo's final funding round, propelling his personal fortune upward by more than tenfold, leaving him at the peak of his financial dominance. El Gauss feigned calm, but truth be told, he felt genuine unease. Sun truly possessed the means to deploy $12 billion. Boss, should we reopen negotiations with Sun? Heh. Hear you trembling already. Had he approached respectfully, perhaps I'd have let him play along. But now, publicly reject him, no ambiguity. Here's what we'll do: announce our next funding round and unveil our new user benefit policy. El Gauss retained full confidence in the free-tier plus cashback model. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Back in his office, Wang Lei paused, then pulled up Li Fujian's character dossier. Daughter of a Chaebol. Activation triggers an industry monopolization event. He decided to gamble on the monopolization event's impact. Activate the Chaebol heiress talent effect. Affirmative. An orange-eared light flashed across Li Fujian's character card. Unlike previous attempts, where no response had followed, a system notification soon chimed in his ear. Industry monopoly event triggered. Internet rental industry monopoly event activated. For the next 6 months, competitors' customer acquisition costs will rise by 50. User attrition rates will accelerate by 50. And daily operational expenses will increase by 50. Wang Lei could not suppress his applause in the office. Taking the risk had indeed paid off. Li Fujian's Chaebol heiress talent had directly invoked monopoly-level protection. For the next 3 months, any entity attempting to enter the internet rental market would face significantly higher advertising and operational expenditures, and most critically would be unable to retain users. Meanwhile, El Gauss Rental officially announced on its website the receipt of a second-round $600 million investment from the Moore Foundation, and prominently featured its new user incentives. Effective immediately in gratitude for the steadfast support of both new and returning users, Gauss Rental will waive all service fees for landlords and tenants alike for 1 full year. Referral rewards existing users who invite new users to list properties or complete leases will receive cash rebates ranging from $9.90 to $19.99. The announcement ignited nationwide frenzy among American workers. Renting through Gauss Rental was already remarkably affordable. Now waiving an entire year's service fees meant savings substantial enough to purchase a high-definition MP3 player with change to spare. Landlords were even more ecstatic, especially those with multiple properties. Their annual savings could cover a down payment on an entire home, or at the very least fund the full purchase of a premium gasoline-powered BMW. This sent landlords across America into a frenzy. Many unilaterally breached existing contracts with rival agencies, even at risk of litigation, to reclaim their listings and transfer them exclusively to Gauss Rental. Though Americans might struggle with advanced mathematics, they grasped this simple arithmetic instantly, and concluded unequivocally that entrusting their properties to Gauss Rental was the only rational choice. Real estate firms across America, however, watched these announcements with mounting dread. Gauss Rental plays no fair game, they lamented. It could have dominated us honorably, yet chose instead to bludgeon us with sheer capital. Was this not outright bullying? Gauss Rental website apologies. But wealth truly grants absolute license. In a capitalist society like America, where money reigns supreme, the strategy of burning capital to seize market share had thrived for centuries offline. Historically, it was they who wielded financial and political clout to crush others. Now subjected to the same tactic online, they recoiled in outrage. They urgently summoned their institutional backers, pleading for countermeasures. Yet the landowners who controlled America's real estate assets viewed the upheaval as beneficial. Though rents dipped, property values surged, making them unexpected beneficiaries of this digital storm. Still, no one ever refused surplus wealth. Denied the opportunity to invest in Gauss Rental, they simmered with quiet resentment. They attempted to take their own real estate brokerage firms public, intending to deploy the raised capital in a scorched earth funding war against Gauss Rental. Most incensed of all was Sun Haofu, the secure-born tech magnate. His time-tested characteristic approach had never failed. Even the most defiant founders inevitably chose conciliation over confrontation when faced with an overwhelming rival. Yet Elgaos proved immune to his tactics, not only refusing compromise but adopting a posture of stern pedagogy, as if instructing him in fundamental business ethics. "Don't eat sour radish." Sun Haofu snapped, flustered and furious. He drew deeply on his cigar and summoned his acquisition team. "Elgaos, an expendable cast-off of General Tech, dares challenge me. Go tell every domestic American real estate firm I'll finance them, but only if they join my newly founded rental alliance network." What was mere capital expenditure to him? He possessed the means and the confidence. Through strategic IPOs and riding America's internet boom, he had amassed a personal fortune valued at over $10 billion. Deploying $12 billion to build a competitive rental platform was for him effortless. To his mind, online rental platforms represented a lucrative frontier. The $3 billion valuation of Gauss Rental stood as irrefutable proof. He needn't capture half the market. Securing just several million users would guarantee immense returns in this capital-intensive contest. As traditional brokerage owners hesitated over whether to go, Sun Haofu's investment firm proactively approached them. These were old money titans from the West Coast. Men who extracted value from every transaction, leaving nothing behind. Doing business with them demanded fortitude and a willingness to surrender one's very marrow. Naturally, they resented ceding control of their enterprises to a Sakura national. Negotiation was inevitable, and they seized every advantage without hesitation. Beyond immediate liquidity, they demanded equity stakes in the rental alliance network. Sun Haofu, utterly disarmed, surrendered half the platform's shares before launch. Expenditures ballooned far beyond projections. Hundreds of millions already spent. Even Sun Haofu, accustomed to seamless success, found himself stunned. How had the budget spiraled so drastically? With such colossal investments already committed, retreat was unthinkable. The campaign pressed forward. Sun Haofu publicly declared the formal establishment of the Rental Alliance, and the Rental Alliance network launched instantly. Its debut elevated America's rental war to fever pitch. Sun Haofu dispensed with subtlety. Every new registrant received an instant 20 cash rebate. No property listing, no lease agreement required. Simpler than Gauss Rental's offer. Blunt, immediate, irresistible. The capital fuel duel rapidly transformed into a carnival of venture capital and mass digital participation. Within weeks, the Rental Alliance network surpassed 1 million registered users, outranking Gauss Rental itself. Mr. Wang, should we increase the rebates for new users? Indeed, the internet is a fast-paced industry. Just yesterday, global media was praising Gauss Rental, and today the wind has shifted to promote the High Rent Alliance, making Gauss Rental suddenly unpopular. Wang Lei anticipated this and remained as steady as Mount Tai, smiling as he said, Is it Principal Heinous putting pressure on you? Yes, he called me today and talked for 3 hours, even suggesting that we get more funding. Hee the weasel is here to pay respects to the chicken. They merely want more shares in Gauss Rental. So should we do nothing? Now is the time to build our internal capabilities. Acquire a few housekeeping service companies. Since we are collecting service fees from tenants, we must provide them with certain housekeeping services. The higher the service level, the more projects we can offer. Gauss found Wang's words quite reasonable. However, they had just waived the service fees for all users for a year, and proposing to provide housekeeping services at this time would be akin to making a loss. Boss, can we hold off on providing housekeeping services for now? Old Gao, that's a narrow-minded way of thinking. A restaurant that merely offers low prices, but has unpalatable food and poor service will not retain loyal customers. In a situation where prices are similar, if we can offer better service, we will naturally win the support of users. Moreover, providing housekeeping services is not a money-losing business. Gauss was somewhat perplexed. While he could understand Wang's statement about retaining users despite it being a losing deal, he was confused by the claim that it wasn't a losing business. Wang Lei was very satisfied with Gauss in every aspect, but this guy's biggest shortcoming was that he had been out of touch with the masses for too long and did not understand the pain points of workers. He had to patiently say, in Silicon Valley, it's common for workers to work overtime. When they get home, they hardly have extra time to clean. They only make a quick cleanup when someone comes to visit, and being able to wash dirty clothes once a week is already quite good. Gauss agreed with this point, especially now that the internet is booming in Silicon Valley. Programmers are already a scarce resource. In addition to their regular work and overtime, they also spend a lot of time on socializing at the company. In Silicon Valley, there are almost daily parties hosted by companies, and having celebrities perform is a common occurrence. Many internet founders even sleep at their offices. Our housekeeping company provides a basic full house cleaning service once a month. For premium users, we can offer it twice a month, and all these services are provided for free. Once they become reliant on this service, 2 free cleanings a month will surely be far from enough. At that point, we can inform them that they can purchase more full house cleaning services from our official website, even expensive housekeeping services like lawn maintenance, pest control, and roof repairs. Hearing this, Gauss suddenly understood humans are never satisfied creatures. Once accustomed to a good life, they naturally do not wish to experience the hardships of life again. When they can enjoy full house cleaning for just $19.9, they will definitely be willing to pay for this service. Of course, the profit margins here are very limited. The most expensive thing in the beautiful country is labor costs, and perhaps the profit per order is less than $1. But what does it matter if profits are low? As an internet company, Gauss Rental's valuation is never based on net profits. Investors care more about a company's revenue and income structure than profits. Once we have housekeeping income, it will undoubtedly bring a significant amount of revenue to Gauss Rental each year and create an additional revenue stream. In the future, we might even separate the housekeeping company and take it public. Housekeeping internet, who dares to say there is no future? Thinking of this, Gauss sincerely praised Mr. Wang. You are a business genius. I will immediately start looking for a housekeeping company. Meanwhile, Sun Fuhao encountered the second major problem since the establishment of the Rental Alliance network. He called the poor founder by Shoutao to his office and erupted in anger. I gave you 10 million users and you only completed over 1,000 transactions in 1 month. Sun Fuhao suppressed the urge to curse the other as useless. The Rental Alliance network also adopted a strategy of waiving service fees, and regardless of how many deals were made, they would not earn any revenue. But only completing 1,000 deals is that justifiable. It should be known that the offline store employees of the Rental Alliance add up to more than 1,000. With fewer completed orders than the number of employees they are supporting, how can he not be angry? Even if one person were to close a single deal, it should be more than 1,000. Moreover, with a user base of 10 million, even if a few watchdogs were tied at the door, it shouldn't result in this number. This founder could only pitifully plead, "Boss, we started the company a bit late, and Gauss Rental snatched away the interested users first." Many of the over 1,000 transactions were contributed by areas not covered by Gauss Rental. You can rest assured that as our promotion deepens, the number of transactions on the website will surely explode. Are you saying that Gauss Rental's first mover advantage is why you have so few transactions? Yes, and another reason is. At this point, the founder began to hesitate. What is there that cannot be said openly? Well, largely it's because our franchisees have too many problems. Nowadays, the entire group is like a loose sand, and in the eyes of users, our reputation is not very good. Sun Fuhao immediately seized on the crux of the issue. It was these incompetent franchisees who were dragging them down. The offline real estate agents that had been acquired were mixed in quality, and many considered themselves above the rental business. They used to look down on the commission from rental business. Now, after being acquired, and with the service fees waived, they are even less motivated. These people are more willing to sell interested users to second-hand landlords and scam money from customers together with the second-hand landlords rather than give their performance to the Rental Alliance network. Our headquarters complaint hotline is about to be overwhelmed. A bunch of incompetent teammates. Sun Fuhea's heart ached. He was burning money to improve data, but now there were no transaction data. Didn't that mean over $600 million were wasted? He was acutely aware that he could not allow a group of incompetent teammates to deteriorate unchecked. No amount of capital infusion would resolve the underlying issues. As Sun Haofu pondered a solution, the founder of the Rental Alliance received an unexpected phone call, shattering his train of thought. A hurried report crackled through the line. The founder's face instantly darkened, his features tightening with urgency. What's happened now? Representatives from the BBB Association have just arrived at our headquarters claiming they've received a flood of consumer complaints. The BBB Association, the Better Business Bureau, functioned as America's de facto consumer protection body. Though it wielded no legal or administrative authority, the BBB accepted consumer grievances, compiled them into corporate credit reports, and publicly issued fraud alerts. Once placed on the BBB's blacklist, the Rental Alliance's commercial reputation would collapse overnight, not only derailing its IPO prospects but casting grave doubt on whether the public would ever trust it again. Especially after the internet took root in America, the BBB launched its own official website enabling consumers to file complaints directly, each one meticulously logged and archived. With a single glance, Sun Haofu signaled his assistant, who immediately pulled up the BBB's official site. A search for Rental Alliance yielded a cascade of complaint records. Scrolling down revealed page after page, second, third. Over 99 verified complaints. Sun Haofu's cheeks flushed crimson with rage. Out of more than 1,000 completed transactions, such an avalanche of grievances had erupted. Had he not known the true nature of those individuals, he might have suspected sabotage by a rival. Quickly, tell me exactly what these users are complaining about. His assistant held his breath, pausing before replying. Most allege fraudulent practices, deceptive loan offers with interest rates far exceeding advertised terms. Some agents demanded bribes, while others levied unauthorized brokerage fees. Sun Haofu finally grasped the crux of the crisis and understood why, despite aggressive outreach, fewer than 1,200 transactions had materialized. With such parasites embedded within replicating Gauzy Rental's generous policies was utterly impossible. He realized his gravest misstep had been prioritizing speed over prudence, rushing into partnerships with real estate intermediaries without due diligence. Having grown accustomed to a life of effortless privilege, heaven-sent meals, how could they willingly accept lower wages and greater workloads? When the company refused raises, they simply devised their own schemes to extract money. Though lacking grand intellect, they possessed no shortage of street-smart cunning. In the pre-internet era, users who'd gained minor advantages might have quietly swallowed their losses, but this was a new age. These users were native digital citizens. Forums and complaint portals offered instant, effortless outlets for outrage. Every grievance now surfaced instantly. At that moment, Sun Haofu turned to his assistant. Contact the largest user forums. Pay them to moderate the commentary. Confident in his own influence online, Sun Haofu assumed the forums would grant him deference. But he had miscalculated. The very forums he sought to control were secretly backed by Wang Lei the tycoon. Moderation was indeed attempted, but only halfway. Attempting to silence dissent under such circumstances only inflamed fury. Soon onlookers flocked en masse to join the condemnation of the Rental Alliance. As the crisis spiraled beyond control, Sun Haofu summoned the Rental Alliance's other shareholders to an emergency meeting. These old money investors clearly failed to grasp the severity. "Shao Sun, what's so urgent that you called us all here?" "Indeed. I was sunbathing on my private island and barely had time to change into a suit." Sun Haofu's pent-up fury reached its zenith. He slammed the entire stack of complaint letters onto the conference table. "Look at what your people have done." The old money investors recoiled in shock. Sun Haofu's gaze burned with predatory intensity. Exchanging uneasy glances, they reluctantly picked up the printed documents. They hadn't expected what followed. The contents left them utterly speechless. They now recognized the peril. Without decisive action, the Rental Alliance wouldn't just forfeit its IPO windfall. The entire platform risked total annihilation. How could they possibly do this? "My staff would never act this way. We've always maintained strict oversight." Sun Haofu fell silent. Were they implying that employee corruption had only emerged after his acquisition? He conceded his takeover had been hasty, but these elders were hardly blameless. "The question is, what do we do now? Otherwise, every dollar we've invested will vanish into thin air." The elders exchanged knowing, dismissive smiles. Having wisely cashed out a sizable sum from Shao Sun earlier, their personal stakes in the Rental Alliance's success or failure were negligible. Of course, such candor remained unspoken. Decorum demanded at least the appearance of concern. "Here's my proposal. We divide responsibilities to clean house internally. spend modest sums to pacify aggrieved users, compel corrupt employees to reimburse our losses, and if they resist, pursue legal prosecution and arrest. Within 24 hours, our teams can suppress every online complaint. Sun Haofu nodded, acknowledging that given their extensive networks and deep-rooted influence across America, such a timeline was indeed feasible. Yet he felt a profound ache, hundreds of millions of dollars invested yielding nothing but ruin. Moving forward, we'll enforce rigorous governance, issue a formal apology on the Rental Alliance site, accompanied by a comprehensive compensation plan. It took considerable effort for the group to finally calm Sun Haofu. Alas, what a waste of 10 million users. We could have executed this flawlessly, leveraging them to overtake competitors. Instead, we're spending more than Gaussy rentals with far weaker results. In mere moments, over 1 million active users have already deleted their accounts. Shao Sun consider this differently. If such misconduct has surfaced here, Gaussy rentals is almost certainly riddled with similar rot. Rather than introspect, why not probe their vulnerabilities? Sun Haofu couldn't help but admire the elders' cynical pragmatism. They projected their own malfeasance onto others, masterfully deflecting blame and smearing rivals. His own thoughts began to stir, shifting, recalibrating, seeking new angles. Sun Fuhao rubbed his hands together, eager to make a bold move. He snapped his fingers, and his assistant quickly contacted several well-known corporate spies. These spies did not disappoint Sun Fuhao's expectations, swiftly uncovering some employees' misconduct at Gauss Rental. Compared to the Rental Alliance, Gauss Rental's issues were significantly fewer. This can be attributed to El Gao's exceptional management skills. Although El Gauss was somewhat arrogant, he was the regional president of General Motors, making him one of the more prominent figures among regional leaders. What he was doing now was merely replicating past successful experiences, which was naturally not a difficult task. The founder of the Rental Alliance website, whom Sun Fuhao had personally promoted, was among the first batch of internet programmers. Besides his successful entrepreneurial experience, he had little else to offer. Sun Fuhao initially hoped to leverage his understanding of the internet to gain an advantage, but he overlooked the complexity of management and real estate enterprises. Have these people find more evidence to criticize Gauss Rental. If there's no evidence, let them create some. What he did not know was that El Gauss had already anticipated their moves. As a former member of their ranks, El Gauss understood the tricks of the American people better than anyone else. To avoid falling into the same trap, he began self-examination as soon as the Rental Alliance incident occurred. Fortunately, many within Gauss Rental were newcomers to the industry. To motivate employees, they offered substantial salary incentives, and Gauss Rental had not yet rotted to the core. Even existing issues were not major problems. Some violators were quickly taken away for investigation by the Internal Affairs Department. Before Sun Fuhao could take further action, Gauss Rental released a self-inspection report. Gauss Rental surprisingly disclosed a series of issues involving internal personnel and promised to provide double cash compensation to all affected users. The attitude expressed in this announcement was much better than the perfunctory Rental Alliance. El Gauss even accepted media interviews for this. In front of the camera, he apologized to everyone for the issues at the rental website. Watching El Gauss bowing apologetically on the television, Sun Fuhao was nearly infuriated. Bowing was a traditional skill of their Sakura people. When had El Gauss learned it so well? It suddenly occurred to him that El Gauss was the president of General Motors for the Eastern region and had been profoundly influenced by Sakura culture. We have deeply recognized our mistakes. To better serve our users and compensate each Gauss Rental user, we are launching a user tier system that allows every user to enjoy our free home service. Free home service. Not only were the reporters on site taken aback, but Sun Fuhao in front of the television also couldn't fathom what El Gauss was up to. We will provide every full rental user with a monthly deep cleaning service, including kitchen utensil disinfection, toilet cleaning, and laundry. Users can freely schedule cleaning times on our website. As users' tiers increase, the number of free services per month will also increase. The reporters present were astonished that renting a house could come with such free home services, filled with both excitement and skepticism. Sir, is the complete suite of home services really free? If everything is free, won't the cleaning service be done hastily? El Gauss candidly replied, of course it's not free in the true sense. Our rental website charges a service fee from users, so we must provide real services, not find ways to squeeze more money from them. The reporters chuckled knowingly. It was evident that El was subtly mocking his competitors. Our management at Gauss Rental has always been strict. Each time home service is rendered, users can rate the service and can even request a better cleaning staff. Naturally, the more positive reviews the cleaning staff receives, the more jobs they get, and thus their pay increases. Everyone nodded. This internet home service model indeed sounded much more advanced than the traditional model. They believed that if Gauss Rental truly launched home services, it would surely revolutionize the home service industry. Sun Haofu naturally realized this too. He had to admit that some people understood the correct play in the internet game better than he did. He was extremely frustrated that he missed the fast train of Gauss Rental. Now that Gauss Rental was entering the home service sector, the market valuation was likely to soar. He did not want to miss this new trend of home services combined with the internet and contemplated using the same old tactics. However, he quickly abandoned this idea. On one hand, the funds in the Rental Alliance's account could not withstand his reckless antics, and on the other, he did not want to repeat the mistake of acquiring a bunch of useless allies. Our focus now must still be on attracting new users and closing transactions. Let's have the team relentlessly bring in new users and improve transaction data. Sun Fuhao had invested in more than one or two internet companies. He knew that internet data could be inflated. Once instructed, some people could quickly produce satisfactory data. He no longer expected the Rental Alliance website to overturn Gauss Rental. He only thought about finding a buyer to safely exit. The next day, news outlets across America were fervently praising Gauss Rental. Gauss Rental has made people realize that service and sincerity are the winning strategies in the internet industry. Gauss Rental will again revolutionize an industry. Gauss Rental is attempting a technological revolution in the home service sector. Within just one day of going live, it has destroyed decades of efforts in the traditional home service industry. Gauss himself was unaware of the immense power this decision would reveal. CEO, we've hit another surge in orders. Gauss Household Services urgently needs to expand its workforce. Hearing the vice president of household operations shout excitedly over the phone, Gauss felt both elated and stunned. This was in fact the third time this quarter that Gauss Household Services had requested a workforce expansion. Back-end orders were perpetually at capacity. Cleaning staff routinely worked 12-hour shifts, and even newly trained employees, barely days into their onboarding, were deployed immediately. Gauss was compelled to acquire several mid-sized reputable household service firms. As Mr. Wang had anticipated, tenants of Gauss Rentals, having experienced a full house cleaning service, swiftly became devoted patrons of Gauss Household Services. Not only was the service attitude impeccable, but, most critically, the price for a full house cleaning was substantially below the market average, just $19.99 for a studio apartment. 5 sessions cost only $100. Having already saved significantly through all-inclusive rentals, these online tenants saw no hesitation in spending that extra $100. Back-end analytics revealed that nearly 98% of Gauss Rentals tenants booked 4 to 5 full house cleanings within their first month. Even affluent homeowners with luxury estates began adopting Gauss Household Services to trim unnecessary expenditures. Its user base surged exponentially, and its application scope far surpassed that of Gauss Rentals. After all, one may choose not to rent, but cleaning, cooking, and elder care are daily necessities. Affordable, reliable, and efficient Gauss Household Services captured the enthusiastic embrace of the American public upon launch. Its registered user count soon eclipsed that of Gauss Rentals. Initially, Gauss had paid little attention to Gauss Household Services. As a former industrialist, he favored businesses delivering tangible, immediate returns. Yet Gauss Household Services shattered his long-held skepticism about internet ventures being unprofitable. Due to low pricing and high labor costs, Gauss Rentals averaged a mere 35 net profit per transaction. Under traditional regional service models, such margins would prompt an owner to abandon ship by day 2. Yet Gauss Household Services compensated with sheer volume. Its operations now spanned the entire United States. On weekdays, average orders effortlessly surpassed 10,000. On weekends, they surged past 100,000. While Gauss Rentals remained in burn rate mode, Gauss Household Services had already begun generating substantial profits. If this pace continued, Gauss believed its annual net profit would soon exceed $100 million. At the internet sector's typical 100-fold P/E ratio, this implied a valuation exceeding $10 billion. Originally conceived as a customer retention tool, and from inception a subsidiary feature of Gauss Rentals, Gauss Household Services was never intended to stand alone. Yet now it clearly possessed the potential for independent listing. At that thought, he told the emotionally charged VP on the other end of the line, "I'm allocating an additional $50 million to your budget, whether through acquisitions or accelerated recruitment and training, double Gauss Household Services scale in the shortest possible time." Hearing those words, the VP of Household Operations erupted with uncontainable joy. From its inception, Gauss Household Services had been treated as a stepchild, budgets and resources consistently prioritized for Gauss Rentals' marketing department. Now finally receiving the CEO's full endorsement, it was nothing short of momentous. Gauss Household Services' extraordinary performance ignited renewed fervor across the U.S. startup ecosystem. Public reverence for the internet had reached fever pitch. Any industry associating itself with digital innovation seemed instantly transmuted from dung into gold. Even underwear manufacturers and men's razor brands launched proprietary websites. As the parent company of Gauss Household Services, Gauss Rentals reignited investor enthusiasm. Gauss Rentals had become a ubiquitous term across global financial publications. The Wall Street Journal lauded the internet venture in effusive terms. The most commercially promising internet brand of the 20th century. a paradigm of seamless integration between cutting-edge technology and brick-and-mortar markets. No voice dared dissent. Such accolades sent investment institutions worldwide into a frenzy. In their praise, Gauss Rentals had morphed, almost mythically, into a force capable of toppling Microsoft. Bill Gates himself was exasperated. You're free to admire them. But must every startup aspire to dethrone me? At that moment, the world's richest man was profoundly unsettled. It wasn't that Microsoft was faltering. It was thriving beyond expectation. Within 1 month of its release, Windows 97 had sold over 1 million copies. Recall that genuine Windows licenses commanded premium prices. Even with discounts, each copy still cost well over $100. Merely selling operating systems, Microsoft had generated over $100 million in revenue in a matter of weeks. Many analysts projected its annual sales would breach the $10 billion threshold. Microsoft's market capitalization soared accordingly, until abruptly an inescapable complication emerged. Netscape delivered a formal legal notice initiating litigation on grounds of unfair and predatory competition. Microsoft received similar suits annually, most quietly settled before gaining traction. This time, however, the plaintiff was Netscape, the erstwhile first internet stock, still commanding over 60% of the browser market. Just last year, Netscape had acquired Webnovel, a dedicated browser development firm, for $400 million plus equity. Following the acquisition, Netscape bundled Webnovel's technology with Windows 97 for distribution, seizing a significant share of Netscape's own market. Yet this move enraged Netscape's institutional backers. Litigation alone didn't trouble Gates. He had ample confidence to stall proceedings for 1 or 2 years until Netscape collapsed under its own weight. Even if Microsoft lost the case, it would have already won the market. Paying nominal damages would merely serve as salt in Netscape's wounds. What truly troubled him was a U.S. senator declaring Microsoft guilty of monopolistic abuse and proposing a formal antitrust investigation. Antitrust scrutiny was no trivial matter. Recall how the Paramount decree dismantled Hollywood's oligopoly. Once dominant studios fragmented overnight, their recovery still incomplete decades later. Gates refused to let the empire he'd painstakingly built be forcibly dismembered. Just as Gates pondered how to silence the congressman, his assistant whispered in his ear, "Sir, we have finally tracked down who is behind the support for Ergeos venture. It wouldn't be another shell company, would it? The identity of Ergeos backers is very mysterious. The wealthy individuals from Wall Street and the beautiful nation were all keenly interested in investing in Gauss Rental. As the richest man, Gates was no exception. He, like many others, wanted to uncover the supporters behind Ergeos and acquire shares from them. With such a hot project, who would be willing to sell at this time? Of course, if the other party's background was not formidable enough, he had many ways to make them willingly hand over their shares. We haven't investigated the background of the shell company. Instead, we have taken a different approach by surveilling Ergeos residents." Gates raised an eyebrow at this. "What have you found?" The assistant produced a sealed envelope. Inside was a photo of Ergeos greeting a certain important figure at the company entrance. "You only captured a picture of the back of someone's head and think that person is Ergeos' boss. Sir, don't you think this silhouette looks a bit familiar?" Gates examined it closely, and he had to admit that it did resemble someone from his memory. "Is that Wang Lei? Which company in the beautiful nation works most closely with Wang Lei?" Naturally, Microsoft took the lead. The first order that Howda Electronics received after its restructuring came from Microsoft. It was precisely by becoming a partner of Microsoft that Howda secured the capital to develop the Howda MP3. Even now, Microsoft remained Howda's largest distributor. "Yes, it is indeed Mr. Wang. Although our people did not capture his front view, we can be sure that he is the largest shareholder of Gauss Rental." Gates found this amusing. In his mind, Wang Lei had risen rapidly in the past 2 years, and before digesting the acquisitions in Dongzhou, he was already making such bold moves. Although he knew better than to underestimate Wang Lei's capabilities, he still hesitated and asked, "Do you have any solid evidence?" "We investigated Ergeos' life. He had been sailing smoothly before General Motors until he took a major hit during the acquisition of Daewoo Motors. It is said that after being fired by General Motors, he sought out Wang Lei for help. Are you suggesting that Ergeos viewed Wang Lei as his last lifeline, and Wang Lei provided him with startup funds? That does align with that person's unconventional style of doing things. What a remarkable business talent. Just the thought that the other party might earn hundreds of millions from this investment made it hard for Gates to hide his envy. At this moment, Gates had persuaded himself. He suppressed his complex emotions and ultimately decided to make a private call to his old friend Wang Lei. "Lee, long time no see. I heard you're in Silicon Valley. Would you be interested in coming to my mansion for a gathering?" Wang Lei immediately recalled that Gates had a whale shark in his mansion. The whale shark is one of the largest creatures in the world, and it is said that one must pay $30,000 to have a glimpse of it. You're not suggesting you want to charge me an entrance fee to the house of the future, are you? Of course not, we are friends and partners. How about today? If you're interested, I can let you feed the whale shark up close. Wang Lei had to admit that capitalists in the beautiful nation really knew how to play the game. Forget it. Flying from Los Angeles to Washington takes at least 4 hours. Just tell me what you need directly on the phone. Is Gao's rental you're doing? Wang Lei was not too surprised. It was only a matter of time before the identity of the backer was revealed, though it happened much quicker than he had anticipated. Yes, are you trying to force me to sell Gao's rental to you? No, you've misunderstood. I don't have that kind of power. I just wanted to ask if there would be an opportunity to invest in the next round of financing. Even Gates had to admit that Wang Lei was no longer the inexperienced kid he once was. If he wanted to target him, he really needed to weigh the consequences. In terms of wealth, Wang Lei might not have much less. You want to invest in Gao's rental? Yes, tell me who in the beautiful nation can resist the temptation of becoming a shareholder in Gao's rental. That's easy to say. The next round of financing for Gao's is likely to happen in the coming months. This thing is a money guzzler. Upon hearing this, Gates felt a lot better. He couldn't help but be glad that his relationship with Wang Lei was still decent. Nowadays, there were countless people wanting to invest in Gao's, and all institutions and individuals were waving cash waiting for Zhao's favor. Getting in was a big issue. I have another question I want to ask you. Although Wang Lei was his junior, Gates still wanted to hear his thoughts. Is it about the monopoly investigation into Microsoft? Gates was taken aback. The monopoly investigation had not yet been confirmed, and only a few people knew about it. Wang Lei's question made Gates feel that Wang Lei was even more inscrutable. Yes, you are still a shareholder of Microsoft. What do you think we should do to prevent triggering a monopoly investigation now? Microsoft is currently the highest valued publicly traded company in the beautiful nation. In many eyes, it is a piece of prime meat. The so-called monopoly investigation is far from being as simple as it seems. It is nothing more than someone wanting to force him to sell his Microsoft shares and relinquish control. Solving 1 or 2 congressmen does not address the root problem. Gates and Wang Lei both understood this well. The points they attack Microsoft on are merely taking advantage of its monopoly position for unfair competition, and the fact is that Microsoft holds at least 90% of the market share in the system market. Are you suggesting bring the market share down to below 50%? Upon hearing this, Gates couldn't help but laugh out loud. Buddy, are you joking with me? Do you think I would voluntarily give up the market? I would rather break up Microsoft. We have an old saying in Longua, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. You know very well that their goal is not to split Microsoft. They merely want to force you to hand it over. Wang Lei clearly remembered that in 2000 Microsoft was found guilty by the courts of the beautiful nation, and was nearly split up, but this matter ultimately ended without a resolution and Gates retained less than 2 points of the shares. These words struck a chord with Gates. Microsoft was everything to him. Without it, what could he do? Go farming? The thought of leaving Microsoft in disgrace to return home to farm made Gates feel furious. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Rather than lose control of Microsoft, he would rather destroy it himself. Just as this thought emerged, Gates quickly calmed down, an involuntary chill creeping down his back. This kid Wang Lei almost led him into a pit with just a few words. Perhaps the people behind the congressman indeed have thoughts about Microsoft, but that would be the worst-case scenario. Microsoft is currently the highest valued stock in the U.S. market, the world's largest enterprise, and he himself is a world-renowned billionaire only capable of bullying others. For others to bully him, they would need to exert considerable effort. He was confident that he would not easily back down. Handing over control is an impossible task. Wang Lei was clearly trying to amplify his fears, and there must be ulterior motives behind it. Gates pondered for a moment and smiled as he said, Lee, if I were 10 years younger, perhaps I would truly be swayed by you. You asked me for ideas. I suggested the most effective and rapid approach. Now that I've spoken, you don't listen. When you do listen, you don't act. Gates was scolded by Wang Lei, who was relentless in his reasoning. If it were someone else, Gates might have slammed the phone and kept a record, but now he could only smile and say, You go ahead and continue. If you don't say, how would I know whether I would act on it or if I could do it well? Okay, I will tell you, you remember. Gates was speechless and could only patiently listen as Wang Lei continued. You have actually made the biggest mistake. What mistake? You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. Look at me. My industries are not limited to technology, finance, real estate, or the internet. I do whatever is profitable and I succeed in everything I do. Now look at you. What else besides Microsoft is widely recognized? Gates actually knew this point well and had been trying to invest in other industries. It was just that his results weren't as remarkable as Wang Lei's. So what do you mean? Seeing the billionaire's curiosity piqued, Wang Lei slowly said, You give me some money and we will jointly acquire Apple. Upon hearing this, Gates scoffed, saying, What a terrible idea. Apple is no longer the Apple it used to be. It has been incurring massive losses over the past few years, and only after Jobs returned did its finances improve slightly. Jobs is currently thriving with the imitation HDMP3 and his partnership with D. Meng. If you really want me to invest, you might as well sell me a bit more of Howard's shares. Gates was stating facts. After driving out Jobs, Apple fell into a prolonged operational crisis, changing CEOs 3 times in 5 years. These 3 CEOs messed up multiple flagship products, and amidst this chaos, Apple teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. It wasn't until Jobs stepped in to return to Apple that, by a stroke of fortune, they began to venture into the sinking MP3 market. The sinking market in the United States is not easy to navigate. Howard firmly holds the first-mover advantage and is a benchmark in the U.S. MP3 market. Both could only engage in a price war. In terms of price, while D. Meng's products may be a bit ugly, they have greater advantages. In short, Apple's finances have improved somewhat, but they haven't reached the point where Gates would invest without hesitation. Mr. Billionaire, have you ever considered that Apple has the potential to become a competitor of Microsoft? Your Windows system and Apple system are originally derived from the same lineage. Wang Lei was being quite polite by saying derived from the same lineage. There are rumors that Microsoft was once a service provider for Apple, specifically creating software for Apple. However, Gates took advantage of the RD convenience to emulate Apple's system and developed the Windows system. Then he turned to collaborate with other computer manufacturers, causing Apple to lose its position as a computing giant and degrade year by year. At this point, Gates also understood Wang Lei's meaning. If Apple could resume system development and he unwittingly made some hasty decisions that relinquished a bit of the market, it would be difficult for people to challenge Microsoft in the name of market monopoly. Seeing that Gates had stopped refuting, Wang Lei knew he had hooked him and continued to guide him gently, saying, Apple's current market value is at most $25 billion. I will take a loss and invest $5 billion for a 50 stake, and the remaining shares will all be yours. Gates was speechless. Wang Lei's calculations were hitting home. Old Gates, you can't calculate it this way. If you really get sued for monopoly and accidentally lose, those people will force you to concede, and at that point your losses won't merely be $20 billion. And now you only need to spend $20 billion to resolve this pressing issue. In the future, Apple might continuously create value for you. With Microsoft in your right hand and Apple in your left, the entire system market would still belong to you, old Gates. You could say that Gates truly found some logic in Wang Lei's words. If $20 billion could resolve this potential major crisis, it would indeed be a one-time solution. However, he now understood Wang Lei's plan and wondered why he should let Wang Lei take this advantage. He could just secretly acquire Apple himself. Wang Lei seemed to have seen through his inner thoughts and said directly, Old Gates, don't have other thoughts. Without me, you certainly can't successfully acquire Apple. Even if you did pay a hefty price to acquire Apple to become a system giant, it still has to get past Howard's hurdle. Howard is also developing an operating system, and no matter what product comes out, it will always be a step ahead of Apple. The reason for acquiring Apple is entirely because both Wang Lei and Gates need a proxy in the beautiful country. Gates knew that what Wang Lei said was the truth, and he needed a powerful ally. No one was more suitable for cooperation than the Wang family. Wang Lei could bypass him to support a major electronics brand in beautiful country. But he could not achieve his goals without Wang Lei. Let's not forget that Wang Lei was also a major shareholder of Qualcomm. Thinking of this, Gates couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Wang Lei's seemingly chaotic acquisitions were actually strategically positioning the industrial chain in beautiful country. Now Apple was merely the final link in his chain. If Wang Lei truly succeeded in his plans, Apple would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. The key point was that both parties had the same goal. They needed a white glove as a backup. Only shared interests could create a community. With this thought, Gates smiled and said, Lee, I think you would be better suited as a politician. Your lobbying skills make it seem like a business that suffered a huge loss is actually me gaining a great advantage. Facing the compliments from the wealthiest man, Wang Lei replied without hesitation, Old Gates, you indeed gained a significant advantage. If it weren't for the fact that you are the wealthiest in tech stocks, you wouldn't even qualify to cooperate with me. Although it was the truth, it was hardly pleasant to hear, and Gates could only laugh awkwardly. My funds can be transferred at any time. How do you plan to acquire Apple? Of course, I will short sell first, then buy back at the lowest point. Rest assured your funds will be used wisely. Upon hearing this, Gates couldn't help but get goosebumps. Wang Lei had indeed set his sights on Apple. Short selling was not something one could do on a whim. He immediately thought of Howard, which had not made any new moves for a long time. Could it be that Howard had made some breakthrough in research and development? As the wealthiest man in the tech sector, Gates knew very well that the current technological dilemma for MP3s was that the chip configuration could not keep up. Everyone knew that the only way to upgrade MP3s was to enlarge the screen and incorporate more entertainment functions, but the challenge lay in how to fit a multitude of integrated chips into such a small space. To mass-produce such chips, more advanced lithography machines were required. Could it be Gates quickly dismissed this possibility in his mind. If giants like the IMF, Philips, and Sony could not resolve the lithography technology issue, could Howda from Hong Kong manage it? If Howda could indeed produce lithography machines, he and Wang Lei would directly lose their bet. If Howda produced lithography machines, a market value exceeding Microsoft's would not be mere fantasy. Wang Lei had no intention of explaining further. Just wait and see the price of Apple's stock drop. All right, I will await your good news. After hanging up, Gates' mood improved significantly, while on the other end Wang Lei secretly met with Elgao's. Boss, do we really need to be so cautious? It's better to be cautious. In the future, if you have nothing to do, don't always come to me. Elgao's simply smiled obsequiously. It was not that there were too many good news about Gao's rental business. He frequented visits to please his boss. So you called me today for... I need your help to acquire another large company. Elgao's, having seen quite a bit of the world, knew that for the boss to refer to it as a large company, it must have a market value of at least $1 billion. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Well, before that you need to initiate the third round of financing. Which companies do you want to bring on board? I will write a list for you. This is the last financing before going public, and we need to raise at least $15 billion. Upon hearing this figure, Elgao's felt it was not a big problem. Currently, the financing environment for the internet in beautiful country was exceptionally good, and Gao's rental business, as the most dazzling star, was not short of major investors. What surprised Elgao's was the amount of this financing. Wang Lei naturally noticed Elgao's confusion and smiled as he explained. We will use all $15 billion to purchase properties in New York and Los Angeles, then transform them into Gao's high-end apartment buildings. Upon hearing this, Gao's understood everything. Gao's rental business was indeed very popular, but one problem had been overlooked. Gao's had never owned any substantial assets. It was quite unbelievable for the largest rental company in beautiful country, and even the world, to not have its own properties. With these $15 billion, Gao's could easily leverage real estate worth several times more. Once Gao's had its own high-end apartment brand, its market value would soar, and it would be just a step away from going public. At that moment, Elgao's even thought of the slogan for Gao's rental business: going public, bringing Gao's high-end apartments to the world's commercial centers. After finishing his conversation with Elgao's, Wang Lei turned around and boarded his private jet back to the harbor city. By the time the plane landed, it was already late at night, and he planned to meet with Old Kai in the Howda district first. To his surprise, after taking just a few steps, he spotted Zhang Siki surrounded by bodyguards. Wang Lei's assistant and bodyguards all greeted her. Madam, you personally came to pick up the boss. After being away from home for a long time, Zhang Siki showed a hint of resentment. Before Zhang Siki could express her anger, Wang Lei pulled her into his embrace. You bastard, it's been so long since you went to Han country, and you didn't even think to come back and see the child. I thought you ran off with my best friend. How could I bear to leave you and the child? I indeed have a lot on my plate, as you know. Humph, don't think I don't know you went to the beautiful country to find your old classmates. Jia Yu and I only have professional ties. Zhang Siki clearly did not believe him and murmured to herself. If the Wang family wants you to branch out, I won't stop you. Even if you bring someone home, I won't say anything, but don't forget this is your home where your madam and child are. Only then did Wang Lei realize the bodyguard's earlier title was incorrect. They should simply call her madam instead of big madam. Salaries definitely need to be docked. How's the real estate company doing lately? Wang Lei deliberately changed the subject. Pretty good. The projects in the mainland are progressing steadily, but quite a few developers in Dongzhou have encountered some funding issues and have halted several major projects. Oh! Wang Lei's first reaction was that perhaps he could acquire them at a low price. However, after some thought, he abandoned the idea. One must take things one step at a time, as taking too large a step could lead to losing balance. Moreover, the real estate industry in the mainland is currently at a breakout phase. Even at lower prices, they won't drop too much. Yes, the global financial building next to our plot has been halted. Haha, that's great. We might finish the main construction ahead of them. Just thinking about how the Sakura people would miss out on the title of the tallest building in the Dragon Country made Wang Lei somewhat gleeful. I mainly came back for Howda. Upon hearing this, Zhang Siki became interested. Howda has always been under Old Kai's management, and she only knew that its various RD efforts were costly, with large sums of cash flow needing her approval every month. Of course, Howda is also very profitable. The tech industry is inherently volatile. Let's go, we'll meet Old Kai together. After finishing with Professor Lin and Chief Engineer Han, we will head home together. After a few minutes, the group arrived at the outskirts of the Howda Industrial Park. With Howda making waves overseas, the area around the park became lively, with many construction sites springing up. Even though it was already late at night, the research building was still brightly lit. Wang Lei did not advocate for a culture of overtime, but since Howda was placed on the beautiful country sanctions list, it had one foot on the edge of death. Everyone knew they had to work twice as hard to close the technological gap with their competitors. The arrival of Wang Lei and Zhang Siki made the entire park lively. "Boss, why didn't you give me a heads up that you were coming back? I could have picked you up." From a distance, they could hear old Kai's sycophantic voice. However, he was indeed dedicated, still dealing with Hao's affairs at such a late hour. "Old Kai, I rushed back as soon as I heard the news." Old Kai naturally understood why the boss was so happy. He whispered, "I'll have Chief Engineer Han and Professor Lin come to my office for a meeting right away." "Great, I had someone buy you all supper just in time for Chief Engineer Han and Professor Lin to take a break." Hearing Wang Lei say this, old Kai felt a bit envious. He wished he could enjoy this kind of treatment from the boss as well, but thinking about what Chief Engineer Han and Professor Lin were working on quickly balanced his mindset. Once Hao's RD results were announced, Professor Lin's status in the academic field would surely become extremely sought after, and as the general manager of Hauda he would also benefit. Not long after Wang Lei sat down, Han Sanqian and Lin Benjian arrived one after the other at the general manager's office. Both of them had a hint of excitement in their expressions, and even the usually serious Han Sanqian had a slight smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. "Boss, we succeeded." "Mr. Wang, I did it." Lin Benjian smiled so much he almost cried. No one believed that his immersion lithography could solve the wavelength issue of photolithography machines. But he achieved it at Hauda. The results proved that the path he insisted on was correct. He finally upgraded the technology of 193 nanometer deep ultraviolet light, successfully shortening the wavelength to 132 nanometers. This helped Hauda conquer the 193 nanometers immersion lithography technology and develop a new generation of lithography machines based on the original. Thinking about this, Lin Benjian found it miraculous. Sometimes the technical problems he couldn't solve at home would suddenly become clear, as if he had opened up his meridians once he entered Hao's RD room with ideas flowing one after another. It felt as if there was a god of technology pushing him from behind. Initially he estimated that under sufficient funding it would take at least 3 years to complete the RDU, however it was finished in just over a year. If Han Sanqian knew his thoughts he would definitely say me too. The RD room at Hauda was so magical that they didn't want to leave their studios. They even slept on the floor of the studio because while dozing off the problems that had troubled them for days could suddenly become clear. "Mr. Wang, we have also made progress on the next generation of MP3. We have completed the breakthrough in touchscreen technology, and with the immersion lithography machine modified by Dr. Lin we have created the required chip and preliminarily assembled a prototype according to the design drawings you provided." As he spoke, Han Sanqian carefully took out a small box from his pocket. Opening the small box revealed an MP4 that was just slightly larger than the size of a palm. When Wang Lei was about to turn it on for testing, Han Sanqian nervously reminded him, "Boss, this is a hastily prepared prototype and it doesn't represent the final product quality. The boot-up time will be a bit long, and the pixel quality of the color screen is very low. The image quality has not yet reached your required standards." Han Sanqian rattled off a series of issues, but when Wang Lei saw the MP4 light up he couldn't help but get goosebumps. This should have been a product of the 21st century, first released by the Gallus Rooster Country's manufacturer Ego in 2002. Moreover, Ego's MP4 didn't even touch upon this feature when it was first released. Han Sanqian was relieved that during the demonstration the machine performed well, without any issues. "Alright, you three have worked hard during this time. I've decided to hold a new product launch to announce to the world that Hauda is about to release the next generation of HD MP3. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals present were jolted into attention. For Hauda, a new product launch would undoubtedly serve as the best countermeasure against the tariff policies. It could showcase to the world that Hauda, despite facing various tariff discriminations, and under the combined pressure of the major record label in the beautiful country, still managed to overcome countless challenges to introduce a next-generation product infused with technological advancements. Hauda did not succumb to these deliberate attacks. Instead, it grew even stronger. This is what it means to earn money while standing on one's feet. However, Manager Kai quickly calmed down and dutifully reminded Boss, our product still has numerous issues that need optimization. Whether we can achieve mass production is still uncertain. There's no need to rush into a new product launch. Engineer Han and Dr. Lin also concurred. "Mr. Wang, our lithography machine is modified from the one originally purchased from Sony. We still need a significant amount of time for further upgrades. Indeed, to optimize all issues, mass production will require at least another 6 months. Everyone, my idea is to upload the video of the new product launch to our HD Music official channel, and then start online pre-orders for our MP4. MP4. Online pre-orders." The crowd felt that the name given by the boss for their new product was quite appealing. MP4 sounded significantly more advanced than MP3. What surprised Manager Kai was the idea of online pre-orders. The inspiration for pre-orders came from real estate. By collecting some deposits upfront, we can secure funding to expand our production line and cover initial costs for purchasing materials. Moreover, we can strike a heavy blow to our competitors. Due to the high tariffs imposed on Howda, the prices in the beautiful country and West State were significantly higher than in other regions, directly giving rise to a survival ground for second-rate manufacturers like Apple and Demeng. However, once Howda announces the next generation MP4, it would be nothing short of fatal for Apple, Demeng, and Samsung. It was akin to the decline of Nokia and Motorola after smartphones began to trend. The emergence of MP4 might render the MP3 market silent in just a year or two. Even if there were loyal MP3 enthusiasts, they would only opt for the more expensive Howda MP3. The more niche a hobby is, the more expensive it becomes. As long as overseas lithography manufacturers fail to complete upgrades on their machines, they cannot deliver a satisfying MP4 product. The entire market would lose confidence in the future of MP3 manufacturers. No matter how well one makes MP3, consumers will always consider the more popular MP4 first when purchasing music players. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Apple and Demeng, could even be considered a fatal message. Investors would seriously contemplate whether to continue investing in these hopeless MP3 manufacturers. The morale blow was almost devastating. Among the three manufacturers, Wang Lei was particularly curious about how Jobs would respond. Samsung, adhering to a strategy of investing more the more it loses, might redirect its focus towards developing mobile phone products. The three quickly realized Wang Lei's strategic intention. They had to admit that their thinking had been a bit too conservative. Perhaps with a change in leadership, Howda might just be another ordinary OEM. It was precisely because of Wang Lei's bold and forward-thinking ideas that Howda had managed to reach where it was today amidst skepticism. Boss, should I arrange things now? Old Kai, there's no need to rush. Let's all go home and get some rest. Tomorrow night we'll attend the launch with renewed energy. By then it will be early morning in the beautiful country, providing a little shock to the Wall Street elites who just washed their faces and got to work. The three could imagine the chaos that would ensue in Wall Street and Silicon Valley upon hearing the news. Beside them, Zhang Siki spoke in a volume only Wang Lei could hear. Darling, you're so bad, but I like it. Her sweet voice sent a jolt through Wang Lei. I'll deal with you when we get home. The next day, many foreign media reporters stationed in Hong Kong received invitations to the Howda new product launch. The entire news industry in the harbor city was shaken. A long-lost feeling returned. Howda is the pride of the harbor city. In the past, when foreigners mentioned the harbor city, they would first think of tax havens and finance, but now they occasionally mention Howda. Who says the harbor city lacks its own tech giants? Howda has become the best rebuttal to that argument. Yet under such circumstances, Howda unexpectedly faced double tariffs and the joint suppression of 6 major record labels. Fortunately, Howda's MP3 products have already set industry standards, surviving through all crises and presenting a thriving scene. Now that it was heard that Howda would hold a new product launch, the most excited were naturally the public and media of the harbor city. Many were already waiting in front of their televisions to watch the live broadcast from 2 TV stations. Meanwhile, overseas reporters immediately relayed the news back to their headquarters upon receiving the invitations. Many media giants realized that Howda might be up to something big. Could it be that Howda has developed a new product, the second generation Howda MP3? Initially, they did not take it seriously, thinking that Howda was just short on funds and planned to optimize some functions and upgrade the appearance to reap a bit more from the market. However, it was evident that they were gravely mistaken in this assumption. As the down-to-earth general manager Kai took out a small box-like MP4 player, everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath in anticipation. They saw the screen of the small box playing the most classic music video of international superstar Michael Jackson, Billie Jean. The synchronized image on the big screen, the vibrant colors, the smooth visuals, and the exhilarating music all proved that Howda had once again produced a product far beyond this era. The media from the harbor city struggled to contain their astonishment. Just look at the shocked expressions of the foreign journalists, their minds must be in turmoil. Howda did not fall under heavy pressure and once again made a technological breakthrough. The foreign media on site were not just incredulous. Some of them were almost slack-jawed. Among them was Matt, a journalist from the technology section of the Los Angeles Daily. He had recently interviewed a lithography technology expert from Texas Instruments, and he clearly remembered the expert stating that the entire tech industry was limited by the performance of integrated chips. It was nearly impossible for mobile phones to replicate certain functions of computers. In such a small device, watching videos seemed nearly impossible. The expert had emphatically stated that whoever could make breakthroughs in lithography technology would ignite a technological revolution. But now what was he witnessing? He saw the technological desert of the Dragon Kingdom, where an MP3 company was actually playing a music video on a small box. Could it be that the people of the Dragon Kingdom had mastered the next-generation lithography technology that plagued many Western giants? What was most astonishing was that this small box was equipped with a touch screen. Howda boldly removed all the buttons from the player, allowing all controls to be executed with just a single finger. This not only made Howda's player more aesthetically pleasing, but more importantly, it enhanced the convenience of operation. Howda completely illustrated what high technology meant with this touchscreen. The scenes often depicted in science fiction films were being realized one by Howda. Matt was very clear that just relying on this touchscreen was enough to stir a new round of technological revolution in Silicon Valley. In the future, electronic devices without touchscreens would be completely disconnected from high technology. Touchscreens would become a hallmark of an era, and Howda would once again lead a new wave of electronic fashion. He continuously replayed the resolute words of the Texas Instruments bigwig in his mind, and what he saw before him was nothing short of astounding. Matt could no longer contain himself and interrupted the plump manager's boast about their product. He stood up and loudly questioned, "Sir, you are so confident in this MP4. Could you let us come up and experience it? Otherwise, how would we know if you are deceiving us?" Many present agreed with Matt's skepticism. They suspected Howda was playing video on a big screen, while the background was connected to a DVD player for audio. And the small box in Manager Kai's hand could only display the MV images. After all, the counterpart had never demonstrated any touchscreen operations to them. Faced with the crowd's doubts, the voice of Wang Lei echoed in Old Kai's ear, "Choose 2 more journalists. They can come up to witness your next demonstration." Old Kai readily complied. Matt and 2 other foreign journalists were selected to go on stage. "Now I am going to demonstrate another feature of our player, which is the e-reader function." Old Kai exited the music playback function and opened the built-in e-reader on the screen in front of the 3 foreign journalists. Matt's eyes widened and his heart sank a little. He could confirm that the screen of the small box was indeed a touch screen. Although the transition was slightly laggy, that was merely an issue of device optimization. At that moment, people discovered that an electronic book titled Water Margin, The Outlaws of the Marsh appeared on the small box. The Harbor City journalists were puzzled. Was there an out-off story for Water Margin? Indeed there is. It's just the romantic love story of Ximen Qing and the 3 beautiful ladies, written by Lanling Xiao Sheng. The Harbor City journalists instantly understood and burst into knowing laughter. The foreign journalists were left baffled. It was just a book. What was so funny about it? Manager Kai felt overwhelmed. How could the boss give him such a book, which meant he would have to read about what May was in front of the entire Harbor City public and all the foreign media? At this point, Old Kai could only force himself to flip through a few pages of the Water Margin, The Outlaws of the Marsh. Gasps of astonishment filled the room and Matt's eyes widened. Because the MP4 actually emitted mechanical reading sounds, this small box could perform automatic reading and reporting. Does this mean that in the future, if they wanted to read, they only needed to convert books to TXT format and download them to the player for on-the-go reading? In the future, they would no longer need to hold thick books in the subway to pass the time. Traditional paper book publishers would face unprecedented shocks unless they chose to compromise and collaborate with Howda like the 6 major record companies. Just as Matt wanted to see other demonstrations, Old Kai chose to turn off the player, explaining to himself, "In addition to the reading function, we are also working hard to develop compatible minigames. Howda's MP4 will integrate various functions and bring more portable entertainment options to the public." Matt and the others were dejectedly asked to leave the stage. The Harbor City journalists were more concerned about the pricing of the MP4. "General Kai, may I ask how much the MP4 is priced? And when will it be officially released?" The pricing for the MP4 in the Harbor City is 1800 Hong Kong dollars, while in the beautiful country and some areas of the West State the pricing is $999 US. Matt immediately exploded. Why was the pricing in the beautiful country 3 times more expensive than in the Harbor City? Is Howda practicing price discrimination? This journalist friend, please don't take it too far. Who made the beautiful country and its friends set such high tariffs for Howda? We are not a charity, so the price naturally has to rise. Matt almost forgot about this matter. His voice immediately weakened. That shouldn't be a reason for your price to triple. Old Kai helplessly waved his hand. If anyone has complaints, they can write to the White House. What I want to say now is that the HD MP4 will officially be sold globally in 6 months. As a small Oriental factory, our production capacity is very limited, so we will adopt a pre-order method through our official website for early sales. Users who pre-order through the HD Music official website will be able to buy our MP4 offline in advance. The Harbor City journalists couldn't help but secretly curse Wang Fuhao as a profiteer, but when they remembered that Wang Fuhao was originally from real estate, they suddenly felt relieved. A company like Howda deserves their financial support. As Joss lay asleep in his office cubicle, he was awakened by his assistant early in the morning. "BOSS, something terrible has happened." "What is it? Is the board of directors coming for us again?" Having returned as the CEO of Apple, Joss found himself lacking the trust of the board and major shareholders. The position of Apple CEO was precarious. Within just 10 years, the company had seen 5 different CEOs, including himself. The opinions of the board members and major shareholders often clashed. While his performance in recent years had been commendable, not everyone was entirely satisfied with him. He had to thank Howda of the Hong Kong City for the MP3 that provided him with a wealth of design inspiration. By entering the MP3 industry, he had successfully alleviated Apple's deficit pressure. However, Apple's crisis still loomed large. It was not something that could be resolved overnight. Perhaps it would take several generations of products to completely dispel the doubts of the board and its shareholders. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the assistant reported urgently, 20 minutes ago Howda held a new product launch at their headquarters in Hong Kong. Joss' heart sank. Howda had always been his target to surpass, but he never expected them to release a new product so quickly. So sudden. The assistant remained silent, instead handing Joss a manuscript sent by a reporter. Joss' pupils involuntarily constricted when he saw the photo of a small square box. A colorful touchscreen direction confirmation button, video functionality, multiple entertainment features. In his eyes, any one of these features could lead a competitor to launch a new product. Yet Howda boldly integrated all these functions into a single product. This left no opportunity for competitors to reap the benefits. He instinctively said, "It's over, it's over. Our MP3 business and future development are completely doomed." Joss was not being pessimistic. He was inherently a person who never gave up or compromised, but the pressure from Howda was simply overwhelming. He could imagine the panic among the major shareholders and board members upon hearing this news. Apple could potentially face divestment and a sharp decline in market value. Without capital support, it would be almost impossible for Apple to invest heavily in research and development, even if he exerted all his efforts to persuade the board not to cut R&D projects. He lacked confidence in keeping pace with Howda's research and development progress. Howda now felt like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on him. The critical issue was that the chip performance could not keep up, and the lithography machine manufacturers in Shizhou and the beautiful country could not provide the requisite lithography technology. The major shareholders were well aware of this. He could predict that after the market opened today, Apple's stock price would surely plummet. Thinking of this, Joss felt a sense of defeat he had never experienced before. The year he was forced to sell his Apple stock, he had never felt this lost. The assistant also sensed his low mood and quietly asked, "Boss, we don't have much time to think. The shareholders might call us soon." Joss, feeling helpless, still said, "You go and select a project that is nearly complete and then leak some information. We also need to hold a new product launch." The assistant nodded. This way at least it would keep investors hopeful about Apple and somewhat mitigate the impending shock. But Joss knew very well that this was merely a mirage. Once the outside world learned that Apple's new product was not yet mature, or that the launch event did not meet expectations, Apple's stock price would completely collapse. Joss even entertained the idea of taking the opportunity to invest in Apple himself. Meanwhile, the big shareholders were indeed in disarray. They were all beneficiaries of Howda's heavy taxation, and once Apple announced its entry into the MP3 industry, the stock price quickly rebounded. Just when they thought they could continue enjoying the fruits of victory over Howda's sanctions, they heard that Howda had released the MP4. It was no longer a pure MP3 product. It resembled a multifunctional entertainment electronic device. It could play music videos, audiobooks, and games, surpassing the functionalities of Motorola and Nokia phones. Even a fool understood that MP4 would soon become popular and the market share of MP3 would be in jeopardy, not to mention that they were all extremely astute capitalists. Even though Joss and his assistant repeatedly assured that they would soon present a new product to stabilize the stock price, these individuals understood that this was merely Joss' delaying tactic. If they didn't sell now, would they get trapped with Apple? Thus, they all firmly decided to sell off Apple stocks with all their might as soon as the market opened. One of the reasons ordinary people struggle to make money in the stock market is that their channels of obtaining information are always a step slower than the wealthy. By the time they learned certain news, that information might already be outdated, having changed hands 3 or 4 times. Therefore, when the stock market in the beautiful country opened and the shareholders sat down at their desks, they saw the news of Apple's and some tech stocks plummeting. Apple's stock price fell like a cliff dive, and the wealthy eager to cash out were reckless. They believed Apple had no hope of recovering under Howda's technological leap. Some retail investors wanting to sell after seeing the news found themselves trapped with numerous unfilled sell orders in the market. At that moment, a little-known small fund from Wall Street began to buy shares, frantically purchasing as many shares as were available in the market. Due to the major shareholders' panic selling, Apple's stock price plummeted to an outrageous level. Even so, it could not prevent Apple stock from continuing its downward spiral. Joss was astonished. Who was this formidable opponent that had boldly taken the actions he was hesitating to pursue? He had not yet had the time to sell his 2 startups, and he barely had enough cash to buy back Apple shares, helplessly watching as the other party continuously raised their stake within a month. This institution not only bought Apple stocks in the secondary market, but also privately contacted several of Apple's major shareholders, acquiring a significant amount of original shares. Joss was brought to tears by the other party's financial power. Wasn't this bullying? He thought, wait until I sell my shares in the animation production company and then you'll see. What intrigued him was, besides himself, who else would have faith in this seemingly hopeless company? Unfortunately, he could only watch as the fund continued to acquire Apple's shares at a low price. The launch event for Apple's new computer did nothing to stop this farce. When a person enjoys great success, even a mere fart will attract attention. But let a company or a business mogul start to decline and see what happens. They not only have to face industry ridicule, but all past grievances are brought to light, and the online public quickly changes their stance. Apple is now in such an awkward situation. In fact, Joss' new computer design has its merits, but at this point, even if he presented a lump of gold, others would think it was a lump of dung. Apple's stock price did not improve and continued to plummet. Joss was extremely speechless about this, as he knew that thanks to his efforts and the profits from the MP3 cake, Apple's finances had never been better. Yet some newspapers claimed Apple was on the brink of bankruptcy. Seeing his once founded company reduced to this state, Joss felt nothing but endless grief. Perhaps it was time to leave this industry. Although he felt a deep reluctance, he still had many ambitions unfulfilled, but he could only bid farewell to Apple. What shall we call it? What was it again? Oh right, it's called the Golden Finger Foundation. Haven't they sent someone to connect with us yet? Joss was already prepared with his resignation letter. He knew that no matter how unwilling he was, it was time to leave. They would not allow a failure to linger in the CEO position. They would likely select several candidates from the major companies in Silicon Valley as new CEO options. This would make it easier to control and also bring some advanced elements to Apple. Boss, what shall we do if you leave? Can we really not stop being acquired? There is a not-so-viable solution, the poison pill strategy, but that's a double-edged sword, and I do not want to see Apple continue to rot. Your abilities are commendable. Perhaps you could gain the favor of the new management. With that, Joss patted his assistant on the shoulder and planned to reach out to the Golden Finger Foundation, which was engrossed in the stock market. This is Joss. I need to speak to your boss. I've already written my resignation letter, so please have him send someone to connect with me. Joss. The employee who answered took a long time to remember who Joss was. They seemed to be hunting the company he was associated with. Please hold on a moment. Listening to the busy tone, Joss felt that the other party was quite rude. This fund didn't even have a professional operator. It was only when the business personnel received the call that Elgos remembered he hadn't greeted Joss. He was busy overseeing the acquisition of Apple while negotiating with several wealthy families, and at the same time he had to focus on the third round of financing for Gauss's rental business. He temporarily forgot to communicate with Joss. Speaking of which, Joss was quite important in the boss plans. This Joss was indeed an impressive figure, the founder of Apple, who after being forced to leave created two companies that achieved great success in graphics and animation effects, producing action films that set box office records in animation. After actively volunteering to return to Apple, he successfully revived the company using the MP3 business to bring Apple back from the dead. But once he rose, he also fell. Who would have thought that the MP3 business would become the last straw that broke Apple's back? The other party's failure seemed predetermined from the start, as he was a competitor of Howda. Once targeted by the boss, there would be no good outcome. Elgos deeply understood this. With that thought, Elgos picked up the phone. Mr. Gaussi, may I ask why you called me? Joss, I apologize for disturbing you so late, but I wanted to discuss matters regarding Apple. Upon hearing this, Joss' heart jolted. If you have intentions regarding Apple, I will certainly cooperate fully if Gauss's rental business wants to invest. Compared to some unknown shabby institution, being acquired by Gauss's rental business would undoubtedly be a significant positive development for Apple. Elgos was slightly taken aback by Joss' statement. Although this institution was hastily established, being able to come up with hundreds of millions of dollars for acquisition was no small feat. Joss, however, was unaware that he had misspoken and was already considering how to regain face once he secured funding from Gauss's rental business. Joss, let me interrupt you. I am actually the founder of the Golden Finger Foundation. What? Joss' mind went blank for a moment. He had imagined countless possibilities, yet he never expected this outcome. Joss, buying Apple is no different from Gauss's rental business. I have raised $2.5 billion for the acquisition of Apple. At this, Joss felt as if he was revived. With Apple's stock price plummeting, $2.5 billion would easily suffice to buy Apple, let alone $1.5 billion. As for the remaining funds, all the remaining funds will be used as capital for Apple's resurgence. Hearing this, Joss couldn't help but laugh. Oh, truly, there is no dead end in the world. Apple itself still had considerable funds on its books, and with this money he could certainly create some groundbreaking products. Who would have thought that Apple, which had hit rock bottom, would turn around? Do you still want to resign now? Facing the question posed by Elgos, Joss hesitated. Not at all. I don't want to resign, I want to continue working. Very well, rest assured that I will provide you with the utmost support at the board meeting. Joss had no intention of ending the conversation, and after a long pause he continued. Sir, may I buy back some Apple stock? Yes, Joss knew that after the release of the Howda MP4A, he had sold all his Apple stocks the next day, along with the beautiful country consortium. Of course I'm notifying you today because I want you to catch the last train. If all goes well, I will seek media coverage tomorrow to disclose my identity as the founder of the Golden Finger Fund. Joss felt a surge of excitement at this. Elgas was currently a well-known figure in the beautiful country, a coveted asset among major Wall Street institutions. Once he publicly revealed his identity as the founder of the Golden Finger Fund, Apple would surely return to the sights of many Wall Street firms, and all investors would reassess Apple's value. Naturally, Apple's stock price would rise along with it. In this way, Elgas Investments would also see substantial gains. He would benefit from coming along for the ride. Golden Finger Fund. That name is quite fitting, Joss thought as he returned to the office. His previous despondency all but vanished. Leo, please call all project leaders to my office for a meeting. The assistant noticed Joss' change in demeanor and asked, "OSS, you're not planning to leave, are you? Our business has just begun." "I've made up my mind. The MP3 isn't viable, but we have other businesses to expand. There will be one that can restore Apple to its former glory." Joss' positive attitude also inspired the assistant, who immediately called in the Apple 13, who were already in contact with the next company. These 13 were Joss' trusted aides gathered after his return, most of whom were the backbone of their departments. Joss was not the kind of leader who would hoard everything for himself. He informed his confidants that the person behind the Golden Finger Fund was indeed Elgas. He urged them to invest all their money in buying Apple stock. The 13 aides and the assistant felt goosebumps, as they did not expect such a turn of events, and were already planning their exit strategies. If Joss had informed them a moment later, they might have already found a new place. Of course, with no need to leave now, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. "This is just the first benefit, Mr. Elgas has given us. Everyone should not dwell on past failures. We should lift our spirits and let the Golden Finger Fund, as the largest shareholder, increase its investment in Apple's research and development." At this moment, Apple was preparing numerous projects, not only the heavily criticized new computer project, but also laptops, headphones, and a total of more than 10 ongoing R&D projects. However, when it came time to make a choice, Joss also began to feel troubled. The people present were in constant debate over which project to advance. 3 days later, whispers circulated in the financial market that the Golden Finger Fund, which was acquiring Apple, was a private fund established by Elgas with a capital scale of up to $3 billion. Many remained skeptical. Apple was now a household name, and how could Elgas, a ancien millennium business genius and the pioneer of the internet full rental model, make such an unwise business decision? However, financial giants like Principal Hennis, who had close dealings with Elgas, had already begun buying in. At this time, Apple's stock price was already rapidly rebounding. Numerous reporters rushed to the Elgas rental building, hoping to corner him. Under normal circumstances, the proud Elgas would never entertain such assorted reporters, sending a worker to casually brush them off. But today, facing the barrage of cameras from numerous reporters, he pointed to a very well-connected female reporter in the crowd. "Yes, it's you. You can ask me one question. Mr. Elgas, there has been much talk in the stock market recently that the organization acquiring Apple is your private fund. Could you clarify the authenticity of this news?" "This news is true. The Golden Finger Fund is indeed a private fund I established, and the acquisition of Apple was conducted at my behest." As soon as he finished speaking, all the reporters present were struck with astonishment. No one had expected the rumors to be true. Elgas had indeed acquired Apple, which seemed to have been devalued to nothing. "What prompted you to acquire Apple? Was it to inflate Apple's stock price and profit from the price difference?" Elgas was well prepared for this and replied with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am not a blind investor, or otherwise Elgas Rentals would not have achieved today's scale. We conducted an investigation and found that Apple currently has nearly $500 million in cash, while its market value at the time of our acquisition was just over $1 billion. If it were you, would you buy it?" The reporters were taken aback. If they had truly known that Apple had $500 million in cash, regardless of where that money came from, the company's value should not have been just over $1 billion. This data is public for listed companies, but at that time everyone was focused on disparaging Apple, selectively blocking all favorable information about Apple and turning a blind eye to its true situation. "Do you believe that Apple has a bright future ahead?" Elgas rolled his eyes, seemingly finding the question incredibly foolish, yet he still patiently explained. "I currently hold an 80% stake in Apple, and my intent in acquiring it is not just for fun. To be honest, I am currently working with my team to plan an increase in Apple's R&D budget and to invest more funds through the Golden Finger Fund. In my eyes, Apple is a large corporation with significant investment potential. It has a long history and was once a leader in the office computer sector with its own operating system, which is a highly promising market that could easily sustain two companies valued at $10 billion. People suddenly began to grasp the implication. Elgas aimed to target Microsoft and stake a claim in the operating system market. After Elgas' remarks, they genuinely believed Apple had considerable commercial potential. At this time, Microsoft had a market value of several $100 billion, a significant portion of which came from its monopoly in the operating system market. As for Apple, according to the last market survey, it was estimated to have less than 3 market share based on its computer sales. Since the operating system market is an industry worth hundreds of billions, even if Apple only holds 2, that should still equate to a market value of $2 billion. All of this indicates that Apple's stock price has been significantly undervalued, and the business prodigy Elgos has keenly identified this. With the support of this commercial genius, Apple has a very bright future ahead. Many market experts reassessed Apple's market value after Elgos' public statement. At least $3 billion. Apple's longtime shareholders were speechless. It turned out they had sold at a loss. Before the incident, Apple's market value was only around $20 billion. As a result, Apple's stock price surged dramatically the next day, showing signs of doubling. Within just a few days, Apple's stock price returned to its peak before the short selling, with the upward momentum still unyielding. Gates had been keeping an eye on Apple's movements. To his surprise, Howda indeed made a significant move, causing Apple's stock price to plummet, with an MP4 press conference prompting major shareholders of Dime Alliance to withdraw their investments. Everything was unfolding just as Wang Lei and his plan had envisioned. Initially, he thought it would take at least $2 billion to acquire Apple, but in the end it only cost half that amount. What astonished Gates the most was Wang Lei's subsequent maneuver. By this time, he believed that after acquiring Apple, they would lay low and secretly develop a new operating system. However, Wang Lei boldly played the card of Elgos, making a grand entrance into Apple. The Elgos card was played beautifully. As soon as it was revealed, Apple's plummeting stock price bounced back completely. Gates felt that even if he intervened, he might not achieve such an effect. The new internet force was indeed terrifying. With this move, the money he spent immediately doubled in value. Thinking of this, Gates felt a surge of excitement, or partnering with Wang Lei was indeed the right choice. Initially, when he forked out $2 billion, he was somewhat reluctant. Now, naturally, all the resentment about being taken advantage of had vanished. While watching Apple's stock price continue to rise, he made a phone call to Wang Lei. "Lee, Apple's stock price has skyrocketed. Your maneuver was brilliant." Wang Lei chuckled disdainfully to himself, thinking that this was just the beginning. The growth of Apple's market value had only just started. "I've done all I can, Mr. Billionaire who is a partner. You can't just sit back and do nothing, can you?" Gates was about to say that he had provided $2 billion in funding. But upon reflection, he realized that cooperation should be mutual. Since the other party had played their trump card, he couldn't just sit idle. What he feared the most now was Wang Lei kicking him aside. After all, in the Goldfinger Fund, Wang Lei was the actual controller, while he could only be considered a major client of the fund. He thought for a moment and said, "You must have some sort of plan, right? What do you want me to do?" "Hee, do you remember the copyright dispute between Apple and Microsoft?" Gates certainly remembered. Apple believed Microsoft had plagiarized their system and had never let this matter go. However, in lawsuits, it's not always those in the right who win. Often the one with deeper pockets holds the advantage. What puzzled him was why Wang Lei wanted to bring this up. "What do you mean?" "I will let Elgos restart the lawsuit against Microsoft seeking substantial copyright compensation." Gates immediately became agitated and angrily said, "Lee, aren't we on the same side? What benefit is there for you if Microsoft gets embroiled in a lawsuit?" "Mr. Billionaire, don't be hasty. The lawsuit is just a formality. We can easily turn a bad situation into a good one." Gates would not listen to Wang Lei's nonsense. With every move Apple made under the spotlight, being sued at this time would not be a good thing. "I want to hear how you plan to justify that." "I will have Elgos make some noise. One day you will appear together in front of the media, officially announcing that a private settlement has been reached, with Apple paying a portion of the settlement and providing technical support for system upgrades." Gates suddenly realized that the lawsuit and settlement were secondary. The most crucial aspect was providing technical support for system upgrades. Apple's system had already fallen far behind Microsoft's, and if they wanted to regain their footing, it would certainly take a couple of years. However, if Apple provided technical support, they could quickly roll out their new system and open up the market for their systems. From there, they could achieve the goal of hitting both hands against each other. As for those shareholders, they would naturally have nothing to say. Compared to losing substantial funds in a lawsuit, those who only cared about immediate benefits would certainly understand his carefully weighed choices. Meanwhile, Apple's Jobs was still in a meeting with the 13 masters. They had yet to reach a consensus on which project Apple should prioritize. At this point, an assistant suggested to Jobs, "Boss, why don't we ask Mr. Elgos for his opinion?" "Yes, Mr. Elgos is the most outstanding business tycoon of this century. Instead of arguing here, we might as well hear his thoughts." Jobs nodded and directly called the busy Elgos. "Are you worried about this matter? I actually have an idea. Please go ahead." Elgos thought of Wang Lei's plan and slowly said, "You should restart the copyright lawsuit against Microsoft's system." Jobs said with difficulty, "Microsoft has already iterated through how many versions? We do have a legitimate claim, but winning the lawsuit without some time invested would yield no results, and the key is that suing Microsoft would require a lot of funding. In America, the costs of time and money in lawsuits must be considered, and Netscape is a great example. Although they won the lawsuit, they lost to time and ultimately exited the historical stage in despair. Don't worry, Gates doesn't want to sue you. If you propose a private settlement asking for just a small compensation from Apple and offering to help Apple develop the next generation of Apple operating systems, I'm sure he will agree. Providing technical support and financial backing. A great idea, but will that old fox Gates agree? Joss, we've been old friends for decades. Do you really want to escalate things to an irreparable state? Joss didn't expect Gates to appeal to their friendship. If Gates truly valued their friendship back then, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Joss felt a sense of satisfaction. It had been a long time since he saw Mr. Wealthy talking to him in such a humble manner. Mr. Wealthy, this isn't my idea. It's our major shareholders' demand. He calculated that Microsoft has directly and indirectly profited over $100 billion by imitating our system. Asking for a compensation amount of $1 billion isn't unreasonable, is it? Gates didn't expect Joss to be so pleased. Microsoft was a supergroup worth hundreds of billions. Would they fear such a minor threat? Normally, with Joss' current status, he wouldn't even qualify to speak to him. Any legal director could easily dismiss the other party. However, recalling the plan of working both sides against the middle, he patiently said, "Actually, we all made mistakes back then. You've indeed suffered a lot over the years. How about this? We privately subsidize Apple for the development of a new system and help them complete the system upgrade. At Microsoft, we sell computer software. In the future, if Apple wants to develop corresponding software on the new operating system, they just need to give us a shout." Gates certainly wouldn't stand by and watch Apple take such a large advantage. Once Apple's new system is ready, they will need corresponding software and internet products for their customers. Will your browser use Microsoft IE? Microsoft had originally built its foundation by assisting Apple with software, and now they certainly wouldn't abandon such a business. Joss was fully aware of Gates' calculations but felt powerless. Rome wasn't built in a day, and everything had to be done step by step. To Joss' surprise, Gates' proposal aligned perfectly with their plans. When did this guy become so agreeable? How much do you plan to compensate privately? Joss, please note, this isn't compensation, it's humanitarian support funds. If you call it humanitarian support, then so be it. But how much are we talking about? Hearing the word compensation again darkened Gates' expression. If Joss weren't the only choice for Apple's CEO, he would have wanted to call Wang Lei immediately to send someone else to negotiate. But who is he? The richest man in the world. He wouldn't get hung up on such trivialities and smiled as he said, "How about $150 million? That should be enough for you to improve the new operating system." $150 million. Joss was taken aback. This amount was more than sufficient to optimize Apple's operating system. Mr. Wealthy's generosity left Joss feeling quite conflicted. $150 million was nothing to Microsoft, which had a market value of over $100 billion. Gates noticed the change in Joss' expression and felt a bit smug, thinking that this money was well spent. Joss, fearing that Gates might backtrack, immediately replied, "All right, it's a deal. Once we receive the funds and technical support, we will withdraw the lawsuit immediately." No, Joss, you still don't understand my point. The reason we are providing such a large amount of support funds is that we hope Apple will never bring up copyright issues again. All right, we can sign a contract. With the objective achieved, Joss didn't linger. He wanted to inform his management team of the news immediately. With this substantial amount of money and Microsoft's technical support, Apple would soon be able to develop the next generation operating system. Ever since the arrival of the Elgos deity, everything had been progressing in a good direction. Gates' assistant looked perplexed as he watched Joss leave. "Boss, why are we compromising with Apple? It's just a lawsuit. Oh, we're not afraid of it." "Haha, do you think lawsuits don't cost money? Especially when all the evidence is against us. Hiring lawyers and lobbying the justices all require money. Moreover, if this matter escalates, the damage to Microsoft's reputation will be catastrophic. Have you considered how much we would need to spend on public relations?" The assistant was momentarily speechless. Public relations costs were indeed exorbitant and impossible to estimate, but it was certain that it wouldn't be a small amount. "But if we provide technical support to Apple, won't that upset the shareholders and the board?" "Humph, don't we have the business of developing software for Apple? You don't think Apple can surpass us in the operating system market, do you?" The assistant hurriedly denied. "How is that possible? Even if we give Apple 10 more years in the market, they won't surpass us." "Then that's settled. We must have confidence in ourselves." The board and shareholders indeed had little objection. To avoid spending a large sum on public relations, they felt that this humanitarian support fund was well worth it. In their view, issues that could be resolved with money were not issues at all. Perhaps the most disgruntled by the two companies choosing to bury the hatchet would be the workers below. But they had no say in the matter. This decision was made directly by the founder of Microsoft, and they had no room for dissent. The media in the beautiful country was still contemplating how to disclose Apple's intention to sue Microsoft for infringement when they received a piece of insider information. The richest man had met with Jobs multiple times, engaging in cheerful conversations while they leaned on each other. Yes, many have captured them getting into the car together, and their assistants were even carrying golf bags. The editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal couldn't help but fall into speculation. Recently, Apple had publicly stated its desire to revive the lawsuit against Microsoft, and now the two heads were together. Could the lawsuit really be a joke? Or was there some hidden secret that the public did not know? As a seasoned financial editor, he considered a possibility the richest man with his immense influence had convinced Jobs to reconcile, and the two companies might have reached some cooperation agreement. This speculation wasn't without merit. In ancient times, the two were good friends. But on the day Microsoft released its system, Jobs had confronted Gates in a fierce argument. Between men, grudges do not last overnight. As long as one side takes the initiative to make amends, even the gravest matters can be smoothed over. Going to court is not a good thing for either company, as large corporations rarely invest effort in lawsuits. Instead, reaching a collaboration between the two companies would be a win-win situation. Realizing this, he hurriedly called for a halt to the news that had not yet been finalized. The lawsuit against Microsoft by Apple is the big news for tomorrow. How can we stop it? The headline needs to be changed to "The richest man and Jobs play golf together," indicating a possible thaw in relations, perhaps leading to a series of collaborations. Is that feasible? We are not a gossip magazine. We are an authoritative newspaper, with all the maybe and perhaps. You are right, therefore we must interview Gates and Jobs before other newspapers do. This question is not difficult for the powerful Wall Street Journal, as many of their shareholders are prominent figures, including shareholders from Microsoft. While playing golf, Gates soon received a report from his assistant. "We don't need to be interviewed. Just send you to deal with the Wall Street Journal. You can reveal some key information about the cooperation, but of course everything will be subject to our upcoming joint press conference's final decision." The assistant nodded, easily handling the situation. He jogged a few steps and told the journalists blocked by the bodyguards. "Our boss doesn't have time to meet you, but we all know what you want to ask. Indeed, Microsoft and Apple have reconciled, and we will provide some technical support to Apple, while Apple will assign part of its software business to Microsoft's research and development team." Just a few sentences left the editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal feeling as if he had seen a ghost. The information contained within was vast. Microsoft and Apple had indeed teamed up. Not only had they reached a private reconciliation, but it also involved numerous collaborations. To insiders, both sides appeared highly rational, achieving the greatest returns with minimal costs. Only those of them watching the spectacle were being played around. The Wall Street Journal was undoubtedly fortunate. Their competitors would find themselves in an awkward position tomorrow due to outdated information. The next morning, many newspapers reported on Apple's lawsuit against Microsoft, elaborating on the enmity between the two over 2 full pages. Only the Wall Street Journal confidently stated that the two companies had reconciled and reached a cooperation agreement worth over $1 billion. This led to a heated debate throughout Wall Street and Silicon Valley. Some believed that Apple had fallen into decline due to Microsoft's betrayal, and now that Jobs had returned, it was impossible not to seize the opportunity for revenge. Others calmly analyzed that restarting the lawsuit would not benefit Apple much. Apple no longer needed more exposure. Currently, it was already the center of attention and had no reason to create a formidable enemy at this time. More people were eager for the drama, wishing for the two companies to immediately engage in a duel. As the bullets were about to fly, Gates and Jobs appeared together at the press conference. "Yes, we have reached a reconciliation. Microsoft will invest $400 million to acquire shares in Apple at a premium and provide technical support for Apple's new system upgrades, while Apple will assign part of its software development business to Microsoft." The media was in an uproar. They never expected that the rivalry between the two, which had lasted over a decade, would conclude in such a manner. With Microsoft's funding and technology, it was certain that Microsoft would quickly rise again. They anticipated that after today's press conference, Apple's stock price would undoubtedly rise again. As soon as Gates finished speaking, the reporters, regaining their senses, all thrust their microphones in front of Jobs. They incessantly questioned Jobs. "Apple will restructure its system business to provide better services for our computer users. All users purchasing our new Apple computers will receive free system upgrades in the future." The image of the two shaking hands made the headlines of global financial publications. The media in the beautiful country even labeled this collaboration as a great reconciliation of the century. Many newspapers praised Jobs' magnanimity and Gates' shrewd business acumen. However, what intrigued investors the most was Apple's impending major re-entry into the operating system market. Jobs undoubtedly painted a grand vision at the press conference, leaving everyone daydreaming about the new system. The share of the operating system market is enormous, worth hundreds of billions of dollars. If Apple can just slightly increase its share in this field, it would translate to tens of billions in output. Under the hype from various newspapers, Apple seemingly leaped from a company on the brink of collapse to a hot commodity in the eyes of numerous Wall Street institutions. Before Elgatos announced its acquisition of Apple, Apple's stock price had fallen to less than $1 per share with a market value below $1.5 billion. However, within a short period, the stock price of this share began to rise continuously. $2, $3, $4. When Apple's stock price surpassed $6, Gates couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over. Microsoft's stock price did not decline, but his investment in Apple had already doubled. Originally, he had reservations about technically supporting Apple, but now he wished Apple would immediately release a new system. Lee, well done. If you could pass the MP4 technology to Apple, that would be even better. Wang Lei rubbed his ears, still ringing from the shock, and complained, Gates, it's just a small profit of about $1 billion. You, the richest man, shouldn't be so flustered. It's been a long time since I hit such a great project. Gates was particularly focused on the IE browser, willing to risk a monopoly investigation to undermine Netscape because Apple's business was too singular. The internet industry was booming, and he was keenly interested. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of this call, and with a grin pressed on again. Lee, as long as Howda is willing to hand over the technology to Apple, it will undoubtedly become a significant player in the market, valued over $100 billion. This is far more than what you could earn selling MP4 slowly. You're dreaming. Don't underestimate Howda. One day, Howda's market value will surpass Microsoft. Gates dismissed Wang Lei's words as mere bravado and earnestly replied, Lee, don't you understand? Facing such heavy tariffs, the best approach for Howda is to charge technology licensing fees. You're also a Qualcomm shareholder, and Qualcomm sold its mobile business at a high price just to promote technology in Cherry Blossom. Howda should pivot to technology transfer now. You excel at RD, so focus all your efforts there. Once RD is successful, you can focus on technology licensing. Apple doesn't have tariff troubles. In the future, Apple could become your Howda's manufacturing partner. Apple is Howda's manufacturing partner. Even at this critical moment, Wang Lei found the statement quite awkward. In later years, with the increased tariffs from the beautiful country, many factories from the Dragon Country opened near the beautiful country, some even just rebranded under other countries but still sold into the beautiful country. Wang Lei indeed had a similar thought about buying Apple. The technology could be licensed to Apple, but definitely not now. Gates, don't even think about technology licensing for the next few years. Just wait and see. Howda will definitely not lose a single cent in profits. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Gates shook his head, feeling regretful that Howda was born in the Dragon Country. If they were born in the beautiful country, Howda would undoubtedly become the greatest technology company of the late 20th century, easily surpassing a market value of $100 billion with just MP3 and MP4 products. But soon he thought differently. Global online pre-orders exceed 1 million. Gates thought he was seeing things and refreshed the page repeatedly before realizing he wasn't mistaken. How long has it been since MP4 opened for pre-order to break the 1 million mark? One must know that online pre-orders require actual payments through online payment software. Even though many beauty country citizens use credit cards, it is still a tangible vote with US dollars. The price of this ticket isn't low. Pre-ordering one costs $199. This means Howda has already collected $1.9 billion globally even before the product is made. Given this momentum, it's only a matter of time before pre-orders exceed 10 million. From Gates' experience, if no suitable substitutes appear in the market, it's not entirely impossible for Howda's cumulative MP4 sales to exceed 50 million. He did a quick calculation. If the net profit for each unit of Howda was $100, then with MP4 alone, Howda could rake in billions. Wang Lei is really not boasting. The tax cannot suppress Howda from making money globally. Even the White House realized this. Although they had ordered relevant media not to report extensively on Howda's pre-sale success, the pre-order volume was an undeniable fact. Many were mocking their sanctions as a huge joke. In fact, their sanctions had sparked Howda's enthusiasm for independent RD, producing increasingly extraordinary products, even those seen in sci-fi movies. Many electronics experts in the beautiful country repeatedly watched Howda's launch event video, learning frame by frame. Sir, the experts from the 3 major semiconductor companies have conducted a thorough study and boldly made a hypothesis. What hypothesis? The elderly man holding his female assistant asked nonchalantly. Howda may have already equipped a more advanced lithography machine than the beautiful country. The elderly man was shocked. How is that possible? Are they mistaken? We know the state of the semiconductor industry in the Dragon Country. Haven't they recognized reality and crippled themselves? Though this is harsh, it is the truth. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain how Howda could produce such precise technological products. The technology level of MP4 is very high. Even if Texas Instruments, IFM, and several major factories in Shizhou combined all their efforts, they might not be able to produce such a product with their current technology. Though the European and American giants didn't want to admit it, this was the terrifying reality. What does our intelligence department say? Howda previously poached optical Dr. Lin Benjian, the dragon-descended optical expert. Yes, this doctor was not well regarded at IFM. His research was known in the industry as unconventional. Our agents discovered that Dr. Lin is highly valued at Howda, possibly helping them upgrade their lithography equipment. The elderly man couldn't help but laugh in anger. So many major factories gathered so much manpower and resources, spending so much money, and still not achieving what they did, but a small factory in the port city accomplished it using an optical expert they had overlooked. Now they are complaining about our incompetence. With taxes raised to 40, it's well known that one cannot make a profit from a single product, yet they stubbornly increased Howda's tariffs nearly doubled. Howda isn't foolish. They raised their prices twofold. Even so, Howda remains very popular in the beautiful country, being the preferred brand for the public. Moreover, they are treated as fashionable luxury goods. Almost every girl has a Howda MP3, or they will lose face among their peers. As for wanting to curb MP4 sales, that is an impossible task because globally there are no competitors. One can only buy Howda's MP4. Even if the price is raised by $2,000, it won't dampen the enthusiasm of the beautiful country's public. What should we do now, sir? Texas Instruments and IFM are demanding increased sanctions against Howda, especially several major factories from the cherry blossom and cold countries. They suspect that the Dongzhou people are violating alliance prohibitions by selling lithography machines to Howda, and they are demanding we pressure the major factories in both countries. The elderly man laughed in anger. They are merely suspicious. Without evidence, how can I apply pressure? Besides, is it too late for them to discover this? It is presumed that Howda made all preparations when launching the pre-sale. The old man with white hair is well aware of the means of the Wang family tycoon, who remains unyielding even amidst such intense sanctions. To him, it is a miracle. He even felt a hint of regret for his earlier actions, as later generations would say he had inadvertently forced out a powerful Howda. You tell those behind the big corporations that if they recklessly impose tariffs, it will only make the whole world laugh at us. I have done all I can, and now it is their problem. They should stop obsessing over conspiracies and focus on getting the next generation of lithography machines out quickly. All problems will be resolved. Upon receiving the reply from the White House, the major investors in Silicon Valley felt somewhat helpless. The old man with white hair spoke the truth. The American government has been quite supportive, but their so-called top semiconductor groups, which claim to gather global elites, resemble nothing more than a group of incompetent teammates. In the 1980s, they allowed the cherry blossoms to overtake them on the curves, and now even a private group like Howda can challenge them head-on. Having created such favorable conditions, they still find themselves falling behind step by step. They should quickly produce the next generation of lithography machines. Otherwise, we will support other semiconductor groups to compete against Howda. The pressure from behind-the-scenes shareholders made the major lithography equipment manufacturers in Europe and America feel the strain, especially the IFM, which has been burning money to develop the next generation of lithography machines, Texas Instruments and ASML, which had just gone public not long ago. Another failure. Did Howda really make a breakthrough in the wavelength of the light source? It makes no sense. We have researched for so long and still cannot take that crucial step. Where exactly is the problem? The top optical experts from Europe and America gathered together, aligning their research granularity, only to discover that everyone encountered significant difficulties with the wavelength. At this moment, an optical expert from ASML, Kelly, asked, "Where is Dr. Lin?" An IFM expert who knew some inside information replied, "I heard he couldn't make it in America and jumped ship with his entire startup team." Where did he jump to? To Howda. The optical experts present fell silent. They all realized something. It makes no sense. Lin Benjian has always been promoting wet lithography. He has no ability to help Howda with wavelength upgrades. Kelly from ASML proposed a hypothesis: perhaps all our research directions are wrong. It was Lin Benjian's breakthrough in wet lithography that enabled Howda to produce the MP4, a black technology product far ahead of its time. His words immediately drew a barrage of criticism. Do you even know what you're saying? We have always been using dry lithography, and it is the advancements in dry lithography that have led us to achieve so much. Now you say wet lithography is the right path. Kelly, are you in cahoots with that heretic? Kelly did not expect such a strong reaction from everyone, finally understanding how painful it must have been for Lin Benjian at that time. American bullying exists not only in schools or workplaces but also in academia. A group of researchers rolled up their sleeves, wanting to win people over with virtue. If not for someone holding them back, it is likely that Kelly would have been beaten up by a group of old men for whatever he said. Kelly was also pushed to the edge. He blushed and spoke the plain truth. The reason you are so adamantly denying wet lithography theories is merely because you are afraid to bear the consequences of being wrong. The company has invested so much in your research. These individuals are among the world's top optical experts. They know very well that Lin Benjian's research direction might indeed be correct, but they have no way to turn back. So much research funding has already been poured in. Now you tell the boss that the research direction is wrong. This matter is not as simple as punishing them with a few drinks. Someone must take responsibility. They are likely to face disaster within the group while Lin Benjian and his kind will be reinstated. Having a research project cut is not the scariest thing. The scariest part is that at their age there is a high chance they will end up unemployed. For the sake of their own livelihoods and the futures of their disciples, they cannot possibly admit to being wrong. Even if they are wrong, they will force their way through to the end, carving out a path. Perhaps this is also the fundamental reason why ASML can rise. Because at this time they are merely a small lithography factory that has just gone public whose internal research is much more flexible. The meeting naturally ended on an unhappy note. What disgusted Kelly was that this group of academic villains even wrote to his superior denouncing Kelly's unprofessionalism, and most critically the new president of ASML, an outsider, actually believed them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Howde Industrial Park was bustling with activity. The chief of the port visited the park to award Howde one of the highest honors in the port city's industrial and commercial sector, the Science and Technology Achievement Award. The Port City Industrial and Commercial Award is an industrial and commercial reward program fully supported by the Port City government after the handover. Howde has naturally become the first winner of this award without any dispute. A total of 79 major technology groups participated in the competition for the Science and Technology Achievement Award, but Howde was the most dazzling among many companies. I am proud that Port City has an enterprise like Howde. Its achievements have attracted global attention. Many foreign investors now refer to the Howde Industrial Park as the Eastern Silicon Valley. The microphone was quickly passed to Wang Lei, and the sound of flashing lights and shutter clicks filled the air. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to stand here on behalf of all Howde employees to accept this award. Howde has evolved from a small manufacturing factory to a partner of the world's largest group, Microsoft, and now possesses its own MP3 brand thanks to the hard work of every employee at Howde. Reporters often ask about the secret to Howde's success. I can now tell you that Howde has reached the pinnacle of the world through the unyielding spirit of self-improvement that all people of Long Country possess. Trade protectionism is on the rise. We will always adhere to independent research and development, leveraging Howde's advantages in the semiconductor field to advance into more engineering sectors. I hereby call upon all teams dedicated to research and development worldwide. Our Howde Industrial Park welcomes your entry, and Howde will allocate $1 billion each year to support new technologies. As soon as he finished speaking, the chief of the port took the lead in applauding. How could he not strongly support such enterprises and entrepreneurs? 40 years later, in the grand hall, the dome adorned with sparkling crystal chandeliers casts a warm yellow light over the crimson carpet, resembling a layer of melting sunlight. On either side, electronic screens looped scenes, one showing the dust-free workshop of Howde Technology, where robotic arms precisely assembled the lenses of a 0.01 nanometer lithography machine. The other side displayed the deep blue of space with the new home probe, hovering next to a habitable planet glowing with a faint blue halo, its porthole reflecting the bright red of the Longwan national flag. The eyes of thousands of representatives in the audience were all drawn in unison to the entrance, where Wang Lei, surrounded by several of his sons, slowly walked towards the podium. Nearly 70 years old, Wang Lei was dressed in a black suit. His steps, however, were surprisingly light for a man of his age, with his sons having to jog to keep up with him. As he passed the third row of seats, an elderly academic with graying hair stood up to shake his hand. Wang Lei quickly halted, bending slightly to reciprocate the handshake. Li Lao, please remain seated. If it weren't for your strong support, Howde Technology wouldn't have been able to. The old academic smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It was your own courage to tackle challenges. Back then, when the beautiful country cut off chip supplies, many companies panicked, yet you dared to invest $200 billion in independent research and development." As they spoke, Wang Lei had already reached the podium. He glanced at the new home on the electronic screen, a soft light gleaming in his eyes. The images of the financial crisis from 40 years ago suddenly flashed through his mind. Unemployed individuals crowded outside the buildings of Wall Street in the beautiful country, while global capital fled in a frenzy. Clutching the old pocket watch left by his father Wang Zhengyi, he had told the shareholders in the conference room of Howde Technology, "The technology of Longwa cannot be stifled by others. We must invest in research and development, invest in the future." Now looking back, he realized that decision was not wrong. The economy of the beautiful country fell into complete stagnation after that crisis, while a large number of high-tech talents and funds flowed into Longwa, spearheading a new technological revolution he led. Longwa transformed from a follower into a leader. "Wang Lao, it's time to take the stage," a staff member softly reminded. Wang Lei nodded, adjusted his tie, and stepped onto the podium. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. He looked at his sons in the audience, unable to suppress a smile. He gazed at his eldest son Wang Duayu, who was the keystone of their business empire, born to be a tycoon. As the first son of Wang Lei, and his first wife Zhang Siki, Wang Duayu possessed the innate talent of a born tycoon from a young age. At 3, he could interpret stock market declines. By 10, He could point out the risk loopholes in real estate projects during family meetings, and by 20 he graduated from Stanford Business School and took over as CEO of Howda Technology. In 2020, Howda launched the HDX series smart terminals equipped with self-developed chips, not only capturing the mid-range market of Apple and Samsung, but also achieving a revenue surpassing 500 billion Hong Kong dollars that year, ranking first among global electronics companies. Beyond the tech sector, Wang Duoyu inherited his father's audacity for countercyclical investments. Today, he is the de facto leader of the Wang Group. Wang Lei often said, "I built the foundation while Duoyu safeguards the future." He understands the meaning of century better than I do, knowing when to invest and when to stabilize. The second son is Wang Jiajun, who transformed from a criminal prodigy into a security king, safeguarding the empire's dark line of defense. As the eldest son of Wang Lei and Zhang Bozi, Wang Jiajun's early criminal genius talent once worried Wang Lei. At 3, he could unlock the family's coded locks, and at 5, he could map out the blind spots of their home security. However, Wang Lei did not stifle this talent. Instead, he had him learn combat from Abu, a wolf-tooth assassin, and risk control from Zhang Zhao, transforming criminal thinking into anti-crime capabilities. At 20, Wang Jiajun took over the Wang Security Group, formerly the Associated Press, and his first task was to overthrow the old model of violent control, establishing a new security system of technology manpower. He introduced an AI intelligent monitoring system, capable of predicting the movements of corporate spies 15 minutes in advance. He also established a multinational emergency response team, which once rescued a kidnapped family partner from South American kidnappers within 48 hours. Moreover, he spearheaded the formulation of the International Private Security Industry Standards, transforming Wang Security from a gangster-clean company into a humanitarian rescue collaborator recognized by the United Nations. When Wang Lei spoke of this son, his eyes brimmed with pride. The Wang business empire can thrive because Duoyu manages the bright board, while Jiajun safeguards the dark board. He then turned his gaze to Wang Jai, the resilient cultural ambassador, who upheld the family's soft power. While Wang Duoyu manages hard power, and Wang Jiajun guards the security line, Wang Jai, the daughter of Wang Lei and Zhang Bozi, uses her unyielding spirit to uphold the Wang family's soft power. When she took over Huanya Entertainment, it was at a time when the film industry in Hong Kong was facing a talent drain crisis, with many directors and actors fleeing to Hollywood, leaving only a few popcorn comedies on Huanya's slate. Wang Jai did not rush to spend money to hire big names, but instead started with small but exquisite projects. She spent 3 years refining the script for Wan Chai Chronicles, telling the story of ordinary family struggles after Hong Kong's return, touching the audience with genuine emotions without relying on popular stars. After its release, it not only won the annual box office championship in Hong Kong, but also received a nomination for Best Asian Film at the Berlin Film Festival. She established the Huanya New Talent Program. Every year she funds 10 young directors, 2 of whose works later made it to the Oscar shortlist. Beyond film and television, Wang Jai places greater importance on cultural export. She promotes cooperation between Huanya and the mainland to produce the documentary Silk Road, showcasing the fusion of Eastern civilizations through 4K lenses. She established the Wang Cultural Fund in AO City to support traditional cultural heritage projects in Hong Kong and the mainland. In 2024, Huanya Entertainment's cultural industry revenue exceeded 30 billion Hong Kong dollars, earning it the Outstanding Contribution Award for Eastern Cultural Exchange from the Hong Kong government. Now, on behalf of the nation, I bestow the Republic Medal upon Comrade Wang Lei. The voice of the highest leader shattered the silence of the venue, pulling Wang Lei back to reality. He turned around to see the leader presenting a red velvet box. The Republic Medal inside was inlaid with gold foil and rubies gleaming solemnly under the lights. The leader personally placed the medal around his neck, and as his fingers brushed Wang Lei's shoulder, he softly said, "Wang Lao, for 40 years, you have not only broken through technical barriers, but also nurtured a group of capable children. This medal is the nation's gratitude to you, and also a recognition of the Wang family's passing of the torch." Wang Lei's hand trembled slightly as he looked down at the medal, his eyes suddenly moist. "Thank you, leader, and thank you all." The applause from the audience erupted once more, even more fervent than before, mixed with a few choking sounds. After the award ceremony, Wang Lei did not attend the subsequent celebration banquet, but instead drove with his entire family to the cemetery in Hong Kong. As the car entered the cemetery halfway up the hill, night had already fallen. In front of Wang Zhenjia's tombstone, Wang Lei had the children lay down several bunches of white chrysanthemums. He crouched down, gently stroking the name on the tombstone, saying, "Dad, I've come to see you. Today I received the Republic Medal. Look, it's right here." He pointed to the medal on his chest, showcasing it proudly. "You all come a bit closer." His grandchildren gathered around the youngest Wang, how just 6 years old, tugged at Wang Lei's shirt, curiously gazing at the tombstone with his little face tilted up. Wang Lei looked at his offspring with a contented smile, realizing that he had finally fulfilled Wang Zhenjia's passing down of the family legacy, expanding and strengthening the Wang family's heritage.